The Dragon Kingdom's chosen one has died, and the system is now randomly selecting a new chosen one. Selection successful. With the announcement from the Creepy Tales system, a virtual screen appeared worldwide, showing a short-haired girl in a black tracksuit with a blank expression. Put. In a single apartment, Zhou Ying, who was eating breakfast, spat out the soybean milk she had just sipped. Just moments ago, she had been chatting and laughing with others on the Creepy Tales forum. She had been saying how the new chosen one was so weak, dying in less than 10 minutes after entering the Creepy Tales world. If it had been them, as fans of Creepy Tales, they would have destroyed that world. But now, she was the one chosen, and her face was filled with despair. In her memory, the Creepy Tales world had invaded Blue Star 6 months ago. As long as each country continued to have chosen one selected by the Creepy Tales system to venture into the Creepy Tales world, the rest of the people could live normal lives. In just half a year, some countries with small populations had already perished, but in the Dragon Kingdom, the chances of being selected as a chosen one were low. Therefore, aside from those entering the Creepy Tales world dying, it had little impact on the rest of the world, and people continued their normal routines of school and work. In fact, most people even treated watching Creepy Tales live streams as a form of entertainment after meals, happily saying that they didn't even need to pay for a membership to watch TV anymore. Chosen one, please prepare yourself. You are about to enter the Creepy Tales world. 3, 2, 1. The countdown from the Creepy Tales system was getting closer. Thinking about how she was about to experience the same terrifying events as those chosen ones before her, and might even be eaten by something creepy, Zhou Ying's heart began to race uncontrollably. Boom! With a dull sound, her heart stopped beating. At the moment her body collapsed, Zhou Ying's mind leapt with joy. Sudden death? Great, she was dead, she wouldn't have to enter the Creepy Tales world anymore. Welcome to the Creepy Tales world. The system is developing your body's latent talents. Due to the chosen one having no human body, the talent development failed. The cold mechanical voice kept filling her mind, causing her head to ache. Zhou Ying suddenly sat up. Looking around, she found herself in a pitch-black space, which should be the unique personal space for chosen ones after entering the Creepy Tales world, invisible to the outside world through live streams. What's going on? Didn't I die? Zhou Ying's face showed despair mixed with some breakdown. How could she be dead, yet this damn Creepy Tales world wouldn't let her go? The Creepy Tales system's cold voice rang out again, death cannot escape life. You must face it. Since you only have your soul in the Creepy Tales world, the system will abandon the development of your body and focus on developing your soul. Ding! Development successful. Congratulations, chosen one, you have gained the hidden identity of coward. Zhou Ying. Is this mocking her? A piece of paper appeared out of nowhere and floated in front of Zhou Ying. She instinctively reached out to catch it. Coward's Code. 1. Your identity is coward. Do not let any other chosen one discover your true identity. Once discovered, you will completely vanish and face true death. 2. Your bizarre body is made of dark matter and has no sense of pain. 3. The coward has a very small heart, and will freeze in place when witnessing a bizarre scene. 4. The coward is also a bizarre entity, and other bizarre entities cannot truly kill you. 5. Life towards death. Death will consume your mental energy, and resurrection will enhance your attributes. Completing the Creepy Tales dungeon will make you a stronger bizarre entity. No pain? Can be resurrected? Zhou Ying touched her chin. The chosen ones who had entered the Creepy Tales world before had mostly developed talents related to physical abilities like strength and speed. None of them had such a special talent like hers that allowed for resurrection. If she could resurrect infinitely, isn't there an infinite cost for trial and error? It seems, there might be a chance? Zhou Ying took a deep breath, suppressing her restless emotions, and turned the paper over again. Ghost's information. Identity, scaredy cat. Strength, 0. Speed, 0. Stamina, 0. Defense, 0. Mental, 3. Talent skill, resurrection in place, each death consumes 1 point of mental value, each resurrection randomly increases 1 attribute value. Experience bar, 0 out of 100, experience increases after completing dungeons, and when it's full, secondary awakening will automatically open. Zhou Ying, no chance at all. A rule-based horror story adapted from the fairy tale Little Red Riding Hood has been selected for you, chosen one. Begin your adventure. As Zhou Ying was speechless, a dizzying spin occurred, and the system teleported her out of her personal space. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a small, run-down wooden house. Outside the window, the cold wind howled, and the wooden house couldn't withstand the battering of the cold wind, creaking loudly. Inside the cramped wooden house, there was an old wardrobe, a wooden desk, and a small wooden bed, where she was now sitting. Zhou Ying looked down and saw she was wearing a fluffy skirt like the one from fairy tales, with small hands and feet. The next moment, the system transmitted the dungeon information into Zhou Ying's mind. Dungeon name, Little Red Riding Hood. Dungeon introduction. Once upon a time, there was a lovely girl named Little Red Riding Hood. She had a grandmother who loved her, a mother and father who adored her, and she was the happiest child in the town. Dungeon conditions. Your identity is Little Red Riding Hood. Little Red Riding Hood must listen to her mother's words, cross the dangerous forest, and deliver the cake her mother made to her grandmother's house, and eat the cake with her grandmother. Dungeon rewards. B level, 1 experience for completing the dungeon. A level, 5 experience for completing the dungeon and wiping out the strange entities. S level, 10 experience for completing the dungeon and uncovering Little Red Riding Hood's secret identity. It was supposed to be a warm story, but Zhou Ying felt a chill creeping up her spine. When she was a child, reading the story of Little Red Riding Hood, she only focused on the brave Little Red Riding Hood, the scary Mr. Wolf, and the kind hunter. But now, as an adult, she viewed things from a different perspective. If the mother truly loved Little Red Riding Hood, why would she send a little child alone through a dangerous forest to deliver something to her grandmother's house? Couldn't the mother and father go deliver it themselves? Couldn't they take her alone? Why did it have to be her alone? Zhou Ying, who grew up in the orphanage at the starting point, was not only stubborn but also an expert at arguing. After her analysis, she realized that the brief dungeon information was full of oddities. This horror story dungeon, based on Little Red Riding Hood, definitely wouldn't be as simple as the fairy tale in real life. Zhou Ying furrowed her brows and began to think carefully. Once the Chosen One enters the horror world, the outside world cannot communicate with her, let alone send hints about the dungeon. Here, the only thing she could rely on was herself. But, what should her first step be? Chapter 2, Little Red Riding Hood's Rules. Zhou Ying was going through a mental storm, but to the audience watching the livestream, the small version of her was sitting still on the bed, seemingly daydreaming. This Chosen One doesn't seem very smart. She must be scared silly, right? Her personal info says she's 22, just graduated from college, and hasn't experienced the harshness of society yet. For someone so young, it's a miracle if she doesn't die from fright. Then we're doomed. The average duration of a Chosen One from our dragon country is 10 minutes. She probably won't last 5 minutes. When she dies, they'll have to choose another one. Heaven help us, please don't let me be unlucky enough to get chosen. What's there to be afraid of? I'm actually hoping to be chosen. I'm a level 12 expert on the horror forum. If I get chosen as the Chosen One, I'll definitely dominate the horror world. At that time, I will be the savior of all mankind. I'll come up and develop an SSS level talent. In Longwa, countless people watched Zhou Ying's reaction through the live broadcast. They had no expectations for Zhou Ying and had even prepared to restart the game. In the cabin. Rule horror stories, the first step is, of course, to find the rules. Zhou Ying raised her head and began to look around. On the bed she was lying on, besides a quilt patched up with numerous patches, there was also a cloth doll. The cloth doll was sewn from red floral fabric, with dense stitches all over it. Its eyes were round and black, and no matter which angle you looked at it from, it always seemed to be staring at you. Gulp. Zhou Ying swallowed and suppressed her inner fear, taking the cloth doll. It seemed to be filled with cotton. It felt fluffy and soft to the touch, and logically, it should have been light. However, Zhou Ying strangely felt it was a little heavy, pressing her arm down to the point where it almost bent. Was the doll heavy, or was her strength too weak? Suppressing her curiosity, Zhou Ying unbuttoned the doll's clothes, but inside it was empty. The note with the rules wasn't hidden in the doll's clothes. Could it be inside its belly? Zhou Ying remembered some movies where clues were hidden in the belly of a doll, so she pulled open the chain on the doll's belly and stretched her hand inside, intending to dig out the cotton to check. What she touched was sticky and slippery. Zhou Ying realized something was wrong. Trembling, she extended her hand, and what appeared before her eyes was glaringly bright red. Various organs flowed out with her movements, spilling everywhere. The doll's hollow eyes were fixed on Zhou Ying. He. A clear child's voice echoed. Zhou Ying was about to throw the doll away, but it was already too late. The organs that had spilled out seemed to come alive, with intestines wrapping around her neck, twisting in circles. A strong feeling of suffocation hit her. Ugh! Before long, Zhou Ying started bleeding from all 7 orifices, her body losing strength. Bang! Zhou Ying collapsed onto the bed. Don't tell me she's dead. Stupid. How could she start with the doll? The note with the rules was clearly placed under the bed. Damn, she barely lasted a minute. She didn't even make it to the average time. She really embarrassed our people from Longwa. So unlucky. Now we have to choose a new chosen one. Wait. Look, Zhou Ying's fingers moved. She came back to life. With someone's reminder, those who had previously shifted their attention and were complaining, all turned their eyes back to the virtual screen. Who? Zhou Ying, lying on the bed, suddenly sat up, instinctively reaching for her neck. The intestines that had strangled her were gone, and even the blood on her hands had disappeared. Her terrifying experience just now seemed as if it had never happened. Ding! The system's voice rang in Zhou Ying's mind, consumes 1 point of mental value, and then 1 point of attribute value increases. Strength +1. So, she had triggered the coward's talent skill and revived right there? Zhou Ying clenched her fist and felt that she was no longer as weak as before. Now, her strength was equivalent to that of a 1-year-old baby, and the doll in her hand was not as heavy as before. Wait, the doll! Zhou Ying looked down, and the doll had already returned to its original state. Even the clothes had been put back on, but it still had those hollow, white eyes. Seeing Zhou Ying look at it, the doll's mouth, sewn with red thread, slightly curved up, revealing a strange smile. Knock! Zhou Ying couldn't help but throw the doll to the bedpost. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed. The doll remained motionless, lying on the bedpost, showing no signs of jumping up to kill her again. What exactly is going on? Zhou Ying couldn't figure out the mystery of the strange doll. Before she got the rules, she dared not touch the doll again and shifted her but to the side, moving far away from it. Currently, her mental energy limit was 3, and it would take 12 hours to fully recover her mental energy, while recovering a small amount would take 4 hours. This meant that in a short period of time, she only had 3 chances to make mistakes. She had already wasted one, and no matter what, she couldn't waste another. She had to be more careful. Zhou Ying got out of bed quietly, looked at the wardrobe, then at the desk, and finally decided to go to the desk. The desk, like the style of this small wooden house, was very old and simple. On the desk, there was a box of colorful crayons placed neatly, with the drawer half open. Zhou Ying pulled open the drawer and saw a drawing lying inside. It was a crayon drawing. Although it was a little sloppy, it was still easy to tell it was a family portrait. In the middle, the child wore a blue hat and was holding hands with the 2 adults beside them, each with a big smile on their face. Probably because the child's drawing style was quite abstract, even though it was meant to be a warm scene, it still looked a little creepy. With a question in her mind, Zhou Ying flipped the crayon drawing over. On the back was a series of words, and the handwriting was the same as the one from the Coward's Code Zhou Ying had received before. The title was Little Red Riding Hood Code. 1. Little Red Riding Hood actually likes blue, so wear a blue hat. 2. Little Red Riding Hood's best friend is the doll won't hurt Little Red Riding Hood, and she must hug the doll to sleep at night. 3. There is nothing under the bed, do not lie down to look under the bed. 4. Little Red Riding Hood is a good child, she never leaves her room after it gets dark. 5. If you hear strange sounds before going to sleep at night, you must cover your head with the blanket and pretend you didn't hear it. 6. There is no one better than Mom in the world. So, listen to Mom, and agree to whatever Mom asks. Chapter 3, There is no one better than Mom. Dragon Country. The audience in front of the virtual screen had an intense discussion about Zhou Ying's performance of reviving on the spot. Ridiculous. She really didn't die. This chosen one is still pretending to be dead to scare people, so mischievous, I love it. This Zhou Ying doesn't seem that bad, but what exactly is the talent she developed? It's making me anxious. Is it possible that she can revive on the spot? Are you kidding? No chosen one has ever had such a ridiculous talent, okay? Let's get back to the main issue. The rules clearly say the doll and Little Red Riding Hood are good friends, so why would the doll hurt Little Red Riding Hood? I know. After reading all 6 rules, Zhou Ying finally understood how she had died earlier. According to Rule 2, Little Red Riding Hood's best friend is the doll won't hurt Little Red Riding Hood and the doll were best friends, and the most important rule for friends was not to hurt each other. Like what she did earlier, opening the doll's belly and causing its intestines to fall out, that was indeed harming the doll, which violated the principle of friendship, so the doll killed her. Phew! After knowing the cause of her death, Zhou Ying breathed a sigh of relief. However, Rule 1 also seemed strange. Since Little Red Riding Hood was called Little Red Riding Hood, why would she like blue? The weirdest part was Rule 3, what was under the bed? Why couldn't she look? She probably had a rebellious nature. The more the rules told her not to do something, the more she wanted to do it. Zhou Ying's eyes swept to the bottom of the bed. The slightly long bedsheet hung to the floor, completely hiding the situation under the bed. The wind outside blew through the cracks in the window, causing the bedsheet to flutter slightly, as if something unknown was hidden underneath. Gulp! Zhou Ying swallowed her saliva. After struggling for a while, she still didn't take the risk of lifting the bedsheet to peek under the bed. The bizarre death would not be worth it. After firmly remembering the 6 rules on the paper, Zhou Ying folded the crayon drawing into small squares and stuffed them into the pocket of her bubble skirt. Knock knock. At that moment, there came a knock at the door. A gentle woman's voice sounded, Little Red Riding Hood? It's Mom, hurry up and open the door. Startled by the sudden knock, Zhou Ying was shocked. Knock, knock. Little Red Riding Hood, open the door quickly. The woman outside urged again, her tone noticeably more impatient than before. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. The woman's voice had turned completely cold, her knocking growing harder, the old wooden door groaning under the pressure. The knocking was like a death knell. Zhou Ying fought to suppress her fear, racking her brain for a solution. Rule 6, only Mom is good in this world, required her to agree to any condition of her mother. So, despite Zhou Ying's strong reluctance to open the door, she had already died once for breaking the rules, and she dared not break them again. After thinking for a moment, she walked over. Knock, 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 knock. Just as the wooden door was about to give way, Zhou Ying opened the door just in time. Outside stood a tall woman in an apron, her face dark with anger. But when she saw Zhou Ying open the door, her expression changed abruptly, and a gentle smile appeared on her face as she asked with concern, Little Red Riding Hood, why did it take you so long to open the door? Mom was so worried you were in trouble, I was so anxious. Since Zhou Ying had been an orphan since she could remember, never experiencing the care of a family, she didn't quite know how to handle such situations. She stammered, I was drawing. You really love drawing, don't you? Good child, stop drawing for now, come with Mom. Your hat is torn, right? I've already sewn it back for you. Going out? Zhou Ying remembered Rule 4, do not leave your room after dark, and immediately turned to look at the living room window, confirming it was still daytime. Only then did she step out of the room. 3 seconds passed, no death. Zhou Ying breathed a sigh of relief. So, Zhou Ying followed her mom to the master bedroom, and they didn't encounter anyone else along the way. As she walked, Zhou Ying took the opportunity to observe the layout of the house, concluding that her room was actually one of the better ones. The furniture in the living room and the master bedroom was also worn out and shabby. In the master bedroom, on the big bed were 2 hats, one worn-out red hat, and one brand-new blue hat. Mom picked up the red hat and handed it to Zhou Ying, smiling and urging, Little Red Riding Hood, hurry and put on the hat, let Mom have a look. Zhou Ying hesitated. Rule 1, Little Red Riding Hood can only wear the blue hat. Rule 6, she must agree to anything Mom asks. These 2 rules completely contradicted each other. Which rule should she follow? Isn't it obvious? Little Red Riding Hood, of course, chooses the red hat. The blue one, right? Rule 1 says you must wear the blue hat. The hat is dead, but Mom is flexible, maybe I can talk to her and switch to the blue hat? I don't know about the chosen one, but my choice phobia is kicking in. This is so hard, oh no, the chosen one is really going to die this time. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the mom on the virtual screen saw that Zhou Ying hadn't taken the hat and her face gradually darkened. Wear it. Mom's face turned ashen, her eyes locked onto Zhou Ying, questioning, why aren't you wearing it? Do you think I didn't sew it well? Why aren't you wearing it? Why? Mom's face turned paler, nearly the cold white color of a corpse. Seeing that Mom was about to completely mutate, Zhou Ying quickly came up with an idea. Mom, don't be angry, I don't think it looks bad, I just like blue. I want to wear the blue hat. The blue hat? Mom glanced down at the blue hat on the bed, and her face not only didn't improve, but it looked even worse. You can only wear the red hat. The mother's shout was so loud it broke, sounding as sharp and unpleasant as glass shattering. Whoosh! The mother's neck stretched like noodles, instantly growing more than a meter long, limp, and drooping to the ground. Her head slowly turned toward Zhou Ying. The mother's forehead was covered in symmetrical black scales, and her golden yellow eyeballs had slit-shaped pupils. Her long tongue forked in the middle, like the core of a venomous snake. Facing this terrifying scene, Zhou Ying's hidden identity as a coward emerged, and her body instantly froze in place. The mother's head extended forward, her neck wrapping around Zhou Ying's body again and again, tightly binding her. Zhou Ying was being choked so tightly that she could hardly breathe. She had no choice but to force herself to ask in fear, Mom, what are you doing? Hiss. Hiss. The mother hissed and rubbed her slippery face against Zhou Ying's little face, her voice dry as she said, a disobedient bad child must be eaten by her mother, one bite at a time. Chapter 4, Red Hat and Blue Hat. The next moment, the mother suddenly opened her large mouth and began tearing at Zhou Ying's flesh, indeed eating her one bite at a time. As Zhou Ying was eaten down to nothing but a skeleton, the viewers in front of the virtual screen did not show her any sympathy. Instead, they all started to speak out after the fact. See? I told you Little Red Riding Hood must wear a red hat, and now she's brought it upon herself, hasn't she? I wonder, can she still crawl up from the ground this time? What a joke, she can't resurrect infinitely. The doll before was Little Red Riding Hood's good friend, so it didn't kill her directly. But this time, her mother is different. Wait. Her body is really healing. The crowd immediately looked back at the screen, where they saw Zhou Ying's skeleton regenerating flesh at a visible speed. Not only did her body return to normal, but even her mother's body restored to its original state, standing motionless, as if the pause button had been pressed. Ugh! Zhou Ying clutched her head and slowly crawled up from the ground. The voice of the system echoed in her mind, 1 point of mental energy consumed, 1 point of attribute value gained. Stamina +1. Okay, she died, then she came back to life, and now she became stronger. But there was no random increase in the most useful mental energy, which left Zhou Ying a little disappointed. Now, she only had one more chance to revive. Little Red Riding Hood, Mommy has sewn your hat back together. Come try it on and see how it looks? Her mother's gentle voice rang out again. Zhou Ying was startled. She had not yet gotten over the terrifying memory of being eaten by her mother, one bite at a time. She forced herself to look up, and saw that her mother was no longer in that terrifying form. Instead, she was as gentle and kind as at the beginning. Time seemed to have reversed back to before she made her choice. So, she had to make the choice again? Little Red Riding Hood? Come put on the hat and show Mommy how it looks. Her mother urged, holding a red hat. Zhou Ying thought to herself, since choosing blue would get her killed by her mother, it seemed there was only red left. Okay, Mommy. Zhou Ying quickly agreed before her mother could change her face. Heh, what a good child. Her mother smiled and placed the red hat on Zhou Ying's head. Ugh! The moment the hat was placed on her head, a dense cluster of red rashes suddenly appeared on Zhou Ying's face. Then, she started to have trouble breathing, as if an invisible hand was choking her neck. Ah, huff huff. Zhou Ying grabbed her neck with both hands, desperately opening her mouth to try to breathe, but it was useless. Thud. Zhou Ying collapsed onto the ground once again. How did she die again? Curious, can Sister Zhou get up from the ground this time? Of course she can. Maybe Sister Zhou's ability is really to resurrect infinitely. But, you can't pick the red hat, and you can't pick the blue hat. So how should I choose? This question raised by the viewers before the livestream was also what Zhou Ying wanted to know. Consume 1 point of mental energy, and randomly increase 1 point of attribute value. Speed +1. The system prompt echoed in her mind again. After regaining consciousness, Zhou Ying felt a bit speechless. Mental energy could revive her, so clearly, drawing mental energy was the best. However, she had been unlucky and couldn't draw it. Now, she had already died 3 times, and all 3 points of mental energy had been used up, meaning she couldn't revive herself in a short period of time. If she made the wrong choice this time, she would really die. The intense pressure forced Zhou Ying to calm down, and her mind began to race rapidly. Through these 2 attempts and errors, Zhou Ying had already realized. According to Rule 1, wearing the red hat would cause Little Red Riding Hood to die from an allergic reaction. According to Rule 6, disobeying her mother's will and choosing the blue hat would lead to her mother killing her. So, she could only choose. Little Red Riding Hood, Mom has already sewn your hat back up, you quickly. At this moment, her mother's deathly voice rang out again. But this time, Zhou Ying didn't wait for her mother to finish speaking. She grabbed the red hat from her mother's hands and replied with a smile, "Thank you, Mom. I really like it." A bigger smile spread across her mother's face, and she continued, "If you like it, then quickly." Zhou Ying still didn't wait for her mother to finish, cutting in quickly, "Okay, Mom, I'll wear it when I get back to my room." Her mother paused for a moment. It seemed like she didn't know what to say next. Ha ha ha. Stumped even the ghost, no wonder she's Zhou Jie. Wait, didn't you guys notice? Zhou Jie got up again from the ground? I suspect her talent might actually be resurrection. If she can really resurrect infinitely, that would be so overpowered. This is great, the current chosen one can't die, so there's no need to choose a new one. I don't have to worry about being chosen anymore. The viewers from Longwei in front of the screen suddenly cheered with joy, eagerly starting to celebrate. Meanwhile, in the world of strange tales, Zhou Ying sighed in relief when her mother no longer urged her to wear the hat. It seemed the way to solve Rule 6 was to interrupt her mother during the spellcasting delay. In theory, she could leave now, but Zhou Ying remembered something. When she had come to the master bedroom with her mother earlier, she had seized the opportunity to check the room and hadn't seen her father. Although the crayon drawing didn't mention any rules involving her father, the dungeon's information did say Little Red Riding Hood had a father who loved her. It stood to reason that this father should also have some involvement. So, Zhou Ying looked up at her mother and curiously asked, "Mom, where is Dad?" What a silly child, her mother patted Zhou Ying's head, smiling as she explained, "Dad is out working, how else can we live without money?" Zhou Ying. Wow, going out to make money to support the family has resulted in a house full of broken pieces, it's better to stay home and farm. Little Red Riding Hood, you must be hungry by now, right? If you're hungry, you should help. Seeing her mother starting the precasting motion again, Zhou Ying wasn't sure what her mother was about to ask her to do, but she quickly interrupted, "Okay, Mom, I'll go back to my room. Call me when the food is ready." After speaking, Zhou Ying didn't give her mother any more time to act. After adding points, her speed increased noticeably, and she quickly ran back to her room. At the spot. Seeing Little Red Riding Hood leave, the smile on her mother's face instantly disappeared without a trace. She sat back down on the bed, reaching out to touch the blue hat, her expression flickering with maternal radiance. Zhou Ying, wearing the red hat, returned to her room. Sitting at the desk, looking at the red hat and the crayon drawing with the rules written on it, Zhou Ying carefully thought about her next plan. The rules required Little Red Riding Hood to wear the blue hat, which would likely be needed later. But how could she get the blue hat? Zhou Ying thought about the layout of the entire house. The door to the master bedroom was always open, and no matter if her mom was in the master bedroom or busy in the kitchen, her actions could never escape her mom's watchful eyes. Maybe I should sneak out to steal the hat when mom goes to the bathroom tonight? But that would break Rule 4, Little Red Riding Hood must not leave her room at night. Knock knock. As Zhou Ying was thinking, the door was knocked again, and her mom's voice came from outside the door. Little Red Riding Hood, come out and have dinner. Chapter 5, Don't crouch down and look under the bed. The sky was getting dim, but it hadn't completely turned dark yet. If I go out now, it should not break Rule 4. After confirming this, Zhou Ying opened the door and followed her mom to the dining room. She noticed there were only 2 plates on the table, so she asked in confusion, Mom, why are we eating alone? Don't we wait for Dad? Her mom had already sat down at her spot, smiling as she replied, No need, I've already saved dinner for your dad. When he comes back, he'll eat by himself. Oh. Zhou Ying, with a belly full of questions, sat down opposite her mom. Her plate was filled with steaming purple fruit soup, with black whole wheat bread soaking in it. It smelled like spicy pepper powder. Is this the legendary medieval hodgepodge? Zhou Ying felt a little unable to eat. Hurry and eat. Under the dim light, her mom's cold golden eyes stared at Zhou Ying. Little Red Riding Hood, why aren't you eating? Do you dislike how I cooked? No, Mom. Zhou Ying could only scoop a spoonful of the dark dish into her mouth, and then her face turned green. It wasn't poisonous, it was just terrible. Zhou Ying struggled to swallow the food in her mouth. She seriously suspected that Dad didn't come home for dinner because Mom's cooking was so bad, he must be eating out somewhere. Little Red Riding Hood, you can't waste. Her mom was about to remind her to finish everything. Zhou Ying immediately pushed the plate away, stood up, and said, Mom, I'm full, I'm going back to my room. Her mom's face turned pale after being interrupted. There was a trace of coldness in her voice. Since you're done, then clean up the plates. Okay, thank you for cleaning up, Mom. I'll go back to bed now. Zhou Ying cleverly interrupted her mom's pre-spell casting motion and, before her mom had a chance to scold her, ran back to her room without looking back. Zhou Ying, already gone, didn't notice that her mom, sitting in the dining room, had a darker and darker expression. Strong. No wonder she's Zhou Jia, she can twist the weirdness to the breaking point. Isn't it really bad to keep interrupting Mom like this? I'm a bit worried. Mom's gaze looks like she's going to eat the child. The Dragon Kingdom viewers watching the livestream were all very worried about this. The scene shifted, and it was completely dark outside now. Zhou Ying could only follow the rules and, hugging the strange doll, lay down on her bed. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. It was so quiet that Zhou Ying could even clearly hear her own breathing. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Inhale. Wait. Zhou Ying instantly broke into a cold sweat. There was another faint breathing sound mixed with hers. The breath was very close to her, seemingly around her bed. Zhou Ying held her breath, focusing, trying to pinpoint the source of the other breathing sound. He. The doll in her arms suddenly laughed. Zhou Ying jumped, almost throwing the doll away. But the doll's action made Zhou Ying finally relax. Since the doll could laugh, it should also be reasonable that it could breathe, right? Zhou Ying felt a little relieved, and a wave of tiredness hit her. She slowly closed her eyes. Just as Zhou Ying was about to fall asleep, a sudden oh-oh-ed noise echoed through the wooden house. Zhou Ying instantly woke up. The noise was coming from under the bed. Under the bed something is there. Could it be Rule 3, there is nothing under the bed? Don't lie down and look under the bed, is she trying to trick her? Zhou Ying didn't move. She remembered Rule 5, if you hear strange noises before falling asleep, you must cover your head with the blanket and pretend not to hear it. So, Zhou Ying quietly pulled the blanket up over her head, trying to breathe steadily, pretending to be asleep. SSSSSS. The noise from under the bed continued, sounding like fabric rubbing against the floor. That thing is crawling out. In her mind, Zhou Ying couldn't help but picture a dark humanoid creature slowly crawling out from under the bed. Her heart uncontrollably pounded, but she couldn't do anything. She could only continue pretending to sleep. Currently, her mental state was at 0, and it would take 5 more minutes to restore 1 point of mental energy. If she broke the rules now, she would be killed for good. The strong desire to survive pushed Zhou Ying's acting skills to the limit. Beneath the blanket, her expression remained calm, even her brows didn't furrow, as if she were truly asleep. SSS. This time, the rubbing sound was very short. Clearly, the thing under the bed had crawled out. It slowly stood up, facing Zhou Ying on the bed, seemingly studying her. Not only did Zhou Ying feel scared, but the viewers outside the screen were even more terrified. They watched in shock as a person crawled out from under the bed. The man was tall and strong, though his face couldn't be seen. His red eyes looked just like those of a psychopathic killer. Oh my god. A person actually crawled out from under the bed? Everyone, protect yourselves by covering the screen. Didn't they say there was no one under the bed? Could Rule 3 be wrong? Wait. Could this man be the father of Little Red Riding Hood, who never appeared? Don't tell me he's been lying under the bed since daytime, not moving at all. So scary. The sense of immersion is too strong. I've already checked under my bed. If I'm not back in a minute, it means something's happened to me. What a joke. How could there be anyone under the bed? I just looked, and nothing was there. Is the upstairs gone? Stop joking. Look, what's Little Red Riding Hood's dad doing? Is he going out? Under the gaze of the viewers, the father turned and walked toward the door. He opened the door, then immediately closed it again, but he didn't leave. The father just stood at the door, continuing to stare at Zhou Ying on the bed. If Zhou Ying were to lift the blanket now, she would see the father staring down at her from above. The viewers in front of the screen were already terrified, desperately sending the same message: don't open your eyes. Don't open your eyes. Inside the wooden house, Zhou Ying had clearly heard the sound of the door opening and closing. Could it be that the thing under the bed left? She hesitated. Should she open her eyes to see if it really left? Looking at the hourglass in her mind counting down, with only 3 minutes left, Zhou Ying decided it was safer to wait until she restored 1 point of mental energy, giving her a chance to revive before checking under the blanket. Time passed, second by second. Creak. 2 minutes later, the sound of the door opening again. Tap tap tap. The steady footsteps gradually became more distant, clearly indicating that the person had truly left the room this time. Zhou Ying's cold sweat instantly poured out. The person under the bed hadn't left at all. If she had lifted the blanket and opened her eyes just now, she would have triggered Rule 5 and died. Honey, you're home from work? Outside the room, a sweet voice of a woman sounded. MHM. The father replied simply, sitting down at the dining table. The oil lamp illuminated the area around the table. Under the light of the fire, the father's appearance was fully revealed. His head was flat, his cheeks bulging, his skin moist and slippery, with dense yellow bumps all over, looking very much like a toad. The viewers, already scared by the father's appearance, screamed even louder when they saw his true face. Honey. At that moment, the mother came out from the kitchen holding a plate of food. She lovingly placed it in front of the father. This is a dinner I specially prepared for you, you must eat it all, not leaving a single bite. MHM. The dull voice of Dad sounded as he lowered his head, looking at the plate in front of him. The wooden plate was filled not with the fruit soup Zhou Ying had eaten before, but with a mass of insects. The white, plump maggots were tangled together, wriggling endlessly. A few even fell onto the table, desperately squirming as they tried to escape the fate of being eaten. In the next moment, Dad suddenly opened his wide mouth, his crimson tongue stretching out and sweeping the insects off the plate, devouring them all. Not even the ones that had fallen onto the table were left. The viewers watching the livestream instantly screamed louder, all of them expressing that they could save their meal money for today. In the secondary bedroom, Zhou Ying pressed her ear against the door, listening to the conversation outside. Her mother's warm attitude toward this person clearly meant that the thing that had crawled out from under her bed just now was, without a doubt, Little Red Riding Hood's father. So the dad who had disappeared was hiding under her bed all alone? Even now that he had left her room, Zhou Ying still couldn't help but shiver, and she now had a psychological shadow toward this bed. But didn't Rule 3 say that there was no one under the bed? Then recalling that earlier, she had clearly chosen the blue hat according to Rule 1, yet still ended up being killed by her mother, Zhou Ying quickly figured it out. Rule 3 wasn't entirely false. Rule 5 required her to pretend to be asleep before going to bed, and she had indeed done so, thus escaping death. In reality, this was a set of rules written from Little Red Riding Hood's perspective. The things written in the rules weren't necessarily completely true, but she needed to follow them exactly in order to play the role of Little Red Riding Hood and survive in this scenario. If, in the next part of the story, she encountered a dilemma like the hat choice, she would have to find the correct path to survival without violating the two contradictory rules. Zhou Ying began to think carefully. Her mission in this scenario was to take a cake to her grandmother in the forest. The subsequent plot would likely require her to wear a hat, and she couldn't wear a red hat. She could only wear a blue one. She must get the blue hat. But how to get the blue hat was another problem. Zhou Ying rolled up her sleeves and immediately decided to steal the blue hat from her mother's room tonight. However, she quickly recalled Rule 4, Little Red Riding Hood never leaves her room after dark. Zhou Ying carefully studied this rule. The literal meaning was that once it got dark, Little Red Riding Hood couldn't leave her room. But it didn't necessarily mean she would immediately die if she went outside after dark. It was more likely that after dark, Dad would crawl out from under the bed and begin to move around in the living room, and she would only die if he discovered her. So, in theory, as long as Dad didn't see her, she wouldn't die. Zhou Ying felt a little relieved, especially since she had just regained 1 point of mental value, allowing her to respawn once. This made her more determined to go out. To find a suitable opportunity to go out, Zhou Ying continued to listen closely to the sounds outside. Soon, her mother's voice of complaint was heard. "Dear, Little Red Riding Hood is becoming more and more disobedient. She doesn't even help me wash the dishes anymore." Dad responded, "I'll wash them." "Thank you, dear." Not long after, the sound of running water mixed with the clinking of plates could be heard. "Now's the time." Zhou Ying slightly opened the wooden door, peering through the crack to observe the situation in the kitchen. Both of them were in the kitchen, their backs turned to her. Her mother, like a soft snake, was draped lazily over Dad's back. Dad bore all of Mom's weight in silence, washing the dishes without saying a word. If it weren't for the fact that these two were both weird and would kill her at the slightest provocation, Zhou Ying really thought they were quite affectionate. Making sure they couldn't see her, Zhou Ying quietly left the room, and sure enough, her body showed no signs of abnormality. She didn't have time to celebrate and tiptoed toward the master bedroom. She already knew what the master bedroom looked like from her last visit, just a double bed and a wardrobe, even simpler than her own room. Zhou Ying opened the wardrobe and started searching. Inside, there were only a few old dresses, no sign of the blue hat she had seen earlier that day. Where on earth did Mom put the blue hat? Zhou Ying forced herself to suppress her growing anxiety, immediately closing the wardrobe door and continuing to search through the master bedroom, leaving no corner unchecked. Since the door to the master bedroom was always open and it was quite close to the kitchen, she could overhear their conversation without needing to get closer. Mom's voice sounded worried. "Dear, have you noticed any changes in Little Red Riding Hood?" Dad replied, "No." Mom sighed. "It looks like we'll have to have another one." Dad didn't object to this at all. Zhou Ying vaguely understood something. Could it be that the blue hat was meant for the second child, so she couldn't wear it? The next moment, she spotted the hat hanging on the curtain rod. Because the curtains were blue, the blue hat blended in perfectly, and with the dimming light, it was even harder to notice. Zhou Ying's eyes lit up. She didn't have time to think about what Mom's words meant. All she wanted now was to grab the blue hat and return to her room. But she wasn't tall enough, so she had to climb onto the bed first, then onto the high windowsill, stretching on tiptoe to reach the hat hanging on the curtain rod. Just as Zhou Ying was making her effort, she suddenly heard Mom's voice again from outside. "Alright, dear, when you're done washing, go back and keep an eye on her. After all, Little Red Riding Hood is a good girl, and if I could, I wouldn't want to give up on her." The silent dad didn't argue. He dried his hands and left the kitchen. Soon, his voice sounded again. "Little Red Riding Hood isn't in her room. That's strange. If Little Red Riding Hood isn't in her room, where could she have gone?" Mom's tone rose slightly, as though she had found a clue, and she sounded increasingly excited. Hearing Mom's increasingly creepy voice, Zhou Ying could feel every hair on her body stand up. She glanced up at the blue hat above her head, unwilling to leave empty-handed. She knew that if she missed this opportunity tonight, with Mom watching her all day, she'd never get a chance to take the hat again. With no other choice, Zhou Ying stopped worrying about whether she would make any noise and jumped to grab the hat. Faster. She was almost there. Just a little bit more. Chapter 7, Mental Value +1. Outside the bedroom. Mom's soul-stirring voice echoed again and again. "Little Red Riding Hood? Where are you? Stop playing hide and seek, Mommy is really going to get angry. Little Red Riding Hood, come out, be good." At the same time, Zhou Ying finally grabbed the blue hat hanging on the curtain rod. She didn't pause to catch her breath and quickly climbed down from the windowsill. Just as she was about to rush back to her room, pretending nothing had happened while Mom was still looking for her, Zhou Ying suddenly saw a flash of darkness right in front of her. Two dark figures stood at the door. In the backlight, Mom's face was shadowed, her expression unreadable. "Little Red Riding Hood, why are you in our room?" Zhou Ying broke into a cold sweat. She realized that, having broken the rules, her cowardice kicked in, and her body froze in place, unable to move a single step. Her heart pounded wildly. It seemed like it was about to jump out of her throat, and Zhou Ying could only force herself to stay calm, letting out a dry laugh. Hee, I was playing hide and seek with you, Mom. Since you found me, it's my turn to be the seeker and find you. Really? Mom, who had been smiling, suddenly turned cold when she saw the blue hat in Zhou Ying's hand. Liar. You clearly came to my room to steal my hat. I don't like children who lie. Saying this, Mom turned to look at Dad, who was wearing a stern face, and reminded him, Dear, it's your turn now. Dad understood immediately, and with a wide-open mouth, his long tongue wrapped around Zhou Ying's body and directly pulled her into his mouth, swallowing her with a gulp. The viewers before the livestream went crazy. Am I not the chosen one? Sister Zhou was eaten, not even leaving bones. Surely she can't revive now, right? Oh no, looks like we really have to choose a new chosen one now. After eating Zhou Ying, Mom and Dad went back to being their usual friendly selves, chatting and laughing as they went to bed. In the middle of the night, Dad, still sound asleep, unintentionally vomited out a lump of half-digested food. The lump, spherical in shape, revealed bones, hair, and fabric through the transparent mucus. The ball of food waste grew steadily, and soon, it became a curled-up figure. Her chest gently rose and fell, and breathing slowly began. The live-stream image suddenly changed. The image was still frozen in the master bedroom, but now only Zhou Ying was in the room. She was curled up on the floor into a ball, her body wrapped in transparent mucus. It was clear that the food waste just now, which Dad had vomited out, was Zhou Ying herself. This left the viewers before the livestream completely stunned. Unbelievable. She didn't die. I can't believe it, her body was half digested and she's still alive. How do we even kill Sister Zhou? I'm so curious. She's amazing. While chosen ones from other countries are brainstorming, our chosen one is here gathering 100 ways to die. With the eyes of the viewers upon her, Zhou Ying, her consciousness now restored, climbed up from the ground. Ugh. She found that her whole body was soaked in sour, foul-smelling stomach acid, and she couldn't help but gag. At that moment, she hated herself more than ever. She still vividly remembered how she had been swallowed by her father and what she had gone through in there. Though she, being a coward, didn't feel physical pain, the sensation of her body being slowly digested by stomach acid was an experience she wouldn't forget. Especially since she had even made a few friends inside her father's stomach, and she wondered what had happened to them. Just as she was thinking about this, Zhou Ying suddenly felt an itch on her head. She instinctively reached into her hair and pulled out a white maggot, its tail still wriggling as if greeting her. Without hesitation, Zhou Ying immediately threw her newly made friend far away. Consumed 1 point of mental energy, and gained 1 attribute point. Mental energy plus 1, current maximum mental energy is 4 points, 1 point of mental energy recovers in 3 hours, remaining 1 point of mental energy. In her mind, the eerie system's voice sounded. Yay! Zhou Ying immediately broke free from the disgust she had just felt towards herself and was filled with joy. In less than 6 hours since entering this instance, she had already died 4 times, and she finally randomly received a mental energy point, which meant she now had another chance to revive and could die once more. Quickly, she looked down and began scanning the ground. Strange. The blue hat, which had been swallowed along with her by Dad, was nowhere to be found, even though she was still here. Where was it? Looking around, Zhou Ying finally found the hat's location. She never expected that the blue hat she had worked so hard to get before her death. Still hanging on the curtain rod. Is this the moment when she has returned to the time before she made her choice? Dear, have you noticed any changes in Little Red Riding Hood? At this moment, her mother's anxious voice came from outside the master bedroom. These familiar words triggered an alarm in Zhou Ying's mind, and she immediately cleared her thoughts. In less than 2 minutes, her mother would ask her father to go to her room to find her. If they couldn't find her, they would come to the master bedroom door and block her, sending her to the afterlife. She had to get the blue hat and leave the master bedroom in a very short time. Time was tight, and Zhou Ying couldn't care about whether she would make any noise. She climbed onto the windowsill, jumped high, and in one leap, took the blue hat hanging from the curtain rod. Thud. Zhou Ying landed on the windowsill, making a muffled sound. Dear, what was that sound? You go. Her mother outside clearly heard the sound and was about to send her father to check it out. Zhou Ying's heart was racing. She quickly tucked the hat into her clothes and ran out of the master bedroom. After some adjustments, her speed was noticeably faster. Taking advantage of the fact that her mother was still in the kitchen and hadn't turned around, Zhou Ying rushed into her own room without looking back. Huff! She let out a heavy breath. Just as she was about to hide under the blanket on her bed, she suddenly stopped at the edge of the bed. She wanted to do something reckless. No, actually, it wasn't exactly reckless. The main thing was that the thought of her father, who looked like a toad, lying under her bed was unbearable. If she didn't figure out what was going on, she'd rather spend the night elsewhere than sleep in her bed. From tonight's experiment with Rule 4, theoretically, as long as she didn't bump into her father face to face, and especially didn't let him discover she wasn't sleeping in bed, she should be fine and wouldn't die mysteriously. Once she made up her mind, Zhou Ying placed her doll under the blanket, then used the blanket to form the shape of a person, pretending to be asleep inside it. Then, she hid inside the wardrobe. To observe the situation in the room, she didn't close the wardrobe door completely but left a small gap, staring intently at the bed opposite the wardrobe. With a creak, the bedroom door opened. A tall shadow cast down, nearly engulfing the entire small bedroom in darkness. Clack, 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 the heavy footsteps sounded as her father entered. He walked straight to the bed, his eyes fixed on the raised blanket, as if inspecting whether Little Red Riding Hood under the blanket was asleep. Zhou Ying, hidden in the wardrobe, felt her heart leap as she watched the scene. She pressed her mouth tightly shut, not daring to make a sound. Although she still had another chance to come back to life, it was better not to die if she could avoid it. After all, the feeling of being swallowed by her father and then spit out was not pleasant at all. Under her watch, her father's hand grabbed a corner of the blanket. It looked like he was about to lift it, but then he realized Zhou Ying was not under the blanket. The audience watching the live stream were also getting anxious. No! Don't do it! Hurry up and lift it, early death, early reincarnation. I'm done for. Zhou Ying, why is she hiding in the wardrobe? Didn't the rules say she should hide under the blanket? Even if she can respawn infinitely, she can't keep doing reckless things. The viewers grumbled, already anticipating Zhou Ying was about to die again. However, the next scene left them stunned. Although her father grabbed a corner of the blanket, he didn't immediately lift it. Instead, he pulled it up slightly, tucking the blanket in more tightly for Zhou Ying. What is this? Is this really strange? How is he better than my dad, who smokes, drinks, and plays mahjong? I almost forgot to mention, my nickname is Mahjong. I'm crying, I almost thought fatherly love was like a landslide. At least he didn't disappoint me. After finishing this task, Dad didn't make any other unnecessary movements. He walked out of the bedroom and carefully closed the door behind him. Soon, the sound of Mom's one-sided conversation with Dad could be heard outside. In the wardrobe. Confirming that Dad had really left and didn't return, Zhou Ying immediately felt relieved. A sense of warmth and emotion unknowingly bubbled up in her heart. As an orphan who had never experienced family love since childhood, this was the first time she felt the care of family members. Although it was a bit special, it was in the context of a horror story. Although these two often tried to kill her, and had succeeded a few times, she couldn't help but feel moved when she thought of how Mom, despite her cooking being terrible, still worked hard to cook for her. And how Dad, though not good with words, would care about whether her blanket was properly covered. Shaking the thoughts from her mind, Zhou Ying suppressed the emotions welling up inside her, and instead turned to a deep question. It was strange. If Mom and Dad really loved her, then why did they try to kill her? Zhou Ying felt that once she solved this mystery, she would definitely complete the S-level mission and earn more points. With that, she would be one step closer to her second awakening. She wondered what her identity would be after the second awakening. She couldn't possibly go from a scaredy cat to a bold ghost, right? With a goal in mind, Zhou Ying felt less anxious and panicked. She came out of the wardrobe and placed the hat she had fought for into the drawer. She lifted the blanket and lay down on the bed. Before going to sleep, Zhou Ying deliberately tucked one corner of the sheet in, leaving it hanging unevenly. This way, a slight pull from outside could straighten it. After doing this, Zhou Ying couldn't help but chuckle and then fell into a peaceful sleep. She slept all the way until dawn. Zhou Ying was woken up by the sound of a knock on the door. Mom's voice came from outside, Little Red Riding Hood, wake up, the sun's already up. Oh, got it, Mom. Zhou Ying's mind was still a little hazy. She patted her face, trying to wake herself up. At the same time, she checked her ghost profile. After 7 hours of sleep, she had regained 2 points of mental energy, and with the 1 point left from last night, she now had 3 chances of resurrection. As she got out of bed, she noticed the edge of the hanging sheet had formed a straight line. She froze for a moment as she was putting on her shoes. She had definitely tucked the corner of the sheet in last night. She was always a very obedient sleeper and would never disturb the sheet she had arranged beforehand. This meant there was only one possibility: after she fell asleep, Dad had opened the door again and hid under the bed. While lying under the bed, Dad, who had a slight obsession with tidiness, must have noticed the uneven sheet and casually pulled the tucked corner to straighten it. Gulps. Zhou Ying swallowed a lump in her throat. She acted as if she didn't know anything, put on her shoes, and opened the door to walk out. The air outside was filled with the sweet smell of freshly baked cake. Since she hadn't eaten breakfast and hadn't had much to eat the night before, Zhou Ying's stomach began to growl. Mom, did you want something from me? In order to get a piece of cake, Zhou Ying played the role of the obedient child Mom wanted. As long as it didn't endanger her life, she could consider helping Mom with some chores. Little Red Riding Hood is so smart. Mom really does need your help. Come here, good child. Mom was sitting at the dining table, a warm smile on her face. When she raised her hand to wave at Zhou Ying, she revealed a blue hat that was placed next to her. Wait. Zhou Ying's once relaxed nerves instantly tensed. Her whole body froze, as though her blood had reversed its flow. How did the blue hat get back into Mom's hands? Was her effort last night all in vain? Is it that Mom made a new blue hat again? Seeing Zhou Ying standing still, the smile on Mom's face gradually cooled down, and she said unhappily, Little Red Riding Hood, why aren't you answering? Don't you want to help Mom? No, of course I want to help you, Mom. Considering Rule 6, which states that she cannot refuse any request from Mom, Zhou Ying could only force a smile and walked over to her mother. What a good child. Mom said approvingly, her face returning to a warm smile, as if she were truly just a loving mother. Dragon Country. To watch Zhou Ying in the ghost story instance, some ghost story enthusiasts got up early to catch the live broadcast. They looked at the strange Mom and began to discuss. Why does Mom seem a bit off? It's strange after all, so of course it's off. The Chosen One worked so hard to steal that hat, only for it to go back to her hands. That's unbelievable. If it can't be stolen, then there's no need to steal it, right? Why must she get the blue hat? Not wearing the blue hat won't affect Sister Zhou's ability to clear the instance, will it? I guess the blue hat might be related to the upcoming tasks. Sister Zhou should be considering this, which is why she's so determined to sneak into her mom's bedroom to steal the hat. Amidst the discussions, Mom picked up the basket from the table, beaming at Zhou Ying, and said, Little Red Riding Hood, the basket contains the cake Mom just baked. Could you help Mom deliver it to Grandma who lives in the forest? Chapter 9, Good Daughter Code. It's here, the main quest has finally arrived. By all rights, Zhou Ying should agree immediately, but looking at her mom's warm smile, she instinctively hesitated to reach for the basket. It wasn't that she was reluctant to leave the warm embrace of family, it was just that she hadn't gotten the blue hat yet, so it was safer not to accept the task. Seeing Zhou Ying remain motionless, Mom's eyes gradually turned cold. Little Red Riding Hood, don't you want to agree to Mom's request? It's not that, I'm just curious. Zhou Ying took a deep breath and finally threw out the question that had been bothering her from the start. Mom, why don't you let Dad take the cake to Grandma? Mom patiently explained, because Dad has to work during the day. Zhou Ying. Does Dad's work involve practicing frog skills under the bed? Zhou Ying asked again, then why don't you go deliver it? Mom replied earnestly, because Mom has to take care of household chores. Zhou Ying. She looked around, wondering if this broken home even needed any managing. It was already so shabby, what's a little more dirt, right? To put it simply, these were all excuses. Mom just saw her lazing around at home and insisted on giving her something to do, right? Zhou Ying, who usually disliked following orders, felt inexplicably unhappy. Okay, Mom handed the basket to Zhou Ying, Little Red Riding Hood, hurry up and take it. When Zhou Ying felt unhappy, she wanted others to share her mood, so she used the method she tested yesterday and interrupted Mom's spell. Oh my dear Mom, I still want to say a few more words to you, don't rush to send me away. Mom's expression paused for a moment, and she continued saying the unfinished lines, this basket, give it to. Zhou Ying quickly interjected, oh. Mom, I really love you so much. I don't want to leave you. Mom took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to eat the child, and moved the basket forward. Grandma, I said for you to go to. Zhou Ying, tearful and touched, said, oh. Mom, you don't have to say it, I know you love me too. Mom. After several interruptions from Zhou Ying, Mom had forgotten what her lines were, and her face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Dragon Country. The audience in the live broadcast laughed uncontrollably. Haha, it seems like Mom isn't as scary as yesterday. Could it be that she's been influenced by Sister Zhou? So fun, so fun. Watching Sister Zhou tease Mama, I can never get enough. I'm different from you guys, I want to see something different. I want to see Mama eat the child. Although everyone chatted and laughed before the live broadcast, they all knew Mama was truly strange, and after Sister Zhou teased her so many times, she would definitely teach Sister Zhou a good lesson. However, to their surprise, Mama in the screen seemed to think of something, and her expression suddenly softened. I knew Little Red Riding Hood, you wouldn't be obedient. Luckily, Mama was prepared. As she spoke, Mama took out a piece of paper from the basket and forcefully shoved it into Sister Zhou's hands like lightning. After doing this, Mama revealed a mischievous smile, dispelling the strange atmosphere surrounding her, becoming kind and gentle, as if she was just an ordinary mother. Sister Zhou. That's cheating. It was agreed that I just needed to listen to Mama, why is she starting to launch a new type of attack by passing notes? Feeling dejected, Sister Zhou looked down at the note in her hands. Good daughter guidelines. 1. The cake in the basket is made by Mama's own hands, you must bring the cake and wine to Grandma without any damage on the way. 2. Grandma's house is under the third large oak tree in the forest, just go north for 1,000 meters after leaving the door. 3. The hat will guide you in the right direction. 4. When you see Grandma, don't forget to say good morning, you can't enter the house without Grandma's permission. 5. Grandma is sick and very weak, she needs your care. 6. Stay overnight at Grandma's house, you cannot come back at night. New rules are coming up? Sister Zhou realized that she probably couldn't continue to loaf around at home anymore. Originally, lying around at home was quite nice, occasionally teasing Mama, peeking at Papa under the bed, harming the doll, life was carefree. Even if I get killed for playing around, it doesn't matter, after revival, I can automatically gain points, and when I'm strong enough to annihilate the strange beings, I can go out to do tasks, and isn't it delightful to get an A-grade task reward? Even if I don't do tasks, I've thoroughly studied the Little Red Riding Hood guidelines, staying in the beginner village surrounded by my loving Mama and Papa, receiving food and drink brought right to me, I don't have to do any work, isn't that wonderful? Little Red Riding Hood? Mama ruthlessly broke Sister Zhou's beautiful dream. She once again handed over the basket with a smile, reminding her cheerfully, "What are you still doing here? Quickly take the basket, put on the hat Mama sewed for you yesterday, and go to Grandma's house." "Okay, Mama, I'll go get my things and leave." Sister Zhou sighed in her heart, bidding farewell to her lazy life, took the basket handed by Mama, and returned to her room. Because she was still wary of Papa under the bed, Sister Zhou didn't dare to make any unusual moves. She sat at her desk and pulled open the drawer. Sure enough, the blue hat she had struggled to steal last night was gone. The drawer only contained an old red hat. The Good Daughter guidelines required her to wear a hat on the way, although it didn't specify what color the hat had to be. The Little Red Riding Hood guidelines stated she could only wear a blue hat. If she wore the red hat, she would die from an allergic reaction. Sister Zhou tugged at her hair in distress. How on earth could she get the blue hat again? Now it was daytime, Mama was watching her closely, and constantly urging her to go out. She had no chance to steal the hat again, not to mention Mama kept the hat close, which undoubtedly increased the difficulty of stealing it. Unless, she could confront Mama directly and snatch the hat from her hand, but that was clearly impossible. Even though she was strange, she was still the most cowardly of cowards. It's simply not on the same level as Mom. So, what should I do? Zhou Ying was anxious to the point of her head wanting to explode, but she didn't dare make any noise. She could only casually pick up the crayon on the table and doodle on the paper. The messy lines looked just like Zhou Ying's thoughts at this moment. One crayon after another was picked up and put down by Zhou Ying, as colors intertwined on the paper, drawing a height that even a 3-year-old couldn't reach. She picked up a new crayon again, and the crayon left a blue mark on the white paper. Seeing this touch of blue, Zhou Ying's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh yeah. How could she forget? The first rule of the Little Red Riding Hood code only said she had to wear a blue hat, but it never said she had to wear the blue hat that Mom had. She could just make her own blue hat. Chapter 10, The Function of the Hat. Determined, Zhou Ying said she would do it. She gripped the blue crayon and drew a mark on the hat. The blue wax firmly adhered to the hat without turning purple from mixing with red. Seeing that she could really change the color of the hat, Zhou Ying pressed on, and after using up an entire blue crayon, she finally dyed the red hat into a blue one. Success or failure depended on this moment. Zhou Ying took a deep breath and placed the homemade blue hat on her head. She thought there was a good chance she would trigger the first rule of the Little Red Riding Hood code, dying from the allergy to wearing a red hat, but who knew 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds and a minute passed without anything happening. Just as the audience in Longwa felt relieved that Zhou Ying finally used her brain to make the right choice, suddenly, Zhou Ying's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed onto the table. After a moment of silence, everyone went crazy with comments. No way. Did you die again? This is just the first horror story, is it really this hard? Wah, I can't clear such a difficult story. When Sister Zhou dies, please don't make me the chosen one that day. Wait. Don't cry yet, look. Sister Zhou is getting up again. Everyone looked at the live stream in disbelief. In the center of the screen, Zhou Ying sat up, stuck out her tongue toward them, and said, hee, just joking. Did I scare you? Everyone. So playful. Love it, love it. As expected of Sister Zhou, who got herself killed within a minute of starting. Hopefully, she can keep up this style of constantly courting death. Inside the story. Zhou Ying, who put on the blue hat without dying from an allergy, excitedly clenched her fist. Alright. Ready to set off. To prevent her mom from seeing her in the blue hat and going crazy, Zhou Ying first took off the hat from her head and placed it in the basket. She was about to head out. Just as she stood up, she suddenly remembered that she probably wouldn't be coming back, so she hurriedly placed the stuffed doll on the bed into the basket too. The stuffed doll has quite good fighting power, even it can kill, then maybe it can help kill others as well, it's a pretty good weapon, oh no, a good friend. After confirming she hadn't left anything behind, Zhou Ying picked up her basket and left the room. Mom, I'm leaving now. Zhou Ying reluctantly said goodbye to her mom. Just as she took 2 steps, her mom's cold voice suddenly came from behind. "Little Red Riding Hood, why aren't you wearing a hat? Are you not listening to your mother?" Zhou Ying instinctively looked back. Mom was sitting by the fireplace, the flames burning brightly, making her expression dark and unclear, with only her eyes shining with a strange dark golden color. "I'm not, Mom. I'll put it on when I go out." Zhou Ying's affection for her mom vanished completely, and she chuckled awkwardly while quietly trying to inch away from the house. "No." Mom's usually gentle voice suddenly turned sharp. "Put it on now. Right now. Immediately." As soon as she finished speaking, black scales began to grow rapidly on her mother's face, and although she still looked human, there was now a clear trend towards becoming a snake. Zhou Ying was drenched in cold sweat, feeling her body gradually stiffening. She didn't know if it was because her mother had interrupted her too many times before, but her mom had clearly upgraded, now speaking at such a speed that Zhou Ying couldn't interrupt her in advance. At this moment, she was painfully aware that if she dared to talk back to her mother again, she would violate Rule 6 of the Little Red Riding Hood Code and would be cruelly eaten by her mother. He. "Mom, don't be anxious, I never said I wouldn't wear it." As Zhou Ying continued to back away toward the door, she didn't forget her mother's command to take the hat from the basket and promptly put it on. Who would have thought that, upon seeing the blue hat on Zhou Ying's head, her mother would become even more frantic? "No. You can't wear the blue hat." In an instant, her mother's waist stretched like pulled noodles, and she shot forward in front of Zhou Ying. Meanwhile, her mother was halfway transformed, becoming a giant black snake with human arms, opening her palm-sized mouth wide to bite at Zhou Ying. Not only that, her mother used her remaining human arm to reach out with her large hand, trying to lock Zhou Ying's shoulder and not giving her a chance to escape. "Spare me." Faced with the terrifying scene, Zhou Ying's cowardly nature took over. Although her body was forced to stand still, she had been retreating just moments ago and had finally reached the door, with one foot already on the threshold. Zhou Ying's body leaned back, and the foot stepping on the threshold could no longer bear the majority of her weight, causing her to fall backward. Bang! Zhou Ying fell to the ground, but fortunately, she had always held her basket with both hands, so nothing inside was damaged, only her hat fell off. In that instant she stumbled out of the room, the dreadful pressure that had clung to her evaporated like a tide. Inside the house, her mother's human arms had also vanished. She had completely transformed into a massive black python. Like most snakes, her mother coiled her hefty body, raising her snake neck high, with dark golden eyes fixed on Zhou Ying, staring at her from a distance. It seemed, her mother had no intention of leaving the house. Zhou Ying breathed a sigh of relief. She guessed that her mother must be restricted and couldn't leave the room, right? With the mindset that dying once could increase her attribute points by 1, Zhou Ying stood up and provocatively beckoned her mother with a finger. "Come out." Hiss. Her mother flicked her long snake tongue, her tail irritatedly slapping the ground, yet she didn't budge an inch out of the room. Zhou Ying instantly felt high and mighty. "This baby won't bother with you, the adult. I'm leaving." Brushing the dirt off her clothes, Zhou Ying picked up the hat that had fallen on the ground, clutching her basket and heading north. "Wait, where is north?" Zhou Ying looked around. Her grandmother lived in the forest, and their home wasn't in a good place either, surrounded by desolate wilderness with no other houses in sight, making it impossible to find someone to ask for directions. The sky was gloomy here, and she couldn't rely on the sun for orientation. "Oh right, the hat." Zhou Ying remembered Rule 3 of the Good Daughter Code, which said the hat could guide the way. Was it really that magical? With a mindset to give it a try, Zhou Ying put the hat back on her head. Unlike when she wore it inside the house, where nothing happened, this time a line of slightly transparent small characters appeared before her eyes. Current direction, south, distance to destination remaining 1003 meters. Ha! It really works. Zhou Ying's eyes brightened, and she quickly turned 180 degrees and took a few steps in the new direction. The transparent text in front of her truly changed. Current direction, north, remaining distance to destination, 999.5 meters. Wow! Zhou Ying's eyes brightened, and she followed the hat's guidance to walk north. Along the way, the scent of cake kept piercing into Zhou Ying's nose, successfully stirring her cravings. Her already hungry stomach now growled even louder, and her mouth couldn't stop watering, her mind filled with thoughts of delicious cake. Zhou Ying swallowed, unable to suppress her physiological instincts, and lifted the cloth covering the basket. Inside the basket, besides a bottle of wine, lay a large piece of cake, covered in thick cream and topped with cut strawberries, the bright red strawberries paired with the pure white cream, looking very appetizing. She thought to herself, should she just have a small bite? Oh no, she would just use her finger to dab a little cream to taste, she definitely wouldn't ruin the cake's appearance. But thinking of the first rule of the Good Daughter Code, which required her not to damage the cake until it was given to Grandma, Zhou Ying pulled her hand back. Gurgle. Her stomach growled even louder due to the hunger. Zhou Ying extended her guilty finger again. No, the task is more important. Zhou Ying retracted her cowardly finger again. People are iron and rice is steel, one meal won't kill them, but she is a ghost, and if she skips a meal, she'll starve to death. Zhou Ying stretched her finger again. Dragon Country. Watching Zhou Ying on the screen as she repeatedly extended and retracted her hand, like a perpetual motion machine, the live audience couldn't help but comment. Sister Zhou is testing the edge of self-destruction. Sister Zhou is jumping back and forth on the edge of self-destruction. Don't do it, it's just skipping a meal. Don't flip out over a bite of cake. Who says it's not? It's just been a day since entering the instance and not eating much. Just bear with it, the rules are clear, why break them? Zhou Ying must want to die more, right? Not sure if Zhou Ying felt the audience's grievances from the screen, she ultimately decided to focus on completing her task and did not dare to ruin the cake by tasting any cream. Because she knew that once she started, she probably wouldn't be able to stop, and would devour the whole cake. Zhou Ying pulled back her finger one last time and let out a heavy sigh. Now she had 3 chances of dying, and her spirit value would soon recover, but thinking of the tasks that would come later, which would surely be harder, she had no choice but to endure. All the way, Zhou Ying was fighting against her cravings. Unknowingly, she had already been walking for nearly half an hour, although the path wasn't long, she was already panting with only 1 point of stamina left. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, when she looked up again, she saw a tall and dense forest standing in front of her, with a winding path extending deep into the woods. Current direction, north, remaining distance to destination, 123 meters. Yes, yes. Zhou Ying's eyes lit up, instantly filled with energy. As long as she entered the forest and found Grandma's house, she could eat cake with Grandma, satisfying her hunger and happily completing her task. Thinking this, Zhou Ying lifted her foot to walk along the path into the forest, but out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly spotted a wooden warning sign standing beside the path, with a message written in black paint. Forest rules. 1. The forest is my home, everyone must care for it. Don't forget about fire and theft prevention. 2. The wild animals in the forest are very kind and never actively attack humans. 3. There are no wolves in the forest. If you see a wolf walking upright, it means he is a kind Mr. Wolf, and you can ask him for directions. 4. Mr. Wolf will not take off his hat. There are no oak trees in the forest. If you see an oak tree, you must greet it enthusiastically. Zhou Ying glanced at the rules and memorized their content, finally focusing her attention on the 5th rule. The last 2 words had been scratched out, greeted enthusiastically was clearly written afterward, in a bright red paint that was completely different from the previous black paint, and a strange smiling face was drawn at the end. Zhou Ying. Clearly, the content of this 5th rule had been tampered with, so it was best not to trust it unnecessarily. After reading these rules, Zhou Ying had a slight understanding. To avoid the dangerous Mr. Wolf and the forest rules and unnecessary entanglements, she lifted her feet and was about to run into the forest. However, before Zhou Ying could run into the forest, a black shadow suddenly flashed swiftly through the grass, with a sound like "Oed" mixed with the rustling of the grass, as if a battle was about to begin. In the next moment, a tall figure appeared in front of Zhou Ying. It was a wolf. It was massive, its body covered in long gray fur, its eyes emitted an eerie red glow, and its sharp canine teeth gleamed with a chilling light, ready to choose a victim to devour. A warning bell rang loudly in Zhou Ying's mind. The 3rd rule of the forest rules said there were no wolves in the forest, so wasn't what stood in front of her strange? She moved her legs, trying to escape, but her body was frozen in fear. Just when Zhou Ying thought she would meet her end in the wolf's jaws, the wolf suddenly spoke. Hello. After the wolf spoke human words, it stood upright on its legs like a person. It adjusted the black top hat on its head, one wolf paw resting on its shoulder, slightly bending down to bow to Zhou Ying, as if it were not a savage wolf, but a refined gentleman. In the next moment, Mr. Wolf said, "This lovely young lady, where are you in such a hurry to go this early?" I'm going to your face." Since Mr. Wolf had changed its demeanor, becoming completely non-threatening, the pressure around Zhou Ying lifted, and she was finally able to move her body. Her mouth also began to flow freely. So, Zhou Ying decisively rejected Mr. Wolf's advances and threw a stone at him, then ran into the forest without looking back. On the spot. Mr. Wolf, hit by the stone, looked momentarily stunned. Seeing this, the audience watching the live stream burst into laughter. Sister Zhou really doesn't give face. Sister Zhou's path narrowed. This is when she should have caught Mr. Wolf and used him as a mount. Wouldn't that make travel faster? Strange, this wolf is so polite. Is it the same kind of wolf that eats people as in Little Red Riding Hood? Amidst everyone's comments, Zhou Ying gradually ran to the center of the forest, as she continuously moved her little short legs. The prompt text before her kept changing. Current direction, north, distance to destination, 99 meters. Current direction, north, distance to destination, 9 meters. Current direction, north, distance to destination, 0 meters, arrived at destination, navigation ends. Chapter 12, The Kind Wolf. Is this really the place? Zhou Ying looked around. She was now in a clearing at the center of the forest, covered in fallen yellow leaves. There was not a single tall oak tree, and not even a small sapling in sight. Where are the oak trees? Where is Grandma? Zhou Ying was utterly dumbfounded. Did she make a wrong choice earlier? Or did she overlook something? Zhou Ying studied the rules she had noted down carefully. The second rule of the good daughter rules stated that Grandma's house was under the third oak tree in the forest, but the fifth rule of the forest rules said there were no oak trees. The two rules contradicted each other. Zhou Ying frowned. Since two words had been scratched out from the end of the fifth rule, she felt it was best to skip this rule for now and not consider it temporarily. Daring to guess. There must be oak trees in the forest, but finding them is a bit troublesome, and some help is needed, like Forest Rules, Article 3, ask Mr. Wolf for directions. It seems today, asking is the only way to go. Zhou Ying sighed and returned along the path to the entrance of the forest. At the entrance, Mr. Wolf stood like a person, leaning against a tree trunk, grass in his mouth, arms crossed in a confident pose. It was as if he had expected Zhou Ying to come back to him. Mr. Wolf teased, "Hello there, dear little girl, why are you back again?" Zhou Ying told herself that great things are not bound by small details, face is nothing but a cloud, and she should throw away her pride as long as she can complete the task. After giving herself a pep talk, Zhou Ying made a heart shape with her hands and widened her eyes to look cute. "I want to go to my grandma's house, but I can't find it. Kind Mr. Wolf, can you show me the way?" "What do I gain from showing you the way?" Mr. Wolf asked proudly. Zhou Ying countered, "What do you want?" Mr. Wolf pointed at Zhou Ying's basket. "What delicious food do you have in that basket?" "There are cakes and wine made by my mom. Grandma is sick and needs to eat good food to recover. You can't have any of these." Zhou Ying acted like the innocent, kind little Red Riding Hood, ignoring the small blue hat on her head. She was Red Riding Hood at heart. Mr. Wolf insisted, "No, I want it. Give me the food in the basket, and I'll show you the way." But. Zhou Ying looked distressed, as if she truly had a headache over whether to agree to Mr. Wolf's demands. After some inner struggle, she said, "Grandma's house is under the oak tree. Do you know where the oak tree is? If you do, I'll agree to your terms." Mr. Wolf confidently nodded. "The oak tree? I know. I just came from there. After I finish eating, I'll take you there." "All right, then here you go." Zhou Ying extended her hand with the basket. She planned to use the same trick as last night when taking off her hat, first break the rules and die once, then use the chance to learn the oak tree's location from Mr. Wolf, then revive and skip past Mr. Wolf to find the oak tree for Grandma's house. What a good child. Mr. Wolf's long eyes almost squinted with joy as he took the basket, lifted the cloth covering it, and pulled out the cake and wine to begin devouring. With a long mouth dripping with drool, he took a big bite of half the cake, ending up with white cream all over his face. But it was precisely because he had no grace that made him eat so deliciously, causing Zhou Ying's eyes to turn green as she swallowed hard. The viewers in the live stream also got excited. "This is wild, I can't believe I'm seeing a wolf doing an eating show in my lifetime. He eats so well, now I want to order a strawberry cake too. Host, explode an octopus, and I'll tip you a yacht." "No octopus, but we can explode a kid." Gulp. After Zhou Ying swallowed another mouthful of saliva, Mr. Wolf finally realized that Zhou Ying also wanted to eat. He begrudgingly took a small piece from the remaining cake, pinched it with his nails, and handed it to Zhou Ying. "Here, I'll share a piece with you. You're awfully nice for a wolf." Zhou Ying didn't hold back. After thanking Mr. Wolf, she tasted the hard-earned delicious treat while also inquiring about the important matter. "Now that you've finished eating, you can tell me where the oak tree is, right?" Mr. Wolf swallowed the last bite of cake, yanked out the cork of the wine bottle, and poured it all into his mouth, tossing the empty bottle aside, giving a satisfying burp. After satisfying his hunger, he changed from a starving ghost to pulling a white handkerchief out of his top hat. He wiped the cream from the corner of his mouth and returned to his elegant appearance. There are actually oak trees in the forest, but to see an oak tree, you need a little trick, and that trick is? At this point, Mr. Wolf's voice gradually lowered. Zhou Ying was at a crucial moment. How could she bear it? She quickly grabbed Mr. Wolf's shoulders and pushed him hard. "You have to say it. Hurry up and tell me." Mr. Wolf's eyes suddenly began to lose focus. Then, his body went soft, uncontrollably collapsing. At the last moment of his life, he pointed at the basket on the ground and opened his mouth, barely audible, egg. Before he could finish speaking, Mr. Wolf's eyes rolled back, and he died. Zhou Ying. She, not believing in evil, tested Mr. Wolf's breath, but there was no air at all. No. How could he just die like that? Before she could figure out what had happened, a note with "Good Daughter's Code" written on it flew out of the basket. The originally palm-sized note had now grown to the size of a fan and was heading straight for Zhou Ying. Just as Zhou Ying was about to run away, the note sealed her mouth and nose. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't tear it away from her face. The feeling of suffocation became stronger. Her mother's cold voice echoed from within the note. "Little Red Riding Hood, you didn't listen to your mother and damaged the cake meant for Grandma. Mother is really angry." With her brain deprived of oxygen, Zhou Ying collapsed to the ground, her legs weakly kicking a couple of times, then she also died. The comments were filled with question marks. Clearly, the audience was also dumbfounded. Although Zhou Ying died again, the cursed system did not declare the chosen one dead, which meant Zhou Ying still had a chance to revive. Sure enough, just as one human and one wolf lay dead at the forest entrance, nearby animals were ready to approach and lick their corpses. Zhou Ying, who had originally fallen to the ground, suddenly sat up straight. She gasped for air, still a little shaken from the terror of suffocation just moments before. In the next moment, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. Mr. Wolf was no longer by her side, and she was alone on the ground, with the sound of the system's prompt ringing in her head. Consumed 1 point of mental value, attributes are increasing. Defense +1, 2 points of mental value remaining for revival. Chapter 13, Grandma's House Under the Oak Tree. She came back to life? Zhou Ying shook her head and lifted the cloth covering the basket beside her. The cake and wine inside were intact, everything seemed to have returned to how it was when she first entered the forest. However, instead of feeling happy deep down, Zhou Ying was filled with confusion. It was normal for her to die for breaking the rules, but how could Mr. Wolf die out of the blue? What did he mean by egg? Could it be? Zhou Ying looked down at the fragrant cake in the basket. For the first time, she had lost her appetite. Could this thing be poisoned? Zhou Ying was a bit afraid to think further. No matter how twisted her mom was, she only killed her when she broke the rules. Surely she wouldn't just kill Grandma? She decisively dismissed this thought, speculating that Mr. Wolf probably also died because he broke the rules. Mom must have placed a restriction on the cake, and only she and Grandma could eat it, so the misfortune of Mr. Wolf being poisoned must have been because he ate the cake, or perhaps he just stuffed himself too quickly. Makes sense. Zhou Ying nodded in agreement. After all, she had eaten the cake too and hadn't been poisoned. Thinking of this, Zhou Ying picked up the basket and stood up, racking her brain on how to find the method to locate the oak tree without handing the food in the basket over to Mr. Wolf. Just as Zhou Ying was deep in thought, a rustling sound came from the bushes. Then, Mr. Wolf appeared in front of her again. Mr. Wolf leaned against the tree trunk, striking a pose he thought was cool, just like the first time they met. "Hello, little girl, what are you worried about? Is there anything I can do for you?" Zhou Ying immediately looked at Mr. Wolf with wide eyes. "Mr. Wolf, my grandmother's house is under the oak tree, but I can't find the oak tree in the forest. Can you tell me where it is?" "The oak tree?" Mr. Wolf confidently said, "Ha, I know this well. As long as you are willing to give me a little benefit, I will tell you how to see the oak tree." Sure enough, it was the same again. Zhou Ying was already familiar with this trick. She put on a very frightened expression and hid the basket behind her. "No. The cake in the basket is for Grandma, it can't be given to others. I'm not human. Even if you're a beast, it's not okay." Mr. Wolf shamelessly said, "But if you don't give me the cake to eat, how will you know where the oak tree is? How will you find your grandmother?" Listening to Mr. Wolf's reasonable words, the viewers before the live broadcast started nodding thoughtfully. It seems to make sense. Should we give him a little to satisfy him? Didn't Sister Joe give him something to eat last time? As a result, it triggered the rules and she died. Then what to do? If we don't give Mr. Wolf cake, we can't ask him where the oak tree is. If we can't find the oak tree, we can't find Grandma. If we can't find Grandma, we can't complete the task. Why is it so hard to choose? It was clear that Zhou Ying was also worried about this, as she kept shaking her head. No, I can't give you the cake. If you don't give me the cake, then I'll eat you." Mr. Wolf had lost his patience. His fierce expression showed, bared his teeth, and was about to pounce on Zhou Ying, ready to tear her apart and eat her. "Help me." Zhou Ying noticed Mr. Wolf's plan. She took the chance before he fully revealed his beastly nature and ran away. "Stop." Mr. Wolf immediately chased after her, following Zhou Ying into the forest. Zhou Ying kept running ahead, and Mr. Wolf kept chasing behind. Mr. Wolf's speed far surpassed that of Zhou Ying, who only had a speed value of 1 with her short legs. If he wanted to, he could easily pounce on her and tear her throat open with his sharp fangs. However, Mr. Wolf wanted to toy with his prey, and each time he was close to catching Zhou Ying, he let her go, ultimately allowing her to run into the center of the forest. Because they were so close, as soon as the man and the wolf stepped in, the originally empty surroundings suddenly changed. One oak tree after another appeared out of nowhere in front of them. The tall oak trees blocked out the sun, and all around was lush and green, with the sounds of birds and cicadas intertwining, looking like a serene paradise. 1, 2, 3. Zhou Ying gently tapped her fingers. When she counted to the third oak tree, she saw a small wooden house under this oak tree, surrounded by a fence made of walnut trees, with smoke slowly rising from the chimney, rich with the smell of home cooking. Just as she had guessed, as long as she entered the forest with Mr. Wolf, the oak tree would appear. Once she entered Grandma's little wooden house, her task would soon be completed. "Still chasing? I'm already home." Zhou Ying proudly looked back at Mr. Wolf, then used her fastest speed to run towards the little wooden house, shouting, "Grandma, help!" However, before Zhou Ying could get close to the oak tree, the sound of crunching dry leaves echoed from all directions. Squirrels, rabbits, cats, goats. A variety of animals appeared from or around the oak tree, surrounding Zhou Ying tightly and not letting her approach the little wooden house. These animals were not ordinary, their eyes were red and fixated on Zhou Ying, seemingly possessing intelligence beyond their kind. Even Mr. Wolf, who had previously seemed strange among them, no longer appeared out of place. Seeing this scene, not only was Zhou Ying stunned, but the audience before the livestream was also astonished. Is Sister Zhou in a zoo? How bold! It feels like these animals are all acting strange. Sister Zhou's start is like hell. I haven't seen such a tough first trial for chosen ones from other countries. Sister Zhou must be having some bad luck. Oh no, Sister Zhou is going to die again. Realizing she was surrounded, Zhou Ying felt frozen in an instant. Each of these animals had red eyes like Mr. Wolf, which meant they were all bizarre too. Why did her grandmother live in such a dangerous place? Didn't she fear being eaten by these bizarre creatures? Run? Let's see where you can run to now. Mr. Wolf stopped toying with Zhou Ying. He jumped high with his strong hind legs and suddenly knocked Zhou Ying to the ground. Huge wolf claws pressed on Zhou Ying's back, and the long, sharp nails pierced through her body. Blood gushed out, and the nearby animals' eyes turned even redder as they swallowed their saliva in unison. The second rule of the forest states that animals in the forest won't attack humans? Zhou Ying was unwilling to accept that she had finally found the oak tree and arrived at her grandmother's house only to meet her end. She tried to struggle one last time. The forest rule does say that, but... Mr. Wolf lowered his wolf head, bringing his long wolf mouth close to Zhou Ying's ear and whispered with a laugh, "Are you really human?" Chapter 14, Protect the Forest, Prevent Fire and Theft. Zhou Ying's pupils shrank. What did Mr. Wolf mean by that? Before she could understand, the animals that had been waiting for a long time surged forward, and their sharp teeth mercilessly tore at her body. In that moment when her consciousness was about to fall into darkness, Zhou Ying finally realized. She knew what the two words crossed out from the fifth rule of the forest were: it was run. When faced with the bizarre at the oak tree, wouldn't everyone just run away? How could anyone think about warmly greeting them? They doomed her. With overwhelming speechlessness, Zhou Ying's consciousness sank into darkness. Burp. The animals devoured Zhou Ying's flesh completely. Some of the smaller eaters burped, and Mr. Wolf, the biggest contributor, ate the most. Mr. Wolf broke a branch from a nearby tree to pick his teeth, exclaiming, "To be honest, today's breakfast is quite chewy." In Dragon Country, the audience before the livestream once again mourned Zhou Ying's death. Fortunately, although these bizarre animals ate a lot, they at least left some bones for Zhou Ying to revive, avoiding a tragic beginning where she would have to resurrect from waste. The animals scurried away. Zhou Ying's bones began to grow. When she finally revived, time rewound back to before she made the wrong choice. She found herself back at the entrance of the forest, with the basket nicely placed beside her. Consuming 1 point of mental value, growing 1 point of attribute value, speed value +1, currently 1 point of mental value left for resurrection. Hearing the system's prompt, Zhou Ying remained still, lying on the ground as she thought about what went wrong in her last death. 2 deaths, what was the difference? Why was she able to see the oak tree the second time? She guessed it was probably because she entered the forest with Mr. Wolf. Could it be that the forest was also bizarre? It was alive. Zhou Ying was startled by her own thoughts, but the more she thought, the more she felt her idea was right. This forest was like a giant mechanism. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary forest, but after Mr. Wolf, who was also bizarre, entered it, the forest began to show its hidden side to people. It was a world filled with oak trees and bizarre creatures. But the problem is, why would Grandma live in a world that only exists in a strange way? Zhou Ying hesitated, not daring to think further, but she was sure of one thing: such a dangerous place, and her mother actually sent her here to deliver something. It seemed like she really wanted to kill her. Was it because her mother caught her stealing the hat in the middle of the night that she had decided to kill her? Zhou Ying sighed, suppressing the feeling of loss inside. She began to think about what she should do to avoid the strange things and enter Grandma's house. It is known that only by acting with Mr. Wolf can one see the oak tree. The best plan seemed to be to kidnap Mr. Wolf, but the problem was that with her weak body, she couldn't defeat Mr. Wolf, let alone do whatever she wanted to him. She would still have to be chased by Mr. Wolf into the forest like last time, but how would she handle so many strange things at once? She couldn't just kill them all, could she? Kill. Zhou Ying's eyes suddenly brightened, flashing with strange light. They just ate her, why couldn't she kill them all? She would do it, she was going to. Forget the first rule of the forest code about protecting the forest, preventing fire, and guarding against thieves, screw that. Let's go big, she was going to make it happen. Once she wiped out all the strange things, she could smoothly enter Grandma's house, finish the cake with Grandma, and consider the task completed. Wouldn't it be wonderful to get the A-level task reward? Zhou Ying nodded heavily, dark thoughts beginning to grow in her mind. But, where would she get the fire to burn the forest? Zhou Ying looked around. Although there were dry wooden sticks here, she couldn't start a fire by rubbing sticks together. She would probably still be rubbing until nightfall without making a spark. It was better to get fire in another way. Just wait to die, you guys. Zhou Ying sneered fiercely at the forest, then stood up, carrying her basket. She didn't head deeper into the forest but turned around and returned home along the same path. Hi. Aunt. The next moment, Mr. Wolf emerged from the grass, greeting her in his usual way and striking a pose, but he received no response. Looking down, he saw only the empty ground. Mr. Wolf's expression froze for a moment. Where is she? Wait, why am I saying where is she? Who am I waiting for? Mr. Wolf was extremely frustrated. Equally frustrated were the viewers watching the live broadcast. Seeing Zhou Ying turn back and head home, they were all stunned. Wasn't Sister Zhou supposed to go to Grandma's house in the forest? Why is she back? Yeah, the sixth rule of the Good Daughter Code says Sister Zhou can't go back home, right? It seems like Sister Zhou is up to something. This is going to be fun to watch. Thanks to the speed value, which increased to 2 points after adding some, Zhou Ying reached home in half the time compared to before. However, to avoid her mother trying to kill her again, Zhou Ying didn't rush into the house. Instead, she cautiously peeked around to check the situation in the house. Great. There was no one in the living room. No one in the kitchen either. Her mother was nowhere to be found. Zhou Ying tiptoed into the house. The sixth rule of the Good Daughter Code says she can't go home, but it only prohibits her from returning at night. Since it's daytime, what harm is there in coming home now? In fact, after entering the house, Zhou Ying didn't break any rules and die. She went straight to the kitchen's fireplace, picked up a torch wrapped in cloth beside the fireplace, and lit it. There, now she had fire. Looking at the blazing torch in front of her, Zhou Ying was thrilled. Creak, creak. At that moment, she heard some strange noises from the master bedroom. Instinctively, she turned her head and saw that the door to the master bedroom was tightly shut. Although she didn't know why the usually open bedroom door was now closed, to avoid her mother discovering that she had returned, which would give her a chance to kill her, Zhou Ying didn't hesitate and immediately ran. She didn't even know what kind of oil the torch was soaked in, but it burned extremely well, and no matter how the wind blew, it wouldn't go out. Zhou Ying ran faster and didn't need to worry anymore. In this way, Zhou Ying hurried to the entrance of the forest, taking less than half an hour for the round trip. At the entrance of the forest, Mr. Wolf leaned against a tree trunk, still troubled, constantly tapping his head, feeling like he had forgotten something. Until a series of footsteps interrupted his thoughts. Mr. Wolf looked up, and upon seeing the returning Little Red Riding Hood, his worries vanished instantly, giving him a feeling of clarity like seeing the sun through the clouds. Robbery! Mr. Wolf's eyes lit up as he jumped out to block Zhou Ying's path. Hand over the cake in the basket, and I will let you go. Chapter 15, The Dawn of Victory. Looking up, Zhou Ying stared at the wolf blocking the entrance to the forest. Mr. Wolf stood over 2 meters tall, his mouth wider than a basin, and his sharp fangs longer than daggers, able to easily bite her to death. However, after a few previous encounters, Zhou Ying had become immune to Mr. Wolf's terrifying appearance. At this moment, she calmly pulled her hands from behind her back, one hand holding the basket and the other gripping a burning torch. Still want the cake? Zhou Ying smiled innocently, while without hesitation, she thrust the torch towards Mr. Wolf's face. Do you want me to light you up? The torch suddenly drew close, and the dancing flames singed several of Mr. Wolf's fur. Had he not dodged quickly, he might have caught fire entirely. Mr. Wolf hurriedly swatted the sparks off his face, his fur standing on end in fear. Zhou Ying was not done yet and continued to try to thrust the torch towards Mr. Wolf. Mr. Wolf was completely terrified, his gentlemanly demeanor thrown to the winds as he ran and shouted, "Get the torch away!" He was most afraid of fire. How could this person bring a torch into the forest in broad daylight? Mr. Wolf was furious but dared not lay a hand on Zhou Ying due to fear of fire. He could only glare at her with angry eyes, attempting to kill her with his gaze. Seeing that Mr. Wolf was afraid of her, Zhou Ying became even bolder, shouting, "Raise your hands and I won't kill you." Mr. Wolf nearly ground his teeth to dust, but reluctantly raised his paws. "There, are you satisfied now?" Zhou Ying wiped the smile from her face and sternly aimed the torch at Mr. Wolf's furry tail. "Yours, now lead the way." Okay. Mr. Wolf repeatedly nodded and bowed, obediently leading the way and guiding Zhou Ying into the forest. Watching Zhou Ying's series of deft actions, the live stream audience fell silent for a moment, followed by a frenzy of comments. Doesn't look staged, suggest a thorough investigation. By the way, the chosen one from the next door, Little Baka, just died again. As soon as he entered the world of strange stories, before the weirdness could even touch him, he ended it himself. His endurance is really weak. It can't be blamed that his endurance is lacking. The average survival time for little Bacchus Chosen One in the strange story world is too low, not even 3 minutes. Almost 500 people die each day, and the death toll has nearly surpassed 100,000 in over half a year. Who can withstand that? One wonders what the strange story system is composed of. Is it all red inside? Zhou Ying threatened Mr. Wolf with the torch, successfully entering a clearing in the center of the forest. As soon as Mr. Wolf stepped into this place, orderly oak trees grew up on the open ground, transforming it into another world. Just like the last time Zhou Ying came, as soon as they sensed a human presence, the strange animals living near the oak trees all rushed out, looking eager to devour Zhou Ying. But when they saw Mr. Wolf being held hostage by Zhou Ying, for a brief moment, there was a stunned silence. Stupid wolf, what's your situation? How could such a big guy be held by a little kid? Good. Is this little brat the one who brought humans here? Faced with the accusations from his kind, Mr. Wolf felt ashamed and shed 2 drops of toad urine. I really couldn't help it. She threatened me with a torch. You all know I'm most afraid of fire. The strange animals, after their anger, completely ignored the cowardly Mr. Wolf, and didn't even consider how to save Mr. Wolf from Zhou Ying's clutches. The little squirrel sitting on the goat's head raised a nut high and said, "Everyone, don't be afraid. She only has 1 torch. With so many of us animals, she can't deal with us all at once." Who said I'm alone? Zhou Ying placed a hand on her hip with confidence. Mr. Wolf is my most loyal ally. Upon hearing this, all the strange animals looked suspiciously at Mr. Wolf, unable to believe that this bushy-browed, big-eyed creature had actually betrayed the group. Mr. Wolf looked back at Zhou Ying in disbelief. Wait, little friend, what do you mean? Didn't you say if I guided you, you would let me go? My meaning is. Zhou Ying grinned, you all have to die for me. After saying this, she directly thrust the torch forward, and in an instant, Mr. Wolf's tail ignited like a firecracker fuse, making a sizzling sound. Go, Mr. Wolf. Zhou Ying lifted her leg and kicked, sending Mr. Wolf towards the strange creature that was about to pounce on her. You! Mr. Wolf was nearly driven mad with anger. That cunning human! With sharp wolf claws digging into the ground, he tried to stop his body, and after much effort finally managed to come to a halt, but before Mr. Wolf could catch his breath, the goat on the opposite side didn't manage to stop in time and crashed into him. Boom! All were long-haired animals, and flammable flames instantly erupted. Eek eek eek. The remaining strange animals that weren't burned became panicked and no longer dared to attack Zhou Ying, turning tail to flee this terrifying place. Want to leave? No way. Do you think I'm just someone to be pushed around? Zhou Ying threw the torch with all her might, blocking the escape route for the strange animals. The torch landed on the ground, and when the flame touched the dry leaves, it shot up high. The fire quickly spiraled out of control, forming a sea of flames around the center of the forest, trapping the strange animals inside to suffer the burn of the flames. Ee-hee-hee-ah. Watching the strange animals struggle in the blazing flames, Zhou Ying let out a peculiar laugh. If they dared to eat her, they must be ready for her revenge. This isn't the real world. Setting fire to the forest wouldn't land her in jail, so why worry? Just burn it all, turn them to ashes. Besides, was she burning humans? No, it's weird creatures. Zhou Ying felt even less psychological burden. The fire lasted over an hour. The entire oak forest was burned clean, leaving only charred earth and debris, the air filled with dark particles, the scorching heat making people restless. Wiping the sweat from her face, Zhou Ying looked up in surprise to find the wooden house was perfectly fine, just as she originally saw it. She had only wanted to burn the strange animals that blocked her path. Who could have known that once the fire started, it became impossible to control, burning down the entire oak forest. Before the fire went out, she was worried that the wooden house and her grandma inside would also burn. That would mean she couldn't complete her task. Who knew the wooden house showed no signs of being burned at all? Zhou Ying's eyes suddenly lit up as she looked at the wooden house ahead, as if she saw the dawn of victory. Now she had annihilated the strange creatures, and next, if she could just eat the cake with grandma, she could beautifully complete her task. Receive the A-class clearance reward. Chapter 16. My grandma is very aggressive. What? You say mom and dad have not been dealt with yet? They are also strange? They must be killed? But they are her beloved family. How can she kill them, unless? Zhou Ying shook her head. Never mind, the system should give her some extra points. After all, she had never experienced the love of family in her first half of life. This is the first time she feels it. Although the family members who cared for her were likely to be 2 strange beings, directly killing them was too much of a filial act. She simply could not do something like that for now. It would be fine to settle for a B-class clearance reward. While waiting for the ground temperature to drop, Zhou Ying did not stay idle. She walked to a place that had not been scorched by the fire. Zhou Ying picked up a branch from the ground to use as a teaching rod, posing as if she were in a little sunflower mommy's classroom, and said to the audience watching the live broadcast, everyone must remember, fire is fun, but don't burn things randomly. Sister Zhou has taught us, I've learned. I know. Playing with fire leads to wet pants. Thinking too much, who dares to play with fire in the real world? Setting fire to a mountain means a long prison sentence. Although the audience before the live broadcast was extremely embarrassed, they still pretended to have learned something. They didn't know whether Zhou Ying was always this childish or was just acting this way because she had shrunk. Zhou Ying waited for the temperature to drop a bit more before carrying her basket toward the wooden house. Standing in front of the wooden house, Zhou Ying rubbed her face, which had just smiled a bit sinisterly, and put on a good baby appearance as she raised her hand to knock on the door. Creak. The wooden door opened, and an old grandmother holding a cane appeared before her. The grandmother had white hair, a frail and stooped figure, and wore a pair of rectangular glasses. The thick lenses could not hide the wisdom and clarity shining from her eyes. Little Red Riding Hood? The grandmother recognized Zhou Ying's identity. She subtly glanced at the blue hat on Zhou Ying's head, her expression unreadable. Zhou Ying's smile froze on her face, feeling uncomfortable all over. Why does it feel like Grandma is even more intimidating than Mom? Well, if Grandma weren't strong enough, how could she dare to live in a forest full of strange beings? Suppressing her confusion, Zhou Ying followed the rules that required her to be a polite child and grinned widely, showing her 8 teeth in a standard smile. Good morning, Grandma. As soon as she said this, the grandmother's previously expressionless face suddenly filled with anger. Without a word, she raised her cane and swung it towards Zhou Ying's head. Bang! The metal cane was very hard. With one hit, Zhou Ying's head was split open, red mixing with white. With a face full of innocence and stupidity, Zhou Ying fell heavily to the ground, convulsing twice before losing her breath. This old lady is fierce, scarier than Mr. Wolf. No. What did Sister Zhou do wrong? Didn't the rules say she should greet Grandma? The audience's puzzled questions were also what Zhou Ying wanted to know. At the forest entrance. After Zhou Ying's head injury healed, time began to rewind, returning to before she made the wrong choice. Consume 1 point of mental value, instantly increase 1 point of attribute value stamina +1, currently 0 points of mental value available for revival, 1 point of mental value will be restored in 20 minutes. The strange talk system's prompt resonated in Zhou Ying's mind. Huff huff huff. Zhou Ying sat up abruptly, gasping for breath, still not fully awake from the shock of being hit to death by Grandma's cane. This is so confusing. What did she do wrong to get hit to death by Grandma? Zhou Ying forced herself to calm down and crazily searched for answers in her mind. Good daughter rule, 4th rule, remind her to say good morning when she sees Grandma. She cannot enter the house without Grandma's permission. According to this rule, saying good morning was essential. The question then arose, what should she call Grandma? Zhou Ying still hadn't figured it out. She decided to think carefully on the way. She got up, just like last time, to go home for a torch, then come back to threaten Mr. Wolf, to burn the strange animals. After doing all this, Zhou Ying finally knocked on the wooden cabin's door again. The door opened, and Grandma appeared, adjusting her reading glasses, asking, Little Red Riding Hood? Here it comes. Zhou Ying's eyes were glued to Grandma's hand. She was ready to run at any moment. If Grandma lifted her hand, she would dash. Currently, her speed had increased by 2 points. She should be faster than an old lady. In a soft voice, Zhou Ying pronounced in pure London accent, Good morning, Grandma. Grandma raised her wicked left hand. What's wrong with this? Zhou Ying hurriedly stepped back to avoid Grandma's cane before it came down, while also trying other possibilities. Grandma, good morning. Grandma continued to advance. Seeing Grandma's cane about to hit her head, Zhou Ying had no choice but to run, shouting, Grandma, good morning. I'm not good. Grandma instantly became furious, moving faster than Zhou Ying, raising her metal cane high to strike Zhou Ying's head fiercely. No way. Looking at the cane getting closer to her head, Zhou Ying's eyes filled with horror. Her mental energy recovery time still hadn't passed. If she died now, she would truly die. With no other choice, Zhou Ying raised her hands to try to catch the blade empty-handed. Crack! As the cane was clamped by Zhou Ying's hands, her arms felt a sharp pain as they cracked. Her grip shook, nearly failing to stop the cane. Zhou Ying's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Such power, could it really belong to an old person in their 60s or 70s? At this point, if it did not work, she could only try. She gritted her teeth and fought against Grandma's cane, while the voice of the spooky tail system echoed in her mind. Remaining mental energy recovery time, 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 1 second, recovered. As the countdown ended, just as Zhou Ying regained 1 point of mental energy, Grandma's cane finally broke through her hands and came crashing down. This time, not only did Zhou Ying's head explode like a watermelon, but her arm also broke. At the forest entrance, Zhou Ying sat up in a daze. Consumed 1 point of mental energy, gaining 1 attribute point immediately. Mental energy +1, current mental energy limit is 5 points, recovering 1 point of mental energy takes 2.4 hours, remaining 1 point of mental energy can be used for resurrection. This death immediately granted attribute points. Although she randomly gained the rare mental energy, Zhou Ying couldn't feel happy. Thinking of Grandma with her terrifying power, Zhou Ying began to doubt life. The good daughter rule said Grandma was frail and needed care, right? She felt like she might need care even more. Slapping her face, Zhou Ying perked up. She decided to try again. With the experience from lighting fires the last 2 times, Zhou Ying had become quite skilled. This time she perfectly controlled the flames, only burning the strange animals and not spreading to the oak trees. At the wooden cabin for the 3rd time, Zhou Ying took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Chapter 17, Good Granddaughter Rules. Creak. The door opened. Grandma looked Zhou Ying up and down with her clear eyes. Little Red Riding Hood? Hearing this, Zhou Ying immediately tensed her body. She was ready to make a quick escape at any moment. Good morning. Zhou Ying greeted nervously. Fortunately, Grandma did not lift her cane. It seemed the problem was in the address. Grandma, Lao, Nai all had failed, so it was time to unleash her ultimate weapon. Zhou Ying cleared her throat and called out, Sister? Grandma finally replied, stepping aside to let her in. Come in. Success. This huge surprise stunned Zhou Ying a bit. Not only was she momentarily dazed, but even the viewers in the livestream were also confused. Wait, is this it? Did it really succeed? I'm dumbfounded. How did a perfectly good grandmother turn into a sister? Could it be that despite looking 70 or 80, Grandma is actually quite young? Seeing Zhou Ying standing dumbstruck at the door, her grandmother grew a bit impatient. She frowned and asked, Are you coming in or not? Coming in, coming in. Zhou Ying took a deep breath and stepped into the house. The wooden house was neat and new, much better than her old, shabby home. It had all the furniture and decorations, making it feel very cozy. It didn't seem like her grandma, despite her age, was lazy at all. Grandma reminded her, Change your shoes before coming in, your shoes are in the shoe cabinet. Oh, okay, Grandma's sister. Zhou Ying almost slipped and said that very dangerous word. She opened the wooden shoe cabinet beside her and took out a pair of slippers from the bottom, under which was a white piece of paper. Rules for good granddaughters. 1. Grandma doesn't like to be called grandma. 2. Grandma doesn't like naughty children. Do not touch things in the room without her permission. 3. Do not make the room dirty. 4. Do not touch grandma's cane. 5. You must keep your eyes open when sleeping with grandma. 6. The grandma is very kind, she just doesn't like dull children. Always respond to her. Remember, never say no to grandma. After reading this new strange rule, Zhou Ying finally understood. No wonder grandma would suddenly go crazy and hit her. It turns out she doesn't like being called grandma, and neither do her maternal grandmother or paternal grandmother. But why would she like being called sister? Surely women don't stay young forever, right? Thinking of this, Zhou Ying's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Little Red Riding Hood, why are you still dawdling? Grandma, beside her, tapped the floor with her cane, urging her, hurry and help me to the sofa. Okay. Zhou Ying quickly memorized the information on the paper and closed the shoe cabinet door. Supporting Grandma to sit on the sofa, Zhou Ying cast aside all those messy rules and only thought about finishing the cake with Grandma as soon as possible to complete her task as stated in the requirement. Zhou Ying placed the basket she was carrying on the table and eagerly took out the cake and wine. Sister, this is the cake my mom specially made for you. Please have a bite? In the dimly lit room, the white-haired grandma sat on the sofa, her hands resting on the cane, and her glasses revealed eyes that sparkled with a strange light. Grandma stared intently at Zhou Ying's face and commanded, You eat, and I will watch you eat. But Zhou Ying was about to say no when she suddenly remembered Rule 6 of the Good Granddaughter rules. Grandma doesn't like to be questioned, and one should never say no to her, so she quickly swallowed her words. She sat down on the small stool opposite Grandma, sliced the fragrant strawberry cake in half, kept one for herself, and left the other half for Grandma. Savoring the sweet aroma of the strawberry cake in front of her, Zhou Ying's stomach, busy the whole day, started rumbling. Since Grandma allowed her to eat, she would dive in without holding back. Zhou Ying poured herself a glass of wine and devoured the cake happily. After finishing the cake in one go, Zhou Ying felt it wasn't enough. She licked the cream off the fork and smiled at Grandma across from her. Sister, see? It's safe to eat, no poison. Only then did the doubt in Grandma's eyes fade away. She picked up her fork and began to eat the cake on her plate, taking sips of sweet wine as she went. She ate calmly, not at all like a rude old woman who would hit people with a cane. Seeing this, Zhou Ying's heart swelled with joy. So wonderful! As soon as Grandma finished the cake, her task would be complete. Even if she couldn't get the A-level reward, a B-level reward would be just fine. She wasn't picky. However, before Zhou Ying could wait for the creepy story system to announce her successful completion, she suddenly choked, and a strange burning sensation spread from her stomach, followed by a blur in front of her eyes. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Drops of blood slid from the corners of her eyes, leaving small red blood beads on the wooden table. Zhou Ying instinctively covered her face, but blood still gushed uncontrollably from her mouth, nose, and ears. Looking up, she saw Grandma, too, bleeding from all 7 orifices. In a flash, Zhou Ying realized everything. The last time she ate the cake, she had no reaction because she ate so little that she was killed by the rules before the poison activated. Cake, cake. Grandma and Zhou Ying trembled as they pointed at the remaining cake on the table, saying the same words as Mr. Wolf, who had eaten the cake before. Before they finished speaking, both collapsed onto the table. At the entrance of the forest. After respawning, Zhou Ying returned here. Consuming 1 point of mental value, gaining 1 attribute value. Strength +1, remaining mental value 0 points usable for revival. 2 hours until next 1 point of mental value. The creepy story system's voice echoed in her mind. Why is this happening? Zhou Ying couldn't help but curse, you let me pass smoothly and die? The creepy story system remained silent, behaving like an artificial idiot that couldn't understand human language. After venting her grievances, Zhou Ying began to review her death experience just moments before. The instance information had made it clear from the start that she needed to deliver cake to Grandma, who knew it would be a trap. She never imagined that the cake her mother made could be poisonous, causing both her and Grandma to die, resulting in the task remaining incomplete. What should she do to get through? Zhou Ying felt a headache. Who could guess that in just one morning, she had already died 5 or 6 times, more than the times she died in a day and night at home yesterday. Could this quest be a dead end from the beginning? No, she must have overlooked something. Zhou Ying raised her head and looked at the forest ahead because she had died so many times that the forest entrance had almost become her respawn point. But if she truly made a wrong choice in interacting with Grandma, shouldn't she have returned to Grandma's wooden house? Why was the forest entrance the respawn point? Unless, she had made a wrong choice at the forest entrance from the start. Chapter 18, Mr. Wolf will not take off his hat. Zhou Ying suddenly realized. Either she had entered the forest in the wrong way, or she should not have threatened Mr. Wolf with a torch and then burned the strange animals. Thinking of this, Zhou Ying returned to the warning sign and read the forest rules carefully again, especially the rules related to Mr. Wolf. 3. There are no wolves in the forest. If you see a wolf walking upright, it means he's the kind Mr. Wolf, and you can ask him for directions. 4. Mr. Wolf will not take off his hat. Could the correct way to enter the forest be to get Mr. Wolf's hat? Zhou Ying stroked her chin, nodding thoughtfully, as if she knew what to do. However, her mental value had not yet recovered, and she had no revival chances left, so it was safer not to act for now. So, Zhou Ying simply lay down where she was and closed her eyes to sleep, allowing her physical strength and mental value to recover at the same time. As for whether she would be attacked by forest animals while sleeping, Zhou Ying wasn't worried about that. The second rule of the forest rules clearly stated that forest animals would never attack humans unless she displayed hostility towards them. The other party would not attack her. In the first 2 times entering the forest center, the strange animals attacked her, probably because she invaded their territory and was seen as an enemy, so they naturally had to fight to the death with her. Moreover, her body was so weak now that if those strange animals really came to attack her, she had no way to resist, so it was better to just lie down. With this thought, Zhou Ying felt even less psychological burden. She closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep, and after falling asleep, a happy smile appeared on her face, as if she dreamed of something delicious. Seeing this, the audience in front of the live broadcast was all dumbfounded. As expected of Sister Zhou, so carefree, she's already starting to catch up on sleep. I've never seen a chosen one sleeping in a perilous place like this. Wolf! Mr. Wolf is here! Under the audience's exclamations, a tall figure appeared in front of the screen. Mr. Wolf, wearing a black top hat, had come again. Hello? Mr. Wolf, who jumped out of the forest, greeted and struck a pose, but after a long while, nobody responded to him, which made Mr. Wolf quite surprised. His gaze searched everywhere and finally found Zhou Ying sleeping soundly next to the warning sign, feeling speechless at once. Is she really able to sleep here? Although Mr. Wolf was extremely speechless, he still dutifully waited nearby, just waiting for Zhou Ying to wake up and say the line he had long prepared. Ah ha ha ha. Is Mr. Wolf this serious? Clearly he could directly eat the food in the basket now, but he still waits for Sister Zhou to wake up to eat. Mr. Wolf is really a gentleman. I'm dying. Taking without asking is stealing. Mr. Wolf is so virtuous. 1 point of mental value has been restored. Currently remaining 1 point of mental value can be used to resurrect. After hearing the reminder from the strange talk system, Zhou Ying, who had caught up on some sleep, stretched and sat up. Not bad, slept very well. When Zhou Ying opened her eyes, she saw a tall figure leaning against the warning sign. It was none other than Mr. Wolf, who seemed to be looking half asleep after waiting too long. As a strange NPC, how could he be so unprofessional? Zhou Ying couldn't bear to watch. She walked over and kicked Mr. Wolf, reminding him, wake up, you need to say your line. Oh, thank you for the reminder. Mr. Wolf instinctively thanked her, but when he realized that the one reminding him was Zhou Ying, he immediately became furious and bared his teeth, threatening, quickly hand over the cake in the basket, or I will eat you. Zhou Ying instantly got into character, pretending to be terrified. No, don't eat me. If you want the cake, I'll give it to you. Saying this, she reached into the basket, intending to take out something for Mr. Wolf. Mr. Wolf let out a strange laugh. He was ready to eat the cake, but when Little Red Riding Hood's hand reached out from the basket, she unexpectedly threw something at him. "What is this?" A shadow flashed before him. Mr. Wolf instinctively caught it, and when he looked down, he saw that what he was holding was not the sweet and delicious cake, but a shabby rag doll. "You want to use this broken thing to get rid of me?" Mr. Wolf was furious, using his sharp claws to tear the rag doll to shreds, and just as he was about to throw the remains away, the tattered rag doll suddenly moved. He. The rag doll let out an eerie laugh. The sound was chilling, making one's hair stand on end. Because the belly of the rag doll was ripped open, the organs wrapped inside flowed out, and the long intestines instantly wrapped around Mr. Wolf's head as if they had a life of their own. "Get off me!" Mr. Wolf struggled desperately, but he couldn't throw off the rag doll that was covering his face. Those intestines seemed to have countless small suckers growing on them, firmly stuck to his face. "Here it is." Zhou Ying saw everything happening just as she had imagined. She quickly seized the perfect opportunity with the doll to restrain Mr. Wolf, taking a short run with her little legs and jumping forcefully onto Mr. Wolf's back. She climbed up using both hands and feet, all the way up to Mr. Wolf's shoulder. One hand wrapped around Mr. Wolf's neck, clinging to him, while the other hand stretched out to grab the corner of the black top hat, trying to take it off. "No! You can't take off my hat!" Mr. Wolf realized Zhou Ying's intention, thrashing his body wildly, almost throwing Zhou Ying off. Zhou Ying had no choice but to hold onto Mr. Wolf's neck tightly, using all her strength to finally pull the black top hat off his head. "Ah!" Mr. Wolf let out a terrible scream. As Zhou Ying removed the hat from his head, the wolf skin on his body actually peeled away, revealing beneath it a bloody and raw flesh, with the shape of bones faintly visible under the membranes, looking horrifying. Bang! When Zhou Ying jumped down from Mr. Wolf's back holding the black hat, the wolf without his skin curled up into a ball, lying motionless on the ground. "This?" Zhou Ying looked in shock at the black hat in her hand. It turns out this was not just a hat, but a full-body outfit? Now her choice must be correct. After temporarily placing the black hat aside, Zhou Ying went to Mr. Wolf's side and pulled off the doll from his face. The doll was severely damaged, now motionless, clearly perishing alongside Mr. Wolf. Thinking about how the doll had once been her best friend, Zhou Ying felt a bit sad. She buried the doll, the great contributor, to let it rest in peace. Having done everything, she finally placed the black hat on her head. A series of sounds of skin and flesh growing echoed. Gray fur began to sprout on the surface of Zhou Ying's skin, her mouth elongated, and her hands and feet transformed into wolf claws. A fluffy tail appeared behind her, resembling a smaller version of Mr. Wolf. Chapter 19, The Hunter? This should be fine now, right? Zhou Ying picked up her basket and walked deeper into the forest. When she stepped into the center, the scene before her changed just like the last few times. Oak trees grew, and bizarre animals all appeared. Unlike the hostility they had shown Zhou Ying before, these bizarre animals were now sizing her up with curiosity in their eyes. Zhou Ying was a bit worried that she was seen through. After all, she was much smaller than Mr. Wolf, barely reaching his thigh. These bizarre animals, if not blind, should be able to sense something off. Sure enough, a squirrel bounced over, hopping around. It jumped up and patted Zhou Ying's shoulder, asking, "Old wolf, you little buddy went out for a while, why did you shrink?" "Well, about that." Zhou Ying chuckled awkwardly. "I went for a bath, real leather clothes are prone to shrinking." "That makes sense." The little squirrel, reassured, hopped onto Zhou Ying's shoulder, resting on her head, tugging at her wolf ears. "Come to my place tonight, brother will treat you to nuts." "What proper wolf eats nuts?" The approaching goat bit the squirrel's tail, tossing it onto its head, then looked at Zhou Ying. "Come to my place. I'll treat you to goat milk, just right since the kids can't finish it, don't let it go to waste. Come to my place, I just harvested the wheat, I'll treat you to pancakes." The otter said excitedly, hugging a bundle of freshly cut straw. Zhou Ying, who knew Mr. Wolf was quite popular among the bizarre animals. "Thank you for the invites, I'll come to your places when I have time. For now, I need to do something else." Zhou Ying smiled and distanced herself from the bizarre animals. Heading toward the cabin. "You're crazy." The strange animals all looked at Mr. Wolf in shock. "How dare you get close to the cabin?" "Oh. There's information." Zhou Ying instantly perked up, and she cautiously asked, "Why can't we go near the cabin?" "Because a ranger who manages this forest lives in the cabin. You can't possibly have forgotten such an important thing, right?" The little squirrel looked at Zhou Ying suspiciously. Zhou Ying pondered. Who would have thought that even at such an old age, Grandma still dedicated herself to her job? Compared to Grandma, she was just a smelly salted fish. Seeing the expressions of doubt on the strange animals' faces, Zhou Ying knew they were starting to question her identity again. So she dared not ask anything further and simply replied, "It's okay, I'll be back soon." The doubt in the animal's eyes vanished, replaced by deep pity. Zhou Ying turned around and shook her head, her wolf ears flopped along, and she murmured, "Why does it feel like everyone is sending me off?" Casting that strange feeling aside, Zhou Ying walked confidently over the low fence and arrived at the cabin. Having already tested the terms of address for Grandma last time, she was sure she could enter immediately this time. Zhou Ying raised her hand, just about to knock on the wooden door. Creak! The wooden door suddenly opened from the inside, revealing Grandma with a stern face. Zhou Ying opened her wolf mouth, but before she could greet her, Grandma had already raised her cane, the end aimed directly at Zhou Ying's head. Looking at the dark muzzle in front of her, Zhou Ying's fur stood on end. Only now did she understand why Grandma's cane was made of metal. This was no cane at all. It was clearly a hunting rifle. Boom! With the sound of a gunshot, Zhou Ying's head was blown to smithereens. Ha! With an expressionless face, Grandma blew the white smoke from the gun barrel and used the rifle as her cane, walking into the house. Single digit 6. So wild. Hunting rifle Grandma? So it turns out Grandma has become one with the hunter? The viewers before the livestream were shocked by this scene. While they were dumbfounded, the headless female corpse in the picture visibly grew its head back. Revived, Zhou Ying stood dazed at the fence outside the cabin, still feeling a bit shaken. Before, everything had happened too quickly, from Grandma raising the gun to shooting. She hadn't had time to react. It was only now that she realized and sincerely exclaimed, "As expected of my Grandma, so strong." Consumes 1 point of mental value, then increases 1 attribute value. Stamina +1, remaining 0 points of mental value available for revival, 2.4 hours until recovery of 1 point of mental value left. The voice of the horror system echoed in her mind. Zhou Ying tugged at her wolf ears, forcibly calming herself down. This time, the revival point was no longer at the forest entrance, but in front of the fence outside the cabin, indicating that she hadn't made any mistakes regarding Mr. Wolf. The correct choice was indeed to take off Mr. Wolf's hat. As for why she was shot by Grandma just now, it should be that the strange animals could not approach the cabin, which is why there was a fence enclosing it. As soon as a strange animal crossed the fence, Grandma would see it as a boundary violation and would act without hesitation to kill it. Wearing Mr. Wolf's black top hat, Zhou Ying had transformed into a wolf, so she naturally suffered the consequences. Therefore, she must not appear before Grandma in her current form if she wanted to enter the cabin. But now she had run out of revivals. Should she immediately go to the cabin and deal with the dangerous Grandma? Or should she linger outside until her mental value recovered? Zhou Ying glanced back at the oak forest, where strange animals popped out from time to time. It wasn't safe outside either. Spending too much time with these strange animals would definitely lead to them uncovering her secrets. Staying outside the wooden house any longer would alert the vigilant grandmother. Time was running out. Zhou Ying did not have time to think about anything else. Taking advantage of the strange animal not noticing her, she took off the black top hat from her head and placed it in the basket. The gray fur vanished in the blink of an eye, and the wolf's mouth, wolf's claws, and wolf tail features disappeared from Zhou Ying's body. Zhou Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps because she was not a wolf, she did not suffer the same tragic fate as Mr. Wolf when she took off the hat. Instead, she turned back into a human. Adjusting her little blue hat, Zhou Ying stepped over the fence and knocked on the wooden door of the house. Soon, her grandmother opened the door. "Sister, good morning." Zhou Ying smoothly entered the house using the method she had tested earlier. After changing her shoes, she followed her grandmother's instructions and helped her sit down on the sofa. Her grandmother's clear eyes fell on the basket Zhou Ying placed on the table, as if she wanted to ask what was in it. Zhou Ying knew that if she answered her grandmother's question and said that the basket held a cake made by her grandmother would surely order her to eat it. Since she could not defy her grandmother's command because of the rule, she would have to obediently eat the cake. Then wouldn't she end up poisoned again? To avoid completely dying, Zhou Ying quickly asked before her grandmother could speak, "Sister, do you need me to do something?" The grandmother's train of thought was interrupted, and she coughed, saying, "I don't feel well. Help me clean the house, especially organize the utility room." Chapter 20, Mother in Childhood. Okay. Zhou Ying rushed to begin cleaning. She thought it would be safer to do something easy to pass the time and wait for her mental strength to recover before doing anything risky. After mopping the entire floor of the wooden house, Zhou Ying began to focus on cleaning the utility room. Before entering the utility room, she decided to carry the basket with her to prevent her grandmother from sneaking a look at what was inside. Compared to the tidy indoors, the utility room was indeed dirtier and more chaotic, filled with all sorts of jumble, covered in thick dust. Zhou Ying wiped the dust away with a cloth and neatly arranged some small items into a cardboard box. Since her grandmother had specifically asked her to tidy up the utility room, it meant she had already received her grandmother's approval. She could touch the items in the utility room without worrying about dying from touching anything. As she finished cleaning, Zhou Ying discovered a picture frame hidden in the corner. She wiped off the dust to reveal a photo. Due to the long time it had been stored, the photo had yellowed and aged. In the center of the photo was a young woman wearing glasses, dressed in a smart hunting outfit, holding a rifle. This must be her grandmother in her youth. Her grandmother's other hand rested on the shoulder of a little girl beside her. The little girl, wearing a blue hat, smiled shyly, while a young wolf with a black top hat peeked from the corner of the photo. When Zhou Ying saw the little girl in the photo, she was momentarily stunned. The little girl had dark golden eyes, and a hint of black scales was visible on her profile. Wasn't this her mother as a child? In the photo, her mother appeared to be around 12 years old, while her grandmother looked to be just over 20. Zhou Ying scratched her chin in confusion. Could it be her grandmother was not her real grandmother but rather her mother's sister? But then, her grandmother would become her aunt. No matter how she looked at it, she shouldn't be calling her sister. Zhou Ying felt deeply troubled, feeling like her head was about to explode. Since she couldn't make sense of it, she decided not to think about it for now. Zhou Ying carefully placed the photo back in the box and prepared to finish cleaning by moving the ladder that leaned against the wall to clean up the area. After the ladder was removed, a small door on the wall was revealed. The door was not locked, and Zhou Ying twisted the handle and gently pushed it open. Looking through the open door, she found herself still in the oak grove, which was essentially a back door to the wooden house. Yes, this way she could avoid being found out by her grandmother when she went outside. Once Zhou Ying cleaned the ladder, she finally heard the prompt sound from the strange tails system: 1 point of mental energy restored, current available resurrection count is 1. Zhou Ying, who was already tired from cleaning, suddenly felt energized, and a look of surprise couldn't be hidden on her face. Great, I can start taking risks again. Temporarily putting the ladder aside, Zhou Ying planned to go out and explore the oak grove to see if she could find any information related to completing the quest. Before leaving, Zhou Ying didn't forget to glance back at her grandmother in the living room, who was dutifully sitting on the sofa knitting, looking like she wouldn't call for her anytime soon. Zhou Ying hurriedly slipped out through the back door. Before she could cross the fence, the strange animals nearby all stopped what they were doing, their red eyes fixated on her, as if ready to kill her if she dared to step out. Oh right. Zhou Ying suddenly realized. She almost forgot that she was still in human form. She quickly jogged back to the storage room, took off her blue hat, and put on a black top hat, instantly transforming from a human into a wolf. Looking down at her wolf paws, confirming that her transformation was flawless, Zhou Ying then pushed the door open. Seeing Zhou Ying emerge, the strange animals all froze for a moment. The squirrel curiously asked, "Old wolf, what happened to that big human child just now?" Zhou Ying cleared her throat, "I ate her." The strange animals gathered around gave Zhou Ying a thumbs up, praising, "Old wolf, as expected of you. You're still so wolf-hearted, wolfish in ambition, fierce as a wolf." Zhou Ying twitched her mouth, humbly saying, "You're too kind." Seeing that the animals were about to continue praising, Zhou Ying quickly threw out a new topic. "Do you know whose child that was?" "Whose?" The animals all shook their heads in unison. Zhou Ying feigned a serious expression. "Her mother is a black snake." "Is it, little black snake?" The little squirrel stroked its non-existent beard inside. "Back then, she eloped with the little toad, and in the blink of an eye, so many years have passed, I never thought the child would grow up so big." The goat's eyes widened in surprise. "You actually ate the little black's child, aren't you afraid she'll come after you?" Zhou Ying recalled the question that popped into her mind when she first learned of the task requirements, and casually said with a smile, "She let her child venture into such a dangerous forest alone, isn't that sending her to us to eat?" Hiss. The animals all gasped, and after thinking it over, they nodded. "It seems this child is, no wonder Little Black would do such a thing." "What? You all know why Little Black did this?" Zhou Ying instinctively asked. If she could find out this answer, she could uncover Little Red Riding Hood's background mystery and receive the A-level completion reward. However, the animals, who had just relaxed, suddenly stopped talking and all stared at Zhou Ying, their eyes beginning to glimmer with suspicion again. To prevent these animals from discovering her true identity, Zhou Ying quickly laughed it off. "Ha, just kidding, how could I not know something so simple? I was just testing you." The animals seemed disinterested in continuing this topic, so they tacitly moved on without further discussion. The little squirrel stood on top of the goat's head, patted Zhou Ying's shoulder, and posed like good buddies. "Old wolf, weren't we supposed to go to my house to eat nuts?" The goat said defiantly, "Come to my house for milk." The otter curled its lip, disdainfully saying, "These scraps are nothing compared to the smell of a big pancake." Nuts, milk, wheat. Hearing the things the animals mentioned, Zhou Ying was suddenly shaken all over. That's it. The quest only required her to finish the cake with her grandmother, but it never said it had to be the cake her mom made herself. Zhou Ying suddenly understood. The first rule of the Good Daughter Code demanded that she deliver the cake made by her mom to her grandmother's house without damage along the way, but it never said that it could not be damaged at her grandmother's house afterward. As long as she could break the cake made by her mom at her grandmother's house, wouldn't it be justifiable to use the ingredients provided by the animals to make another cake to eat with her grandmother? Chapter 21, The Night at the Cabin. Thanks. I'll come back to find you tomorrow. After finding a solution to her problem, Zhou Ying happily said goodbye to the animals and turned to run back to the cabin. The animals left behind exchanged glances. Is the old wolf okay? Isn't it usually the most afraid of the forest ranger? Why is it rushing to her house today? Who knows? Probably the old wolf's body shrank along with its brain. Humph. I don't know about others, but... With that gruff voice sounding, all the surrounding animals made way for a large wild boar weighing over 400 pounds, fierce with sharp tusks and a greenish face. The wild boar glared viciously at the cabin ahead and said, "If the old wolf dares to help the old lady tonight and ruin my plan, it better not expect to survive." The animals gathered timidly, not daring to say much, only able to silently pray that the old wolf wouldn't die tonight. At the cabin, Zhou Ying returned to the storage room through the back door, removed her black top hat, and put on her blue hat again. Peeking out at her grandmother in the living room still knitting, Zhou Ying felt relieved. While her grandmother hadn't noticed her situation here, she rushed to execute her plan to destroy the cake. Smash! Zhou Ying took out the cake and wine from the basket, and let go. These two items fell to the ground, spilling stains everywhere. He. Finally resolved. Zhou Ying felt secretly pleased. Finally, the poisonous cake was dealt with. Next, she just had to clean the floor and pretend nothing happened, and tomorrow she would go out and make a new cake. But at that moment, the storage room suddenly went dark as a shadow fell over her. Zhou Ying instinctively turned her head and saw her grandmother staring at her, her gaze shifting from Zhou Ying to the broom in her hand and then to the scraps on the floor. Realizing what had happened, her grandmother's expression suddenly darkened. "Little Red Riding Hood, you have dirted my house." Zhou Ying felt panic rising uncontrollably. Wasn't her grandmother just knitting with her back to her? How could she see her dirtying the floor? Die. Without saying another word, her grandmother knocked Zhou Ying down with the gunstock. Consumed 1 point of mental value, followed by an increase of 1 attribute value. Defense +1, remaining 0 points of mental value available for revival, with 2.2 hours until the next point of mental value. The voice of the strange narrative system echoed in her mind. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Ying found herself back before making the wrong choice, holding the cake and wine, about to drop them to the ground. Zhou Ying hurriedly put the cake and wine back into the basket, touching her still intact head cautiously. The reason she was killed by her grandmother should have been due to the third rule of the good granddaughter code, which states not to dirty the house. So how could she damage the cake and wine? After all, there was no toilet in the cabin to flush them away. After a brief moment of struggle, Zhou Ying suddenly had a bright idea. Got it. She slung the basket over her shoulder and walked out of the storage room. Her grandmother on the sofa was still fully focused on knitting. Zhou Ying took the chance to hang the basket containing the cake and wine on her grandmother's hunting rifle. "Sister, I'm so hungry. What are we having for dinner? I'll go make it." Fortunately, Grandma wasn't so heartless as to make little Zhou Ying cook. She picked up the hunting rifle resting nearby and leaned on it to head to the kitchen. As Grandma passed right in front of her, a sly glint flashed in Zhou Ying's eyes, and she quickly stuck her foot out to trip the rifle, acting as a crutch for Grandma. Bang! Grandma stumbled, dropping the rifle to the ground, and the basket hung on it fell as well, scattering the cake and wine all over, creating a striking mess of red and white stains on the floor. Grandma looked at the chaos at her feet, paused for a moment, then turned to Zhou Ying with a hint of anger on her face. Zhou Ying quickly seized the moment, accusing, "Sister, I just cleaned this place. How could you dirty the floor so quickly?" Grandma opened her mouth to argue. "Clearly, it was you." Zhou Ying interrupted again, pointing at the mess on the ground, heartbrokenly saying, "This cake was made by Mom herself. How could you bear to ruin it?" Grandma? With Zhou Ying having said it all, what else could she say? She could only silently form a question mark with her expression. Not only was Grandma confused, but the audience watching the livestream was also bewildered. 6. As expected of Sister Zhou, really shameless. Bullying an elderly person, doesn't Sister Zhou's conscience hurt? Sister Zhou, not only does it not hurt, but I'm actually enjoying it. Born. Amidst the audience's playful banter in the livestream, Grandma chose not to dwell on why Zhou Ying hung the basket on her rifle but temporarily put that aside and got up to cook. After dinner, Zhou Ying stopped her reckless antics. As long as she strictly followed the few rules from the good granddaughter code until her sanity points were restored, she should be able to avoid major trouble. There are 1.5 hours left until the next sanity point restoration at 1 a.m. Zhou Ying glanced at the system prompt, hoping to get through tonight safely. At this moment, it was completely dark outside. Zhou Ying stayed over at Grandma's house as required by the good daughter code. Grandma's home had only one bedroom and one bed, so the two of them, one big and one small, lay together on the same bed. Remembering the fifth rule of the good granddaughter code, which stated that she couldn't sleep with her eyes closed at night, Zhou Ying had to lie in bed, wide awake. This bizarre rule clearly meant not allowing anyone to sleep. Fortunately, she had caught up on some sleep during the day and wasn't too tired. Zhou Ying bit her own hand and made every effort to stay alert, watching her grandmother's every move. In the stillness of the night, hearing became amplified without anyone noticing. Rustle, rustle. A gust of wind blew outside, and the window above buzzed incessantly. Zhou Ying curled up in the blanket, not daring to move, with only her head poking out. She heard a series of dull footsteps outside, as if something had crossed the fence and approached the wooden house. That thing was quite large, and its footsteps shook the ground. Zhou Ying was so scared she didn't even dare to breathe. Grandma, sleeping on the other side of the bed, woke up instantly upon hearing the strange noise. She quietly grasped the hunting rifle beside her. Bang, bang. Bang, bang. From the initial knocking to the increasingly forceful banging, the entire wooden house shook, threatening to fall apart at any moment. Zhou Ying clearly understood that whatever was outside wanted to break in. Chapter 22, The Secret of the Forest. Bang! With a loud crash, the door of the wooden house shattered instantly, and a shadow appeared at the doorway. Zhou Ying used the moonlight from outside to. The door panel that was smashed revealed a big wild boar, and its large body couldn't fit through the narrow wooden door, leaving its entire head stuck in the doorframe, unable to move. The big wild boar tried everything it could to squeeze its body into the house, but it could only roar in a rough voice, "Old woman, come out and die for me." Grandma responded to the wild boar with action. In a way that didn't fit her age, she quickly got up, raised her gun, loaded the bullet, chambered it, and pulled the trigger, all in one go. Bang! With a gunshot, the bullet hit the wild boar's nose, exploding the meaty snout in a scene that was horrifying and bloody. Ah! The wild boar howled in pain, thrashing its body even more wildly, causing the entire wooden house to sway dangerously. Grandma, unhurried, loaded another bullet, planning to take its life while it was wounded by giving the wild boar a few more shots. This time, the wild boar got smart. It no longer dared to threaten or intimidate Grandma, and despite risking injury from the doorframe, it pulled its head out and turned to run. Grandma immediately raised her gun to chase after it. Before long, the wild boar's furious roars and a series of gunshots echoed. Zhou Ying hurriedly got out of bed and went to the window, peeking outside into the yard. Through the gray window, Zhou Ying saw Grandma wrestling with the wild boar. The wild boar was tough and resilient. Grandma fired several shots at it, but it stubbornly refused to go down, and in the end, it charged at Grandma while she was reloading. Grandma, after all, was an old person. Even if she was quick, her reactions weren't perfect, and she was unable to avoid being knocked away by the wild boar, her gun rolling far out of reach. Looking at the gun that fell at the wooden door, Grandma held her arm, which had been scratched by the boar's tusks, wanting to crawl over to retrieve the gun, but her body felt like it was falling apart, making it impossible to get up. Seeing this, Zhou Ying in the house furrowed her brow. Should she go out to help Grandma? After a brief hesitation, Zhou Ying made the choice to go out. No matter what. If Grandma really died, and the wild boar destroyed the wooden house, she would die too. Thinking of this, Zhou Ying closely observed the situation outside while quietly moving towards the gun. The wild boar thought it had already secured victory. It panted heavily, with red eyes roaring, "Old woman, how many years has it been? Why are you still not dead?" Though Grandma couldn't move, her mouth still could unleash curses that could drive a pig to death. "Don't worry, I will never die before you." "Oomph, it seems we can only leave after we kill you." The wild boar stomped its hooves, kicking up dust, angrily saying, "You old woman are unfair. Why is it only the little black snakes that can leave here? We want to leave too. Die." After saying this, the wild boar charged right in front of Grandma, opening its huge mouth to bite at Grandma's head. Bang! A gunshot echoed through the forest. The strange animals watching nearby all looked towards the wooden door. They didn't know when Zhou Ying had run out of the house, picking up the dropped gun and aiming it at the wild boar's head while pulling the trigger. Fortunately, Grandma had already loaded the gun before falling, and Zhou Ying remembered Grandma's steps of shooting. Firing the gun wasn't difficult for her. Sparks ignited from the gun's muzzle, and the tremendous recoil of the gun caused Zhou Ying to fall onto her backside. At that moment, because the wild boar had opened its mouth, the bullet that was originally aimed at its head unexpectedly entered its mouth, hitting the unprotected upper jaw, penetrating flesh and entering its brain. Boom! The wild boar's brain exploded from within. Its massive body thundered to the ground, eyes wide open with deep-seated reluctance, and it drew its last breath. "Sister, cough, are you okay?" Zhou Ying got up and ran over to help her grandmother. Grandma glanced at Little Red Riding Hood and praised, "Well done." He. Zhou Ying scratched her head and smiled shyly. It was the first time she had heard a compliment from her grandmother, and she felt a bit unaccustomed. Grandma did not say anything else to Zhou Ying. She looked at the corpse of the wild boar in front of her and sighed. "How little black snake escaped back then, that's how I will catch her back. It's just a pity you can't see it." After finishing, Grandma drew a long knife from her waist and placed it on the wild boar's neck, swinging the knife down and severing its head, lifting the heavy head up. "Little Red Riding Hood, tomorrow Grandma will make you braised pig's head to eat." Zhou Ying. Can bizarre animals be eaten too? She was a bit suspicious that Grandma might have mixed something she shouldn't have into her cooking tonight. The series of movements in the wooden house were naturally observed by the bizarre animals in the oak forest. They peered out and looked at Grandma with a frightened expression. Grandma shot a sharp glance at them and said, "As long as I am alive for one day, you will not think of leaving the forest." After warning the bizarre animals, Grandma finally returned to the house with Zhou Ying's help. Little Red Riding Hood, the medicine and bandages are in the cabinet in the living room. Oh, okay. Zhou Ying rummaged through the cabinet and found the medicine and bandages, coming over to help Grandma dress her wound. To make it easier to apply the medicine, Grandma took off her coat and wore only a tank top. The right upper arm was bitten open by the wild boar's tusks, blood continuously flowed out, and there were dense scars all around. No one knew how many of these wounds Grandma still had. For a moment, Zhou Ying admired her grandmother, who lived alone in the forest, surrounded by danger. Hiss. Although Grandma's will was strong, the medicine applied to the wounds still made her gasp in pain. Seeing this incident, Grandma's attitude softened a lot, and Zhou Ying checked her own ghost data, confirming she had already restored 1 point of spirit value, deciding to risk a little. "Sister, what did you mean earlier when you said the bizarre creatures mustn't leave the forest?" Grandma glanced at Zhou Ying and explained in a deep voice, "Our family has lived in this forest for generations. Our job is to be the forest's guardians, not allowing these strange creatures locked in the forest to escape. If any bizarre creature tries to run away, we must hunt it down mercilessly." Zhou Ying's eyes widened slightly. Grandma's words implied that she and the bizarre creatures were not of the same kind, which meant she was human. But a question arose in Zhou Ying's mind. Every bizarre creature that tried to leave the forest would be ruthlessly killed by Grandma, so then, why hadn't her mother, who was also a bizarre creature, died? Chapter 23, Little Squirrel and Baba Sheep. Could it be that Grandma had a heart and spared her mother? Zhou Ying was increasingly confused, but it was certain now that Grandma could not be her mother's mother. Grandma was human and had nothing to do with her bizarre mother. Her mother was definitely bizarre, and her father also seemed to be bizarre. How could these two together give birth to her, a human? Was her father not her biological father? Or was there some uncontrollable change happening to her? Thinking of this, Zhou Ying vaguely understood why Mr. Wolf said she was not human when he first ate her. He probably recognized her as her mother's daughter by the blue hat she wore, instinctively taking her as a bizarre creature. After sorting through the information from Grandma, she continued to ask, "Sister, since the forest is not closed off, if the bizarre creatures want to leave, why not just leave? But instead, you would rather go far to kill me?" Grandma's sharp eyes examined Zhou Ying for a moment, then she patted Zhou Ying's hand and said, "Tomorrow, wait until tomorrow, I will tell you everything you want to know." Zhou Ying was completely confused but could only agree. The next morning, Zhou Ying looked at her restored energy level and immediately felt confident. She took the opportunity of tidying up her room to enter the storage room, put on a black top hat, and transformed into a smaller version of Mr. Wolf. Zhou Ying grabbed the sack for carrying things, left the wooden house through a small door, and as she stepped out of the fence, she was surrounded by strange animals. A little squirrel stood on top of the goat's head, suspiciously staring at Zhou Ying from head to toe. "Wait a minute. Didn't you say you ate that child? How could she appear again last night? And even shot the wild boar?" Zhou Ying explained with a premeditated excuse, "You all know how scary the forest ranger is. When she found out I ate her granddaughter, she immediately made me spit her out. What else could I do? I had to obediently spit her out." "Granddaughter," the goat furrowed its brow, realizing that things were not simple. The ranger doesn't even have kids. Where would a granddaughter come from? Zhou Ying realized that what the animals were saying might be related to Little Red Riding Hood's identity mystery, so she decisively started to probe. "I don't know about that. Anyway, I heard the child called a ranger grandma. The animals all looked baffled. The little black snake is actually much older than the ranger. How could her child call the ranger grandma? The more they thought, the more puzzled they became, and their gaze towards Zhou Ying inevitably carried a hint of doubt, ready to ask more questions. Zhou Ying had already gathered useful information, and to prevent the animals from doubting her identity, she quickly changed the topic. "Alright, didn't you say yesterday that you would take me to your home to eat? Let's go." But the animals were still hesitant, their doubts unresolved, and they didn't want things to end like this. Zhou Ying sighed and said regretfully, "It seems that while you say you want to invite me to your home, you are thinking something else in your hearts. I knew you are just as hypocritical as humans, always fond of polite words. Forget it, I won't go to your house." After saying that, Zhou Ying pretended to turn and leave. "Who is like humans? Don't you dare speak dirty words." The strange animals instantly got agitated, and the little squirrel jumped directly onto Zhou Ying's back, tugging at her wolf ear and commanding, "Go. Let's go to my house. Who are you insulting by saying I'm like a human?" On the way following the little squirrel to its house, Zhou Ying discreetly made a yay gesture with her hand behind her back. The viewers in the live stream, seeing this scene, gradually became accustomed to Zhou Ying's antics and were filled with admiration. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. I can only say, indeed, it is the cunning Zhou sister. Poor little animals, they have no idea of the wickedness of humans. As expected, just as the viewers guessed, the little squirrel that invited the wolf in was the first to face misfortune. The little squirrel brought Zhou Ying to a tree hole, waved its small hand, and pointed at the mountain of nuts piled inside, saying, "These are all the nuts I stored." Impressive, right? Zhou Ying took a close look and saw that there were indeed a lot. With this many nuts, you could not only make a cake but also build a fortress. The little squirrel was completely unaware of the danger approaching, happily patted the wolf's head, and said, "I'm going out to pee, you just go in and take whatever you want, just like it's your own home, don't be shy." All right. Zhou Ying indeed was not shy at all. After the little squirrel jumped down from her head, she arrived at the little squirrel's home, and looking at the nuts piled in the tree hollow, Zhou Ying quickly emptied the little squirrel's house while eating and taking, and then moved on to the next place. The little squirrel returned after urinating, staring in shock at its ransacked home. "Where are my nuts? I stored nuts for winter." The little squirrel couldn't bear such a huge blow. With a crack it fell over, and even while lying on the ground, its little legs still struggled a couple of times. On the other side, since leaving the little squirrel's home, Zhou Ying was carrying a bag full of nuts and headed to the goat's house that had warmly invited her before. Before leading Zhou Ying into the house, the goat transformed into a human shape, appearing as a plump auntie. Let's call her Aunt Goat. Once inside, Aunt Goat first handed Zhou Ying a big bucket of goat milk and then started pushing a baby stroller, soothing the little goat that lay inside, crying for food. Wah meh wah meh wah. Zhou Ying initially planned to leave right after getting the goat milk, but hearing the strange cries of the little goat, she felt a bit puzzled. So she couldn't help but peek into the baby stroller, and at that moment, she was completely stunned. In the tiny stroller lay two little ones, one was a baby goat, and the other was actually a human baby. Zhou Ying was shocked. What did you steal someone else's child?" Aunt Goat smiled shyly and skillfully picked up the human baby, who snuggled happily against Aunt Goat, showing no fear at all. "Old wolf, where are you thinking? After we turn into human form, the babies we give birth to can actually be human. Such a thing actually exists." Zhou Ying was astonished, and she cautiously asked, "Then what will happen to this child in the future?" Aunt Goat sighed, stroking the child's little head, and said, "We can only send him away. After all, this is not a suitable place for human babies to live." Though she felt very reluctant, she knew it was the only way to protect the child. Zhou Ying puzzledly asked, "Then why don't you leave with him?" Aunt Goat paused her comforting actions, turning her head to look at Zhou Ying suspiciously. "Old wolf, you surely haven't forgotten that we strange beings cannot leave the forest. To leave the forest, there is only that one way, right?" Chapter 24 Nut Cake. Ha? Did I say something wrong again? Zhou Ying didn't want to expose herself too soon, so she had to pretend to be calm and joke. How could I not know? I just asked casually. After all, if you can turn into human form, your little goat should be able to too. Wouldn't it be great to live together outside? Aunt Goat set the baby she was holding down and gradually approached Zhou Ying. Her goat eyes narrowed slightly, looking at Zhou Ying with scrutiny. How could you ask such a simple question? You aren't Old Wolf, but that child from last night, are you? Zhou Ying didn't expect to be exposed so quickly, and in that moment, her body was stiff with fear. She tightened her leg muscles, ready to run at any moment. In the next moment, Aunt Goat suddenly laughed, and the tense atmosphere relaxed. She gently reassured Zhou Ying, "Don't worry, I'm a herbivore, I don't eat meat, of course I wouldn't eat you humans." Hearing this, Zhou Ying felt a bit more at ease, but still felt something was off. She hesitated and said, I won't disturb you with the child any longer. I'll just leave." With that, she turned to leave. But unexpectedly, Aunt Goat's speed was even faster. Zhou Ying only felt a white shadow flash by her eyes, and Aunt Goat had already dashed in front of her. Aunt Goat's lips curled back as she forcefully tore a piece of flesh from Zhou Ying's neck, splattering blood all over Aunt Goat's snowy fur, staining it bright red. Zhou Ying's throat made a wheezing sound, but she still couldn't utter a word before she collapsed heavily to the ground, the goat milk bucket in her hand also tipping over. 2A. Aunt Goat spat out the flesh from her mouth and added with a smile, "I don't eat humans, but I can bite people to death." A few minutes later, the wound on Zhou Ying's neck had completely healed. Time rewound to when she came out of the little squirrel's house, standing at the door of Aunt Goat's house. Consuming 1 point of spirit value, randomly increasing 1 attribute value. Strength +1, currently remaining 3 points of spirit value available for revival. Along with the prompt sound from the strange talk system, Zhou Ying's thoughts began to return. Zhou Ying shook her head. Although her death was a bit sudden, she still received a lot of useful information from Aunt Goat. Logically speaking, the information she obtained was already sufficient, she just needed to take Aunt Goat's milk and leave, but Zhou Ying still did not want to let go of Aunt Goat, this fat sheep. So, Zhou Ying knocked on Aunt Goat's door. After Aunt Goat handed her a bucket of milk, Zhou Ying did not leave. She looked at the little ones in the stroller and organized her words, praising with abundant emotion, "The little goat kids are so cute. I just want to eat them up." Aunt Goat clearly enjoyed the compliment, waving her hand and laughing, "Oh, what's so cute? You wolves can't help but eat sheep." Zhou Ying took the opportunity and said, "The little goat kids are really cute. I just wonder, when will they grow up? Become like us? Aunt Goat had gradually relaxed her guard. It won't take a few years for them to become like you, but to become like me, well, that will take a long time, at least several decades. Several decades? Yes, you should know that strange creatures always grow more slowly. In the past, we all grew up watching the forest ranger, who in the blink of an eye had become an old person. Zhou Ying pondered thoughtfully. Aunt Goat's answer reminded her of the photo of her grandmother and mother she saw in the warehouse. It seemed that the grandmother was older than the mother in the photo, but is that really the case? Thanks. Zhou Ying thanked Aunt Goat, turned around, and went to the otter's house to get a bag of flour and borrow 2 eggs from Sister Hen. Nuts, goat milk, flour, eggs, that should be enough for her to make a nut cake. With the collected ingredients, Zhou Ying returned to the wooden house, greeted her grandmother, and, after receiving her grandmother's permission, went to the kitchen to get busy. The kitchen at her grandmother's house was well equipped. Making a cake was not difficult. Zhou Ying had also tried baking before, although she couldn't make very delicate pastries, simpler ones were still doable. First, bake the cake base, then heat the goat milk for fermentation and mix it to make cream. Spread the cream on the cake base and decorate it with the nuts produced by the little squirrel. While making the cake, Zhou Ying finally understood why she had chosen to burn the strange creatures before and was killed by her grandmother, returning to the revival point not at her grandmother's door but at the forest entrance. Because before violating the good granddaughter code, she had already violated the forest code and made a wrong choice. Once she killed the strange creatures in advance, she naturally could no longer obtain the raw materials for making the cake from the strange creatures. All along, the first rule of the forest code, which seemed like nonsense, was actually crucial. The forest is my home, everyone should care for it. Remember to prevent fire and theft. If she did not take care of the forest, how could the forest give her what she wanted? After a day of busy work, Master Zhou finally made a nut cake. Although it looked a bit simple overall, fortunately, her grandmother did not mind. That evening, Zhou Ying and her grandmother sat on opposite sides of the dining table, the candlelight dancing on the table, casting a warm glow on their cheeks, one old and one young. Her grandmother took off her glasses and wiped her slightly moist eyes. It's really hard for you, child, to remember my birthday and spend a whole day making me a cake. Zhou Ying was taken aback. She didn't realize it was her grandmother's birthday, but she quickly responded, "Happy birthday to you, Grandma. Shall we cut the cake and eat?" "Alright," Grandma smiled. "After we finish eating, I will tell you about the matter you asked me last night." Zhou Ying's brows twitched. Could Grandma be wanting to tell her the strange way to leave the forest? If she knew this, it might greatly help her uncover the mystery of Little Red Riding Hood's identity, and perhaps she could obtain the S-level clearance reward. Okay, let's eat. Zhou Ying eagerly took the knife and cut the cake in half, first serving half to Grandma and keeping the other half for herself. Just as she picked up her fork, ready to put the cake in her mouth, she suddenly sensed something was off. Across from her, Grandma, halfway through lifting the fork with cake to her mouth, stopped. Her expression did not change, her eyes perhaps had not blinked in a while, as if someone had pressed the pause button on her. The surroundings were also dead silent, an unprecedented feeling of solitude washed over her. Zhou Ying noticed that the candle's flame on the table no longer flickered, as if time for everything in the space, except for her, had been forcibly paused. What was going on? A hint of confusion appeared in Zhou Ying's eyes. She never expected that right before completing her task, this strange occurrence would happen. At this moment, the voice of the Strange Tales system rang out, detected that the Chosen One is about to complete the clearance task. Currently, failure to annihilate the anomaly means no A-level clearance. Would you like to try answering for S-level clearance? Chapter 25, The Mystery of Little Red Riding Hood's Identity. No way. The Strange Tales system suddenly created such a situation, leaving Zhou Ying completely speechless. She was just about to obtain important clues from Grandma when the Strange Tales system interrupted. After all this, it just wanted to increase the difficulty and prevent her from obtaining the S-level clearance reward, right? This made Zhou Ying rebellious. Since the Strange Tales system did not want her to get the S-level clearance reward, she would have to complete it even more. Come on, bring it on. As soon as Zhou Ying's words fell, a virtual box suddenly popped up in front of her, showing, Clue question, the mystery of Little Red Riding Hood's identity. Question 1, what is the relationship between Grandma and Mom? Zhou Ying looked at this question and carefully recalled the related information she gathered after entering this side quest. From Aunt Goat, she learned that the time required for transformation was very long, and Grandma only allowed her to call her sister, which led her to speculate that Mom's actual age was even older than Grandma's. This meant they were not actually mother and daughter. Grandma is human, Mom is an anomaly. Most likely, when Grandma was young, she treated Mom, who had just transformed into human form, as a friend, but Mom exploited Grandma's trust and escaped the forest. After clarifying her thoughts, Zhou Ying typed her answer on the virtual screen. Answer, Mom is actually an elder who watched Grandma grow up, but Grandma initially treated Mom as a peer and a true friend. Zhou Ying squeezed her somewhat sweaty palms, unsure if she could answer correctly. If she got it wrong, she would probably miss out on the S-level clearance reward. Luckily, the Strange Tales system did not disappoint her. Correct answer. Next, let's move on to the second question. Zhou Ying. Wait, is this ever going to end? The stingy Strange Tales system only gave 10 experience points as a reward. How many questions did it want her to answer? Despite Zhou Ying's frustration, the second question still appeared on the virtual screen. Question 2. Why did mom poison the cake? This was simple. Zhou Ying figured this out last night when she encountered the wild boar, so she quickly wrote down the answer she had already prepared. Answer: Grandma remembered her duty as a forest ranger. She was determined to capture the mom she had let go back in her lifetime, and mom sensed this, so to avoid being captured and returned to the forest, she chose to poison Grandma first. Correct answer. Now, let's move on to the third question. Why didn't mom let Little Red Riding Hood wear a blue hat? Zhou Ying scratched her chin, and through the information she learned from Mr. Wolf and Aunt Goat, she understood that the blue hat symbolized a strange identity, while the red hat represented ordinary humans. Also, the strange beings that could transform into humans might be able to give birth to humans. So, why not boldly guess? Mom just wanted a child that was strange like her. In Mom's eyes, Little Red Riding Hood, being human, is inferior and unworthy of wearing a blue hat. The blue hat is for children who have inherited Mom's strange bloodline. Correct answer. Next is the fourth question, the climax question. Zhou Ying, no way, with so many questions, are you testing me? The Bizarre Talk system ignored Zhou Ying's complaint and continued to display the fourth question on the virtual screen. Question 4, please listen closely. What is the way for strange animals to leave the forest? At the moment she saw this question, Zhou Ying fell silent. The answer to this question was just spoken by Grandma right before finishing the cake, but the Bizarre system paused the time. How could she answer this? It seemed that the Bizarre Talk system didn't want her to get the answer right at all. Seeing that Zhou Ying had not answered for a long time, the Bizarre Talk system directly started the countdown. If the chosen one does not answer after the countdown ends, it will be considered a forfeit. 10, 9, 8. Realizing that time was almost up, Zhou Ying didn't care whether she knew the correct answer or not, and directly typed the fastest response on the virtual screen. Answer: taken out by the park ranger in person. 3, 2, 1 countdown ends. Congratulations to the chosen one for answering correctly. Completing the clearance task will earn you an S-level clearance reward. The Bizarre Talk system stated. Phew. Zhou Ying let out a heavy sigh of relief, wiping the sweat off her forehead from being too nervous, and didn't expect that the shortest answer she randomly blurted out would actually be correct. Eating? Why are you just standing there? Grandma's voice suddenly sounded. Zhou Ying looked up and found that, without her noticing, the pause button had been cancelled, and everything had returned to life. The candle flames on the table flickered softly, and Grandma calmly continued eating the cake. Zhou Ying, waking from her dream, quickly picked up her fork and joined Grandma in eating the cake. Detected task objective has eaten the cake. Chosen one successfully completed the clearance task, gaining S-level clearance reward 10 experience. The system is now matching you with a new Bizarre Talk subcopy. After the system finished speaking, the wooden house suddenly fell silent. After finishing the cake, Grandma put down her fork, looking at Zhou Ying sitting across from her. Little Red Riding Hood, you are a good child. I don't have much time left, and I want to leave the forest for a while. If I hand this place over to you, would you be willing? Me? Zhou Ying pointed at herself, a bit incredulous. But then she thought, if continuing to stay here doesn't seem so bad? At least in this subcopy, she wouldn't starve, and she could make friends with strange animals. Life is still quite happy. Earlier, due to the panic about disappearing if she died, she had always been under a tense urgency. Now that she has relaxed a bit, she felt lazy, thinking that if she could just live a peaceful life, why struggle on the edge of death all the time? However, Dragon Country is her home country. If she could hold on longer in the Bizarre Talk world, could she save more lives? Just as Zhou Ying hesitated, Grandma began to speak softly. Actually, the way for the strange ones to leave the forest is very simple. It just needs the park ranger to take them out. Back then, it was me who brought your mom out of the forest. She told me she had never seen the outside world and wanted to have a look, so I took her and Little Toad outside, but I didn't expect that once they went out, they never came back. Since I was the one who brought her out, I must take her back again. If I fail, please stay and become the next forest guardian, to protect this forest. Grandmother said, as she took the rifle from the side and solemnly handed it to Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying was about to refuse, but suddenly the voice of the ghost story system echoed in her mind. Item obtained ×1, can be stored in personal space, to be taken into the next dungeon. What? Zhou Ying widened her eyes. Can this even happen? The enormous surprise nearly clouded her thoughts. Zhou Ying decided to agree first and take the weapon before deciding whether to stay or leave. Okay, Grandma, I agree. Zhou Ying held the newly acquired rifle tightly, her heart full of joy, even forgetting to pay attention to how she addressed her grandmother. Grandmother's face darkened a little when she was called the wrong title. She took a deep breath, forcing herself not to get angry, and turned to go to the bedroom to sleep. Zhou Ying sat at the dining table and waited for a while. Soon, the voice of the ghost story system rang out again. New dungeon matched successfully, the chosen one is about to be teleported, please prepare. Let's go. Zhou Ying, holding the long rifle, had no attachment in her heart. A flash of light passed. The little Red Riding Hood, created by the ghost story system, appeared in the wooden house, ready to replace Zhou Ying and continue surviving in this dungeon, while Zhou Ying's figure became transparent and completely disappeared from the wooden house. Incredible! Sister Zhou actually cleared the level. Indeed, it's quite unbelievable. She died more than 10 times in the dungeon before completing it. So what if she died many times? Sister Zhou lives many times, too. I can't argue with that. Stop talking nonsense. Zhou Ying survived for 3 days in the dungeon, which is equivalent to saving more than 400 people. We should be happy. Watching Zhou Ying clear the first ghost story dungeon, the viewers from Dragon Kingdom, who were watching the live broadcast, were overjoyed, smiling widely, and began to celebrate. They hadn't expected much from Zhou Ying, but she gave them a huge surprise. Even though Dragon Kingdom had many talented people, only a handful of chosen ones had cleared dungeons in the past 6 months, and most of them had been quickly punished by the ghost story system. Zhou Ying, though not very well equipped in many aspects, had the ultimate talent, resurrection. At this rate, Zhou Ying had more hope than anyone else of achieving that far-off goal. At the beginning of the ghost story system's arrival, it had declared that if a chosen one could clear 10 dungeons in a row, they would be able to save their country from this catastrophe. While the crowd celebrated, they didn't notice that the previously blackened virtual screen had gradually gained sound, indicating that a new dungeon had started. Creak creak. The sound of wheels turning echoed. The last rays of the setting sun fell, and on the muddy country road, a black carriage was slowly heading toward a distant manor. The carriage swayed back and forth, as though it were a baby's cradle, and with it, the passengers inside began to feel sleepy, unable to resist falling into a deep slumber. Click. The coachman, not paying attention, ran the carriage wheel over a small stone. The carriage jolted, waking the woman sitting in the center of the carriage. She wore a well-tailored luxurious black dress, her long black curls pinned up, with fair skin and distinct features, a classic bold beauty. The faint fine lines at the corners of her eyes revealed her real age, just over 30, and the sharpness of her eyebrows made her look very formidable. At this moment, the woman's deep black eyes were filled with confusion and panic, an expression not quite matching her strong appearance. What's going on? Zhou Ying felt a bit unclear about the current situation. Was she thrown into another place by the ghost story system? She felt the weight on both of her shoulders increasing slightly. Zhou Ying first looked to the left and then to the right, only to see 2 ordinary-looking girls sleeping soundly on either side of her shoulder. Both girls were about 20 years old, one was tall and thin, blowing bubbles from her nose while asleep, and the other was short and chubby, drooling in her sleep. Zhou Ying frowned in disgust. Who are these people? So unhygienic? Seeing the bubbles and drool about to flow onto her, Zhou Ying quickly pushed the 2 aside, letting them lean against the carriage to sleep. The short and chubby girl bumped her head against the carriage wall, mumbling in her sleep, "Mommy is annoying." Then she continued to snore deeply. Who were they calling Mom? She had been single since birth. Where did such big kids come from? Suppressing her inner displeasure, Zhou Ying looked down and noticed her newly acquired hunting gun was missing, replaced by a pure leather black handbag. She pressed the raised buttons on both sides of the handbag to open it and found a hand mirror inside. The mirror was made of pure silver, with intricate classical designs on the back, and the silver mirror clearly reflected Zhou Ying's face. In the reflection was a very beautiful face. The woman wore black eyeshadow, and even her lipstick was black, exuding a sense of flamboyance mixed with a hint of evil, making her look quite special. The corners of Zhou Ying's mouth twitched. What kind of punk thing is this? Don't tell her it's herself. Could it be she has turned into the evil queen from Snow White, holding a magic mirror? Not wanting to wake the 2 silly girls beside her, Zhou Ying whispered, magic mirror, who am I?" The magic mirror did not respond. Instead, a series of quest information suddenly flooded into her mind. Quest name Cinderella. Quest summary: once upon a time, there was a duke and duchess in a kingdom who had a beautiful daughter. After the wife passed away, the duke remarried a new duchess, who brought endless wealth and 2 daughters. After the duke unexpectedly died, the duchess and her 2 daughters made life difficult for the beautiful girl, making her wear dirty clothes all day and do heavy chores, calling her Cinderella. Until the king held a ball, where Cinderella met the prince and they fell in love at first sight. After Cinderella fled, the prince found her with the crystal slipper she had dropped. In the end, Cinderella married the prince, and they lived happily ever after. Clearance conditions: you are the evil stepmother of Cinderella. You need to make things difficult for Cinderella and stop her from marrying the prince. If they succeed in marrying, you will meet disaster. Clearance rewards B level grants 1 experience point, A level grants 5 experience points for clearing and defeating the bazaar, S level grants 10 experience points for clearing and solving Cinderella's mystery. After reading the quest information, Zhou Ying. So, it turns out, although she is not the evil queen from Snow White, it is not that much better, as her role remains the same, that of the evil stepmother. She, who is only in her early 20s, has suddenly transformed in this quest into a 38-year-old divorcee with 2 children? Her age has doubled in an instant. No matter how much she wanted to complain, Zhou Ying could only choose to accept it. Since she had been thrust into this quest, she had to do her best to find a way to clear it. As she stuffed the mirror back into the handbag, Zhou Ying discovered a hard card inside the bag. What is this? Curiously, Zhou Ying took it out and focused her eyes, realizing that this was actually a marriage certificate from the Middle Ages. Carefully reading further, the marriage certificate listed her marriage partner, Duke Pa, and her name Lady Maria. Zhou Ying's mood became even more complicated. Right upon entering the quest, she was now married for the second time, and she was completely unprepared for it. Zhou Ying, with no expectations, flipped to the back of the marriage certificate to check. Saw that the back of the marriage certificate was written with rules similar to those in the Little Red Riding Hood copy. Duchess's Code. 1. The Duchess is noble, cold, mysterious, well-educated, and follows proper noble etiquette. Always remember, you represent not just yourself, but also the face of the Duke. 2. The Duchess must manage the Duke's estate well and establish good social relations with other noble ladies, not allowing these trivial matters to disturb the Duke. 3. As the Duchess, you need to carefully educate the children, raising them properly to continue the Duke's glory. 4. The Duke has had 3 romantic relationships, do not mention anything related to them to avoid touching on the Duke's painful memories. 5. The Duchess must fulfill her marital duties and cannot refuse the Duke's requests for intimacy. Zhou Ying frowned tightly. Compared to the previous Little Red Riding Hood copy, this one involved far too many characters, and even these strange rules seemed extremely dangerous. Not only did Zhou Ying think so, but the viewers watching the livestream also commented in the bullet screen, responding enthusiastically. Hiss. This copy feels really difficult. Rich lady. Rich lady, look at me. You brat, living off others, huh? Take me with you. The carriage slowly came to a stop, and the driver outside reminded, Duchess, we've arrived. What? Arrived. Upon hearing this, the 2 stepdaughters woke from their dreams, disregarding any manner, and immediately opened the door to jump out of the carriage. Zhou Ying followed closely behind. After getting out of the carriage and looking up, she saw a huge estate standing before her, a heavy sense of history overwhelming her, the black decor giving it a solemn and mysterious feel, and also oppressive. However, her 2 stepdaughters seemed completely unaware of this. They chattered joyously without a care in the world. Oh great! From now on, I'm a noble young lady too. Nonsense, I am. It's mine, it's mine. The 2 silly girls happily lifted their skirts and ran into the wide-open gates of the estate, looking here and there without a moment's rest. Seeing this, Zhou Ying felt a headache coming on. She was already desperate about these 2 foolish girls and decided to simply call them Big Girl and Second Girl from now on. Duchess, please follow me. A man in his 50s or 60s walked out from the estate, the steward Joy. He was dressed appropriately, slim and wiry, though his gaze was slightly clouded. Steward Joy respectfully led Zhou Ying into the estate. Inside the villa, the maid took Big Girl and Second Girl to their respective rooms, and soon this pair of sisters, not too bright, began arguing again. I want to live in this room. No way. I want the bigger room. Big Girl and Second Girl argued endlessly on the second floor, while the maid looked at them with disdain. At the staircase, a girl in a white dress stood there, somewhat at a loss as she watched the scene before her eyes slightly red with tears welling up. As soon as Zhou Ying stepped into the villa, she spotted this girl and paused her steps. Such stunning beauty. If she guessed correctly, this should be the story's main character, Cinderella. Not to mention that most people sympathize with Cinderella's plight. Even she, the wicked stepmother, couldn't bear to make things difficult for her. However, Duke Pass clearly had married and forgotten his children. He looked nervously at his daughter who was on the verge of tears and then at his newly entered wife. After a moment of hesitation, he still walked towards Zhou Ying. Madam, was your journey here smooth? Duke Pass was already in his early 40s, but he was very well preserved, looking only in his 30s. A handsome smile adorned his face, and his deep blue eyes resembled the vast ocean, his demeanor flawless in every gesture. At this moment, the elegant gentleman extended his hand towards Zhou Ying, wanting to take her hand. Oh, Zhou Ying took a somewhat awkward step back, avoiding Duke Pass's outstretched hand, succinctly replying, pretty smooth. Duke Pass smiled. He awkwardly withdrew his hand. Madam, I've renovated the entire estate in the style you like with the money you provided. I wonder if you are satisfied. Zhou Ying glanced at the villa transformed into Gothic style, appearing calm on the surface, but she was internally complaining wildly. What? I gave you so much money, and you renovated the estate? You're really clever. Zhou Ying almost rolled her eyes at Pa, but she remembered the first rule of the Duchess's code demanded she maintain good manners, so she could only force a smile and insincerely say, I really like it. This is my daughter, Elena. Duke Pa took the girl beside him by the hand and brought her in front of Zhou Ying, gently reminding her, Elena, Miss Maria will be your new mother from now on. Come, call her mommy. Elena pressed her pink lips together, tears falling silently, refusing to speak. Duke Pa, with a hint of reproach, said, Child, didn't I remind you earlier to accept your new mother? What's wrong with you? Zhou Ying put on a false smile of an adult and said kindly, It's okay, little ones often feel shy. If she doesn't want to call, then she doesn't have to. Duke Pa sighed, a bit sadly. Elena's mother passed away early, making her a bit sensitive and fragile. Madam, I'll trouble you to take care of her in the future. Zhou Ying laughed lightly, Don't worry, I will treat Elena as my own daughter. Good, then I can rest assured. Duke Pa released Elena's hand, reminding her, Elena, Miss Betty is about to arrive. Remember to attend class with her later. Okay, Daddy. Elena responded, stealing a glance at Zhou Ying before lowering her head again. Duke Pa no longer paid attention to Elena and made a gesture toward Zhou Ying. Shall we go upstairs, madam, to see our bedroom? Good, Zhou Ying happily agreed and moved forward. The two who left were completely unaware of Elena, who, watching Zhou Ying's back, had an odd glint in her eyes. The master bedroom was large, still maintaining the familiar Gothic style. At the end stood a double bed, with a long-haired black cat curled up on it. Hearing the door open, the black cat opened its blue eyes. Meow. The black cat jumped down from the bed, stretched lazily, and walked over to rub against Duke Pa's pant leg. Duke Pa bent down to pick up the black cat and brought it to Zhou Ying, smiling, This is called Night. It's a gift I've specially prepared for you, so it can accompany you when I am not around. Oh, thank you. Zhou Ying unconsciously took the black cat, accidentally brushing against Duke Pa's hand. Duke Pa's expression froze for a moment, his body stiffened, and even his voice became a bit unnatural. Madam, please stay here for a while. I will go to the study to deal with some business, and I will come back to accompany you in the evening. All right. Zhou Ying couldn't wait for Duke Pa to hurry out. How could she disagree? She quickly agreed. Excuse me. Duke Pa hurriedly exited the bedroom, taking a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the back of his hand repeatedly, as if it had been contaminated with something unbearable. Inside the bedroom, Zhou Ying cradled the black cat in one arm while scratching its head with the other. She really liked cats and wouldn't miss out on this perfect opportunity to play with one. However, the black cat seemed to dislike being petted. It struggled and jumped out of her embrace, choosing to leap onto the high windowsill, focused on gazing out at the scenery. What a naughty little guy. Zhou Ying shook her head, not attempting to force the cat anymore. She sat down by the bed, planning to use this perfect solitude to do something of her own. After finishing the task of the Little Red Riding Hood side story, she hadn't had the chance to do anything yet. Immediately thrown into this new game by the strange talk system, she still had not figured out what the hunting rifle item was all about. Zhou Ying sat motionless at the edge of the bed, but in reality, her spirit had already entered her personal space, checking her current profile. Ghost profile. Identity, coward. Power value, 3. Speed value, 2. Stamina value, 3. Defense value, 2. Mental value, 5, currently remaining 3 points, recovers 1 point every 2.4 hours. Talent skill, respawn, each death consumes 1 point of mental value, each respawn randomly increases 1 attribute by 1. Experience bar, 10 out of 100, clearing the dungeon can increase experience, when full, it will automatically unlock secondary awakening. After checking her profile, Zhou Ying blinked. Apart from mental value, her highest stats were both power and stamina at 3 points. From her personal feeling, her strength and stamina were not as strong as in the real world, equivalent to an adult who had stayed up late for many years. Although a bit weak, at least she wasn't as powerless as at midnight. Now, she could do more than in the last dungeon. This made Zhou Ying feel a little excited. She had only died a dozen times and was already this strong. What if she could die hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times? Wouldn't she be able to reach the sky? By then, she could punch the bazaar and kick the system, ruling the world of strange tales. Zhou Ying rubbed her somewhat stiff smile, forcing herself to calm down. She had thought too far ahead. For now, it was better to focus on getting through this dungeon and use everything she could. Like. Zhou Ying raised her hand and picked up the item placed nearby, the hunting rifle. In the last dungeon, she had obtained quite a few things, like Little Red Riding Hood and the black top hat, but sadly those things did not come with her upon completing the dungeon, only this hunting rifle followed. The hunting rifle had been in her hands for a while, but unfortunately, she only managed to check its condition now. The rifle stock had a small usage instruction printed on it. Item information. Name, the hunting rifle with Grandma's love. Level, A. Power, can kill anomalies of the same level or lower than the item owner. CD duration, automatically reloads, 1 bullet restores in 1 hour. Seems pretty good? Zhou Ying stroked her chin. Although her anomaly level was low, this hunting rifle had considerable lethality. Even if she couldn't kill an opponent, injuring them severely would allow her to finish them off later. With the ability to respawn in this hunting rifle, she still had a good chance of completing this dungeon. After considering this, Zhou Ying's thoughts returned to her body. She observed the main bedroom, where only she and a black cat whose danger level was unknown were present. The black cat was staring out the window, completely unaware of her movements. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Ying tried something out. One thought flashed through her mind, and the hunting rifle moved from her personal space into her hand. After realizing she could take out items, she placed it back into her personal space, preparing to take it out again when needed. In addition, Zhou Ying also tried to see if she could put other things into her personal space, but unfortunately, she failed. It seemed that her personal space could only hold items bound to the Chosen One's soul. Zhou Ying's ability to retrieve items from the air greatly shocked the viewers who were watching the livestream. What happened? How did Sister Zhou bring the hunting rifle from the last dungeon? Wow, seems this hunting rifle is a special item. Other Chosen Ones occasionally get items, but the chance is really low. It looks like Zhou Ying is very lucky. Who says otherwise? Not only does she have the ability to respawn infinitely, but she also got this kind of item that attacks anomalies. She is truly a lucky star. It's all set. Sister Zhou is going to go on a killing spree. Under the crowd's harmful comments, trouble quickly came knocking at the door. The door of the main bedroom was knocked on, and a maid's voice came from outside. Dinner is ready, the Duchess can come out to eat. Oh, okay. Zhou Ying forced herself to perk up. She knew danger was about to arrive. Right now, she only grasped the Duchess's code, but who knew how many more rules awaited her? Once she triggered even one of those rules, she might end up dead. Zhou Ying got up and walked to the door. Just as she was about to follow the maid downstairs, she suddenly remembered something and pointed to the black cat on the windowsill, asking, "By the way, doesn't the cat need to be fed?" The maid wore a polite smile. "Rest assured, Your Grace, the Duke will personally feed it tonight." Although she got an answer, Zhou Ying's doubts deep down were not erased. Hadn't Duke Pass said this cat was specially prepared for her? Why did it seem like he had been raising it all along? Whose cat is this black cat anyway? Temporarily suppressing her curiosity, Zhou Ying followed the maid to the dining room downstairs. In the dining room, Duke Pass was already seated with his daughter Elena. Seeing Zhou Ying approach, Duke Pass smiled and said, "Madam, come sit beside me." Okay. Zhou Ying sat down next to Duke Pass, and on his other side sat his daughter Elena. Duke Pass looked at the two still empty seats at the dining table and commanded the maid, "Why haven't my two daughters arrived yet? Go hurry them up." "Yes, Your Grace." While waiting for the two silly girls to arrive, Zhou Ying felt quite bored sitting in her seat. The rules required her to have education and etiquette, and she could not show her boredom on her face. She could only put her hands in a place invisible to others and do some small actions, occasionally feeling the material of the dining table and checking beneath her chair to see if anyone had wiped their nose on it. As she touched, she found something. A piece of paper was folded several times and stuffed in the gap of her chair. Zhou Ying raised her eyebrows slightly, discreetly pulling out the paper and unfolding it beneath the dining table, while her gaze dropped to sneak a look at the content on the paper. Chapter 29, Dining Room Rules. Unexpectedly, this was not a useless piece of paper. The content on it was very helpful to Zhou Ying. This was a new set of ghost story rules. Dining room rules. 1. Do not speak while eating. Meals are not easy to prepare. Please do not criticize the food during dining. 2. Sweat drops on the fields. Every grain is hard-earned. Please do not waste food. 3. Dining is the best way to experience a person's upbringing, isn't it? These 3 rules are not hard to understand. It just means not to criticize food while eating, not to waste food, and to have noble etiquette while dining, right? Zhou Ying understood in her heart, refolded the paper, and stuffed it back into the gap of her chair. At this moment, the two silly girls were also called down by the maid and took their seats next to Zhou Ying, looking clearly unhappy as if they hadn't played enough. "Everyone is here, serve the dishes." Under the direction of Steward Joy, several maids successively brought the prepared dinner to the table. Each person had a plate of steak, foie gras, caviar, and so on, looking very luxurious. Zhou Ying was already hungry. She wanted to devour all the food in front of her in 3 seconds, but due to etiquette, she could only eat slowly, striving not to make mistakes. This was what she thought, but her 2 cheap daughters were clearly not on the same page. After trying a bite of steak, the second daughter began to throw a tantrum, saying, "What kind of terrible food is this? I wanted a steak cooked medium rare, how can you give me a medium? It's so disgusting." Zhou Ying's smile froze on her face as she dined. Oh no! She had been so caught up in herself earlier. Forget there are 2 burdens to carry. To prevent uncontrollable events later, Zhou Ying hurriedly reassured, "Alright, Arya, stop making a fuss, let's finish this meal first." "No, no." Arya continued to throw a tantrum, her round face filled with unhappiness. "I'm not happy." Duke Pa's temper was quite good. He did not get angry immediately, but smiled and looked at the butler Joy, who was standing nearby. "Joy, go call Chef Pound." "Yes, Duke." Joy obeyed and went to the kitchen. After a while, a chef named Pound came out of the kitchen, dressed in white chef's attire, towering at nearly 6'3", with a large build and a face full of excess flesh, looking less like a chef and more like a pig butcher. Chef Pound carried a shiny pig-killing knife in his hand, glanced at everyone at the dining table, and coldly questioned, "Who thinks my food is not tasty?" "I do." Arya fearlessly raised her hand. Crack! A fierce glint flashed in Chef Pound's eyes as he swung down the knife, and Arya's body was severed in two, her neck spurted blood everywhere like a broken tap, splattering everyone at the table with red. The people around seemed to have lost their sense of fear, except for Zhou Ying. They appeared to have grown accustomed to the scene, showing no reactions that a normal person should have. Duke Pa took out a handkerchief, calmly wiped the blood from his face, and asked, "Does anyone else have any objections?" "I won't eat either." Daya bravely stood up, pushed her plate away. "I'm on a diet, no meat." There was only one bite taken from the steak, and the foie gras was left untouched. Although she and her sister were not noble ladies, they had always lived in comfort and did as they pleased. Seeing this, Zhou Ying's shock was beyond words. Does it really have to be this intense? Are her two cheap daughters all fools? Sure enough, Daya's remarks also provoked others' displeasure, particularly Joy the butler. "How much do I spend to buy food every day? How many people outside still can't afford to eat? How can you waste food?" "I wasted it, so what?" Daya's rebellious spirit was ignited. She swept her plate and all the food on it to the floor, her attitude outrageously defiant. Joy the butler's smile gradually faded. "Chef Pound, trouble." "Butler Joy, you are too polite. It is an honor for Pound to serve you." With one swift stroke, Daya also met the same fate. Chef Pound seemingly wanted to showcase his superb culinary skills, placing Daya and Arya's heads in the center of an empty plate, while skillfully cutting the tongues into thin slices, arranged to resemble two lotus flowers, with petals glistening like jewels. "Duke, Duchess, please enjoy, this is the last grand meal I have prepared for you, called Flowers Blooming Together." Chef Pound made a gesture inviting them to eat. The dining room was brightly lit, as bright as day. Daya and Arya lay on the plate, eyes wide open, mouths gaping to reveal their crimson insides, as if they were expressing their unwillingness. Clap clap. Duke Pa savored the dish, clapping and praising. "Chef Pound's skills are impressive." Elena looked eagerly at the dish, wanting to use her fork to taste a piece. Zhou Ying covered her mouth, suppressing the waves of nausea rising in her throat. While eating, Duke Pa smiled at Zhou Ying. "With such good food, why aren't you eating, dear?" Zhou Ying's face turned pale. She shook her head, refusing. "I'm already full." "This won't do." Duke Pa sighed, putting down his knife and fork. "With such poor parenting skills, I cannot trust you to raise Elena. It seems I can only change to a new lady." After saying this, Duke Pa glanced at Chef Pound, and Chef Pound immediately understood, coming to Zhou Ying's side. Zhou Ying only noticed a flash of a blade in front of her, and then she followed in the footsteps of Daya and Arya. Seeing this terrifying scene, the audience and the live stream exploded with comments. "Ugh! So disgusting! Congratulations to Sister Zhou for smoothly entering the new copy and getting a death." Hiss. "No, Sister Zhou didn't violate any restaurant rules. Why did she die? Is it because of the two foolish daughters? Did she die because of shared responsibility?" Zhou Ying's inner fear was beyond words. If it weren't for being unable to move now, all the hairs on her body would stand on end. Zhou Ying watched helplessly as the father-daughter pair finished the meal on the table, her fear expressing itself in silence. If it weren't for her body and head separating, making her unable to control herself, she felt as if her entire body would explode with sweat. Finally, waiting for Duke Pa and his daughter to finish their meal and leave the restaurant, Zhou Ying quickly took the chance to regain control of her body and install her clever head, her IQ reclaiming its ground. Soon, the wound on Zhou Ying's neck disappeared, and the missing part regrew. She successfully resurrected. With lingering fears, Zhou Ying touched her neck, puzzled, and said, "Wait, which rule did I actually offend? Why did the Duke want to kill me?" Before Zhou Ying could figure out this question, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed her, and her body disappeared from the restaurant. Chapter 32 Cheap Daughters. Consume 1 point of mental value, randomly increase 1 point of attribute value. Speed value +1, current remaining 2 points of mental value available for resurrection. The strange system's prompt echoed in Zhou Ying's mind. As soon as she felt grounded, she hurriedly looked around and found herself back in the master bedroom before making the wrong choice. She understood. She finally figured out why she died just now. It wasn't because she didn't stop Dia and Arya when they were being silly, nor was it because she didn't eat that dish that wasn't a dish, but rather, she didn't fulfill a mother's responsibilities. Duchess's Code, Article 3 states that as a duchess, one must be responsible for carefully teaching the children, raising them properly and continuing the Duke's glory. This meant that she was not alone, the behavior of Dea and Arya represented her, and she couldn't just take care of herself, but also had to strictly demand from Dea and Arya, at least while the Duke was still alive. Otherwise, if the Duke found out that her teaching skills were so poor, it would naturally be a rule violation. Remembering how satisfied the Duke was while enjoying the dish made by Chef Pound, Zhou Ying couldn't help but shudder, doubting if he was some sort of high-level oddity. Otherwise, why did she feel such immense pressure when facing the Duke? Shaking her head, Zhou Ying temporarily suppressed her inner doubts and prepared to instruct her two foolish daughters to be more proper while eating. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door from outside, and the familiar voice of the maid rang out, "Dinner is ready, the Duchess may come out to eat." Okay. Zhou Ying steadied her mind, deciding to act according to her assumptions. After opening the door and stepping out, Zhou Ying did not immediately follow the maid downstairs to the dining room, but instead asked first, "Where are my two daughters?" In response to the Duchess, "Your daughters are in their rooms." As she said this, the maid seemed to think of something unpleasant, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. "Take me to them." "Okay, Duchess." Although the maid disliked Dea and Arya for their rude and impolite behavior, she still respected Zhou Ying, leading her to a tightly closed door, her face showing difficulty, saying, "Duchess." They were still arguing about who owned the room. Sure enough, soon the sound of Big Ye and Second Ye's argument came from inside the room. "Mine." "No, I want this big room." Zhou Ying's face darkened. She didn't expect that nearly half an hour had passed, and these two girls were still arguing. Although she had never been a mother and didn't know how a qualified mom should handle this, she felt a strong urge to beat these sisters up. "You can go first, I'll take them to the dining room later," Zhou Ying said and walked directly into the room. Upon seeing Zhou Ying's arrival, Big Ye and Second Ye, who had been playfully hitting each other with pillows, instantly stopped and looked at Zhou Ying in confusion. "Mom?" Zhou Ying maintained a serious face, displeased, saying, "You still know I'm your mom." Big Ye and Second Ye didn't have the ability to understand the implications of her words. They were both stunned for a moment before quickly surrounding her. "Mom, you judge." Second Ye pointed at Big Ye and accused first, "I clearly saw the room first, and sister insisted on fighting with me for it." Big Ye retorted, "Just because you saw it first doesn't mean you get it. Why don't you value dog poop? I guarantee I won't fight you for it." "Mom, look, sister is calling me dog poop." Second Ye tugged at Zhou Ying's arm to complain. "Mom! It's clearly Second Ye who bullies me." Big Ye also tugged at Zhou Ying's other arm, unwilling to back down. The two of them each held one of Zhou Ying's arms, pulling this way and that, as if trying to tear Zhou Ying in half while continuously mumbling. "Stop." Zhou Ying felt a headache coming on. She really wanted to roll on the ground and scream hysterically, bending and twisting her body. But she couldn't. She was a mature mother. Zhou Ying took a deep breath and forced a smile. To quickly calm the situation, she used the parent tactic she once scoffed at. "Big Ye, how about you let your sister have the room? After all, she is younger than you." Big Ye was clearly not that easy to manipulate. She scoffed, "Why should I give way just because she's younger? Why doesn't she consider that I'm older and let me have it? Adults should live in big rooms, and since she's younger, she should go live in a small room." Very well, the logic was sound. Seeing that this approach didn't work with Big Ye, Zhou Ying shifted her target to Second Ye. "Second Ye, be good, your sister makes a point. Why don't you go to the small room? It's just a little smaller, living there is just the same." "No." Second Ye simply sat on the floor, throwing a tantrum like a child denied candy, rolling around and shouting, "I want this room. I want it. I want it." Zhou Ying. Her temper rising, she really wanted to pull out a shotgun and deal with these two ungrateful daughters. "Both of you behave." Zhou Ying scolded angrily, "Since you both like this room, then just share it together." Hearing this, Big Ye and Second Ye widened their eyes and were stunned. Before they could protest, Zhou Ying softened her tone a little and continued to explain, "This isn't our home, we are now living under someone else's roof. Can't you help your mom save some worry?" Second Ye looked at her eagerly, "But Mom, you used all your family assets as a dowry for the Duke. Why should we put up with this?" Zhou Ying looked melancholic, "Because whoever has the money is the master." Big Ye couldn't help but complain, "Then Mom, why did you have to marry him? Otherwise, we could still enjoy delicious food and live in big rooms without anyone bothering us." "How would she know? She wasn't really your mom." Zhou Ying felt a bit of a breakdown, but then she recalled her persona as the wicked stepmother and immediately smiled maliciously, lowering her voice, "You two idiots, we were rich before, but we had no status. Now Mom married a duke, you are noble young ladies now. In the future, maybe I can even marry a prince and become a queen." Hearing the beautiful picture described by Zhou Ying, Dea and Arya couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. "Mom, you are amazing, it's still you who is thoughtful. The two silly girls were so happy that they completely ignored one question. That is, there is only one prince, and he can only marry one queen. How will the two of them share? They can't possibly have half each, right? Of course, seeing these two silly girls finally settle down, Zhou Ying wouldn't be foolish enough to burst the bubble she created for them. Not only did she not burst it, but instead added fuel to the fire. So, if you want to marry a prince in the future, you should behave well, at the very least pretend to be a lady. Hearing Zhou Ying's teachings, Deya and Arya hurriedly nodded like little chicks pecking at rice. Zhou Ying continued to instruct, also, when you go to the restaurant to eat later, pay attention to etiquette. You can't complain about the food or waste grain. Okay, Mom. Seeing Deya and Arya finally settle down, Zhou Ying secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then opened the door to take them downstairs to the restaurant. Chapter 31, The Guide to Managing the Manor. Arriving at the restaurant again. Under Zhou Ying's repeated reminders, Deya and Arya, these two careless girls, finally didn't make any more mistakes, and they finished the meal safely. After leaving the restaurant, they returned to the master bedroom to wash up and sleep. Zhou Ying remembered the fifth rule from the Duchess's code, which said she could not refuse the Duke's request for intimacy, making her feel somewhat unsafe. So, after washing up and getting into bed, Zhou Ying took out the shotgun in advance and placed it beside her in the blanket. At worst, she wouldn't follow the storyline anymore, she would just kill everyone in the manor. After all, the strange happenings were among these people, and if they all died, it would definitely complete the A-level task. Just as Zhou Ying was lost in thought, Duke Pass emerged from the bathroom after washing up. He wore a white bathrobe, the collar was not wide open like others but was tightly closed, not even revealing his collarbone. His flaxen hair was still slightly damp, with water droplets falling from the tips, looking quite handsome. Madam, let's rest. The Duke Pass walked to the edge of the bed, squinting at Zhou Ying, his deep blue eyes full of affection. At this point, Zhou Ying had to admit, no wonder Duke Pass could marry so many times. He not only had status, but he also had looks. It was just a pity that Zhou Ying wasn't tempted. Since she was an orphan since childhood, she extremely despised intimate contact with others, whether they were male or female. Maybe she was destined to be alone. Due to the rules, Zhou Ying could not directly refuse Duke Pass's request, but she had already tightened her grip on the shotgun, ready to shoot him at any moment. Just when Duke Pass lifted the blankets and got into bed, Zhou Ying was also about to draw her gun to kill him, when suddenly a cat's meow interrupted the suffocating atmosphere. Meow. The black cat finally jumped down from the windowsill, then jumped onto the bed, coming to the middle of the bed and constantly rubbing its head against Duke Pass, looking very clingy to him. Duke Pass couldn't help but respond, stroking the black cat's head. Purr, purr. The black cat comfortably purred, and in a place where Duke Pass could not see, it threw a smug glance at Zhou Ying. Is everything okay? Zhou Ying's mouth twitched. Why did she feel that the cat's gaze was not like that of an animal, but more like a person? It seemed to be showing off, boasting that Duke Pass liked it more. Are cats this scheming? Zhou Ying couldn't help but boldly speculate, could it be that this cat was not just a cat? Perhaps within the cat's body, there hid a human soul. Could it be one of Duke Pass's former wives? Zhou Ying's fingers, gripping the gun, moved slightly. A curiosity for the truth arose in her heart, wondering where she could get information related to this question. Just as Zhou Ying was pondering, the voice of Duke Pa suddenly rang in her ears. Duke Pa, scratching the cat's chin, smiled apologetically at Zhou Ying. Madam, I'm sorry, but it seems tonight won't work. Hee, it's fine, there will be plenty of days to come, Zhou Ying responded generously, feeling greatly relieved in her heart. Meow. The black cat interrupted the two's intention to continue chatting. It seemed dissatisfied with the current outcome, so it lay down between them, stretching out its body and keeping them at a distance. After doing this, a glimmer of mischief flashed in the black cat's eyes as if enjoying a successful prank. Zhou Ying. She really felt this cat was not simple. Anyway, with the black cat's intervention, Zhou Ying no longer had to worry about her safety, and she sank into a deep sleep on the other side of the bed. Early the next morning, Zhou Ying was awakened by knocking on the door. She opened her eyes and saw that Duke Pa, who had been on the other side of the bed, was gone. Only she and the black cat remained, the latter curled up in the middle of the bed and happily purring. Looking at the adorable cat, Zhou Ying couldn't help but extend her sinful hand to pet its back. Meow. The black cat, initially lazy in allowing Zhou Ying to pet it, suddenly woke up as if it remembered something. Upon realizing it was Zhou Ying touching it, it immediately flew into a rage and raised a paw to swipe at her. Hiss. Noticing the black cat wanted to scratch her, Zhou Ying retracted her hand as quickly as possible, but still got hit. She looked down at her hand, which showed several blood marks. Zhou Ying frowned. You don't want me to pet you, but you don't have to scratch me, right? The black cat couldn't be bothered to respond. It rolled over, turning its back to Zhou Ying, and continued to sleep, its every move showing its disdain for her. Zhou Ying. She never expected that the ability to attract cats in the real world would vanish upon entering this strange world. No, it might not be her problem, this cat must dislike her because it is weird. Surely. Zhou Ying was determined to uncover the truth and clear her name of the cat-attracting ability. Bang bang. The knocking on the door continued. Zhou Ying had no choice but to get dressed and answer the door. Standing outside was the maid who had invited her to dinner yesterday. The maid kindly reminded her, "Duchess, you should get up now." Zhou Ying recalled that her current identity was an adult. She indeed couldn't lay around all day like in the previous realm. She had to take up some responsibilities like a grown-up. So, Zhou Ying yawned and replied, "Okay, I understand. By the way, where is the Duke?" The maid explained, "The Duke left early this morning to inspect the territory and won't be back for lunch." "Oh. Is there anything I need to do?" Zhou Ying asked. The maid handed her a note. "This is a list of things that Butler Joy wants you to handle today." Zhou Ying scoffed at this. After all, she was a noble lady. What else could she do besides having fun and shopping? Did such trivial matters really need to be written down? But when she took the paper and saw the densely packed content, Zhou Ying fell silent. At the top of the paper were 6 large characters. Guide to Manor Management. 1. Rise at 6 a.m. sharp. Arrange for the maids to clean and organize the day's work. 2. Before 7 a.m., go to the second floor to wake the children and urge them to wash up for breakfast. 3. At 8 a.m., Tutor Betty will arrive for class, follow up with her on the children's studies. 4. Prepare lunch at 10 a.m., Tutor Betty will stay for the meal, please confirm the number of diners and dietary restrictions, and inform Chef Pound. 5. At 4 p.m., collect the mail sent to the manor and deliver it to the respective recipients, reminding them to reply promptly. At 8 p.m., after you put the 3 children to sleep, you can return to your room to rest. Note, the Duke hates small animals, do not let any small animals appear before the Duke except for cats. Note, the study is the Duke's private space, you cannot step into the study even a little. Note, the abandoned garden is a forbidden area of the manor, no one can enter except for the Duke. Note, if you have questions you don't understand, you can ask Steward Joy, he might tell you the answer. Chapter 32, Elena's Painting. This was the first time Zhou Ying saw such a long set of strange talk rules since entering the world of strange tales, making her feel dizzy. Damn it! She thought that once she became a noble lady, she wouldn't have to work anymore, but it turned out she just didn't have to do hard labor, yet she still had to arrange for others to work. This day's workload was not light. Is the paper really stating her workload for a day, not for a year? Zhou Ying took a deep breath, forcing a smile to say to the maid, "Okay, let's start with the first task, introduce the servants in the manor to me." "Yes, Duchess." The maid took Zhou Ying downstairs. In the living room stood 6 maids ready to work, and each of them was dressed in work attire. Zhou Ying frowned and asked, "Are these the only servants in the manor?" "No," explained the maid who was responsible for waking Zhou Ying, "these are just the maids responsible for cleaning the villa, while the other laborers are managed by Steward Joy, you don't need to worry about them, Duchess. You only need to take care of the Duke and the ladies' daily lives, ensuring the villa is tidy." "Oh, I see." Zhou Ying breathed a sigh of relief, it wasn't too much work. "What about Steward Joy?" "Steward Joy also went with the Duke to inspect the territory." Zhou Ying nodded and made a simple arrangement for the 6 people. The villa had 3 floors, with 2 people responsible for cleaning each floor. Since the Duke woke up a bit earlier, breakfast was already ready, and Zhou Ying didn't need to arrange with Chef Pang anymore, she just needed to call the 3 children down for breakfast. Considering the time was tight, with the teacher Betty soon arriving to give lessons to the children, Zhou Ying hurriedly went upstairs. Standing in front of Cinderella Elena's door, Zhou Ying did not push the door open immediately. What happened last night in the dining room made her realize not only was Duke Pass a bit off, even Elena, the seemingly normal girl, also seemed a bit unusual. After all, what normal girl would eat a human tongue? Zhou Ying shuddered and carefully examined her own status. Very good, after a night's recovery, her 5-point spirit value had fully restored. With so many chances of revival, she would definitely manage to face the workload of this day. Zhou Ying took a deep breath and knocked on the door. "Elena, it's time to get up for breakfast." The room was dead silent, with no sound at all. "Elena?" Zhou Ying frowned and tentatively called out a few more times. There was still no response from the room. Unwilling to accept that she couldn't even manage to call a child up, Zhou Ying had to try to press the doorknob to open the door, and unexpectedly, it actually opened. Creak. As the bedroom door swung open, everything inside came into view. There was no one on the bed, the quilt was neatly folded together, and the bed surface was flat, as if no one had slept there last night. Elena's room was unlike that of an ordinary girl filled with sunshine or innocence. Its overall style leaned towards gloom and oppression. The walls were a strange dark red, and there seemed to be strange paintings on them. Zhou Ying seemed to be called by something unseen, uncontrollably walking towards the painting on the wall. When she got closer, she finally saw what was painted on it. This painting is done in a dark red paint that looks like the wallpaper, depicting a huge manor, shaped somewhat like what Zhou Ying saw when she first arrived at the manor. Unsurprisingly, the manor painted by Elena is the Duke of Pass's estate. In the large manor, 5 people are depicted, with a man dressed appropriately in a gentleman's hat, who should be the Duke of Pass based on his outfit. The Duke of Pass is holding the hand of a long-haired woman, who is also dressed appropriately, with a gentle smile on her face, holding the hand of a little girl, who, judging by her features, is young Elena. In the background, 2 women stare intently at the hands held together by the Duke and the woman, seemingly jealous of their closeness. Who are these 2 women? Zhou Ying's gaze involuntarily falls on them, and in the next moment, the 2 women suddenly lift their eyes to look at Zhou Ying. They seem to come to life, their faces showing an eerie smile, with blood-red paint dripping from the corners of their eyes, as if they were just painted and had yet to dry. Zhou Ying subconsciously takes a step back, her cowardly nature coming to the fore, her heart racing as if it were about to leap out of her throat. "What are you doing?" A calm female voice sounded from behind. Zhou Ying instinctively turns around to see Elena standing behind her, holding a paintbrush. "You actually peeked at my painting." Elena screams angrily, her golden hair seemingly losing its luster, her green eyes filled with bloodshot veins, making her look extremely insane. "Die." Elena gives Zhou Ying no chance to explain, rising on her tiptoes and violently thrusting the paintbrush into Zhou Ying's eye socket, piercing her head. Zhou Ying feels no pain, but the paintbrush seems to possess some kind of magic, absorbing her life force as well. She has no chance to fight back and collapses weakly to the ground. Blood begins to spread, and Elena pulls the paintbrush from Zhou Ying's eye socket, starting to paint the wall, continuing to create that eerie painting. Elena picks up the brush and draws another woman next to the 2 unidentified women. Looking at the details, it is exactly Zhou Ying's current appearance. He. Ha ha ha. Elena laughs crazily yet with restraint, like a well-mannered lady, trying to laugh but not daring to. When her final stroke is completed, the painting is finished, and the brush in her hand thrusts again into Zhou Ying, ending her life. Consume 1 point of mental value, randomly increase 1 attribute value. Defense value +1, current remaining 4 points of mental value available for resurrection. The eerie prompt from the strange talk system rings out, and Zhou Ying, back outside the door, falls into strange silence. Goodness, did she just die so quickly again? Zhou Ying shakes her head, unsure of what she did wrong to be killed by Elena. Was it because she entered Elena's room without permission? Thinking of this, Zhou Ying tentatively knocks on the door. "Elena? Open the door." No response. How can she get Elena to open the door herself? Zhou Ying racked her brain for an answer but found nothing in the 3 discovered strange talk rules. There should be another rule waiting for her to uncover. As for now, she could only try randomly. After a moment's thought, Zhou Ying added another phrase while knocking. "Elena, open the door, I am your mom." Creak. The door opens. Elena, stepping out, does not seem as neurotic as Zhou Ying saw in the room before. Her eyes have turned a melancholic blue, and her golden hair has regained its luster, now tilting her head in confusion at Zhou Ying. Although she does not speak. Zhou Ying understood Elena's meaning through her expression, so she smiled and explained, "Elena, it's time for you to get up and have breakfast. Don't you have class later?" Elena replied and went downstairs to the dining room to eat. Zhou Ying heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that calling Elena to open the door required her to introduce herself, so she wouldn't be in danger. However, looking at the tightly closed door in front of her, Zhou Ying felt an unprecedented sense of danger. Her instinct told her that sneaking in might lead to her demise again. Given that handling important matters was a priority at the moment, she chose not to attempt entering again. As she turned to leave, Zhou Ying suddenly froze in place. Wait, why are Elena's eyes blue? Didn't Elena have green eyes when she was in the room just now? Which one is the normal Elena? Zhou Ying felt like she was catching a clue. She looked back at Elena's door and decided to explore another time. For now, it was more important to wake her 2 silly daughters. Although Daya and Arya were a bit foolish, the advantage was that they were not strange. Coming close to them posed no danger at all. Moreover, Daya and Arya were easy to trick. After Zhou Ying's threats and temptations, despite their unwillingness, they obediently got out of bed, groomed themselves, and went downstairs for breakfast. Following the restaurant's rules, they finished their breakfast safely. At 8 o'clock, the tutor Betty arrived. Betty seemed to be in her early 20s and looked quite graceful. Her long hair was neatly bundled up, and thick glasses obscured her eyes, making it hard to see her gaze. However, she wore a polite smile, suggesting she was a very patient person. Duchess. Betty greeted Zhou Ying and took the 3 children to the piano room to teach them how to play. The melodious music made Zhou Ying drowsy, but the rules required her to follow the lesson, so she had no choice but to remain alert. Finally, enduring until 10 o'clock, Zhou Ying remembered the estate management guide, instructed her to prepare lunch in advance, confirmed the number of diners and any dietary restrictions, and then informed Chef Pangde. Zhou Ying stood up and asked, "Betty, do you have any dietary restrictions?" Betty adjusted her glasses and smiled, "Thank you, Duchess. I have no restrictions, I just like to eat fish eyes, please prepare a bowl for me." Zhou Ying. What kind of preference is this? Seeing Zhou Ying's shock, Betty sighed and explained, "My eyesight is poor, so it's normal to eat more ice for nourishment, right?" Normal. Zhou Ying suppressed the urge to twitch her lips. She then asked about Elena and Daya Area's dietary restrictions, remembered these requests, and went downstairs to find Chef Pang De. After hearing so many requests, Chef Pang De muttered, "Troublesome." Yet he didn't delay in his work. With a series of thuds from the knife hitting the cutting board, he divided the fish into several portions, scooped out the fish eyes into a bowl for Betty. Zhou Ying sighed in relief. This should be fine, right? Soon, lunch was ready, and the maids took it to the table one by one. Betty and the others also came down from the second floor to take their seats, and just as everyone was about to start eating, a sound of footsteps came from outside. Duke Pass and Butler Joy suddenly returned to the estate. As Duke Pass entered the dining room, he took off his gloves and smiled at Zhou Ying. "Thank you for preparing lunch for me, dear wife." Zhou Ying's mind went into alarm mode. Wait, Duke Pass didn't say he would come back for lunch. When she woke up in the morning, Duke Pass had already left. How could she inquire about dietary restrictions? Sure enough, when Duke Pass sat down and looked at the plate of roasted pigeon in front of him, his expression suddenly darkened. "What kind of lunch did you arrange, dear?" "All are foods I don't like to eat." Zhou Ying chuckled awkwardly and said, "You didn't say you would come back for lunch." "I also didn't say I wouldn't come back for lunch, did I?" Zhou Ying. Wow, this Duke is even more pedantic than she is. Not giving Zhou Ying a chance to explain, Duke Pass looked at Chef Pound and said, "Chef Pound, trouble." The next moment, the flash of a knife, and Zhou Ying died justly. Woof woof. Lying in bed, Zhou Ying suddenly sat up, gasping for air. When she opened her eyes, she found herself back in the master bedroom, the room completely dark. Consume 1 point of mental energy, randomly increase 1 point of attribute value. Speed +1, current remaining 3 points of mental energy available for revival, next point of mental energy will take 0.5 hours to restore. After the system's prompt, Zhou Ying noticed the mattress lightened beneath her, and Duke Pass had just gotten up, dressed, and was getting ready to leave. Remembering that she had unluckily died because of the Duke's dietary restrictions, Zhou Ying hurriedly grabbed Duke Pass's sleeve. "Hey, wait, Duke, are you coming back for lunch?" Duke Pass turned his head, his gaze landing on Zhou Ying's hand grabbing his sleeve. He tried his best to maintain a calm expression, but the veins on his forehead betrayed that he was not feeling normal. "I may not come back." Saying he may not come back to eat actually means he will definitely come back, right? Zhou Ying had already figured out this trick. She didn't let go and persistently said, "Then tell me what you don't eat, so that whether you come back or not, I can prepare in advance." Duke Pass, anxious to shake off Zhou Ying's grip, hurriedly said, "I don't eat poultry meat." "That's it, quickly let go." His tone had a hint of urgency, as if Zhou Ying was plotting something against him. The sounds of their voices woke the black cat sleeping in the middle of the bed. It stared at Zhou Ying grabbing Duke Pass's hand, for bristling, continuous threatening sounds erupting. "Roo!" The black cat pretended to pounce on Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying was startled and instinctively let go of Duke Pass. Duke Pass, unconcerned about Zhou Ying's presence, pulled out his handkerchief from his pocket and continuously wiped his sleeve before quickly leaving the room. What's going on? Zhou Ying realized something was wrong. If Duke Pass hated her so much, why did he still want to marry her? So strange. However, the strangest thing was the black cat's attitude towards her, as if she were a rival. If it weren't for the fact that one was a person and the other a cat, it seemed like the black cat would truly pounce on her and fight. Zhou Ying stroked her chin, scrutinizing the black cat. "You can't be one of Duke Pass's lovers, can you?" Chapter 34, Cannot Enter the Study. Upon hearing this, the previously noisy black cat suddenly became obedient, quickly turning its head to avoid Zhou Ying's probing gaze. This made Zhou Ying seriously suspect that if it weren't for the black fur covering it, she might see the cat blushing. "Little kitty? You can't be shy, can you?" Meow. The black cat, embarrassed and angry, ignored Zhou Ying, jumped off the bed, and directly leaped onto the windowsill, gazing longingly at Duke Pass leaving the manor. Zhou Ying couldn't help but give a thumbs up, sending the most sincere blessings to this pair of infatuated souls. "Wow, black cat, are you some former wife of the Duke?" The Duke dislikes Sister Zhou touching him, but doesn't mind the cat touching him. "Little kitty, so cute, very few people would dislike you, right?" Alas, if only there were some way to know the Duke's 3 past romances, but unfortunately, I can't ask the Duke himself. Doesn't the rule state that you can ask Butler Joy? The problem is, Butler Joy went out with the Duke, and Sister Zhou has no opportunity to be alone with him. The questions the audience in the live broadcast were considering were also what Zhou Ying was thinking. But now is not the time to investigate the truth. Time is continuously passing in the ghost story instance. Once she made too many wrong choices, leading to her death too many times, she would probably really die. This time, the resurrection randomly assigned her speed value, and Zhou Ying's speed value reached 4 points. Now her speed could compete with that of a physically fit adult. Following her previous routine, she went downstairs to arrange the work for the maids, then dashed back upstairs in a flash. On the spot, the maids were astonished, unable to close their mouths. Madam. Madam's speed is really fast. She woke her 3 daughters, got them ready for class, and organized lunch. When noon came, Duke Pass, this big oaf, indeed returned for lunch. This made Zhou Ying feel quite relieved that she had prepared in advance. Looking at the table where no flying bird-related food appeared, Duke Pass finally did not explode in anger. After finishing the meal, he elegantly wiped his lips with a handkerchief. Madam, I'm done eating, I'm going to the study. Okay. Zhou Ying quickly nodded, watching Duke Pass head upstairs. Watching the Duke's departing figure, she felt like she was missing something, but couldn't recall what it was at the moment. Butler Joy, Zhou Ying forcibly suppressed her inner unease, confirming that Elena and the others had gone to class with Miss Betty. Only then did she turn her attention to Butler Joy, who had returned with Duke Pass. I want to inquire about something. Butler Joy respectfully replied, what does the Duchess want to know? I heard that the Duke had 3 wives before me. I want to know their identities and where they are now, Zhou Ying cautiously asked. The mansion management guide said she could ask Butler Joy, and as for whether she could actually find out, she had to try, right? Butler Joy smiled and said, I'm sorry, Duchess, I cannot answer that question. Zhou Ying. Alright, it seemed that sensitive topics wouldn't be shared, after all, he was loyal to Duke Pass, not her, the 4th wife. Then what exactly did the Duke go out to do with you this morning? Zhou Ying changed her question. Butler Joy continued, I'm sorry, Duchess, I cannot disclose the Duke's whereabouts. What else could he tell her? Zhou Ying took a deep breath, feeling that her first 2 questions didn't yield results, possibly because she was too direct. If she were more subtle, maybe she could get some answers. So, Zhou Ying suddenly had a clever idea, feigning worry. Butler Joy, I don't know if I should mention this, but I really don't understand. The Duke has blue eyes, how can Elena have green eyes? Is it because her mother has green eyes? Elena's biological mother, Mrs. Mary, also had blue eyes. The green eyes belong only to Tia. Realizing he almost said something he shouldn't, Butler Joy quickly shut up. Zhou Ying hurriedly pursued, who is Tia? Butler Joy shook his head, apologetically smiling, I'm sorry, Duchess, I cannot say. Even though Butler Joy did not reveal more, the information still provided Zhou Ying with a lot to think about. It seemed that something mysterious about Elena was due to this person named Tia, and if she could obtain information about Tia, then she could clarify the strange issues surrounding Elena. Just as Zhou Ying was pondering, suddenly Duke Pass's angry shouting echoed from upstairs. Get out! Who let you come into my study to clean? The maids trembled as they replied, it was the Duchess who told us to come clean. Oh no! Upon hearing this, Zhou Ying realized her big mistake, only then did she understand what she had forgotten. The mansion management guide required her not to enter the study. She thought it was just a requirement for herself, so she did not remind the maids not to clean the study, resulting in the diligent maids cleaning even the study. Caught by Duke Pass, she was sold out. Maria! Duke Pass's angry shout rang from upstairs, you failed in your duties. Right after, a series of hurried footsteps echoed as Duke Pass rushed down from the 3rd floor to the stairway connecting the 1st and 2nd floors, his gaze locked on Zhou Ying. In a swift motion, he pulled out a handgun from behind and aimed it at Zhou Ying's head. Bang! With a gunshot, a bullet hole appeared in Zhou Ying's forehead, her eyes filled with confusion, seemingly unable to grasp what had just happened. Consuming 1 point of mental energy, randomly increasing 1 attribute value speed +1, current remaining 4 points of mental energy can be used for revival, the next point of mental energy will restore in 2.3 hours. In the dimly lit master bedroom, Zhou Ying, lying on the bed, heard the eerie system's notification in her mind. Beside her, Duke Pass groaned as he got out of bed and dressed. Zhou Ying suddenly lost her desire to practice her tricks with him. She instinctively reached up to touch her forehead, where the bullet hole had vanished, and having spent 1 point of mental energy, she felt lively again. But Zhou Ying felt emo. In less than half a day, she had died 3 times. What on earth was this damn horror story trying to accomplish? It was a long while before Duke Pass left, allowing Zhou Ying to finally sit up in bed, but she didn't immediately instruct the maids to start cleaning. Instead, her gaze fell upon the sleeping black cat. Little kitty. Zhou Ying reached out and poked the black cat. The black cat's ears twitched, annoyed, swatting Zhou Ying's bothersome finger away. Zhou Ying, undeterred, continued to poke the black cat. Let me ask you a question. If your answer satisfies me, I won't disturb your sleep. Reluctantly, the black cat opened its eyes to look at Zhou Ying, its blue irises filled with impatience, seeming to urge her to ask the question quickly. Zhou Ying pulled out a name she got from Butler Joy, who was Tia. Chapter 35, The Stepmother's Manual. The black cat's pupils constricted, reacting to this. Oh? You know her? Seeing this, Zhou Ying's smile deepened. Looks like this Tia is one of the Duke's wives? The black cat's little head shook vigorously, as if like a rattledrum. Zhou Ying confirmed her suspicion, patting the cat's head. Alright, I know Tia is also a wife of the Duke, thank you for answering. Black cat. Seeing it couldn't fool Zhou Ying, it drooped its ears, appearing dejected. Having gained a piece of useful information, Zhou Ying finally stood up and went downstairs to assign tasks to the maids, specifically reminding them not to clean the study. Taking the opportunity, she headed to the third floor. The study door was unlocked, and as Zhou Ying pushed it open, she found a spacious room with 2 rows of massive bookshelves on either side, and at the far end was an old, exquisite desk. Zhou Ying first glanced over the bookshelves. The books were all classic literature, offering no useful information, so she skipped past them. Arriving at the desk, she noticed it was immaculately tidy. Only a few ink pens and a stack of white letter paper were present, with no other clutter, indicating that Duke Pass not only had a cleanliness obsession but also severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. Next, Zhou Ying's gaze landed on the 2 locked drawers of the desk, seemingly hiding unknown secrets. TSK, it seems the clues I'm looking for are hiding in those drawers. Zhou Ying felt regretful for not mastering the art of lockpicking. She guessed that the Duke probably kept the drawer keys close to him. Determined, Zhou Ying closed the study door and went to the second floor to wake the 3 children for their lessons. Because she had avoided cleaning the study and the Duke's taboos this time, Zhou Ying successfully lived until the afternoon, but since the Duke finished his meal, he had been in the study, and Zhou Ying couldn't find a chance to slip in. Duchess, it's time for your afternoon tea. The maid kindly brought coffee and pastries to Zhou Ying, who was sitting in the yard to cool off. Seeing the coffee brought to her, Zhou Ying's eyes brightened, and she ordered, "Prepare another cup, I will take it to the Duke." "Okay, Duchess." The maid obeyed and quickly brought another cup. Zhou Ying took the coffee to the third floor and knocked on the study door. "Duke, I brought you coffee. May I come in?" "Thank you, madam, no need to come in, I will get it myself." The Duke of Pa sounded a bit gloomy. Soon he opened the study door and blocked the door crack with his body, not wanting Zhou Ying to see inside. Zhou Ying had anticipated this. The moment the door opened, she quickly glanced at the desk and saw that it was different from what she had seen before, with a stack of documents and a set of keys on it. No doubt, the key to the study's drawer was carried by the Duke of Pa. Knowing this important information, Zhou Ying felt relieved. She smiled and handed the coffee to the Duke of Pa, did not linger, and turned to go downstairs, thinking that when the Duke fell asleep at night, she would take the key from him to find clues in the study. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Butler Joy handed a stack of letters to Zhou Ying. "Duchess, here are the letters that arrived at the manor today." Zhou Ying took it and roughly glanced through it. Each letter was sealed with wax, with one for the Duke, one for Elena, several for the maids, and even one for herself. Manor Management Guide, Article 5 requires her to deliver the letters sent to the manor to the corresponding recipients and remind them to reply as soon as possible. If she opened someone else's letter, it would surely be noticed, and the result would probably be fatal. So, Zhou Ying could only open the letter addressed to herself, which was sent by a lady named Nino. "Maria, how are you? I heard you married the Duke of Pa. Oh, I really envy you. Your best friend Nino, looking forward to your reply." Reply? To reply to what? Zhou Ying didn't even know who this person was. How could she reply? She put down the letter sent to her by Nino and took the remaining letters upstairs to give them to the Duke, Elena, and others. Later in the evening, after dinner, Zhou Ying saw that the Duke of Pa had gone to the study again, and she couldn't get the key from him for now, so she had to follow the rules and provide sleep assistance to Elena and the maids. "Elena, open the door, it's mommy." After Zhou Ying revealed her identity, Elena actively opened the door. She peeked out, her blue eyes full of confusion. "What are you here for?" Zhou Ying smiled and said, "Of course, to help you sleep." "May I come in?" Elena hesitated for a moment and moved aside to let Zhou Ying in. Zhou Ying continued to ask, "May I take a look at your room?" "Sure," Elena agreed. Zhou Ying took a brief look at Elena's room. It was as she had seen during the day, with dark red walls painted with eerie pictures in blood, and Zhou Ying didn't dare to look too long, fearing that another glance would be her end. Remembering how she had died, Elena had suddenly appeared behind her. Zhou Ying instinctively glanced at the door behind her. Behind the door was a small stool. It was obvious that Elena had stayed behind the door in the morning, which was why she had not noticed Elena's presence when she entered the room. In addition, there was a hint of red in the corner behind the door. Zhou Ying walked over and discovered a small red booklet lying on the ground. With Elena's permission, she picked it up and opened it, finding that each page contained a rule of a strange tale. Stepmother's Handbook. 1. Please respect your stepdaughter's privacy, only enter her room with her consent. 2. Remember not to play the box game with your stepdaughter. 3. The stepdaughter is a sensible child, she rarely makes requests. How can you bear to refuse such a considerate girl? 4. The stepdaughter is a good child who does not lie. You can ask her questions if she is willing to answer. 5. The stepdaughter's pet is a small bird. If the pet dies, she too will follow it in death. 6. While the Duke is alive, treat all 3 children equally, even if it is hard inside, at least put on a good front. As for after the Duke's death? Who cares? Zhou Ying. Sure enough. She died that morning because she entered Elena's room without permission. This time, after getting Elena's consent, nothing went wrong. After saying a word to Elena and getting her approval, Zhou Ying put away the small red book. She took Elena's hand and brought her to bed, ready to quickly lull the children to sleep so she could sneak the Duke's keys and get information from the study. Elena, what story do you want to hear? Mommy will tell you. Zhou Ying mimicked the mom from the last script, pretending to be a good mother. Elena sat on the bed, obediently hugging her doll. Mommy, I don't want to sleep. I want to play the box game with you. Chapter 36, The Box Game. Zhou Ying's mouth twitched. Can we not play? The stepmother's handbook just told her not to play the box game with Elena, and now Elena wants to play it with her. Is this a rhythm that wants her dead? Seeing that Zhou Ying did not want to play with her, Elena's lips turned down, and her blue eyes seemed to turn a deep green. Zhou Ying hurriedly agreed, all right. We can play, but after you finish, you must answer my question. Elena's expression returned to normal, her eyes still a pure light blue. Zhou Ying wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Being a mom is hard, but being a stepmom is even harder. If she hadn't figured out the information of the script, she would really want to shoot the Duke and Cinderella, though she might not have the ability to do so. Yay! Mommy promised to play the box game with me. Elena was so happy that she rolled off the bed. She rummaged under the bed and pulled out 10 wooden boxes, each big enough to fit her curled-up body. Mommy, you turn your back and count to 10. If you can find me in the boxes, you win. I will answer one of your questions and sleep honestly. How about that? Can Mommy ask more than one question? No, I can only answer one question. Thinking about the stepmother's handbook, demanding her not to reject Elena's requests, Zhou Ying had to abandon the idea of bargaining and agreed with a forced smile. Okay, Mommy will agree to you. Then, Zhou Ying turned around, listening to the sound of the boxes being opened and closed behind her, and started counting down, 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. Elena, are you hidden well? I'm going to start looking. Zhou Ying turned around, looking at the 10 identical wooden boxes piled in front of her, her heart started to race. Why did she feel like something remarkable was going to pop out from them? All the boxes were closed, and from the outside, she couldn't tell which box contained Elena. Zhou Ying casually opened the nearest wooden box. Bang! The lid fell down, and there was nothing inside the box. Zhou Ying continued to open boxes. The second box was still empty. The third box was also empty. After opening 3 boxes without finding anything, Zhou Ying sighed in relief, and her nerves loosened. She estimated she would find Elena at the end. So, Zhou Ying confidently opened the 4th box. Just as the lid fell down, a black shadow jumped out from the box. With disheveled hair, Elena jumped onto Zhou Ying's body, her hands gripping her neck tightly while letting out a bizarre laugh. Oh. Mommy picked the wrong person, and the cost of being wrong is, come down and keep me company. A strong feeling of suffocation hit Zhou Ying, and in her final moments, she finally saw Elena clearly. At that moment, Elena's eyes were neither blue nor green, but a strange red? What on earth was happening? Crack! Before Zhou Ying could understand what was going on, as Elena suddenly squeezed with all her strength, Zhou Ying's neck bone snapped, and she breathed her last. Soon, time rewound to the afternoon, with Zhou Ying sitting at the stone table in the yard, enjoying her afternoon tea. Consume 1 point of mental value, randomly increasing 1 attribute value. Strength +1, current remaining 5 points of mental value available for resurrection, next point of mental value will restore in 1.5 hours. Death reduced 1 point of mental value, but the passage of time allowed Zhou Ying to recover even more mental value, more than she could ever use. Although she wasn't facing the danger of complete disappearance, Zhou Ying still felt a bit troubled. Wasn't this the umpteenth time? Why was she still trapped in this day? Was this quest really so difficult? Zhou Ying pressed her forehead with a headache, feeling an impulse to take out everyone in this quest, but the only weapon, the hunting rifle, had a 1-hour cooldown, making it unlikely to do so. Better to wait a little longer until she could get the information she wanted from the study, then see if she could figure anything out. If not, she would have to try to brute force through the quest. Duchess, here are the letters that arrived at the manor today. Butler Joey handed Zhou Ying a stack of letters. Zhou Ying distributed the letters to the corresponding recipients as she had done last time, and after dinner, she arrived at Elena's door, only entering after getting her consent. Mommy, let's play the box game. After Elena made this request, Zhou Ying agreed without hesitation, even saying first, okay, but if I win, you have to answer 1 question for me and go to bed obediently. Elena was taken aback. How did this easygoing stepmother learn to steal her lines? Oh, okay. The box game began. 3, 2, 1. As Zhou Ying's countdown ended, she turned around and began searching for Elena hiding in the boxes. To prevent being killed by the abnormal state of Elena like last time, Zhou Ying took out the hunting rifle from her personal space. Although she could only shoot once within the hour, if she could eliminate the problematic Elena, the remaining one must be the safe Elena. After last time's experiment, Zhou Ying avoided the first 3 boxes that she had already opened and also the 4th box containing the red-eyed Elena, continuing to open the remaining 6 boxes. After opening a few more boxes, Zhou Ying noticed that among the last 2 boxes, although one box was closed, a small strand of golden hair was caught beside the lid. This box must be the right one. Zhou Ying's eyes lit up, but she didn't fully relax. She used the muzzle of the rifle to lift the lid. In the next moment, a girl in a white dress jumped out, holding a paintbrush in her hand, her tone radiating a restrained madness. "Oh, poor mommy, you're not very lucky." Elena's lips curled up, revealing a demure smile, and her green eyes carried a lifeless calm. Zhou Ying's eyes widened. Wait. Weren't they red? Why had they changed back to green? Taking advantage of the fact that the girl hadn't had the chance to attack her yet, Zhou Ying aimed the rifle at the green-eyed Elena while backing toward the 4th box, lifting the lid with her toe. Aha! Another Elena jumped out of the box, her red eyes filled with crazy enthusiasm. Mom, surprise, right? How many Elenas are there? Zhou Ying felt a bit overwhelmed, and before she could open the last remaining box, 2 Elenas suddenly lunged at her. Bang! Zhou Ying instinctively pulled the trigger, flames shot out from the gun's muzzle, and the bullet struck the green-eyed Elena. Her head immediately exploded. Chapter 37, Red and Green Elena, please continue. That should be the end, right? Zhou Ying's tension was just beginning to ease, but upon seeing the horrific scene before her, it tightened again. The green-eyed Elena was indeed shattered by Zhou Ying's bullet, her entire skull turned to fragments. A few scattered nerves hung down, the eyeball dangling as it swayed with her body, looking like a yo-yo. The sight was quite interesting. What a ridiculous situation, how can I not even kill a small monster? Zhou Ying never expected her level to be this low. Even though she had gained the upper hand, she still couldn't kill the bizarre version of Elena. The shotgun's bullets were still recharging, unable to fire again for an hour, but Zhou Ying didn't plan to just sit and wait. She tried to learn from her grandmother how to kill the 2 strange Elenas with the gun's handle. However, before she could act, the 2 enraged Elenas unleashed their pressure as high-level bizarre beings. Mom, how can you treat us like this? We're really angry. The green-eyed Elena and the red-eyed Elena simultaneously lunged at Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying wanted to move, but the cowardly trait took over, and her body was frozen in place. The 2 small figures clung tightly to Zhou Ying, working together, one twisted necks while the other poked eyes, resulting in Zhou Ying's tragic death. Soon, the tragically dead Zhou Ying returned to the balcony, sipping afternoon tea. Consume 1 point of mental value, randomly increase 1 point of attribute value. Stamina +1, currently remaining 5 points of mental value available for resurrection. The next point of mental value will recover in 2 hours. The system's prompt brought Zhou Ying back to her senses. Thinking about her earlier experience, she couldn't help but bang her forehead against the table twice. This is only the 2nd subquest, why is it so hard? She had died about 5 or 6 times today after an average of every 2 hours, and she was really exhausted. Of course, it wasn't without benefits. At least her speed value had skyrocketed to 5 points, her strength had reached 4 points, and even her stamina was at 4 points, with mental value still fully restored, not even close to being used up. Even after dying so many times, Zhou Ying still felt confused about the S-level completion task. Her frustration was overwhelming, causing surging murderous intent to emerge, and she nearly couldn't suppress the impulse to destroy everything in the manor. Hiss. Zhou Ying drew in a cold breath. How could she have such a terrifying thought? Has being mixed with these perverts and bizarre beings made her uncontrollably twisted too? Otherwise, how could these perverse thoughts keep popping up in her mind? No, no. Even if she died, she was still a good bizarre being. How could she go on a killing spree? Zhou Ying managed to restrain her restless nerves, showing a gentle and friendly smile, completely forgetting that in her last instance, she had burned down an entire oak grove, with bizarre beings nearly wiped out. First, let's handle this round with Elena and see if she can extract key clues from her. If that doesn't work, then she'll forget about the S-level completion rewards and directly go for an A-level reward. Zhou Ying clenched her fists, motivating herself. Duchess. At this moment, Butler Joy came in with a bundle of letters. Zhou Ying was already very familiar with this routine. Before Butler Joy could finish speaking, she took the letters and went to deliver them. This familiar action made Butler Joy freeze for a moment. The lady is more skilled than I am, who is really the steward of this estate. After finishing dinner, Zhou Ying continued according to the estate management guide rules, heading to Elena's room to provide lullaby services. 3, 2, 1. The box game started again. This time, Zhou Ying accurately avoided the 2 strange Elenas in the boxes. She opened several boxes one after another, finding nothing inside, until she arrived at the last box. As expected, the real Elena was hiding in this box. Zhou Ying took a deep breath and raised her hand to open the box. In a flash of white, 2 Elenas jumped out at the same time. One with red eyes, one with green eyes. Zhou Ying's eyes widened slightly, incredulously asking, weren't you in the other boxes? The two Alinas spoke in unison, of course, it's because there are secret passages between the boxes, Mom, you were so silly. Zhou Ying looked at the huge black hole just dug out at the bottom of the wooden box, remaining silent. What the heck? Weren't the rules of the game about finding Elena from the boxes? But how can I find someone if they aren't there? If the blue-eyed Elena isn't in the box, then where could she be? Or are they also Elenas, and as long as I combine these two, they can become the real Elena? The viewers before the live broadcast racked their brains, trying to find the problem and convey their thoughts to Zhou Ying, hoping she could clear the game smoothly. Fortunately, Zhou Ying's mind didn't receive these obviously wrong guesses. After a brief silence, she quickly opened the other 9 boxes, all of which were empty, none had the blue-eyed Elena. Zhou Ying didn't feel panic, she was genuinely curious, so she asked the two Elenas across from her, why are you the only ones in the boxes? Where is the real Elena? Mom, you're way off, haha. The red-eyed Elena let out an unrestrained laugh. The green-eyed Elena calmly refused, saying, Mom, give up, we won't reveal the answers. Taking advantage of the fact that neither of them was pressuring her or lunging at her, Zhou Ying had a sudden insight. Yes. Elena only said to play the box game, as long as she found Elena in a box, that would count as winning. But Elena never said she would hide in a box waiting for her to find. In other words, Elena is hiding somewhere else. Zhou Ying looked around, trying to find a place in this room where someone could hide. Finally, her gaze settled on the bed, the long sheets hanging down to the ground completely obscured what was under the bed, making it impossible to see what was hidden there. Forget it, let's take a gamble. Zhou Ying steadied her mind, her leg muscles tightening, preparing to run toward the bed 10 meters away. The red-eyed and green-eyed Elenas also realized Zhou Ying planned to do something and screamed as they lunged at her. Zhou Ying had already moved ahead of them, after multiple deaths, her speed had increased to 5 points, allowing her to match an amateur athlete, and almost like a flash, she reached the bedside. Bang! The two Elenas followed closely behind and crashed onto Zhou Ying's back. Zhou Ying was caught off guard and fell to the ground. At the same time, the two Elenas used their peculiar pressure in unison, trying to completely suppress Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying's body stiffened for a moment. Realizing that her cowardly instincts were about to kick in, she quickly bit her tongue to keep herself awake. Struggling to withstand the oppressive pressure from the red and green Elena behind her. Under this pressure, Zhou Ying painfully reached out her arm to grab a corner of the bedsheet, lifting it up. Chapter 38 White Feather, please continue updating. You broke the rules. You broke the rules. The two Elenas screamed, trying to drag Zhou Ying away, not allowing her to lift the bedsheet. However, with 4 points of strength, Zhou Ying was no longer the weak little chick she used to be. As she resisted the pulls of the two Elenas, she used her last ounce of strength to forcefully lift the bedsheet. As the bedsheet was lifted, everything beneath the bed was revealed. Indeed, there was an Elena under the bed. A skinny Elena sat on the ground hugging her knees, completely focused on watching Zhou Ying's bizarre fight. Her blue eyes held in naive innocence. Ignoring the red-eyed Elena who climbed onto her back, choking her with both arms, Zhou Ying's lips curled into an excited smile. Found you. The Elena under the bed shook her head. She cleverly said, that doesn't count. I said you need to find me in the box to win, but I'm not in the box right now. Is that so? Zhou Ying sighed, looks like I really can't do anything about you now. Since you know, then hurry up and die. The red-eyed Elena's eyes were filled with killing intent as she attempted to snap Zhou Ying's neck to kill her completely. The green-eyed Elena was not willing to be left out either, taking out her painting brush, ready to stab Zhou Ying. Without saying a word, Zhou Ying pulled out a shotgun from her personal space, pointing it at the red-eyed Elena behind her and fired a shot. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and a large hole appeared in the red-eyed Elena's chest. Her body instantly lost strength, collapsing to the ground, her limbs struggling as if trying to stand up. Although the red-eyed Elena hadn't completely died, she had temporarily lost the ability to move, unable to attack Zhou Ying for a while. Now, Zhou Ying only needed to deal with the green-eyed Elena. So, Zhou Ying broke free from the grip of the red-eyed Elena and used the butt of her gun to send the green-eyed Elena flying as she approached her. Taking advantage of the moment when the Elena beneath the bed was taken by surprise, Zhou Ying grabbed the Elena's wrist and forcibly dragged her out from under the bed. With her other hand, she picked up a box and placed it over the Elena's head, completely covering her. Don't touch her. The red-eyed and green-eyed Elenas screamed frantically as they lunged at Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying didn't even glance at them and directly moved the box to reveal the Elena beneath it, then a satisfied smile spread across her face. I won. Boom! As soon as she finished speaking, the red-eyed and green-eyed Elenas, who had reached Zhou Ying's side, instantly vanished. A white feather floated down from the air, landing in Zhou Ying's palm. Cough, cough, cough. Zhou Ying, who had previously been choked by the red-eyed Elena, couldn't help but cough a few times, looking curiously at the white feather in her palm. This looks like a bird's feather, right? Could it be that those two strange ones were not Alina's, but Alina's pets? After pondering for a moment without clarity, Zhou Ying decided to ask Alina directly instead. After the disappearance of the red-eyed and green-eyed Alinas, only the blue-eyed Alina and Zhou Ying remained in the room. Seeing that Zhou Ying had cracked her self-created box game, Alina pouted in frustration but didn't further trouble Zhou Ying, reluctantly saying, "Alright, I admit you won. What do you want to ask?" Zhou Ying curiously asked, "Who were those two people just now? What is their relationship to you?" Alina had no intention of hiding anything. She pressed her lips together and said, "These questions. During the day, you go to the abandoned back garden of the manor, and you will know everything. Can you be more straightforward?" "No. Hearing is one thing, seeing is another. Some things are better witnessed with your own eyes," Alina teased. Seeing that Alina refused to say any more, Zhou Ying put away the white feather and quietly noted this clue in her heart, planning to visit the abandoned back garden after she got the clues from the study. "Alright, Alina, the game is done, you can finally go to sleep, right?" At Zhou Ying's urging, Alina reluctantly climbed into bed, covering herself with the quilt and preparing to sleep. Oh my! After trying several times, she finally managed to get her to fall asleep. Zhou Ying sighed in relief, left Alina's room, and closed the door carefully. She then went to the room where Daya and Arya lived, but as soon as she reached the door, she heard them making a racket inside. "I want to sleep on the bed. Why don't you sleep on the floor? You sleep on the floor." The two were causing such a fuss that it sounded like a group of people were fighting. Zhou Ying sighed but could only open the door to go in, which also confirmed for her that Daya and Arya were not strange. After all, they were just so silly. Even if they were strange, they probably wouldn't be smart enough to pose a threat. "What are you making noise about at this late hour? Hurry up and sleep." Startled by Zhou Ying, Daya and Arya quieted down for a moment, but only for a moment. They started fussing again, even dragging Zhou Ying into their argument for her judgment. "I'm telling you, stop arguing." Zhou Ying felt a splitting headache, and seeing that the two still had no intention of stopping, she angrily slapped both Daya and Arya, physically calming them down, emphasizing that she would show no mercy. After putting the passed-out Daya and Arya onto the bed, Zhou Ying finally returned to the master bedroom. The curtains in the master bedroom were drawn, and the room was pitch black. On one side of the enormous double bed lay Dukpa, who had shed his outer clothing, and snuggled up next to him was a black cat, both of them deep in sleep, creating a particularly harmonious picture. For a moment, Zhou Ying felt as if she were the third party stuck between them. She didn't take the chance to shoot the Duke while he was asleep. After all, she couldn't even kill the two strange versions of Elena, who didn't seem very strong, let alone this even more elusive Duke. If she could shoot and kill Dukpa, that would be fine, but if she couldn't and accidentally angered him, her time would have to rewind back to the afternoon, and just thinking about the series of things she had to do afterward gave her a headache. It felt like she had entered a bizarre story just to clock in for work. Zhou Ying shook her head, dismissing the strange thoughts in her mind, and quietly approached where Dukpa was. His coat was hanging on a nearby standing coat rack. She reached into Dukpa's coat pocket and rummaged around. Before long, she actually found a bunch of keys. Zhou Ying stared at the keys in her hand, her heart involuntarily filled with excitement. It was the same bunch of keys she had seen at the study's door, and the key to the study's drawer was probably among them. Weighing the keys in her hand, Zhou Ying felt that there must be at least 100 keys. Most of them were house keys, which made her marvel that Dukpa was truly a wealthy lord. Holding the borrowed keys with joy, Zhou Ying happily went to the third floor to open the study's drawer. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom, Dukpa, who had been sound asleep moments ago, suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up and gazed at Zhou Ying's departing figure, a fleeting glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Chapter 39, The Duke and the Cat. Dukpa's pair of blue eyes was clear and bright, with no trace of sleepiness at all. Seeing Zhou Ying leave the bedroom, he reached out and poked the black cat, and the black cat let out a muffled grunt, dissatisfied, lifting its paw to swat away the Duke of Pass's fingers. The Duke of Pass's low voice was filled with a chilling intent. "I will count to 3, 1, 2. Before he could reach 3, the black cat immediately opened its eyes, sprang up, its muscles taut, and instead of stretching, it seemed ready to salute. "Go!" The Duke of Pass signaled to the black cat with his eyes. The black cat understood and gracefully jumped off the bed, walking elegantly out of the master bedroom to search for Zhou Ying's whereabouts. In the study, Zhou Ying squatted in front of the desk, taking out the key she had just stolen and repeatedly trying to unlock the drawer, but there were just too many keys, and after several attempts, she still couldn't open it. After trying more than a dozen keys, Zhou Ying finally opened the left drawer, and pulling it open, she found a gun lying inside, with nothing else. Zhou Ying recognized this as the gun that the Duke of Pass had used to kill her, so she quickly put it away and continued to open the next drawer. Not this one. Not this one either. How is it still not this one? Failing to unlock the drawer again and again made Zhou Ying feel anxious. Just then, a creaking door sound echoed, particularly jarring in the quiet night. Zhou Ying instantly became alert. She had intentionally left the door half closed to prevent being discovered, and if someone pushed the door open, it would definitely make a sound. Thinking of this, Zhou Ying planned to quickly pull out the key she had just inserted into the lock and hide, but unexpectedly, as she turned the key, there was a soft click and the lock on the right drawer opened. It opened? Zhou Ying was a bit surprised and didn't care whether she would be discovered. She quickly pulled open the drawer and didn't have time to properly check the contents before grabbing everything in a frenzy and holding it to her chest. Then, Zhou Ying swiftly closed the drawer, took out the key, and hid in the space beneath the desk. In the silent night, the only sound she could hear was her own breathing. Just as Zhou Ying began to wonder if she was too nervous and misunderstanding, maybe no one had entered the study, and it could very well be the wind that pushed the door open. Suddenly, a faint muffled sound came from the desk, as if something had jumped from the ground to the desktop. Zhou Ying's heart raced. Between her and that thing was just a layer of the desk's wooden board, and as soon as the other side lowered its head, it would discover her hiding under the desk. Looking up at the edge of the desk, Zhou Ying gripped the gun she had just taken from the drawer, ready to shoot it in the head as soon as it showed itself. After a long while, the thing still did not reveal itself. It seemed to confirm that no one was in the study before jumping down from the desk, and the door creaked open again as it left. Zhou Ying sighed in relief. She hurriedly looked down at the stack of documents she had just taken from the drawer. These were files that likely contained the information she wanted to know. Thinking about finding the information she was looking for and needing to restore the study to its original state quickly, Zhou Ying began to skim through them. These documents were divided into two parts, one being a list of eligible women nationwide. Zhou Ying carefully studied it and found that it consisted of rich young ladies or widows, and since she inherited the fortune of the nation's richest deceased husband, she undoubtedly ranked first. So is that the reason why she became the fourth wife of the Duke of Pass? Zhou Ying's mouth twitched slightly, filled with confusion and disbelief. She had the wealth of the richest person before. Did all that money just go to the Duke, who used it to renovate a manor? How could that be real? Carrying her questions, Zhou Ying continued to look through the next set of files. For more than a decade, the Duke of Pass had faced poor management. The harvest of the territory was poor, and the business suffered serious losses, unable to even take out money for repairing the manor. The title of Duke was nothing more than a hollow title. In fact, the expenses exceeded the income. But after marrying the widow Maria, played by Zhou Ying, for some unknown reason, the funds suddenly became abundant, and the business gradually improved. Only then did Duke Pa frequently go to inspect the territory. It seemed that Duke Pa had lied. He hadn't used all his money to repair the manor but secretly transferred his assets to maintain the expenses of the territory. Zhou Ying's tightly knitted brows suddenly relaxed. Indeed, the purpose of Duke Pa marrying her was for money, and now that Duke Pa had obtained the money, she was very likely in danger next. Realizing this, Zhou Ying didn't have time to summarize the information she just obtained with the previous information. She quickly crawled out from under the desk and locked the documents back in the drawer. Looking at the gun in her hand, Zhou Ying hesitated for a moment but still didn't put the pistol back inside. Her weapon, the shotgun, had a cooldown, and it hadn't recovered since dealing with the strange Elena, so it was good to temporarily keep the pistol for self-defense. As for whether the Duke would find out that she had taken the gun, Zhou Ying cleverly locked the left drawer, took the key off the keyring, and stuffed it into her clothing pocket. This way, with one less key, the Duke couldn't open the drawer and surely wouldn't discover the missing pistol. Confirming that everything was restored to its original state, Zhou Ying walked to the door, grabbed the doorknob, and opened the door. After stepping out, she pretended as if nothing had happened. No matter what Duke Pa asked, she wouldn't admit anything. Creak. As the door opened, a tall figure entered Zhou Ying's view, scaring her heart almost to a stop. Upon closer inspection, she recognized that the person blocking the doorway was Duke Pa. Duke Pa had an expressionless face, only using those intoxicating blue eyes to gaze at Zhou Ying, clearly having anticipated that she had intruded into his study and stood at the door for a long time. Meow the black cat stood on Duke Pa's shoulder, looking down at Zhou Ying with an air of superiority. The blue cat eyes were full of pride, as if it was excited about successfully reporting her. Zhou Ying was startled by the man and the cat, and her expression stiffened immediately. Careless, she forgot about the cat's keen hearing. It must have heard her heartbeat when she was standing on the desk, so it hurried to inform Duke Pa. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arrived so quickly. Duke Pa's voice was icy as he asked, "Madam, what are you doing here?" Zhou Ying awkwardly smiled and moved her hands and feet. "Haha, I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk." "Oh? You just happened to walk into my study?" Duke Pa fixed his gaze on Zhou Ying, a hint of menace flashing in his eyes. "Didn't I tell the butler to inform you that you cannot enter the study?" Zhou Ying put on a warm attitude, pretending to pat Duke Pa's shoulder. "Are we still separating you and me? Isn't that too polite?" Duke Pa shifted his shoulder, dodging Zhou Ying's hand. Immediately, a strange black mist overflowed from him, and the terrifying and frightening aura rushed towards Zhou Ying. Chapter 40, New Props. The black mist brought an unprecedented sense of crisis to Zhou Ying. Her heart tightened as she instinctively stepped back to avoid it. "Don't come near." Zhou Ying had lost her playful mood. She pulled out the pistol from her bosom and aimed it at Duke Pa, saying the classic line, "If you come any closer, I'll shoot." Duke Pa's face remained cold, and he stepped closer to Zhou Ying, the black mist following closely. You can try. Try it, then. Without saying another word, Zhou Ying opened the safety and pulled the trigger. With a muffled bang, the bullet struck Duke Pa's head. An astonishing scene unfolded. The bullet pierced through Duke Pa's head, creating a bullet hole in the wall behind him, yet Duke Pa's forehead showed no signs of injury. Clearly, Duke Pa was unharmed, his movements showing no hesitation as he continued to walk towards Zhou Ying. Goodness, this is strange. It's a high-level strangeness. It looks like the plan to eliminate the strangeness needs to be advanced. Zhou Ying gritted her teeth, gripping her pistol tightly, firing bang 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 until the entire magazine was empty, each shot aimed at different parts of Duke Pa. Even the black cat was not spared. The black cat sensed Zhou Ying's intent and quickly huddled behind Duke Pa's head, using him as a shield. Before shooting, Zhou Ying was filled with defiance. She couldn't believe that Duke Pa's body could block bullets everywhere. After firing all the shots, she finally believed. This thing is too high level. It's simply not something she can kill. Zhou Ying decisively threw her pistol at Duke Pa, who had just reached her, then turned to run towards the window at the end of the study, shattering the glass without regard for the consequences and jumping down. After all, dying from a fall is better than being scared to death by a strangeness. Boom! Zhou Ying fell to the ground, hitting the surface solidly. Cough cough cough. The coughing sound came sporadically as Zhou Ying struggled to stand up. Thankfully the third floor wasn't too high, her enhanced body didn't break on impact, and she felt no pain. Even a broken leg wasn't too hard to bear. Looking up towards the third floor, Duke Pa stood at the window with a large hole, looking down at Zhou Ying, black gas spreading around him, actually lifting his body down from the third floor. What the hell? Zhou Ying dared not look any further and began to sprint frantically in the yard. While running, she checked the recovery time of her trap shotgun. Very good, 5 more minutes. As long as she drags it out a bit longer, she could use it. Duke Pa also entered the yard, not unleashing all his strength, just leisurely following behind Zhou Ying, as if enjoying the thrill of hunting prey. Until Zhou Ying was pushed back to the corner, Duke Pa stopped maintaining his slow pace and accelerated towards her in the corner. Seeing Duke Pa getting closer, Zhou Ying couldn't run anymore, and she didn't plan to run. 5 minutes had passed, the shotgun's bullets finally recovered. Zhou Ying took out the shotgun from her personal space, raised it, and without a word, aimed at Duke Pa's head. Bang! The gunfire exploded. Zhou Ying thought even if she couldn't kill Duke Pa, she could at least injure him, but an unexpected sight appeared. The bullet suddenly halted in midair as it was about to hit Duke Pa's face. The black gas swirling around him transformed into a large hand, catching the bullet and successfully intercepting it midway. How is this possible? Zhou Ying was utterly astonished. In the next moment, Duke Pa controlled the hand made of black gas, turning its direction. The fingers slowly relaxed and the bullet swiftly flew back towards Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying's vision darkened. She died under her own trap. To say the least, this trap was surprisingly quick to kill low-level strangeness like her. Chirp chirp. The sound of clear birdsong rang in her ears. Zhou Ying lifted her head abruptly from the table, her eyes still filled with the panic of that thrilling chase. Consuming 1 point of mental value, randomly increasing 1 attribute point. Stamina +1, current remaining 5 points of mental value available for revival. The reminder from the strange talk system gradually calmed Zhou Ying down. She discovered time had returned to the afternoon of a sunny day, and she was sitting in the yard drinking afternoon tea. Why is it always this resurrection point? Did she make the wrong choice after that? Zhou Ying raked her hair, thought for a moment but couldn't figure it out, so she simply put the question aside for now and sorted out the information she had just obtained before her death. The materials in the study indicated that Duke Pa had been plotting for a long time. This marriage was his means of gathering wealth, which is why he hated Zhou Ying's touch and clearly did not like her. So what about the previous 2 marriages? Were they the same? Zhou Ying's fingertips lightly tapped the tabletop, feeling that she was getting a bit of a clue, but she was still far from obtaining all the information. This made Zhou Ying sigh. The S-rank mission was hard to complete, and the A-rank mission wasn't much better. The main problem was still that Duke Pa was too high a level. He was truly too difficult to kill. If she had some way to deal with those 2 strange Elena, then the Duke Pa was an impossible dream. Wait a minute. Zhou Ying suddenly thought about how she could use 2 rules to her advantage. Stepmother's Manual, Article 5, the stepdaughter's pet is a bird. If the pet dies, she will die too. Manner Management Guide, Article 7, attention, the Duke detests small animals, do not let any small animals other than cats appear in front of the Duke. Also, from the lunch's dietary restrictions, she learned that Duke Pa hated eating birds, which meant he truly loathed them. Coincidentally, Elena's pet was a bird, and it was highly possible that it was the 2 who had turned into the strange Elena. Zhou Ying chuckled. She decided to use the strange against the strange, so the next step was to find the secret of those 2 strange Elena. Lowering her head, Zhou Ying glanced at the white feather in her palm. She didn't expect that the feather she took from Elena's room would still follow her back to the moment just before her death after her resurrection. Could this feather have some magical effect? Congratulations, Chosen One, for obtaining item ×1. It can be placed in personal space and brought to the next dungeon. Just as Zhou Ying was puzzled, the prompt from the bizarre talk system echoed. Sure enough, it's an item. Zhou Ying's eyes lit up, hurriedly checking the information of the newly acquired item. Item information. Name, Feather of Weak Water. Acquisition method, plucking the strange bird's feather. Level, B class. Effect, when carried, can temporarily offset high-level bizarre pressure and gain a certain degree of mobility. Duration, 5 minutes, can be increased with the host's level. Zhou Ying nodded in satisfaction. This was good, it was worth all her deaths to finally obtain a useful item. In this way, she wouldn't be frozen in place due to cowardice when facing high-level bizarre entities. After putting the feather in the pocket of her chest, Zhou Ying was about to get up and leave when Butler Joy suddenly approached from a distance. Madam, here are the letters that arrived at the manor today. Zhou Ying. Not this again. She seriously suspected she might have made the wrong choice during this afternoon, which is why she kept resurrecting here, but now wasn't the time to figure that out. She needed to first understand the clues she obtained from Elena. Zhou Ying ignored the matter of the letters and asked Butler Joy, let's put the letters here for now, I want to know where the abandoned back garden of the manor is? This manor was so large, rather than searching like a headless fly, it was better to directly ask Butler Joy. As for whether Butler Joy would tell Duke Pass that she was going to the back garden, and whether Duke Pass would come to kill her, Zhou Ying no longer cared. After all, she had enough lives, and understanding the problem was the most important thing. Madam, the back garden is over there. If you go straight for more than 500 meters, you will see 2 iron gates. Just push it open. Butler Joy pointed in a direction and explained, but that place is a forbidden area of the estate, you'd better not go there. Okay, thanks. Zhou Ying stood up and walked toward the direction Butler Joy indicated. Butler Joy was momentarily stunned, holding a pile of letters in his hands, unsure of what to do. Duchess, these letters. You handle it yourself. Zhou Ying didn't even bother to look back and quickly headed toward the back garden. Butler Joy. Watching Butler Joy standing there in a daze, the viewers in the live stream began to roast him. Sister Zhou is so heartless, even bullying an old man like him. What a joke. Isn't Sister Zhou heartless every other day? I find myself speechless. Abandoned back garden. Zhou Ying walked more than 500 steps according to Butler Joy's direction, and 2 black iron doors stood before her. Due to years of neglect, the doors were rusted and looked very old. Creak. Zhou Ying pushed the door open, making a sound that was painfully grating on the ears. Stepping into the back garden, she saw locust trees everywhere. The trees twisted and turned, like bizarre charred corpses, sealing off the sky above the garden. Sunlight could not penetrate, and a gloomy air permeated the surroundings, sending chills down her spine. As Zhou Ying stepped in, the door behind her suddenly slammed shut with a bang, startling her. Just as Zhou Ying hesitated about whether to move deeper, she heard the flapping sound of wings, and a shadow of a bird appeared overhead. The bird flapped its wings and flew deeper into the woods, and Zhou Ying instinctively followed the bird. As she ventured deeper, flowers were scarcely found, everywhere was thick weeds, some grasses more than a meter tall, making it hard to imagine this used to be a garden. Zhou Ying followed the bird's pace. When she pushed through the weeds, a tombstone suddenly stood before her. Wiping the dust off the photograph on the tombstone, she saw a woman with a gentle smile, resembling Elena, with long golden hair and light blue eyes. At the bottom of the photo was her name inscribed. Mary Duchess of Pa. Zhou Ying felt this name was somewhat familiar. After a moment of thought, she finally remembered that Mary was Elena's biological mother, the first wife of the Duke of Pa. The tombstone showed she died 13 years ago. It was unknown how she died. It was certain that Elena was already several years old at that time. Mary could not have died due to complications in childbirth with Elena. Coo. Zhou Ying's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden bird call. The bird seemed to notice that Zhou Ying was no longer following it and circled overhead, flapping its wings, as if urging her to keep going deeper. Removing her gaze from the tombstone, Zhou Ying stepped forward, continuing to follow the bird. However, she didn't notice that the smile on Mary's photograph was slowly fading, her gaze coldly watching Zhou Ying's departing figure. Zhou Ying continued to follow the bird deeper. When she pushed through the shrubs again, another tombstone appeared before her. Lilia, Duchess of Pa. The girl in the photograph had fiery red hair and ruby-like gleaming eyes. Her smile radiated brightness, lifting one's spirits just by looking at it. Patter, patter. The bird that had been circling overhead finally landed, flapping its wings as it perched on the tombstone. It was a snow-white dove, with a pair of eyes that were blood-red, holding a complex emotion that transcended that of an animal. Gulp. Zhou Ying couldn't help but swallow hard. She felt like she was starting to guess something. Coo. In the sky, a bird's call echoed, and a white dove flew over, landing on a nearby tombstone. This dove had eyes as green as solitude. The tombstone where the dove rested bore a photo of a woman with the same green eyes, gentle in expression, radiating an air of scholarly grace. Tia, wife of the Duke of Pass. Tia. Zhou Ying was startled, realizing something. This name was mentioned by Butler Joy, and even the black cat recognized her. She was really the Duke's wife. But she didn't know which number wife she was. Coo 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 coo. Two similar yet completely different doves suddenly called out, standing on two tombstones, opening their beaks, singing a strange nursery rhyme. In a distant manor lives a duke. He is handsome, charming, and gentle. The duke's first wife was Mary, with golden long hair, kind and pure. The duke's second wife was Lilia, with fiery red hair, passionate and lively. The duke's third wife was Tia, with green eyes, learned and talented. The pace of the two doves suddenly quickened, the female voice sharp enough to almost crack, but they all died in this damp, dark, eerie, and silent manner. Zhou Ying's body bristled with goosebumps as she understood the meaning of the song, "Stay away from the Duke." Then, the two doves swiftly turned their heads 180 degrees to face Zhou Ying. Despite their different colored eyes, they were filled with the same hatred. "And you are the Duke's fourth wife, Maria, you too will sleep here like them." As they finished singing, their voices dripped with murderous intent, chilling Zhou Ying to her core. Feeling a shiver run down her spine, Zhou Ying instinctively took 2 steps back but accidentally stepped on a stone, stumbling slightly. She reached back, trying to grab something to steady herself. After feeling around, she indeed managed to grab onto something to support her body, avoiding a messy fall. However, what she held was icy cold and somewhat strange. Zhou Ying quickly turned around and discovered her hand was leaning against a tombstone. This tombstone was newly carved, clearly inscribed with a familiar name. Lady Maria. Chapter 42, 4 Tombstones. Maria. This was the name she used to play the wicked stepmother. To make sure she was not mistaken, Zhou Ying glanced at the photo above the name. The woman in the picture had black hair, black eyes, and black lips, just like her goth style. In such a tense moment, Zhou Ying couldn't help but make a small remark about it. The Duke of Pass had 4 wives, each so different. It was truly amusing. But before Zhou Ying could be happy for 2 seconds, the 2 white doves resting on other tombstones flew directly at her, screeching and trying to peck her eyes out. Die, die, die. The doves revealed their hatred for Zhou Ying without holding back. Zhou Ying steadied herself and waved her hands wildly at the doves coming near. While swatting them away, she complained, "What's wrong with you two? I didn't harm you. Go find whoever harmed you." The 2 doves completely ignored Zhou Ying's explanation and continued pecking at her relentlessly. In pain, Zhou Ying took out her hunting gun from her personal space, wanting to deal with these doves that couldn't tell right from wrong. Unfortunately, her skills were lacking, and she hadn't mastered the ability to hit a live target yet. After wasting 1 bullet and putting the gun in cooldown mode, Zhou Ying had no choice but to put it away and run back the way she came, intending to escape this dangerous abandoned garden. Fortunately, after multiple brushes with death, her speed had reached an astonishing level of 5, and the 2 doves flapping their wings with all their might couldn't catch up to her. Zhou Ying ran all the way to the iron gate, and the 2 birds behind her finally stopped chasing, which made her murmur to herself. Why didn't they keep chasing? Zhou Ying took out the newly acquired item, a feather, from her pocket. The white feather looked exactly like the 2 white doves, combined with their signature red and green eyes. It seemed the 2 strange Elenas she encountered in Elena's room were these 2 white doves transformed. As for their identities, thinking of the photos of the 2 women on the tombstone, Zhou Ying sighed. It seemed they were the Duke's second and third wives, Lilia and Tia. Looking at the photos, Lilia and Tia did not appear to come from ordinary families. Money and status often influence a person's appearance and spirit. Could it be that Duke Pa married successive wives to seize their wealth? Zhou Ying felt reluctant to think deeper. She opened the iron gate and hurried out of the abandoned garden, but unexpectedly, just a few steps later, she suddenly bumped into a hard embrace. She quickly stepped back and looked up, only to see the gentle face of Duke Pa. "Where are you in such a hurry, madam?" Duke Pa asked with a smile. Zhou Ying's heart tightened, and she hastily blurted, I was just wandering around out of boredom." Duke Pa's smile gradually faded. "But I just saw you come out of the forbidden area. Did I not ask Butler Joy to tell you not to enter the forbidden area? Why are you so disobedient?" This. Zhou Ying knew she had angered Duke Pa. No matter what she explained, he wouldn't believe her. She was just about to escape when an inexplicable force suddenly restrained her. Turning her head, she saw that Duke Pa was surrounded by black mist again, which formed a large hand that tightly gripped Zhou Ying's neck and lifted her up. Zhou Ying's legs flailed in the air, but she could not break free from the black hand's hold. She could only watch helplessly as Duke Pa manipulated the black mist, dragging her to the tombstone in the abandoned garden that bore her name. Duke Pa didn't move, yet the black hand had already dug a pit, revealing a black coffin. He opened the coffin and placed Zhou Ying inside, and gently closed the lid. To prevent Zhou Ying from escaping, the black hand even thoughtfully nailed the lid shut and covered the coffin with thick dirt, giving her no chance of survival. While Duke Pa was busy, the earlier 2 crazy doves didn't dare to approach. They hid at a distance, observing Duke Pa's every move. Only after completely burying Zhou Ying securely and confirming she had no chance of surviving underground did Duke Pa turn and leave the abandoned garden. Meanwhile, in the live streaming room, a line of cyber candles flickered on the screen. A moment of silence for Sister Zhou's nth death. Wishing Sister Zhou can come back to life, amen. Goodness, goodness. Time rewound to 4 in the afternoon, where Zhou Ying was sitting in the courtyard drinking afternoon tea. Consuming 1 point of mental value, randomly increasing 1 attribute point. Strength +1, current remaining 4 points of mental value available for revival, 2.4 hours until the next point of mental value recovery. The system's reminder brought Zhou Ying back to her senses. Damn it! Zhou Ying's eyes were filled with rage. She could not forget how desperate it felt to be alive and locked in a coffin. All she could sense was the suffocating feeling growing stronger. Even if her fingertips bled from scratching, she could not break through the heavy coffin lid above her. Deathly silence, helplessness, loneliness. These feelings were the last sensations of her life, and at this moment, they transformed into fuel. Totally ignited the fire of anger in her heart. To hell with the S-grade reward. She didn't want it. Zhou Ying sneered repeatedly. Alright, Duke Pa, you wanna play this game with her, huh? Just wait to die. She rubbed her face, trying to make her expression look more normal, so that she wouldn't be erased by the rules due to a simple deviation from her character. Duchess, this is. Butler Joy sent another letter. This time, Zhou Ying didn't give Butler Joy a chance to speak. She snatched the letter and went straight into the room to deliver it. After coaxing Elena to sleep at night, Zhou Ying returned to the master bedroom to rest. Waking up early in the morning, Zhou Ying rubbed her sore and swollen eyes, getting up to repeat yesterday's tasks. After arranging the maids to clean, Zhou Ying didn't immediately go upstairs to wake the 3 children, but instead went to the kitchen to watch Chef Pound make breakfast. Chef Pound, how many years have you been working here? Zhou Ying initiated the conversation. Chef Pound was quite friendly when not in a killing mood. He honestly answered, replying to the Duchess, I started working in the manor over 10 years ago and have never left. Zhou Ying pondered, so you live here at night? Yes, Chef Pound nodded, one hand skillfully chopping vegetables with a sharp knife while the other pointed to a small room not far from the kitchen. The Duke kindly allows me to stay in the storage room. Oh. Zhou Ying squinted her eyes, glancing at the tightly closed door of the storage room, silently taking note of this matter in her mind. After finishing breakfast, Teacher Betty came for class. You 3 come up one by one to play. I want to see if you've mastered the piece I taught you yesterday. Teacher Betty pushed up her glasses, signaling Elena and the others to step up one by one to play the piano. Elena did wonderfully, not making a single mistake, but when it came to Dea and Arya, things went wildly off track. One could say the piece they played was not at all related to what Elena had played. Even Zhou Ying, who was listening, couldn't help but cover her ears, it was too awful. Her 2 stepdaughters were utterly devoid of any musical talent, just like her. Duchess, after Dea and Arya finished playing, Teacher Betty's gaze shifted to Zhou Ying, her eyes behind the lenses showing a hint of coldness. Is this how you guide them in their studies? But isn't that your job as a teacher? Zhou Ying countered. You can't just leave everything to me, parents should also take on the supervisory role. Blaming everything on the teacher makes you an unqualified parent. As she spoke, the expression on Teacher Betty's face gradually turned colder. She removed her glasses, and without the lenses, her pure white eyes looked exceptionally eerie. Zhou Ying was shocked. No wonder Teacher Betty liked to eat fish eyes. It turned out her vision was really that bad. Wasn't cataract even this severe? In a chilling voice, Teacher Betty delivered her final judgment on Zhou Ying. So, unqualified parents like you should just die. Afterward, Teacher Betty turned her glasses around, the arms of the glasses aimed straight at Zhou Ying's eyes, moving faster than a normal person could. Zhou Ying was about to dodge, but the sharp end of the glasses had already stabbed into her eye, then forcefully yanked out. Zhou Ying covered her bloodied and sunken eye socket, collapsing to the ground. Teacher Betty began chewing on the end of the glasses, causing the 3 young girls nearby to look at her with puzzled expressions. Teacher Betty? What are you doing? While gracefully enjoying her meal, Teacher Betty explained, the teacher has poor eyesight, eating this is a reasonable way to supplement my eyes, right? Elena and the others nodded uncertainly, and after Teacher Betty finished her supplement, they started a new round of learning with her. On the ground, Zhou Ying gradually lost her breath due to excessive blood loss. Consuming 1 point of mental value, randomly increasing 1 attribute value. Defense value +1, currently remaining 5 mental points can be used to revive. The system's notification suddenly rang out. Zhou Ying rubbed her still living eyes and glanced at the place she was in. She was still in the yard, still sipping afternoon tea. Had she returned here again? It seemed very likely that she made a wrong choice this afternoon. But Zhou Ying no longer cared to understand what choice she had actually made wrong. After so many deaths, her patience had worn thin. She was eager to implement her plan. To avoid the strange circumstances from the last dungeon that prevented her from obtaining the A-grade reward, this time her plan had to be foolproof, ensuring that not a single living soul could remain in the mansion. Zhou Ying calmed herself and began to carefully consider how to deal with Teacher Betty. Teacher Betty did not live in the mansion, she came every morning to teach Elena and would leave in the evening. To deal with her as well, Zhou Ying had to think of a way to make her stay overnight, which meant getting through the mornings safely to avoid being killed by Teacher Betty. Thinking about what Teacher Betty said before she struck, Zhou Ying quickly guessed why Teacher Betty would target her. Mansion Management Guidelines, Article 3, the tutor, Teacher Betty, comes to class at 8 a.m. and follows up on the children's studies with them. In other words, she was aware of the children's coursework from start to finish and had to ensure the children understood what Teacher Betty taught that day to keep up with her lessons the following day. If the children fell behind in their studies and delayed Teacher Betty's teaching schedule for the next day, she would kill Zhou Ying for failing to fulfill her parental duties. Zhou Ying's mouth twitched. When she worked her way through school, she had frequently tutored children, but she never expected even in this strange narrative dungeon, she would still have to tutor kids. Well, to avoid being killed by Teacher Betty in the morning and affecting her plan, Zhou Ying had no choice but to face this difficult task head-on. That night, after putting the diligent Elena to sleep, Zhou Ying took the noisy Bigya and Arya into the piano room and, through an intense tutoring session, finally taught them to play the piece that Teacher Betty taught in the day. The next morning, as soon as Teacher Betty started class, she began to evaluate the students' studies in turn. Elena excelled again, and although Bigya and Arya's levels were slightly lower than Elena's, they managed to barely pass thanks to Zhou Ying's last-minute coaching. This surprised Teacher Betty a bit. When she looked at Zhou Ying, her expression seemed rather regretful. Zhou Ying seemed oblivious to Teacher Betty's strange expression. She smiled and said, "Teacher Betty, since you don't live here and have to come and go every day, why not stay overnight in the mansion? There are plenty of rooms here, it wouldn't hurt to have you." Teacher Betty hesitated. "Isn't that a bit inappropriate?" "What's inappropriate about that?" Zhou Ying hypocritically praised. "Look at how well you taught these 3 children. It's only right for us to provide you with food and lodging." Zhou Ying's enthusiasm caught Teacher Betty off guard. She seemed to think of something, adjusted her glasses, and finally agreed, "All right, I'll stay overnight." Seeing that she had talked Teacher Betty into staying with just a few words, Zhou Ying was very happy. At noon, everyone finished lunch safely. At 4 in the afternoon, Butler Joy arrived punctually. "Duchess, here is a gift from your friend." "A gift?" Zhou Ying was taken aback. How come it was a gift instead of a letter? Just a couple of days apart, this utterly different development of the story surprised Zhou Ying. "Bring it over for me to see." Receiving a beautifully wrapped gift box from Butler Qiaoyi, Zhou Ying felt puzzled. It seemed she didn't really have any friends. Who would send her a gift? Grabbing a corner of the bow on top of the gift box, she pulled it slightly, and the box opened with ease. Beep 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 beep. A series of crisp urgent sounds rang out. Zhou Ying focused her eyes and saw that inside the gift box lay a black time bomb. Next to the bomb was a hard card, on which a series of small words were written. "Maria. Didn't you marry Duke Pa? What are you so proud of? You didn't even respond to my letter. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Your best friend times enemy, Nino." The word friend was crossed out with a big X, followed by the word enemy. Seeing the content on the card, Zhou Ying suddenly understood what she had done wrong, which led to her repeatedly reviving at this afternoon tea moment. Estate Management Guide, Article 5, open the mail sent to the estate at 4 p.m. and hand it to the corresponding recipient, reminding them to reply as soon as possible. This included not just the Duke and Elena, but also her. Chapter 44, The Plan Has Begun. Zhou Ying completely understood. Because she ignored the letter Nino sent her, she kept being brought back to this revival point after dying, in order to make the right choice. 10, 9, 8. The rapidly counting down time on the bomb pulled Zhou Ying back from her floating thoughts. She realized she needed to quickly deal with the bomb in the gift box, or she would die again. Zhou Ying held the gift box, just about to gather her strength to throw the bomb far away, but as she raised the gift box above her head, the bomb exploded with a boom even though the countdown hadn't ended yet. Before the world plunged into darkness, Zhou Ying had only one thought, confirming whether this Nino was really her best friend. Was she really not her worst enemy? With the bomb's explosion, Zhou Ying was left with not a single bone, just a small pile of ash. The live stream's bullet comments panicked instantly. "Where is my sister Zhou? Oh no. Zhou Ying was blown into pieces, surely she can't come back to life? Wait, let me calculate a fortune for little friend Zhou." "Master, no need to calculate. Look." With a reminder from one comment, everyone closely watched the live stream and discovered that the ashes scattered on the ground were actually reassembling into a human-shaped piece of charcoal, and then this human-shaped charcoal kept growing larger and finally became a living person. And this living person was Zhou Ying. Not only had she successfully resurrected, but her clothes had also returned to their original state. This shocking scene left everyone dumbfounded. After a long while, someone sent a comment, Is Sister Zhou still human?" After reviving, Zhou Ying returned to the previous day at 4 p.m. Consume 1 point of spirit value, randomly increase 1 point of attribute value. Spirit value plus 1, current remaining 6 points of spirit value available for revival, each recovery of spirit value requires 2 hours. The system's reminder voice rang out in time. Zhou Ying was not excited for finally randomly getting valuable spirit value, her polite smile faded, and a cold maliciousness flickered in her eyes. Who could have imagined that, in just 1 day in the second copy, she had died more than the 3 days of the previous one? If she continued to stay here, would she be forever trapped? Even if she couldn't die, it would be annoying, alright? Damn it, damn it. Zhou Ying's hands gripped the table tightly, almost digging her fingers into the wooden board from the force. Her expression was somewhat frenzied. Not for any other reason, but because she had died too many times, each in a different way, causing Zhou Ying's usually healthy mind to nearly distort. Why did it always have to be her getting killed? Couldn't she kill someone else for a change? He. Zhou Ying chuckled softly. Yes, why couldn't she kill someone else? Of course she could. Duchess, here are the letters delivered to the manor today, Butler Joy said as he brought her the letters once again. Zhou Ying restrained her frenzied smile, took the letters, opened the one from her friend Nino, and picked up a pen to write a reply. If she didn't reply to Nino in time, she would be killed by the bomb hidden in the letter, so she could take advantage of this. Zhou Ying wrote, "Oh, my dear Nino, I really miss you to death. I've just moved to the manor and have been quite busy, I didn't mean to ignore you. Here's a small gift, I hope you'll accept it. Also, I wanted to ask you something, do you know how the last 3 wives of Duke Pass died?" After finishing the letter, Zhou Ying sealed it and handed it to Butler Joy, while also reminding him, "Please send a gift along with it, anything will do, my friend isn't picky." Butler Joy smiled and agreed, "Of course, Duchess, I'll take care of it." After saying that, he took the letters to send them. Zhou Ying held the remaining letters, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Good, it's time to start her plan. Zhou Ying didn't intend to delay any longer, she set the action time for tonight. Before the operation, she went to the music room, leaving teacher Betty behind and arranging a place for her in the manor. In the dead of night. After lulling Elena to sleep, Zhou Ying stealthily took Duke Pass's key, went to the study, and skillfully opened the drawer of the desk, not to take Duke Pass's documents, but to retrieve a pistol from another drawer. As soon as she got a hold of it, Zhou Ying heard a faint creaking sound at the door. She knew the black cat was back to supervise her again. This time, she didn't hide but simply got up and emerged from under the desk. Bang! With a soft sound, the black cat happened to jump onto the table. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Zhou Ying's mouth as she pressed the gun barrel against the black cat's forehead. Meow! The black cat was terrified, letting out a heartbreaking scream. Feeling Duke Pass's oppressive presence approaching, Zhou Ying didn't dare to hesitate and immediately pulled the trigger, blood bursting forth in front of her. She shook her hand and turned to crash her shoulder into the window. Bang! The glass door shattered, and Zhou Ying decisively jumped down. Thanks to this mission, she had died so many times that her defense level rose to 4 points, protecting her body so that she didn't break her leg from the fall. Looking up at the 3rd floor, Duke Pass indeed rushed into the study the moment she jumped down, and seeing the lifeless black cat on the table, the Duke let out an angry roar. The dark energy within him could no longer be suppressed, and it utterly destroyed the study, books on the shelves torn into countless fragments, falling like leaves. Duke Pass held the limp black cat in his arms, casting an angry glare at Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying provocatively smiled at Duke Pass and utilized her speed rating, which had risen to 5 points, decisively running toward the courtyard. Duke Pass fixed his gaze on Zhou Ying, also using dark energy to drag his body down from the 3rd floor to chase her. However, Duke Pass was destined to be disappointed. After running just a few steps into the courtyard, Zhou Ying reached a tall, spherical-shaped shrub, ran around it, and hid behind it to cover up her body. The Duke of Pass did not notice this and continued chasing deeper into the yard. Seeing the Duke of Pass getting further away, Zhou Ying chuckled, then turned around and ran back to the villa, sneaking into the 1st floor in the dark. It was the dead of night, and even the usually busy servants had already fallen into deep sleep. Zhou Ying didn't go to the servants' rooms yet, but instead looked toward the storage room next to the kitchen. The door of the storage room was tightly shut, as if hiding something unknown. Zhou Ying's mood was not at all uneasy, on the contrary, she felt somewhat excited. She couldn't help but rub her hands together and, before heading to the storage room, she checked the kitchen. The kitchen was empty, and even the butcher's knife that Chef Pang usually used during the day was not there. This could only mean that the knife was... Chapter 45, Don't Make a Sound. Zhou Ying's gaze shifted to the tightly closed wooden door of the storage room. Chef Pang was so fond of his knife, he carried it with him everywhere, even possibly placing it under his pillow while he slept. With this suspicion, Zhou Ying walked up to the storage room, not caring whether she would make any noise that might wake up the person inside. She used 5 points of strength and kicked the thin wooden door open. The storage room was small, barely big enough for a single bed. The tall Chef Pang had to curl up to fit on it. The sudden sound of the door being kicked open startled him awake. He pulled out the butcher's knife that he had kept under his pillow, and suddenly stood up, swinging the shiny knife toward Zhou Ying's head. The tall, dark figure in front of her seemed like it could swallow her whole. Zhou Ying decisively aimed for Chef Pang's head and fired. With a bang, the bullet entered his forehead and exploded inside. Chef Pang's already dull eyes became even more vacant, and his body fell with a thud. As he collapsed, the butcher's knife in his hand also swung toward Zhou Ying's head. What's going on? In a split second, Zhou Ying could only fire another shot, this time aimed at the wrist of Chef Pang's knife hand. The bullet exploded his wrist, and Chef Pang's hand, along with the knife, fell to the ground. What happened? The sudden gunshots were particularly jarring in the silent night. The female servants who also lived on the first floor woke up at the sound. One of the servants, wrapped in a blanket, came out to check. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Zhou Ying squatting on the floor, her back to her, seemingly picking something up. Lying beside her was Chef Pang, but unlike before when he was full of life, he now had a bloody hole in his forehead and was clearly dead. Madam Duchess? The maid stepped forward, cautiously asking, what happened? Why is Chef Pang dead? Zhou Ying stood up at the sound of the voice. When she turned to face the maid, a look of awkwardness appeared on her face, as if she had been caught. If she said that she hadn't intended to kill Chef Pang from the beginning, but just wanted to borrow his butcher's knife, only for Chef Pang to not cooperate, and so she had to strike first, would the maid let it slide? However, Zhou Ying didn't have the chance to explain. By the time the maid clearly saw the scene before her, there was no opportunity left for explanation. In the maid's eyes, Zhou Ying, in her black dress, was grinning a terrifying smile, her white teeth gleaming, her black lips, and the cruel killing intent in her eyes and eyebrows. She looked like a deranged murderer. Especially since this murderer was holding a bloodied butcher's knife in one hand, and the other hand was making a gesture, clearly intending to grab her and attack. Ah! The maid screamed and turned to run toward the servants' room. Wait, what are you screaming for? Zhou Ying was a bit flustered. She worried the maid's scream would attract Dupas from the yard. So she could only chase after them. The maid rushed into the house and quickly tried to close the door, but before the door could fully shut, a pale hand suddenly reached through the crack, painted with eerie black nail polish. Ah! The maid's scream became even more terrified, so she tried hard to close the door, inevitably squeezing the hand trapped in the door crack, but that hand wouldn't budge, even after being squeezed several times. Although Zhou Ying's pain was not very strong, having her hand squeezed repeatedly still felt uncomfortable. Hiss. Can you open the door and we can talk? Help! The maid completely ignored Zhou Ying's request to talk and coldly clicked the red cross in the upper right corner. Soon, the other maids who were awakened by the noise all joined in, shouting and ruthlessly pushing the door. Zhou Ying's hand was almost crushed, and at this point, she had completely lost her patience. She directly used her 5 strength points, gathering all her strength to push the door open. The maids inside the room tumbled to the ground, only able to look at Zhou Ying, who was walking toward them with a knife, in terror. Don't make a sound. Zhou Ying made a gesture for silence, her face illuminated by the moonlight wore a gentle smile that strangely made one's hair stand on end. Before long, thick blood began to flow out through the door crack, and soon there was no more sound from inside. Creak. The door where the maids lived opened, and Zhou Ying walked out covered in blood spots. Damn it, I just didn't want them to scream in the first place. Zhou Ying sighed, slightly confused about how things had escalated to this situation. Forget it. Zhou Ying reassured herself, after all, this is just a side quest, and these characters are all created by the Spooky Tales system, not real people like her. Even if they were real, so what? Right now, she was alone, and the only person she could rely on was herself. Why couldn't she be a little ruthless to survive? Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ying calmed herself down again. She looked down at her current state, one hand covered in blood, the glimmering blade reflecting her bloody face. It wasn't surprising that the maids were terrified of her. She felt a bit scared looking at her own face. Learning from this early exposure that nearly led to failure, Zhou Ying walked into the kitchen, turned on the faucet, and washed her hands and face clean, then poured herself a glass of milk into a clean cup. Then, Zhou Ying tucked the pig-killing knife into the back of her skirt and carried the milk upstairs. Long country. In front of the live stream, there were viewers who were lucky enough not to be asleep, stunned for a long time, unable to speak. What happened? I just worked overtime for a bit. How did the plot progress to this point? In simple terms, Sister Zhou went crazy and started killing. Oh my. I'm really scared. Why does it feel like Sister Zhou is scarier than the creepy stuff? It seems the spooky tale world is truly terrifying, turning a law-abiding good person like Zhou Ying into a freak. I'm curious. Does Sister Zhou not want to complete her task by doing this? Right, those were all humans just now. Their combat power isn't that terrifying, but Elena and Dupas are both creepy entities. How will Sister Zhou deal with them? Zhou Ying naturally couldn't see the bullet comments, and even if she could, it wouldn't affect her plans. For now, she wasn't considering how to deal with the Duke and his daughter but had another target in mind. After dealing with Chef Pound and the maids who lived on the ground floor and confirming there were no living people left, Zhou Ying took the milk to the second floor. Her and Duke Pass's master bedroom was on the second floor, along with Elena, Daya, and Arya. Besides that, there were 2 guest rooms upstairs, one of which was occupied by Teacher Betty. Zhou Ying temporarily ignored Elena. She arrived at the door of Teacher Betty's room and knocked on the door. Chapter 46, The Plan in Motion. Bang, bang. The knocking sounded particularly loud in the quiet night. Who is it? A slightly confused voice came from inside the guest room, belonging to Teacher Betty. Zhou Ying glanced at the glass of milk she was holding, her tone filled with concern. Teacher Betty, it's me, I brought you some milk. What is it? Teacher Betty in the guest room couldn't help but mumble, her tone carrying a hint of complaint. Although she didn't really want to talk to Zhou Ying, she was staying at someone else's home and had to give some respect. So, Teacher Betty put on her glasses which she groped for at her bedside and wearing her pajamas walked to the door to open it. Looking at Zhou Ying outside the door, she asked perplexedly, why are you delivering milk so late? It's really strange. Zhou Ying smiled cheerfully and said, drinking a glass of milk before bed helps with sleep. Teacher Betty, being so knowledgeable, you must know that, right? Teacher Betty looked speechless. Could it be possible that she had already fallen asleep? If it weren't for the Duchess's disturbance, would she have slept until dawn? Drink it, drink it. Zhou Ying urged her to hurry and drink as she handed over the milk. Teacher Betty sensed something was off. She hesitated to take the cup of milk and questioned, why do I have to drink it? Did you put something in it that you shouldn't have? It wasn't that she was overly cautious, it was just. This was her usual modus operandi, to drug someone and then butcher them. Why was the Duchess trying to steal her business? I am kindly bringing you milk, and you doubt me? Zhou Ying's face showed a bit of anger. She stopped handing over the milk and took a sip herself, swallowing with a gulp. See, there's no poison. She did want to put some drug in the milk, the problem was she didn't have any. This glass of milk was completely normal, she only wanted to catch Teacher Betty off guard while she relaxed and drank the milk. Just that, just that. How could Teacher Betty suspect her of ill intentions? Zhou Ying got angry, proving the milk was fine, then splashed it right onto Teacher Betty's face. I let you suspect me. Teacher Betty was completely taken aback by Zhou Ying's actions. She didn't have time to dodge and got milk all over her face, leaving white stains on her glasses, making everything look blurry and white. What are you doing? I just misunderstood you, I'm sorry. Why did you splash me? Teacher Betty complained, quickly using her sleeve to wipe her glasses. While Teacher Betty was wiping her glasses, Zhou Ying finally found her chance, decisively pulling out a butcher knife tucked at her waist and swung it directly at Teacher Betty's neck. The sharp blade reflected a cold glint, shining onto Teacher Betty's glasses. Teacher Betty froze momentarily in her motion of wiping her glasses. Almost instinctively, when the blade was about to touch her neck, she ducked down and avoided it. Then, she seized Zhou Ying's wrist holding the knife, tripped her to the ground, and pinned her knife-holding hand above her head, unable to move. How dare you? Teacher Betty shouted in fury, not caring to wipe her glasses anymore. She tossed aside her glasses that couldn't be cleaned, revealing her white eyeballs underneath. Without her glasses, her vision weakened significantly, but she could still vaguely make out the shadow of the person in front of her. The Duchess actually dared to come to kill her. With a glimpse of madness on her face from the shock, Teacher Betty asked, do you know who I am? Zhou Ying, puzzled, replied, who are you? Aren't you just an ordinary tutor? Ah, he. Teacher Betty suddenly began to laugh softly, the serial murder case in this country that hasn't been solved for many years. It's what I did. Serial murder case? Zhou Ying thought that she seemed to have seen a few newspapers on the bookshelf in her study, which indeed talked about a serial murder case, saying that the murderer not only cruelly killed the victims but also gouged out their eyes and took them away. However, at that time, she didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just an ordinary case, unrelated to her in the manner. Now learning that Ms. Betty was the murderer, she felt a bit surprised but accepted it. Alas, I didn't expect that the people in this copy aren't many, but each one is a talent. Remember now? Ms. Betty laughed with satisfaction, squinting her eyes, wanting to see clearly Zhou Ying's eyes. Your eyes look so good, they must be better than those people's, don't rush, I will save them from your eye sockets. As she spoke, Ms. Betty's 2 fingers curled down, wanting to insert into Zhou Ying's eye sockets to gouge out her eyes. However, just as Ms. Betty's fingertips touched Zhou Ying's eyelid, Zhou Ying had already pulled out a pistol from her pocket and pressed it against Ms. Betty's forehead. Bang! After a gunshot, Ms. Betty finally fell to the ground, her expression of joy hadn't faded, completely not expecting such a thing to happen. Clearly, she had already controlled the Duchess's knife hand, how could the other still have a gun? Zhou Ying rubbed her wrist that had been gripped red by Ms. Betty and sneered, Ms. Betty, times have changed, guns are better than knives. Looking at Ms. Betty lying dead on the ground after being shot, Zhou Ying's eyes showed a hint of doubt. Ms. Betty was not strange? How could someone so strong not be strange? It turned out she was just a perverted killer. I really can't tell that this little manor is indeed hiding dragons and crouching tigers. After a sigh, Zhou Ying dragged Miss Betty's body into the guest room, closed the door, and began to search the room. Regrettably, it seemed Miss Betty didn't leave any useful information behind. Zhou Ying shook the gun in her hand. She had used 3 bullets and had 3 left, which should be barely enough for what's next. After preparing, Zhou Ying opened the door and stepped out, planning to continue her plan. Who knew, as soon as she stepped out, she ran into Dupa, who was coming upstairs. Upon seeing Zhou Ying, Dupa's originally calm face suddenly filled with fury. You actually killed the servants, you must be mad. Zhou Ying humbly replied, that's right. As she spoke, she hurriedly activated the feather item before Dupa could use his high-level strange pressure against her and turned to run. Behind her was the relentless pursuit of Dupa. Zhou Ying ran to Elena's room door, not even knocking, and kicked it open directly. After practicing several times today, Zhou Ying had mastered the door-kicking technique. Unless the door was too thick, she could kick it open with one kick. Inside the room, 3 Elenas were sitting on the bed, playing a game. When they saw Zhou Ying burst in, they all froze for a moment. Chapter 47, The Death of Dupa. Zhou Ying took the initiative to attack, accusing, Elena, you are not behaving, you didn't listen to your mother and go to sleep obediently. Elena opened her mouth, It seemed she wanted to explain something. The red and green Elenas, after a brief daze, also reacted and tried to rush at Zhou Ying to deal with her. But Zhou Ying didn't give them a chance at all. She ran to the bedside, lifted the hanging bedsheet, and skillfully dove under the bed. Probably feeling a bit rude doing this, Zhou Ying poked her head out again and instructed the 3 Elenas on the bed, don't tell anyone you've seen me, thanks. After finishing, Zhou Ying withdrew her head and reached out to lift the extra bedsheet to cover the situation under the bed. The 3 Elenas on the bed stared at each other, a bit confused by Zhou Ying's actions. This is not what they expected, to the point where their story couldn't progress anymore. At this moment, another unexpected guest arrived in the room. Almost at the same moment Zhou Ying crawled under the bed, Dupas also rushed in. Elena, where is your new mother? Dupas looked around, not seeing Zhou Ying, then turned to look at Elena sitting on the bed, and that glance coincidentally met the gaze of the reacting red and green Elena. For some unknown reason, red and green Elena suddenly let out a scream together, and then their bodies jolted up, pouncing toward Dupas. Zhou Ying, hiding under the bed, was slightly shocked. What is going on? Why do red and green Elena look like they hate Dupas so much? Is it really because Dupas killed them? Get away! Dupas impatiently shook off the pouncing red and green Elena. I don't have time to deal with you right now. When red and green Elena were flung away by Dupas's powerful force, they transformed from human forms into 2 white doves, flapping their wings again in a rush toward Dupas, pecking at his eyes and face with sharp beaks and claws, scratching at his exposed fragile skin. I'm really angry. The exposed flesh of Dupas quickly became drenched in blood from the pecking of the 2 white doves. Dark energy spread around him, transforming into 2 giant hands that suddenly grasped the bodies of the doves. His voice was cold, since I can kill you once, I can kill you a second time. Go die. After saying this, he squeezed hard, crushing the 2 white doves into a bloody pulp with that irresistible force. In the next moment, 2 shadows flew out from the bodies of the 2 white doves. One was a girl with fiery red hair and red eyes, and the other was a young woman with green hair. Their appearances were very familiar to Zhou Ying, just like the photos she had seen on the tombstones in the abandoned garden. They were Dupas's second wife Lilia and his third wife Tia. The souls of Lilia and Tia gradually turned transparent, and before they vanished entirely, they gazed at Dupas with eyes filled with hatred, then completely dissipated. After dealing with these 2 troubles, Dupas didn't have time to catch his breath. When Elena on the bed saw Dupas kill her companions, she let out a shrill scream and collapsed. Elena! Dupas hurriedly ran to Elena's side. He removed the dark energy surrounding him and tried to test Elena's breath with his fingers. Upon realizing that Elena had stopped breathing, Dupas finally panicked. I'm sorry, it's all my fault, wake up, I'm begging you. In his words, Dupas's worry and concern for Elena could not be concealed at all. But, now no matter how much Dupas regrets or apologizes and pleads, it is useless. The great mistake he made left him only to hold Elena's lifeless body and cry uncontrollably. Zhou Ying, hearing the sounds outside, vaguely guessed what had happened. The 5th rule of the stepmother manual, Elena's pet is a little bird. If the pet dies, she will die too. So, after witnessing Dupas cruelly kill the 2 white doves, Elena died from shock at his actions. Hearing Dupas's voice outside, not as calm as before but genuinely panicked, Zhou Ying realized her opportunity had come. Although Dupas was powerful, his body had also been injured when dealing with the souls of Lilia and Tia, weakening a part of his strength, especially having to bear the blow of Elena's death. Seeing everything going smoothly according to her plan, Zhou Ying sneered quietly. Taking advantage of Dupa's complete immersion in the sorrow of his daughter's death, she quietly crawled out from under the bed. Duke Pa was kneeling on one knee, his upper body collapsed on the bed with his back to Zhou Ying. Not only that, but he also let the dark energy protecting his body disperse. This was the best opportunity to strike. Success or failure depended on this moment. Zhou Ying calmed her nerves, took out the hunting rifle from her personal space, aimed at Duke Pa's head, and resolutely pulled the trigger. Boom! With a loud explosion, a bullet hit Duke Pa's skull, creating a gaping hole, through which the writhing red and white matter could be clearly seen. Duke Pa finally snapped out of the pain of losing his daughter, trembling as he turned to look at Zhou Ying, who was aiming the hunting rifle at him. You dare to. Although his tone was slightly weak, his gaze was exceptionally fierce. He tried to stand and retaliate against Zhou Ying, but his shattered head could no longer control his body, and he crashed heavily to the ground. After Duke Pa fell, a shadow detached from his body. The shadow had a graceful figure, and it looked nothing like a man's shape. Especially as the shadow gradually revealed its original form, Zhou Ying discovered that the shadow had long, golden, flowing hair and a gentle appearance. This. Zhou Ying's eyes widened in shock. This was not Lady Mary, Duke Pa's original wife, whom she had seen in the abandoned gardens memorial photo? How could Lady Mary's soul be within Duke Pa? Could it be that the person she had been in contact with these past few days was not the real Duke Pa, but Lady Mary disguised as him? Lady Mary glanced at Zhou Ying with resentment, her expression far from the gentleness in the memorial photo. Then her already ethereal figure became even more insubstantial, and she finally disappeared completely. It wasn't until Lady Mary vanished that Zhou Ying came to her senses. In that moment, she suddenly understood why Elena's death dealt such a huge blow to Duke Pa. The truth was that the soul inside Duke Pa was Elena's biological mother. The question that had been troubling Zhou Ying was answered at that moment. Why did Duke Pa despise her so much, even feeling extremely uncomfortable when she touched him? It turned out that the soul inside him was a straight man with a different sexual orientation. Also, Duke Pa had previously been exceptionally particular about his image, his cleanliness reaching the level of obsessive compulsiveness. Zhou Ying stroked her chin, the clarity in her eyes replaced by deeper confusion. Now the question arose, since the soul inside Duke Pa was Lady Mary, then who was the soul inside the black cat that she had mistakenly thought was Lady Mary? Chapter 48 The Greatest Good Samaritan. Zhou Ying sighed. It was a pity the black cat had already been killed by her, and she could no longer ask it for anything of value. But the truth wasn't that important to her now. After all, Cinderella, Elena, was already dead. She should be considered a hindrance to Cinderella and the prince's marriage. The mission was halfway complete. Next, all she had to do was deal with the remaining people and oddities in the manor. Zhou Ying regained her composure. She stored the hunting rifle back into her personal space. Because of the earlier necessity to deal with Duke Pa, the rifle had entered cooldown mode and could not be used again for an hour, so it was temporarily useless. Fortunately, she still had a cleaver and a pistol. As long as the opponent wasn't as outrageously strong as Duke Pa, she still had a good chance of managing them. Zhou Ying counted on her fingers. She had already dealt with everyone living on the first floor. On the second floor, there were still Big Ye and Little Ye to handle. Sorry, but in order to clear the level and get rewards, she could only be an unfit mother. Zhou Ying felt guilty inside, but her actions showed no hesitation as she went straight to Big Ye and Little Ye's bedroom and kicked the door open. Inside, Big Ye and Little Ye had not yet fallen asleep and were still fighting over the ownership of the bed. When they saw Zhou Ying enter, they immediately complained, "Mom, tell sister to behave. Mom, tell sister to behave." The two of them squabbled endlessly, constantly blaming each other. Zhou Ying's forehead throbbed from the noise. She felt as if her head was going to explode. She had been a child before, and she knew that children could be the most annoying. No matter what she said, they wouldn't listen. Although it was not nice to say, she really didn't like children at all. Forcing herself to squeeze out a smile, Zhou Ying said with a stiff grin, "Then, how about Mom completely solves this problem for you?" "Yes, yes." Big Ye and Little Ye nodded eagerly like chicks pecking at rice, waiting for Zhou Ying to solve their problem. Zhou Ying's way of solving problems was rather brutal. Without a second thought, she shot both of them dead. Bad news, Big Ye and Little Ye lay on the ground lifeless. Good news, the two finally stopped making a fuss. Seeing this, Zhou Ying smiled. "Look, problem solved, right?" In the Dragon Country, the live stream's bullet comments began to refresh like crazy. "My sister Zhou is truly crazy. So terrifying." Although Big Ye and Little Ye were a bit noisy and unruly, Zhou Ying's actions were too cruel. "Yeah, what kind of good mom is this? She's simply a devil mother. Scary. I'm glad my mom isn't like this. My mom just hits me with a broom when I stay in bed too late." Staying in bed too late? Aren't you just asking to be hit? Inside the instance, Zhou Ying, gazing at the bodies on the floor, suddenly thought of a question. Huh? No shadow floated out from Big Ye and Little Ye's bodies. It seemed her two cheap daughters were indeed human? In other words, she might have killed the wrong ones? Zhou Ying felt guilty for just a second, but quickly turned cold again. If she didn't kill them, she wouldn't be able to confirm if they were human or bizarre. Having dealt with them, there was now only. Zhou Ying looked up at the ceiling, her sharp gaze as if it could penetrate the floor and see the person in the third floor room. Butler Qiaoyi. Zhou Ying lifted the bloodstained cleaver and slowly made her way up to the third floor. Butler Qiaoyi's room was right across from the study. He was a bit older, went to bed early, and slept very soundly. Zhou Ying had fought fiercely with Duke Pars in the study several times, but Butler Qiaoyi never came to check. Zhou Ying arrived at Butler Qiaoyi's bedroom door. Unlike her previous strategic thinking when facing teacher Betty, Zhou Ying's plan was simple: to use the last bullet in her handgun to get rid of Butler Qiaoyi. If he wasn't human but bizarre, then regular bullets wouldn't work, so she'd run away first, hide, and wait for the shotgun cooldown to end before coming back to deal with Butler Qiaoyi. The plan had progressed to the final stage, and Zhou Ying's spirit was highly tense. She wouldn't allow herself any possibility of making a mistake. Bang! Zhou Ying kicked the door open. The well-sleeping Butler Qiaoyi didn't wake up, still snoring loudly in his bed. Zhou Ying walked over and turned on the bedside lamp. The blinding light woke Butler Qiaoyi, who squinted his blurry old eyes and, before he could clearly see the situation in the room, felt a cold object pressed against his forehead. Butler Qiaoyi focused, and only then did he realize that Zhou Ying had somehow burst into his room, holding the Duke's handgun and Madame Duchess. "What are you doing?" Zhou Ying's voice was cold as she pressed. "Tell me honestly, how did Mrs. Mary die?" "This is the Duke's sorrow, I cannot say." Butler Joy shook his head, looking tight-lipped. "Are you going to speak or not?" Zhou Ying clicked off the safety of her gun and poked Butler Joy's head with the gun's muzzle, the threat obvious. Butler Joy shrank his neck in fear and hurriedly said, It was because 12 years ago, Mrs. Mary caught the Duke dancing with a noble lady named Lilia at a ball. When they returned to the manor, Mrs. Mary confronted the Duke, asking if Miss Lilia was his lover. The Duke wanted to explain to Mrs. Mary, but she wouldn't listen. In the argument, Mrs. Mary accidentally fell from the third floor and died. Zhou Ying pondered, "Why does it sound like you witnessed it yourself?" Yes, Butler Joy nodded. "I was in the yard, and the study window was open. I looked up and happened to see Mrs. Mary arguing with the Duke. She was standing by the window, threatening to jump down. Then she slipped and fell, and the Duke hurried to grab her hand, but he couldn't save her." Zhou Ying nodded and asked again, "Then how did Duke Pa die?" Butler Joy's eyes momentarily glazed over. "Duke? What do you mean, the Duke died?" Zhou Ying was slightly surprised. Butler Joy had served Duke Pa closely, yet he didn't even know that the soul had changed? Was it possible that Mrs. Mary disguised it too well? Thinking of this, Zhou Ying changed the question. Having stayed in the manor for so many years, didn't you notice any differences between the Duke before and now?" "Oh," Butler Joy showed a thoughtful expression. "After Mrs. Mary passed away, the Duke frequently woke up in dreams, missing Mrs. Mary so much that he lost his appetite. Later, although his body returned to normal, his character indeed changed somewhat, becoming much more meticulous than before. It can only mean that the Duke truly loved Mrs. Mary. He loved her so much that he married 3 more? Zhou Ying countered. This Butler Joy was rendered speechless by Zhou Ying's rebuttal. Although the people he married were likely not the real Duke Pa, Butler Joy's speculation was even more absurd. This whole string of information clearly indicated that 12 years ago, after Mrs. Mary's death, her strange essence took over Duke Pa's body. Thus, it was very likely that later Lilia, Tia, and herself were all married by Mrs. Mary, who was in Duke Pa's shell. Thinking of this, Zhou Ying couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. In short, having confirmed she obtained the information she wanted, Zhou Ying decided to directly shoot, as further questioning Butler Joy wouldn't yield any useful information. With a bang, the gun went off, and Butler Joy met his end. "Sigh, I really am a kind person." Zhou Ying sighed, casually tossing aside the useless gun after it fired its last bullet. She looked up to the sky and urged, "Ghost tail system? Where's your system? Hurry up and give me my reward." The ghost tail system did not respond. In the quiet night, only her voice could be heard. Zhou Ying frowned. Clearly, she had completed the task, so why wasn't the ghost tail system notifying her that she had exceeded her task? Could it be that she had overlooked someone or a mystery that hadn't been solved? Zhou Ying felt that this must be the case, so she rummaged through Butler Joy's useful belongings before exiting the room, climbing the stairs to the villa's rooftop, where she sat and surveyed the manor from above, trying to find any overlooked details. The night breeze caressed her face, giving Zhou Ying a sense of peace that she hadn't felt in a long time. Sitting on the rooftop blowing in the wind, she pulled out a cigarette and matches that she took from the butler's pocket, lit one, and began to smoke while pondering, trying to sort out her thoughts. Logically, Elena is already dead, so she surely can't marry that prince anymore. As long as she completely wipes out the Yuri creature, the A-level reward should be in her hands, right? But the problem is, which Yuri creature has she not killed? Zhou Ying racked her brain trying to recall who she had missed but came up with nothing. Just as she felt impatient, a group suddenly appeared at the far end of her sight, heading straight for the manor, finally stopping at the gate. The leader rode a white horse, dressed in a full white knight's outfit, with golden long hair and handsome features, looking very much like a prince. The knight beside him said, "Prince Owen, we have hunted on the mountain for too long, and it's too late to return to the palace. This is Duke Pace's manor, why don't we rest here for a night?" "All right." Prince Owen nodded his noble head, "Then let's stay here for the night." The knight responded and dismounted to ring the doorbell. After a long while, no one came to open the door, but fortunately, the iron gate was not locked, and with a gentle push, it opened. "Duke Pace? Is anyone there?" The group entered the manor through the open iron gate, continuously calling out but received no response. Strange. Prince Owen also found it odd. It wasn't until they entered the villa and opened 2 rooms, discovering one mangled corpse after another, that they were shocked and stunned. What happened here? After a brief hesitation, Prince Owen ordered, "Let's go upstairs and take a look." When they reached the 2nd floor, the first thing they saw was Duke Pace lying in a pool of blood, his body completely ravaged. Prince Owen lamented, "Poor Duke Pace, always doing good deeds, how could he meet such a misfortune?" After his lament, he casually looked up and his gaze fell on the beautiful girl on the bed. Although Elena was already dead, she appeared peaceful and undisturbed, her eyes gently closed, hands folded on her abdomen, looking as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. Prince Owen exclaimed, "Oh, this beautiful girl, she is my dream lover, I must marry her." Ah! The attendants beside Prince Owen were left speechless. Prince Owen looked at Elena with infatuated eyes, his tone brooking no dissent. "Hurry and take this beautiful lady out, I want to marry her." The attendants were at a loss for words but could only obey Prince Owen's orders, carrying the already cold body of Elena out of the room, placing her on the chilly stone table in the yard. Prince Owen knelt before the table, looking up at the holy moon and stars in the sky. "I, Owen, vow to marry this beautiful lady, the stars and moon shall be our witnesses." After saying that, Prince Owen stood up, leaning down as if to kiss the corner of Elena's lips. On the rooftop. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Ying was so shocked that the cigarette she held fell from her fingers, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. This prince surely has some sort of twisted obsession, right? Unexpectedly, even after Elena was dead, she could still marry the prince. Did the creepy system not want her to complete the task anymore? Zhou Ying was so furious she almost spat blood. She would not let Prince Owen have his way. First, she jumped to the 2nd-floor terrace, then leaped to the ground, rolling to absorb the impact, and got up weaving through the crowd, heading straight for Prince Owen. Who goes there? Protect the prince! Everyone reacted, drawing their knives and swords, attempting to shield Prince Owen in the middle. But Zhou Ying's movements were faster than theirs. She pulled out the slaughter knife from her waist and struck down Prince Owen in one blow. When Zhou Ying dispersed, only Prince Owen was left lying on the ground, his neck cut open, blood gushing out, and his originally bright eyes dimming. "Your Highness!" The attendants cried out in despair. The knight commander drew his long sword from his waist and swore, "Your Highness, rest assured, we will fulfill your last wish." Having said that, he gathered the others around him, using their swords and knives as shovels to dig a grave large enough for 2 people to lie side by side, burying Prince Owen and Elena together. "In the name of the knight commander, I declare that Prince Owen and this miss of the Pa family shall be." Before the knight commander finished his words, a shadow suddenly leaped down from above, kicking his long sword away and interrupting him with a rough tone, "What the hell?" The shadow was none other than Zhou Ying, clad in a Gothic style. Zhou Ying originally thought that as long as she killed Prince Owen, her mission would be solidly completed, but she never expected that these attendants would take matters into their own hands and start holding a wedding for Prince Owen themselves. "Who are you?" Seeing Zhou Ying suddenly appear in front of him, the knight commander was taken aback and instinctively drew the long sword from the side attendant's waist, pointing it at Zhou Ying and scolding her. The attendant beside him, "No, Commander, you don't have a sword, why are you stealing theirs?" "The one who wants your lives." Zhou Ying took the initiative to approach with her knife held high. To prevent other attendants from burying Prince Owen and Elena together, Zhou Ying decisively killed them all, sustaining quite a few minor injuries in the process. However, Zhou Ying was already very satisfied. With a speed slightly higher than these people and her familiarity with the manor, she managed to achieve this goal, hoping that after dying a few more times in the future, her strength would improve further. Limping to the grave where Prince Owen and Elena were buried, Zhou Ying not only dug up the grave but also pulled Prince Owen and Elena out, separating them far apart. Let them die but still be married. Look at how they can even be together like this. He. Zhou Ying laughed proudly and then looked at Prince Owen's handsome face, suddenly remembering something. Chapter 50, Showing affection leads to quick death. She was not interested in Prince Owen, but someone else was. Probably due to the remnants of motherhood in her body, Zhou Ying thought of her 2 stepdaughters' wishes. Their greatest dream was to marry a prince, even willing to suppress their true nature and act like ladies. Who can say this isn't love? As a good mother, Zhou Ying decisively moved her daughters' bodies out from the house. As mother and daughters, I don't have much to offer you, so I'll give you the prince you love the most in life. Unfortunately, there's only one prince, and you can't share him, so I can only. Zhou Ying sighed, and then with a swift motion, she cut the prince in half, one half for the eldest, one half for the second. Considering that these two children loved to compete for attention in life, Zhou Ying measured the cut with a ruler to ensure it was absolutely even. Seeing this uncensored scene, the audience in the live stream was dumbfounded. Wait, are you cutting a cake or something? Poor prince, lighting the candles. May there be no Zhou Jie in heaven, amen. Zhou Jie is truly a good mother, I'm crying. After burying Prince Owen's two halves alongside the eldest and second daughters, Zhou Ying smiled with satisfaction, but soon her smile faded. Because, the ghost story system did not appear to inform her that she had completed the chapter, let alone that. A sparkling fairy appeared on the horizon. The fairy had a pair of slightly transparent yellow wings, like a flower fairy, and she scolded, "You wicked stepmother, how can you bear to treat your stepdaughter so cruelly?" Huh? Zhou Ying blinked in confusion. Isn't it possible that the one I am cruel to is someone else? Shut up, you wicked woman. The fairy waved her magic wand, piecing together the corpse of Prince Owen and bringing him beside Elena's body. Then she announced, "I, the fairy, declare that the love between Prince Owen and Elena is earthshaking, they will be united." But having come this far, how could Zhou Ying allow the fairy to ruin her good deed? She swung the butcher knife in her hand, intending to send the fairy to hell as well. Just as Zhou Ying's knife was about to reach the fairy quickly dodged Zhou Ying's attack by flapping her wings, her body flying higher as her voice followed, "Husband and wife." Once the words fell, a diamond-paved staircase appeared in the sky, stretching all the way to Prince Owen and Elena. In the next moment, their souls emerged from their bodies. Elena and Prince Owen exchanged a smile, holding hands as they stepped onto the staircase, entering the palace of heaven. The single Zhou Ying remained in place. Knowing all too well that showing off love leads to quick death, yet still wanting to flaunt it, huh? At the same time, the previously silent haunted tale system spoke up, detected that Cinderella and the prince have married, the chosen one's task has failed. Option 1, you can choose to exit the current instance and rematch for a new one, without gaining any score rewards. Option 2, restart this instance. Zhou Ying felt a heavy blockage in her chest. It's no joke, it's no joke. So the haunted tale system doesn't want her to complete the task in this way, right? She completely ignored the two options presented by the haunted tale system, waiting for the cooldown of her shotgun to finally end. Zhou Ying took out the shotgun from her personal space. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ying held the shotgun, placing the barrel in her mouth, her index finger squeezed the trigger, and with a loud bang, she shot herself. In the night at the manor, there was a dead silence. Consuming 1 point of spirit value, random increase of 1 attribute value and progress strength +1, currently remaining 5 points of spirit value available for resurrection, 2 hours until the next point of spirit value recovery. The system's reminder echoed in Zhou Ying's mind. She instinctively shook her head, the buzzing sound from when her head exploded still fresh in her memory. Looking around, Zhou Ying found that she had returned to just before making the wrong choice, right when she was deciding to teen wipe the manor. At this moment, her hand rested on the doorknob of the master bedroom, as if about to enter the room. Zhou Ying froze for a moment, immediately recalling that she should have already lulled Elena and the maids to sleep. She was going to the master bedroom to steal the key to the study. What else was there to continue doing? Zhou Ying hesitated for a moment, then quickly dismissed the idea. Anyway, she had already collected most of the clues, and next she just needed to follow the plot to break the deadlock. No need to engage in such sneaky business. Compared to these matters, there were more important things waiting for her to do. That is... Zhou Ying looked at her remaining 5 points of spirit value, and suddenly had a bold thought. Since self-solving can also increase attribute values, then after a night's sleep, her spirit value would recover. Why not spend it all before sleeping, then let her spirit value recover? Zhou Ying chuckled, quickly shaking off the frustration from the failed plan, deciding to do something fresh, boosting her attribute values overnight. Turning the doorknob and entering the room, Duke Pass and the black cat were lying in bed, seemingly deep in sleep. Zhou Ying approached the empty side of the bed. She glanced at Duke Pass, whose eyes were tightly shut, and then looked at the black cat purring softly, lost in thought. Since the soul within Duke Pass is that of Lady Mary, then whose soul is in the black cat? Zhou Ying suppressed the urge to check the black cat. After all, there was a high-level anomaly lying right beside her. If any noise were to arise, she would be the first to perish. Though they were both doomed, it was better to deal with death on her own than to be killed by the anomaly. An hour later, when the shotgun's cooldown ended, Zhou Ying took out the shotgun item from her personal space, ignoring the sleeping anomaly and cat beside her, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Consumed 1 point of mental energy, randomly increasing 1 point of attribute value. Strength +1, currently remaining 4 points of mental energy available for resurrection, next point of mental energy recovery in 1 hour. With a burst of inspiration, Zhou Ying blinked and came back to life. She leaned against the headboard, suppressing the restless emotions that followed her brush with death, so as not to alarm Duke Pass beside her. Once her emotions calmed down completely, the cooldown time for the shotgun item ended as well, and Zhou Ying picked up the shotgun again. Bang! Consumed 1 point of mental energy, randomly increasing 1 point of attribute value. Stamina +1, currently remaining 4 points of mental energy available for resurrection, next point of mental energy recovery in 2 hours. The entire night passed, and Zhou Ying hardly slept a wink. Her mental energy was reduced to just 1 point, which had just recovered, and her attribute values changed dramatically. Chapter 51, The Secret of the Black Cat. Zhou Ying looked at her drastically changed ghost data and couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for the shotgun's cooldown time of 1 hour, she could have become rich overnight. However, even so, the harvest was good. After a night of effort, her attributes had increased by a total of 7 points. Her originally lowest defense value had reached 6 points, the highest being strength at 8 points, followed by stamina at 7 points, and both speed and defense were the same at 6 points. Zhou Ying clenched her fist. She felt herself growing stronger. After gaining strength, her body was not filled with the fatigue and weakness of staying up all night but was instead brimming with vitality. Propping herself up with her arms, Zhou Ying realized that it was already dawn, and Duke Pass was nowhere to be seen on the other side. Only the black cat remained on the bed, basking in the morning sun, sprawled out comfortably, enjoying life to the fullest. Alright, she still hadn't figured out whose soul was inside the black cat. Zhou Ying suddenly remembered this question, and she had already formed a guess in her mind. So she quietly approached the black cat. The sleeping black cat was still completely defenseless. Zhou Ying seized the opportunity, grabbed the black cat's tail, and lifted it, revealing the hidden secret beneath. Meow. The black cat let out a sharp cry, turning around while swiping a paw at Zhou Ying. The cat was indeed fast, but with her added speed, Zhou Ying was faster. She had already pulled her hand back before the cat could hit her. A hint of pride flashed across Zhou Ying's face. The black cat had dodged too late, and she had seen it clearly just moments ago. The secret was, the black cat was not a female cat. Behind its belly, there were a pair of small bells. Ha ha ha. Zhou Ying let out a laugh that struck fear into the cat. With certainty in her voice, she said, I know who you are. The black cat was completely enraged by Zhou Ying. Arching its back, its fur standing on end, it hissed continuously at her, its blue eyes filled with a fury that seemed almost tangible. In contrast, Zhou Ying looked more delighted than ever. Disregarding the black cat's hostile reaction, she leaned down close to it and whispered another sentence into its ear. You are, aren't you? The black cat's pupils shrank. Thoroughly drooped her noble cat head. Seeing that she had guessed correctly, Zhou Ying no longer pestered the black cat, happily humming a tune as she went downstairs to do what a duchess should do. Downstairs. After arranging the maid's work for the day, Zhou Ying woke up the 3 children and their temporary teacher, Betty. The 5 of them finished breakfast and went to the music room for class. Teacher Betty played the piano very well, but no matter how beautiful it was to Zhou Ying, who hadn't slept all night, it was just a lullaby. She rested her chin in her hand, looking sleepy. Duchess, are you sleeping in class? Zhou Ying was honored to be called out by Teacher Betty. She wiped the drool from her mouth and earnestly apologized. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. If it wasn't unintentional, then was it intentional? Teacher Betty's anger couldn't be doused, and she squinted her eyes, forcing herself to look away from Zhou Ying and glanced at Elena beside her. Elena, your performance of this piece needs a bit more practice. Come here after dinner tonight, and I will give you private tutoring. Why only tutoring, Elena? What about my children? Zhou Ying immediately became alert. They had agreed to treat all 3 children equally, right? Isn't this plainly playing favorites? Elena looked at Zhou Ying and then at Teacher Betty, seeming at a loss. Teacher Betty sighed and explained, I also want to tutor the oldest and second oldest, but do they look like they want to learn? The oldest and second oldest shook their heads vigorously as if they were being sent to the gallows. Zhou Ying. Indeed. It was already quite good that the oldest and second oldest could immediately come to class during the day. To have them come again for evening tutoring was indeed a bit difficult for them. By noon, Zhou Ying found it strange that Duke Pa had not returned for lunch, and Steward Joy was also not following him today but was waiting by the dining table instead. Zhou Ying looked up and asked, Where is the Duke? Steward Joy replied, in response to the Duchess, the Duke has gone out of town for business and may not return tonight. Tisk. Zhou Ying frowned. Could it be that the plot was beginning? Was the Duke going to die while doing business out there, and then the manor would be under her management? Just thinking about it made her a bit excited. At 4 in the afternoon, Zhou Ying received a letter from her friend Nino right on time. She unfolded the letter, and a series of words was written on it. Oh, dear Maria, I have received the carefully selected gift you sent me. That hat is very expensive. Oh no, I mean it looks very nice. Thank you, I really like it. Regarding the question you asked, I truly want to tell you, but this is the private matter of Duke Pa. Moreover, since everything occurred in the manor, I'm not quite sure what happened specifically. I only know that Duke Pa has said that all 3 of his previous wives died of serious illness. Oh, speaking of this, I'm starting to worry about your safety, but I know you have always been healthy, and I believe you can outlast Duke Pa. Upon reaching this point, Zhou Ying couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Was this truly a friend? Wasn't she just being sarcastic? Suppressing the urge to complain, Zhou Ying lowered her head and continued to read the rest of the letter. Alright, let's speak seriously. I don't know how Duke Pa's 3 wives died, but I do know their identities. The first wife, Lady Mary, was Duke Pa's childhood sweetheart. They grew up together, and even when Mary's family fell into decline later, Duke Pa still kept his childhood promise and married her. After Lady Mary's death, Duke Pa's second wife, Lilia, was a noble lady from the Navarro family. It is said that she had a complicated relationship with Duke Pa before marriage and was his mistress. Oh damn it, this is not a rumor I created, I only heard everyone talking about it. The third wife of Duke Pa's, Tia, was originally the sister of the richest man in the Owen Empire, Bend. Soon after Tia married Duke Pa's, the rich man Ben went bankrupt, and then the richest person in the Owen Empire became your unfortunate late husband. Oh look. How could I bring up your sad story? I really should be punished, forgive me, dear Maria, your best friend Nina was looking forward to your gift, oh no, I mean your reply. Zhou Ying's mouth twitched crazily. She actually wanted to meet this eccentric friend Nino a little bit. Temporarily setting this thought aside, Zhou Ying carefully organized the information that Noni provided her. It seemed that Duke Pass married his second and third wives for money, and also counting her as the fourth. Then an interesting question arose. It is known that 12 years ago, Lady Mary fell to her death, and because of this, Duke Pass's temperament changed greatly. His territory and business were on the brink of bankruptcy, so he had no choice but to marry one wealthy young lady after another as a successor. So, is it possible that Duke Pass for nearly 12 years has been impersonated by the strange Lady Mary? Chapter 52, Teacher Betty's Invitation. The more Zhou Ying thought about it, the more she felt it was possible. Because Lady Mary had never learned business, so after taking on the identity of Duke Pass, she caused the territory and business the Duke managed to incur losses. With no choice, Lady Mary could only rely on the money obtained from marrying successors to fill these holes. Now that she understood this, the next step was to follow the plot arranged by the ghost story system and quickly proceed to the final question. Zhou Ying put away the letter and instructed, prepare a gift for Nino as well. Of course, Madame Duchess, Butler Joy said obediently and left. Zhou Ying gazed at the sunset at the horizon, moved her finger joints a bit, and was already prepared to face the troubles of tonight. Compared to yesterday, today's plot had a small change. Duke Pass would not return tonight after going out for a party, and Teacher Betty was going to give Elena a tutorial at night. Of course, she had to join this lively event. Especially since, after the last test, she had already learned about Teacher Betty's identity. The fact that Teacher Betty was going to give Elena a tutorial was definitely not as simple as it sounded. Zhou Ying calmed her mind and followed the rules back to the villa, instructing Chef Pound to prepare dinner. After finishing dinner, Zhou Ying went upstairs to change into comfortable clothes, preparing to show off her skills tonight. Just as she was about to leave, the black cat, which usually ignored her, suddenly became restless and kept pawing at Zhou Ying's pant leg, trying to keep her. Zhou Ying tried to shake off the black cat. Get up, I have important business to attend to, I don't have time to deal with you. Meow meow, the black cat stubbornly circled around Zhou Ying, not allowing her to leave without taking it with her. With no choice, Zhou Ying had to bend down and pick up the black cat. Only then did the black cat become satisfied, settling down obediently in Zhou Ying's arms. Zhou Ying took the black cat to the piano room, where Elena was already waiting. Only Teacher Betty was missing. This made Zhou Ying feel a bit strange. How could it be the agreed time, yet Teacher Betty, the one who initiated the invitation, did not keep the appointment? Elena suggested, Mom, should we go to Teacher Betty's room to look for her? That sounds good. Just as Zhou Ying was about to take Elena and leave, the light above suddenly went snap and went out, plunging the room into darkness. Creak, the door opened, and a light and hurried sound of footsteps approached Zhou Ying and Elena quickly. Zhou Ying frowned, trying to see the scene in front of her, but the room was pitch black, without a hint of light. It was clear that not only had the piano room's light gone out, but even the lights in the other rooms, including the hallway, were turned off, and the entire villa was plunged into darkness. Was there a power outage? Ah! Suddenly, Elena let out a terrified scream from behind, trying to grab Zhou Ying's clothing but quickly pulling back. Then a sound of friction against the floor followed, as if she was being dragged away by something. The black cat also let out a piercing cry, struggling to jump out of Zhou Ying's embrace. Zhou Ying hurriedly chased after her. Unable to see the path clearly, she stumbled as she ran, realizing that continuing to chase would not only fail to catch Elena but she might also get lost herself. So, Zhou Ying had a sudden idea, feeling her way along the wall to the dining room, took a candle from the table, and lit it with the fireplace's flame, finally adding a bright light to her sight. Oh whoa! The cat's cry echoed from a distance, as if confronting something. Zhou Ying quickly shielded the candle flame, walking towards the sound of the cat's cry, and soon arrived at the basement entrance, facing a long staircase extending down into a bottomless dark hole. Using the candlelight to illuminate her way, Zhou Ying continued to descend until she reached the bottom of the stairs, finally seeing the situation in the basement. In the basement, the black cat was crouching down, fur bristled, confronting a person on the opposite side. The person was Teacher Betty, and at that moment, without her glasses, her white eyes looked extremely eerie. Her hands were gripping Elena's shoulders, while the other held a scalpel against Elena's neck. The sharp blade had already grazed Elena's delicate skin, and red blood droplets slid down her slender neck. Meow. Realizing Elena's dangerous situation, the black cat decisively pounced forward. Get away. Teacher Betty did not hold back at all, directly kicking the black cat away, sending it crashing against the wall, falling at Zhou Ying's feet, its body twitching, foaming at the mouth, yet still worriedly gazing at Elena. The black cat struggled to get up, but no matter what it did, its body refused to obey. Realizing it couldn't save Elena, it could only cast a pleading look at Zhou Ying beside it. Zhou Ying stroked her chin, seeing how much the black cat cared for Elena. She was even more certain of her previous guess. It seemed the black cat really was. Well. Teacher Betty's sudden voice of delight interrupted Zhou Ying's thoughts. Her lips curled up with a mad expression. It's just right, Elena's eyes alone aren't enough for me. I also quite like your pair of black eyes. Zhou Ying's lip twitched. No, Teacher Betty, do you really have to rely on eyes to fix your vision? Of course. Teacher Betty declared earnestly, I obtained this secret technique from an ancient Eastern book. It can only heal the body by using similar shapes. So, I need a human eye to grow a pair of beautiful eyes. For this, I went so far as to leave my country, living in disguise in this country as an ordinary tutor, looking for my prey in my spare time. After 3 years, I become a notorious murderer in this country. This time, my target is Elena. Her eyes are just too beautiful. Like a pair of clear sapphires? However, I had originally planned to wait a bit longer before making my move, but your 2 daughters are too foolish. After teaching them for 2 days, my brain cells are about to die. I must use your eyes as compensation. Of course. I will eat Elena's eyes first, and then deal with you. Teacher Betty greedily licked her lips, the scalpel in her hand slowly moving up, the tip aimed at Elena's watery blue eyes. Mom! Save me! Elena cried out in terror, helplessly seeking help from Zhou Ying across. Seeing this, Zhou Ying sighed deeply. From the last complete wipe at the manor, she gained some experience. Cinderella Elena can't clear the instance even if she dies. Instead, when Elena dies, it actually speeds up the plot, and the prince immediately rides in on a white horse to marry her. On the contrary, if Elena does not die, the prince will wait for her in the palace. To avoid failing the instance, Zhou Ying could only take on this daunting task with honor. Sticking the candle into the wall sconce, Zhou Ying flexed her wrist and walked towards Teacher Betty. Teacher Betty, to be honest, I quite admire you. If you let go of Elena now, I can consider allowing you to die a little more easily. Chapter 53, Lady Mary appears. Stop talking big. Teacher Betty said distrustfully, I'm not easily frightened. Coincidentally, I am quite a coward, Zhou Ying answered nonsensically. Teacher Betty frowned. What kind of nonsense are you talking? Taking advantage of Teacher Betty's distraction, Zhou Ying tightened her leg muscles and quickly ran towards her. Don't come here. If you come closer, I will. Whoosh. Before Teacher Betty finished her threatening words, Zhou Ying's body moved almost like a shadow, reaching Teacher Betty in an instant. She grabbed Teacher Betty's wrist holding the knife, preventing her from stabbing Elena's eyes any further. Teacher Betty widened her pure white eyes in disbelief. How can you be this fast? Zhou Ying answered a question with a question. Teacher Betty, how many people have you killed in total? Teacher Betty proudly replied, 10. Maybe more. I've eaten their eyes, ha. Zhou Ying laughed along, sorry, counting my own 8 times, I've already killed 20 people. What? Teacher Betty's smile froze, her expression contorting. Wait, is this Duchess insane? I've never heard of counting one's own kills as actual achievements or counting multiple kills together. She had seen sick people, but never someone crazier than herself. Zhou Ying didn't give Teacher Betty a chance to respond. She twisted Teacher Betty's wrist, and with a crack, Teacher Betty's wrist bone was broken completely. Her 8 points of strength surpassed Teacher Betty after a night of grinding for experience. Ignoring Teacher Betty's pain scream, Zhou Ying effortlessly snatched the scalpel from her hand, gripping the handle sideways and making a swift cut across Teacher Betty's eye. Due to Teacher Betty's poor vision, she didn't have time to close her eyes. The blade sliced through both her eyes and the surrounding skin, blood immediately pouring out. No matter how twisted Teacher Betty was, she was still human, and of course, she felt pain. She crouched down, clutching her eyes and howling, my eyes, my eyes. At this moment, Teacher Betty could no longer care about Elena. Without Zhou Ying's help, she instinctively loosened her grip on Elena, and the freed Elena stood there, dumbfounded at the scene. Why does it feel like her new mother is even scarier than Teacher Betty? After a moment of shock, Elena quickly distanced herself from these 2 dangerous figures and ran to the relatively safe black cat's side. The black cat, with murky eyes, struggled to lift its head to glance at Elena, and upon confirming she was safe, the breath it held finally eased, but it became weaker. All right, Teacher Betty, stop crying. I'm going to help you with the pain now, Zhou Ying comforted, though her hands moved without hesitation, grabbing Teacher Betty's hair and forcing her to lift her head, exposing her vulnerable neck. Before Zhou Ying made her move against Teacher Betty, she had already contemplated, feeling that Teacher Betty wouldn't affect the main plot. Just solve this trouble with Teacher Betty. Looking at the scene with Zhou Ying slowly approaching Teacher Betty's neck with a scalpel, the viewers in the live broadcast room could no longer hold back. Why does Zhou Ying feel scarier than Teacher Betty? Yeah. Teacher Betty, this killer, isn't even enough in front of Sister Zhou. Sister Zhou killed herself 8 times last night, just like a wolf devouring prey. I've covered my eyes. Not only were the viewers in the live broadcast room prepared, even Zhou Ying, who was about to take action, was ready to strike. The sharp blade was already pressed against Teacher Betty's skin. Just as she was about to apply force, a roar suddenly echoed from the top of the stairs. Who hurt you? Duke Pass appeared at the entrance of the basement, silhouetted against the light, making it impossible to see his expression, but one could feel the cold aura emanating from him. Zhou Ying was startled, and her hand shook, leaving a small cut on Teacher Betty's neck. Blood oozed out, and Teacher Betty struggled even more fiercely. Duke Pass actually came back. For the moment, ignoring Teacher Betty, Zhou Ying hid the scalpel behind her back, concealing her danger. If Duke Pass wanted to take action against her, she would struggle to defend herself. Thinking of this, Zhou Ying had to pull herself together and stared at Duke Pass standing at the entrance of the basement, ready to pull out the shotgun from her personal space at any time. To Zhou Ying's disappointment, Duke Pass showed no interest in her at all, only gazing solemnly at the black cat lying on the ground. Meow. The black cat could only emit a weak meow toward Duke Pass, its eyes barely open. Only I can decide your life and death, I won't allow you to die on your own. Duke Pass roared as he rushed down the stairs, saying this incomprehensible statement beside the black cat. Elena was dumbfounded by her usually stable father. After a moment of thought, she distanced herself from these dangerous individuals and stood dazed in the corner, becoming a qualified backdrop. After examining the black cat's injuries and confirming it was beyond saving, Duke Pass's gaze swept toward Zhou Ying and Teacher Betty in the basement. Who hurt it? I want your lives. No, both of you might as well die together. Saying this, a dark mist began to rise around Duke Pass, creating an imposing stance as if he wanted to quickly resolve and take revenge on Zhou Ying and Teacher Betty. Wait. Zhou Ying made a gesture to pause. Duke Pass, oh no, Madam Mary, I have something to say. Duke Pass halted his action of releasing dark energy, his eyes filled with doubt as he looked at Zhou Ying. You know my identity? Zhou Ying nodded. Oh, I guessed a little. I noticed you never liked me but still married me, and from Butler Joy, I heard about Madam Mary's death back then. I deduced that the soul within Duke Pass is likely not his but yours, Madam Mary. You have taken over Duke Pass's body. Since you have discovered my true identity, you cannot live. Duke Pass, oh no, to be precise, Madam Mary was exposed, and the dark energy around her solidified entirely, forming a large black hand behind her that impatiently moved forward to attack Zhou Ying, wanting to taste the flavor of death. Wait, I haven't finished my words yet. Zhou Ying activated her feather prop to counter Madam Mary's pressure, dodging the attack of the black hand with Betty while also explaining, what I want to tell you is, you are actually misunderstanding Duke Pass. What? Madam Mary squinted her eyes. She stopped controlling the black hand and simply scrutinized Zhou Ying across from her, wanting to see what more nonsense Zhou Ying could say. Hurry up and say it. My time is precious, Lady Mary urged impatiently. Zhou Ying smiled and said, it's like this, I have a friend named Nino. She told me that the Duke of Pass never cheated, and the so-called Lilia is his secret lover, all of it is a rumor. It was my friend Nino who spread it. She saw how good your relationship with the Duke of Pass was and wanted to ruin your marriage. I didn't expect you would take such a clumsy lie seriously. After saying this, Zhou Ying silently expressed an apology in her heart. Dear Nino, it's not that I intentionally smeared your name, it's just that your friend is now in life-threatening danger. You wouldn't want your friend to die, would you? Oh, for the sake of those 2 valuable gifts, please forgive your friend. Zhou Ying cast away the little bit of conscience she had left and continued, if you don't believe my friend, then you will surely believe Butler Joy. He told me he saw with his own eyes, 12 years ago, when you fell from the window, the Duke of Pass went crazy trying to save you. But he was just an ordinary person and couldn't reach you in time. After you died, he was very sad, forgetting his tea and meals, regretting that he couldn't save you. And you? You cruelly killed him. You pulled out his soul and placed it inside a cat, while you took his place as duke. Unfortunately, you are not fit to be a duke. You messed up the territory and business, and soon you will go bankrupt. You can only marry some noble young lady or a rich widow to fill this hole. But because you dislike us and hate our touch, anyone who touched your taboo successor was brutally killed by you. That's why the souls of Lilia and Tia hate you so much, they want to attack you when they see you. Zhou Ying's later words no longer mattered to Lady Mary. After learning that the Duke of Pass didn't deliberately not save her, she stared blankly at the black cat on the ground, her voice choked. Is what she said true? The black cat did not respond, nor did it nod. It just struggled to crawl to Lady Mary's feet, resting its little head against her shoe, and gently closed its blue eyes. The already faint breathing completely disappeared. It had died directly. Lady Mary could no longer control the tears streaming down her face. All the hatred she had towards the Duke of Pass turned into deep regret in an instant. She choked out, "Pass." The black cat, which had always responded to her calls, could not respond this time, no matter what. Lady Mary felt as if she had lost something immensely important. She let out a heart-wrenching scream, and the next moment, a large hand behind her suddenly split in two, reaching for both her and the black cat's heads. Two shadowy figures were drawn out from the bodies of one person and one cat by the black hand. Lady Mary's soul looked just as Zhou Ying had seen it before, while the soul soaring from the cat's body was unmistakably the form of the Duke of Pass. Zhou Ying breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Did she really guess right? When she saw that both the Duke of Pass and the black cat had blue eyes, she felt a bit strange, and since the black cat was also male and possessed human intelligence, while Lady Mary, occupying the Duke of Pass's body, was particularly close to the black cat, she boldly guessed. She was really surprised to find out that the black cat was indeed the Duke of Pass. No wonder Elena was so worried about the kidnapped black cat. It turned out she was caring for the heart of an old father. To protect Elena, he even recklessly challenged teacher Betty, and in a tragic turn of events, was killed by that perverted Betty. Before them, Lady Mary and the Duke of Pass had completely forgotten about others. In her eyes, there was only each other. Lady Mary took the hand of Duke Pass, her face displaying a harmless smile. "Don't be afraid, I'll disappear with you." "Meow." Duke Pass responded, realizing he had said something he shouldn't have. He turned red and quickly explained, "I have spent too long in a cat's body, I'm still not used to speaking human words." Lady Mary comforted him, "You'll get used to it slowly in the future." "Yes." The two gazed at each other tenderly, as if their world could not contain anyone else besides each other, even forgetting Elena, whom they usually cared for. They held hands, fearlessly facing the disappearance of their souls. The soul's disappearance started from the feet and moved upward. When it finally vanished from the head, Duke Pass glanced back at Zhou Ying, a trace of barely noticeable amusement flashing in his deep blue eyes. Then, they completely disappeared in the basement. Wait. Remembering Duke Pass's last ambiguous gaze, Zhou Ying couldn't help but frown. Clearly, she had discreetly resolved the powerful enigma of Lady Mary, yet why did she feel something was off? It was as if her plan had played right into Duke Pass's hands, letting him gain something. However, Duke Pass had already vanished completely. No matter how much Zhou Ying wanted to believe, she couldn't get an answer from him anymore. Whoa whoa. Seeing her parents leave at the same time, Elena in the corner finally came back to her senses. She couldn't help but sob softly, "Daddy and Mommy are gone, from now on I'm an unwanted child." "Don't cry." Zhou Ying let go of the fainted teacher Betty and walked to Elena's side, hugging her shoulders, and softly comforted her, "You still have me as your new mom. From now on, I'll manage the estate, and you are our family's Cinderella the maid." "Huh?" Elena was completely stunned. Not only was Elena speechless from Zhou Ying's outrageous actions, but the live chat also began to go wild with comments. "Sister Zhou, as expected of you. Cinderella just lost her parents, and you're turning her from a noble lady into a maid. Do you even have a heart?" "Sister Zhou has no heart, Sister Zhou just wants to complete the task." As a qualified chosen one, Zhou Ying always kept the rules of the horror story in mind. Stepmother Manual, Rule 6, treat all three children equally as long as the Duke is alive, even if the heart cannot comply, at least the outward appearance must be maintained. As for after the Duke's death? Who cares? Yeah, who cares? Duke Pass and Lady Mary were dead, completely gone. She didn't need to pretend anymore. She stopped pretending, she was the wicked stepmother. "Hey, what the heck?" Zhou Ying pushed Elena and urged, "Can't you see the power is out? Hurry up and check the circuit and fix it." "Elena. Isn't the stepmother making things difficult for her? What noble lady works as an electrician?" Zhou Ying didn't care about that. After pushing Elena out of the basement, she looked at the unconscious teacher Betty by her feet, contemplating how to deal with this troublesome situation. Should she just kill her? Or... A groan escaped, teacher Betty awoke from her slumber. Awake? Zhou Ying gently nudged teacher Betty with her toes, examining Betty lying on the ground. Teacher Betty slowly sat up, her hands fumbling around her surroundings, her face full of confusion. "My eyes hurt so much. Why can't I see anything? I'm sorry, I accidentally ruined your eyesight." I'll kill you." Teacher Betty was furious. She got up and lunged in the direction of Zhou Ying's voice, but unfortunately, Zhou Ying sidestepped a little, causing her to miss. Due to her great force, Teacher Betty couldn't stop and crashed headfirst into the wall. Accompanied by a loud thud, she fainted again. Zhou Ying. Looking at the unfortunate Teacher Betty. She really couldn't bring herself to do it. Forget it, let's first take care of Teacher Betty, maybe she will be useful in the future. With this thought in mind, Zhou Ying, to prevent Teacher Betty from dying, waited until Elena repaired the circuit and had her bring bandages and medicine, applying the medicine to Betty's wound, and then wrapping a layer of gauze around her eyes. It hurts. Teacher Betty woke up from the pain in her wound, sitting weakly on the ground. Her originally tied-up long hair had come undone, with silver strands falling down, and her face had lost its original fierceness, replaced by a hint of fragile sadness. However, this image was quickly shattered by Teacher Betty herself. She looked up at the empty wall, her expression fierce, and said, "Duchess, I warn you to let me go quickly, or I will kill your entire family." What a coincidence, my entire family died long ago. Zhou Ying scoffed and turned to walk out of the basement. Hey, hey! No matter how Teacher Betty shouted, Zhou Ying coldly closed the wooden door to the basement, sealing Teacher Betty inside and ordering everyone in the manor not to open the wooden door. With Duke Pass dead, it was finally Zhou Ying's turn to take over. She could do whatever she wanted. The next day, she dismissed all the maids under the pretext of saving costs, leaving only Butler Joy and Chef Pound. Before settling the maids' final wages, Zhou Ying, based on her experience learned from the boss in the real world, had them all contribute towards the company. Oh no, the manor before leaving. They gave the entire villa a thorough cleaning. As a result, they cleared out a lot of things, among which a safe from the study was the most special. A feeling told Zhou Ying that the safe contained something very important, possibly something that could help her complete this level. Zhou Ying couldn't wait to try to open it, but unfortunately, the safe was password protected, and she didn't know the password. She tried the birthdays of Duke Pass, Lady Mary, and Elia, but none of them worked. Reluctantly, she had to put it aside for now. Seeing Zhou Ying drive all the maids away, Butler Joy asked in confusion, "Madam, the maids have all left. Who will clean the villa in the future?" Zhou Ying pointed at Elena, who was standing neatly beside her. "Very simple, she will be responsible for the cleaning from now on." Elena had worked hard half the night and finally self-taught herself the circuit, repairing the wires cut by Teacher Betty, but now she was so tired that she could almost fall asleep standing up. Little did she know, just as she was drifting off to sleep, Zhou Ying's voice exploded in her ear, ruthlessly announcing her fate. Elena froze. She never expected that one day she would fall from a noble lady to a servant maid. Butler Joy hesitated and said, "This isn't right? Duke Pass has just passed away, and Elena is his only child." Zhou Ying argued confidently, "Duke Pass is gone, you all will certainly listen to me from now on. What I say goes." "But," Butler Joy added, "Duke Pass's death came too suddenly, you and Elena cannot inherit his title, and without an heir, the Duke's property and territory will be reclaimed by the king unless you or Elena marry another Duke or Prince to shelter the manor." Zhou Ying. Wow, they're waiting for her to do that, right? Just because one Duke is gone, they expect her to marry another? Is this some kind of joke? Zhou Ying's face twisted in thought, let me think. After all, having been married twice already, marrying once more wasn't that big of a deal, was it? Zhou Ying rubbed her forehead, pondering how to complete the ultimate task before the Duke's estate was reclaimed by the king. Wouldn't that save us from all these annoying little things? The opportunity will come soon. At 4 in the afternoon, with the arrival of Nino's handwritten letter, an invitation was also included. Nino said, "Oh, my dear Maria, I really like the new gift you gave me, these pearl earrings are just too dazzling. I've decided to wear them at the ball, and I'll definitely be the brightest one there. By the way, I've heard about Duke Pass. I didn't expect that even though you two were matched as partners, he still couldn't match you. Oh, look at my mouth, I didn't mean to say you're unlucky with men, I just wanted to say you're really strong-willed, oh no. Yes, have you received the invitation? 3 days from now, the king will host a ball at the palace, and all the noble ladies of the Owen Empire are invited. However, Duke Pass's unfortunate sudden death might affect you. But if you haven't received the invitation, it's okay, I'll send you one. My sister doesn't want to go, so there's an extra invitation, and I'm giving it to you. Remember to come on time. When you arrive, I'll introduce you to some new men, but the prince is off limits. The prince is so young and wouldn't look at us older women, but who knows, after all, I am so dazzling now, he might just like older women? Your dear friend Nino, eagerly awaiting your third gift." After reading the letter, Zhou Ying felt her head spin even more. I have to say, her friend Nino is really something. She sends her a bomb in the first step, then shamelessly asks for gifts every time, what a weirdo. But honestly, she's kind of curious to meet this weirdo. Zhou Ying ordered Butler Joy to send another gift to Nino, and she took out the invitation that came with the letter to study it. The invitation was deep blue velvet, with a silver foil design of a dance floor in the center, and a silhouette of a man and woman dancing on top. The whole thing looked exquisite and gorgeous. Zhou Ying flipped it to the back, where a series of rules were clearly printed. Chapter 56, Ball Instructions. Ball instructions. 1. The ball will be held at the palace, starting at 10 p.m. 3 days from now. You must bring the invitation to enter. 2. You must take a carriage to the palace. 3. To show respect to the king, invited guests must wear something splendid and speak politely. 4. Your social status is your ticket for entry. When asked about your family background, you must answer truthfully. 5. No weapons are allowed once inside the palace. 6. The king is hosting this ball to choose a wife for the prince, so avoid doing anything that might upset him. After reading these rules, Zhou Ying quickly extracted the key points and felt a spark of excitement. 3 days from now, there will be a ball at the palace to choose a wife for the prince? The plot is finally unfolding. As long as she makes sure Elena can't attend the ball, preventing her from meeting the prince, isn't that ruining her chance with the prince too? Or, she could carefully dress up and send her 2 little stepdaughters to the prince, trying to get the prince to notice them. After all, there are 2 options, maybe one of them will get chosen by chance? The more Zhou Ying thought about it, the more excited and impatient she became. She used to think that evil stepmothers were so stupid. Doesn't she know what kind of daughters she has? How could she shamelessly send them to climb the social ladder? It wasn't until now, when she herself had become the evil stepmother, that she deeply realized how right that decision was. If there's an opportunity to soar, it should definitely be in her own hands. If Elena climbs to a high position, forget about her helping, she wouldn't even spare her a life, let alone help her. So, she still had to rely on her own little, oh no. Dear daughter. In order to let Dia and Arya seize this precious opportunity and help her complete the task, this is just secondary, the main purpose is to let Dia and Arya obtain happiness. Zhou Ying didn't hesitate to spend the remaining little assets of the manor to make 2 beautiful dresses for Dia and Arya. Mom, you are so good. Mom, why don't you have a new dress? Dia and Arya hugged the gorgeous new dresses, and their happiness couldn't be hidden on their faces. Zhou Ying shook the fan in her hand and smiled, saying, Mom is not hungry. No, it doesn't matter whether Mom wears new clothes or not, as long as you are happy. Thank you, Mom. We love you. Dia and Arya joyfully hugged the clothes and went to change in their room. Soon, they changed their clothes and came back down. Before custom making the dresses, Zhou Ying considered that to make Dia and Arya stand out at the ball without being gaudy, she specially chose 2 of the most expensive and luxurious dresses with extremely picky eyes, one red that dazzled the crowd and one white that was as pure as ice. But the good dresses, when worn by Dia and Arya, changed into another feeling. Dia in the red dress looked just like a Chinese not come to life, while Arya in the white dress looked like a little potato with white fur. Although Zhou Ying had the filter of a loving mother, upon seeing Dia and Arya in their clothes, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Oh my god. How did she not notice before that Dia and Arya looked so unpleasing to the eye? One was a skinny monk and the other a chubby monk. In a martial arts story, they might still be some unremarkable martial arts master, but in a fairy tale, they were definitely just cannon fodder. What's wrong, Mom? Do we not look good? Just then, Dia and Arya, feeling good about themselves, struck a few poses, showing off how beautiful their dresses were, and the prettier the dresses looked, the more unpleasing they made them appear. Zhou Ying couldn't bear to look any longer. She covered her eyes that were already wounded by the beauty of Dia and Arya, and said, I want to ask you a question, and you must answer me truthfully. Mom, what do you want to ask? Go ahead. I am your biological. Zhou Ying angrily slapped her own mouth and then asked, Are you sure you are my biological children? How come you have not inherited any good traits from me? Did you inherit them from your dad who died early? No way. Dia and Arya said shyly, We inherited all of your good traits, Mom and Dad. Zhou Ying. Suddenly, she didn't really want to talk. She didn't think the traits she passed on could be as unique as Dia and Arya. Maybe they had inherited the looks of Maria's deceased husband, but that didn't make sense. That unfortunate dead husband couldn't have been both tall and short, right? Meanwhile, Elena, who was dusty from cleaning and watched the joyful family, poked her head out from the corner and said softly, Mom, I also want to go to the ball, but I don't have a pretty dress. Zhou Ying mercilessly waved her hand to shoo her away, saying, Go, go, go. What does a maid need a pretty dress for to attend a ball? Is dinner ready? Is the floor cleaned? Is the laundry done? Elena left dejectedly. The comments in the live stream strongly condemned Zhou Ying. Sister Zhou is becoming less human. It must be because she has died too many times, right? Sister Zhou has been dying every night for the past 2 days, and it's so scary to watch. As Sister Zhou dies more and more, I find her heart becoming colder and colder. How can she be so harsh to lovely Cinderella? Sister Zhou is still not so bad to Cinderella, at least Cinderella wasn't locked in the basement. Being locked in the basement like Teacher Betty is truly miserable. TSK. Still playing the imprisonment game? When did Sister Zhou become so twisted? Hiss, terrifying. In fact, the audience was not wrong either. Zhou Ying never forgot about Teacher Betty, but she also did not find a doctor for her. Every day, she just tossed some food into the basement to confirm that Teacher Betty was still alive, which could be said to be very inhumane. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, and the day of the ball had arrived. That night, Zhou Ying and the two girls deliberately did not eat before setting off, planning to save their appetites for delicious food at the palace. Before leaving, Zhou Ying, in order to prevent Elena from being unruly like in the story, wearing a dress that seemed to appear out of nowhere and trying to steal the spotlight at the ball, deliberately locked her in the basement, closing the door tightly. "Mom! I'm scared. Don't make me stay with Teacher Betty, woo woo woo." Elena helplessly banged on the wooden door, pleading. From within the basement came Teacher Betty's indistinct voice, "Elena, come here, what is there to be afraid of? Clearly your stepmother is much scarier than I am, right?" Zhou Ying stepped away from the entrance of the basement, and the sounds inside began to fade gradually. Zhou Ying was not worried about Elena's safety because Teacher Betty was indeed very injured, running a fever, and did not have the strength to harm Elena. It was good enough that Elena didn't harm Teacher Betty. Zhou Ying had just stepped out of the villa's front gate. At that moment, Butler Joy emerged from the stable and said, "Madam, I'm sorry, the horse has upset its stomach and can't pull the carriage anymore." "What?" Not believing it, Zhou Ying followed Butler Joy to the stable, where she indeed saw two black horses slumped in a pile of hay, their heads drooping lifelessly, clearly exhausted. The whole stable was filled with an indescribable stench. Zhou Ying was speechless. How could perfectly healthy horses have diarrhea? She walked to the feeding trough and examined the food inside, indeed finding a few distinct beans. She asked Butler Joy beside her, "What kind of beans are these?" Butler Joy also seemed unsure. He looked, sniffed, and finally tasted a few, chewing for a moment before spitting it out with a paw. "These are castor beans, that's why the horses have diarrhea, but I swear, I did not put these beans here." "I know, it wasn't you," Zhou Ying said, picking up a white feather from the feeding trough. "Goo goo." The sound of pigeons cooing filled the air. Zhou Ying looked up and indeed saw two white pigeons perched on a branch nearby. When they noticed her gaze, a glint of mischief flashed in their red and green eyes, and they quickly flapped their wings and flew away. "Oh right, how could I have forgotten about these two?" Zhou Ying hit her head, realizing that after Duke Pass and Lady Mary completely disappeared, she had been so happy to be in charge that she forgot about the two strange ones, Lilia and Tia, in the estate. For the sake of the estate's stability, she should have dealt with them. But now it was too late to chase them down and eliminate them. There was less than an hour left before the ball officially started at 10. But now the horses responsible for pulling the carriage were unusable. As Zhou Ying pondered how to solve the carriage issue, Butler Joy suddenly had a bright idea and suggested, "Madam, there are 2 donkeys in the mill, how about you make do with them?" Zhou Ying, huh? Her expression twisted a bit. The second rule of the ball clearly stated that she must ride in a carriage pulled by horses to enter the palace. If it was pulled by donkeys, could it still be called a carriage? But considering there were really no horses available now and she couldn't turn into a horse herself, Zhou Ying had no choice but to make do. At worst, she could get off before entering the palace and walk in herself. "There's nothing else I can do." Zhou Ying sighed, directing Steward Xiao to harness the cart to the donkey, asking him for a map, pushing the donkey to carry her 2 ugly daughters toward the palace. Mommy, do you think the prince will like me?" On the donkey cart, Arya held her round face, full of springtime joy. Beside her, Daya, with a face longer than the donkey's, coldly criticized, "What dream are you having? The prince will surely like me. How could he resist my charm?" Driving the cart, Zhou Ying heard their voices and turned to look at Daya and Arya in the cart. Despite her best efforts to use her makeup skills to hide their facial flaws, the results were still somewhat disappointing. After all, no amount of decoration could hide the inherent issues. Zhou Ying's mouth twitched slightly as she sincerely said, "To be honest, I think I have a slightly better chance than you." "Humph. Mom, you're talking nonsense. Clearly, I am the most beautiful one." "Nonsense, I am." Daya and Arya, 2 celestial beings, soon started quarreling again, not finding any common ground. Zhou Ying could only agree, all right, you are the most beautiful, as long as you are happy." With the effort of the donkeys, the magnificent palace gradually appeared before them. On the other side of the estate. "Open the door, let me out." "Mommy, I promise I will listen to you from now on. I won't go to the ball, can't I?" In the basement, Elena's desperate banging on the wooden door echoed. Her voice was slightly hoarse and carried a hint of crying, sounding very pitiful. In the corner, Teacher Betty, locked here for several days, had given up hope. Instead of calling for help with Elena, she sneered, "Give it up. That pervert Maria won't give us a chance to get out. Instead of making these useless gestures, you'd be better off staying quiet like me and saving your strength. After all, we haven't had dinner tonight. Maria said they probably won't come back tonight, which means we won't eat until tomorrow morning at the earliest." After hearing Teacher Betty's words, Elena was momentarily stunned, then she banged harder on the wooden planks, shouting for help. "No. Help! As if someone really heard Elena's pleas, there was a sound of oh at it coming from the door. Outside the basement, 2 white doves flew in. Working together, they grasped the door latch, and after much effort, they finally pulled it out and opened the wooden door. The candlelight on the wall lit up the space close to the basement, illuminating Elena's face looking up at the entrance. The long-awaited light filled her vision, and Elena felt her eyes sting, tears streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Elena, come out quickly." Urged by the 2 doves, Elena woke from her daze, hurriedly crawled out of the basement, wiping her tears and feeling touched. "Thank you, I knew you wouldn't give up on me. But where have you been these past few days? I didn't see you." The red and green doves spoke in turns. "We went out to gather information, but on the way back, some people were feeding bread to the pigeons in the square, so it delayed us." "Cough, cough, cough, that's not important. What matters is that you quickly wash up and dress nicely. We'll take you to the ball, and as long as you can marry the prince, you can take revenge on that wicked stepmother Maria." Elena opened her mouth. "Revenge? Do we really need to get revenge on her?" The red-eyed Lilia replied indignantly, "Have you forgotten how terrible Maria has been these days? She actually made you do hard labor. You've never done this kind of work before in your life. Just look at your hands." "That's right. And if it weren't for Maria, how would Duke Pass disappear?" Tia said mournfully, though she despised Duke Pass for cruelly causing her death, But she also had to admit that she still loved him. Hearing this, Lilia angrily poked Tia's bird head with the tip of her wing. "Did you forget? The Duke of Pass all these years has been disguised as Lady Mary. Think carefully about who you actually like." Tia was completely stunned. She said in a daze, "Yeah, if the Duke of Pass who married me back then was actually Lady Mary, then who do I really like?" Chapter 58 The Palace Guards. At the entrance of the basement, 1 person and 2 doves fell into eerie silence. At that moment, Teacher Betty was feeling her way up the stairs, slowly climbing up from below, and was about to leave this dreadful basement completely. The 2 arguing white doves didn't notice this, but Elena, who was closest to the entrance of the basement, did. She suddenly kicked Teacher Betty back into the basement and quickly closed the wooden door, locking it. Bang! A dull sound echoed in the basement. The 2 white doves immediately woke up and asked in confusion, "What just happened?" "It's nothing." Elena's smile remained sweet. "Aren't we going to take revenge on Mama Maria? Let's quickly wash up and change clothes." Right. Lilia and Tia didn't care to argue anymore and hurriedly followed Elena to her room on the 2nd floor. After Elena finished freshening up, she opened the wardrobe to pick out a suitable dress, but what appeared before her eyes was a pile of rags. She discovered that all her previous dresses had been ruined by the maids Daya and Erda. Either they were stretched too wide or the seams were torn, with each dress being a shabby mess, leaving not a single one that could be worn. Tears flowed down uncontrollably like loose beads, and Elena couldn't help but cry. Noticing Elena's situation, the 2 white doves on the windowsill spoke to each other. "Elena, don't cry. You don't have a dress, we'll help you get one." "Really?" Elena's disappointment vanished, replaced by excitement. "Can you really get me a dress? But I want one that takes everyone's breath away as soon as I walk in." "It's not difficult. We can't do it, but someone can." After Lilia and Tia made their promise, they turned and flew out of the room. Before long, they returned carrying a little fairy between them. The little fairy struggled to survive in their beaks, shouting, "Hey! What are you doing? Kidnapping. Do you believe this fairy will call for help?" All right. Lilia and Tia placed the little fairy on the windowsill, pointed at Elena inside the room, and said in unison, "Quickly turn her into a dress for the ball, and we'll let you go." "Her?" The little fairy sized up Elena, and her eyes immediately lit up. "Wow. You're the kindest and most innocent girl this fairy has ever seen. All right, this fairy is willing to grant your wish." As the little fairy waved her magic wand, the worn-out dress on Elena transformed into a dazzling blue gown, as if all the stars in the night sky were sprinkled on the hem, complementing her golden wavy hair and making her delicate face shine even brighter. "It seems like something is still missing." The little fairy assessed Elena's appearance, her gaze fell upon Elena's bare feet, and suddenly realized, "That's it. You still need a pair of shoes." So, the little fairy conjured a pair of crystal slippers for Elena and urged, "All right, hurry to the ball." Elena hesitated, "But I don't have a carriage." "You're asking for so much." The little fairy puffed up her cheeks unhappily, but she still used the last bit of magic within her to transform a glittering golden carriage for Elena. Since there were no horses, she turned the 2 white doves into 2 white horses to pull the carriage. "By the way, I forgot to tell you. The magic can only last until 12. Before the words were finished, the little fairy rolled her eyes and fainted, collapsing onto the icy windowsill. 12 what? Elena frowned in confusion. "Don't worry about her, hurry up." Outside the window, the carriage parked beside the villa, with 2 magnificent white horses that had the voices of Lilia and Tia, were impatiently shaking their manes. "Let's throw that old witch Maria away." "Yeah, Elena, you can do it. Lilia and Tia, who had transformed from doves into white mares, were constantly cheering for Elena. Okay. Elena nodded, driving away the clutter from her mind, lifted her dress and went down to the carriage. Then, with an A, the 2 white horses galloped out of the manor, heading towards the palace. The palace. The donkey cart stopped by the side of a long street not far from the palace, as Zhou Ying got off with Dia and Arya, walking towards the palace gate. Stop. As the 3 approached, a guard at the gate blocked their way. Who are you? We're here to attend the ball. Zhou Ying said, shaking out the invitation. The guard shook his head. No, without a carriage, you cannot enter. Zhou Ying, hey brother, since you're so handsome, can't you make an exception? I know I'm handsome, no need for you to say. The guard replied stubbornly, in any case, without a carriage, you cannot enter. Zhou Ying's mouth twitched. Actually, we have. Before Zhou Ying could finish, another person driving an ox cart arrived, and the guard immediately abandoned Zhou Ying to go to the ox driver. Get down. What for? The carter, oh no, the ox driver was confused as he just got off the cart when the guard drew his sword from his waist and beheaded the man. Driving an ox cart to the palace, disregarding the king's rules, this is contempt of the king, and must be killed. The guard spoke with righteous anger. Zhou Ying, who witnessed the entire scene from the side. Wow, if she was driving the donkey cart, she might have met the same tragic fate. The guard sheathed his sword and returned to Zhou Ying, continuing to ask, what did you say you had? Zhou Ying had to swallow back her intention to say she had a donkey cart and laughed awkwardly. I said we are sick. The guard scolded, I can see that, it's impressive to be sick? Should I give you an award? Zhou Ying smiled awkwardly and quickly pulled Dia and Arya to leave. She didn't plan to rush in while the guard was busy killing someone else. After all, at this grand palace entrance, there were other guards who were less talkative but not less dangerous. Those guards might not talk much, but their actions were swift. If she dared to rush in, they would surely surround her. Whether she could fight them off was secondary. Mainly, even if she slaughtered the palace, it might not mean she would complete her task. She decided to follow the main storyline first and see how things went before making other plans. Zhou Ying brought Dia and Arya back to the donkey cart, looking at the pedestrians and carriages passing by, wondering whether to borrow a carriage and swap the horses for her donkey. Robbing a carriage she could still manage. During these 3 nights, although she didn't kill herself 8 times like that day, to ensure enough sleep, every night she only killed herself twice. Even so, she had raised her attribute points by 6, her stamina had reached an astonishing 10 points. Forget about robbing a carriage, she could lift the horse with some effort. While Zhou Ying was observing the pedestrians, selecting 2 strong and beautiful horses, suddenly, a shout echoed from a distance. Maria! The rumbling sound of wheels approached, and Zhou Ying looked towards the sound, and saw a carriage stopping right beside her. Chapter 59, Rules of the Ball. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and an unbelievably dazzling head appeared. A woman's small head was piled with heavy hair adorned with countless accessories. The pearl earrings dangling from her earlobes were as big as a thumb, simply too gaudy. Looking at this peculiar woman in front of her, Zhou Ying could hardly believe it. Nino? Nino chuckled lightly. Yes, it's me, your best friend Nino. What's wrong, don't you recognize me? Zhou Ying. No, she just wanted to ask, does she have a physique that attracts the ugly? Why is it that all her close friends are either ugly or particularly ugly? Zhou Ying seriously suspected that her past self was very scheming, deliberately seeking out ugly people as friends to make herself look good. Nino glanced at the donkey cart beside them and asked, is this donkey cart yours? Why aren't you leaving? Zhou Ying chuckled awkwardly, my cart broke. Come on, sit with me, let's squeeze together. Nino cheerfully invited. Zhou Ying did not stand on ceremony and brought Dia and Arya into the carriage. Nino ordered the coachman to keep driving the cart forward. Don't be polite. What's our relationship? I don't have kids, your daughter is just like my daughter, come and eat. Nino said, sharing delicious snacks with them. Zhou Ying, while munching on the snacks, felt touched in her heart, thinking, to be honest, Nino may be ugly, but she is truly kind. Immersed in the touching feelings of friendship, Zhou Ying completely forgot how Nino had crazily sent her bombs before, intending to blow her up. In the carriage, the 4 of them began to chat. Nino cradled her face with her hands, her eyes full of longing. I can't wait for tonight's ball. I'm waiting to find my true love there and end my single life. Oh ho ho ho. Zhou Ying paused her munching. You have been single until now? If she wasn't blind, judging by the fine wrinkles at the corners of Nino's eyes and the occasional white strands, Nino was definitely older, not younger than her. Upon hearing this, Nino instantly became displeased. What's wrong? Is there a problem? No, nothing, I wish you your wish. To avoid being kicked out of the carriage, Zhou Ying could only agree casually, but inside, she couldn't help but complain. With Nino's looks, her wish might be doomed tonight. They smoothly arrived at the palace gate. The guards saw the carriage arrive and directly let Zhou Ying and the others in. The carriage drove to the castle entrance, parking alongside other carriages that had already arrived. These carriages were as luxurious as Nino's, indicating their owners were either wealthy or noble. Zhou Ying and the others got out of the carriage and walked toward the castle. A few servants stood at the entrance, both male and female, checking the arriving guests, inspecting their invitations first, then checking for any weapons they might carry, and distributing corresponding flowers based on the guests' identities. Nino was the first to be checked. After checking, the female servant handed her a yellow rose, advising, "This is your flower, please keep it safe, don't lose it." Next, it was Zhou Ying's turn to be checked. "You are the widow of Duke Pa?" The female servant confirmed Zhou Ying's identity and took a black rose from the basket, handing it to Zhou Ying. "This is your flower, please keep it safe, don't lose it." Zhou Ying looked at the others who were also being checked and found that there were not only yellow and black roses, but also red and blue roses. Dia and Arya each received a blue rose after their checks. This was strange. Both Dia and Arya received blue roses, so why were only she and Nino given flowers of different colors? Zhou Ying and Nino entered the castle, quietly asking Nino beside her, "What does the color of these flowers mean? How are they distributed?" Nino shook her head, "Who knows?" She was completely indifferent to this matter. Her heart was set on choosing a man at the ball tonight to end her single life. Seeing the fresh yellow rose in her hand, she inserted it into her hair, adding another touch to her carefully crafted look. Zhou Ying found it strange, but as everyone else placed their flowers in the most noticeable spots on themselves, she could only pin the black rose onto her brooch. As they entered the castle's interior, the first thing that caught their eyes was a huge dance floor. Since it's not yet time for the ball to start, there are no couples dancing in the dance floor. Everyone is either chatting with drinks in small groups or enjoying their favorite food at the long table. Zhou Ying came with Dia and Arya on an empty stomach. Although they had some snacks in Nino's car to tide them over, it was far from enough, so they quickly went to the long table filled with delicious food after saying a few words to Nino. Perhaps influenced by Zhou Ying, both Dia and Arya are voracious eaters, and as soon as they arrived, they began to indulge in food alongside Zhou Ying, one with a small roast pig and the other furiously devouring cream cake. Unexpectedly, as soon as they stuffed food into their mouths, Dia and Arya collapsed to the ground, looking as if they would never wake up. Seeing this, Zhou Ying paused her action of gnawing on roasted goose. She was completely puzzled. Where are her perfectly fine daughters? Could they have died from overindulgence? In a hurry, she put down the roasted goose and squatted down, first wiping the grease on her hands onto the girls' skirts before checking their condition. Dia and Arya had completely stopped breathing and had no pulse. Their bodies were cooling down rapidly, clearly indicating that there was no point in trying to revive them. It's not like eating rat poison had such immediate effects, right? Zhou Ying felt strange, and as she stood up, she suddenly caught sight of a note stuck beneath the table, so she decisively tore it off and studied the content carefully. This turned out to be a brand new set of rules. Ball rules. 1. The flowers on your body represent your identity. Do not act against your identity and do things you shouldn't do. 2. The number of males at the ball must equal or exceed that of females. 3. Only a few people may eat. 4. Maintain the cleanliness of your outfit before the ball starts. 5. You may refuse someone who invites you to dance, but you must bear the consequences of the refusal. 6. Males must invite exactly 3 partners and must also dance with the hostess. 7. Individuals of the same gender cannot invite each other to be dance partners. 8. Do not step on your dance partner's feet while dancing. 9. You may leave early before the ball ends, but you must hold another invitation. After reading all the rules, Zhou Ying's mouth twitched, and then she thought to herself that things were not looking good. Oh no! In thinking only about the food, she completely forgot that she couldn't dance. What if she stepped on her partner's feet while dancing? Wouldn't that be a rule violation? Was it too late to learn to dance now? Hello, may I ask if you have a dance partner? With a deep and magnetic voice, a refined middle-aged man walked up to Zhou Ying, smiling as he inquired. Zhou Ying looked up and saw an old man standing in front of her who was even older than she was. Although the old man looked decent, the fact remained that he was an old man. Noticing the overly eager gaze the old man directed at her, Zhou Ying couldn't help but twitch her mouth. What was it with this scenario that made her so attractive to old men? Couldn't the strange system arrange for someone a bit younger for her? Ugh! Who are you? Zhou Ying controlled her impulse to go crazy on the spot, asking with a stern face, trying to scare off this ignorant old man. Oh, let me introduce myself. I am Duke Blanchard, and this is my son, Little Blanchard. The old man, oh no, Duke Blanchard, clutched his chest and bowed to Zhou Ying. The black rose on his chest appeared even more prominent, darker than the black rose on her own chest. Zhou Ying had no idea what Little Blanchard was all about. She glanced down at the ball rules in her hand, remembering that the 5th rule stated she could refuse someone who invited her to dance but had to bear the consequences of that refusal. If she didn't refuse, it might turn into a matchmaking situation. Zhou Ying definitely was not considering having the old man as her dance partner, let alone a matchmaking candidate. But what would happen if I refuse? Considering that Dia and Arya are already gone, and even if she were alive, she wouldn't be able to complete the plan, Zhou Ying decided to act recklessly. She raised her head and looked at old Bran, speaking coldly, "Sorry, I refuse." "Oh, then sorry to bother you." Old Bran's cultivation was indeed high, he didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled at Zhou Ying and turned to leave. Watching old Bran decisively walk away, Zhou Ying touched her nose, feeling a bit confused. Could it be that this rule wasn't necessarily right? Refusing others wasn't a problem? However, she quickly dismissed this thought. Because old Bran returned, and this time he wasn't alone, he had brought a group of knights, including the knight commander, all armed to the teeth. He pointed at Zhou Ying and said, "Son, she's the one who murdered the guests coming to the ball." Seeing the knight commander, an old acquaintance, Zhou Ying was shocked. So the knight commander she had met before was actually old Bran's son, little Bran? No way. Was she enemies with this father-son duo? Why were they so determined to entangle her? The viewers in the livestream couldn't help but laugh at this coincidence. Ha, Sister Zhou is dumbfounded. This coincidence is interesting. Sister Zhou really doesn't know what's good for her. The old man is so good, and he has retirement benefits. The old man is so good, would you want him? I am the old man. 6. Under everyone's gaze, the highly anticipated old Bran continued to add fuel to the fire, pointing at Zhou Ying and saying, "Son, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and arrest this dangerous person, don't let her disturb His Majesty the King." "Father, you're right." The knight commander also reacted, and with a group of knights behind him, they started to approach Zhou Ying. "Are you crazy? You guys?" Zhou Ying was also angry. She tried to explain, "These two on the ground are my daughters. Why would I kill my own daughters? They clearly died from poison in the food." What Zhou Ying said was not a lie at all. At first, she didn't know how Daya and Arya had died, but after reading the ball rules, she understood. Daya and Arya had violated Rule 3, which stated that only a few people could eat. It was clear that Daya and Arya were not among the few people allowed to eat. Why weren't Daya and Arya among the few? This probably had to do with Rule 1 of the ball rules: the flowers you wear represent your identity, and you should not do things that go against your identity. Red roses, blue roses, yellow roses, black roses, each color of rose represented a different type of person, and the attendees of the ball were categorized into different groups. Each type of person had things they could do and things they couldn't do. From the deaths of Daya and Arya, it could be inferred that those who wore blue roses were not allowed to eat. As for why there were so many people with blue roses, yet only Daya and Arya died and no one else did. Of course, it was because everyone else had not eaten. Based on Zhou Ying's guess, it was likely because the other people were NPCs, already programmed by the ghost story system. They subconsciously knew the rules of the ball and thus would never do anything beyond what their identity allowed. And Zhou Ying not only did not run away, but instead proactively fought the knights. She quickly ran to the opposite side, leaping onto the long table to reach them. Without a weapon, she simply grabbed the knights' weapons, and by the way, learned their moves. Before long, the knights were knocked down by Zhou Ying, and the knight captain, clutching his wounded arm, fled in panic. "Why you wait?" The knight captain uttered his threats and decisively abandoned the other knights and his own father, rushing out of the castle in a hurry. "Don't come over." Old Bran looked at Zhou Ying approaching him with a bloodstained long sword, terrified and trembling. "Now you're afraid? Too bad, it's too late." Zhou Ying scoffed, raising the long sword toward old Bran's head, and then without hesitation, she brought it down. The head fell, and blood splashed onto her face. Screams and wails echoed endlessly. The entire hall of the castle was painted red with blood. Zhou Ying had gone mad, killing anyone she caught. In the end, she arrived in front of Nino, who was cowering by the table. Nino looked at her friend, who was now unrecognizable, and trembled as she said, "Maria, have you gone crazy?" "It's me, Nino, your best friend." Zhou Ying wiped the blood from her face, revealing a calm yet chilling smile. "I'm not Maria." She had never been Maria, she had her own name, Zhou Ying. She was just inexplicably chosen to be this unfortunate chosen one, entering the world of strange tales, forced to be restricted by the strange tale system, acting as the wicked stepmother Maria in Cinderella, and following the dumb plot as dictated by the system. The flames in her heart soared, and Zhou Ying desperately wanted to destroy this broken place. Suddenly, Zhou Ying smiled as if realizing something. Yes, since death was inevitable, why not enjoy herself first before dying instead of being scared to death by something strange? Thinking of this, the last flicker of emotion in Zhou Ying's heart faded, and she brought the long sword down with force. "No!" Nino closed her eyes in fear. Crack! The sound of bones being struck echoed, and blood splattered all over Zhou Ying's face. "Ah!" Nino's terrified scream erupted, and suddenly she realized something was off. Touching her still living head, her voice filled with confusion. "Huh? Why is my head still there?" "Because I didn't chop you," Zhou Ying retorted, pulling out the long sword that was embedded in the table. As she did, the knight lurking under the table fell, his head rolling away. Just now, Zhou Ying had noticed someone hiding under the table, waiting for the right moment to attack her, so she cleverly pretended to go after Nino to distract the opponent, and took the chance to pierce through the table in their neck. After all, although Nino wasn't the best person, she was one of the few NPCs who still had some goodwill toward her. As long as she didn't get in Zhou Ying's way, Zhou Ying felt it unnecessary to kill her. Wiping the blood splattered on her face, Zhou Ying scanned the doorway. Outside, many people were approaching. It was obvious the knight captain wasn't really scared away but had gone to gather the castle's guards to come here. They had to leave quickly. Zhou Ying reached out to Nino on the ground, saying, "Hurry, get up." Nino placed her hand on Zhou Ying's hand, tears welling up in her eyes as she said, "I knew we were best friends. Stop wasting time." Zhou Ying gripped Nino's hand tightly, pulling her up from the ground. "Let's go." Decisively abandoning the front door, Zhou Ying ran with Nino toward the back door. Boom! The sound of heavy objects being pushed came, and the knight captain had ordered the guards to bring a cannon, aiming the cannon at the fleeing Zhou Ying and Nino, shouting, "Fire! Watch out!" Nino glanced back just once and immediately threw herself on Zhou Ying, wanting to protect her safety. However, the cannon's range was too vast, and the fire engulfed both of them. Just before dying, Zhou Ying couldn't help but turn around and give the smug knights and others the middle finger. "You really did it, thinking of using a cannon against her, how clever of you. After all, no matter how strong her body is, she can't make cannonballs with her hands." This time, Zhou Ying was blasted into pieces by the cannon, causing her resurrection time to be exceptionally long enough for Cinderella to arrive in her carriage, long enough for the ball to have ended. Consuming 1 point of mental energy, randomly increasing 1 point of attribute value. Stamina +1, currently have 8 points of stamina, 5 points of mental energy left for resurrection, and 2 hours until the next point of mental energy recovery. Not knowing how much time had passed, the voice of the strange talk system finally sounded, and the darkened livestream gradually regained color. Time had reversed to before Zhou Ying went out. At this moment, she was sitting on the living room sofa, watching her two maids, Daya and Arya, constantly fiddling with their new clothes and putting on makeup. Zhou Ying rubbed her eyes, still a bit dazed. To be honest, being blasted by a cannon was much more thrilling than being shot. "You can't use the red eyeshadow, I want to use it to match my red dress." "No, I want to use it." Daya and Arya were still arguing endlessly. Zhou Ying shook her heavy head, too lazy to pay attention to them. She remembered the last time she left, the horses in the stable were fed castor beans by the doves, so she quickly went to the stable to prevent it from happening again. In the stable, Butler Joy had just poured food into the trough, and before the horses could eat, 2 white doves flew in. The doves landed on the trough, trying to drop several beans they had in their mouths into the trough. Seeing this, Zhou Ying directly pulled out her shotgun and aimed it at one of the red-eyed doves, pulling the trigger. Bang! After the gunshot, the red-eyed dove fell to the ground, half of its wing shot off, flapping on the ground, unable to fly for the time being. Zhou Ying then aimed the gun at the green-eyed dove still standing on the trough. Coo, coo. The green-eyed dove was startled at the sight, and upon realizing it was Zhou Ying who fired, fearing she would shoot again, it abandoned the castor beans and hurriedly grabbed the half-dead red-eyed dove, flapping its wings desperately to fly away. Watching the 2 doves gradually disappear into the distance, Zhou Ying finally put down her shotgun and stowed it away. Strangely, her current body attributes were so strong, yet she still couldn't directly kill these 2 low-level anomalies with one shot. Did she really have to complete the dungeon tasks, gain 100 experience points, and undergo a second awakening to become a higher-level monster to unleash the shotgun's full potential? Thinking of this, Zhou Ying couldn't help but sigh. There's a long way to go. It seems her main path to becoming stronger still lies in using death to farm attribute points. Walking to the trough in the stable, Zhou Ying bent down to confirm there were no leftover castor beans and that the horses were all safe, which put her mind at ease. Looking at the scattered castor beans on the ground, Zhou Ying pondered something and picked them up, putting them into her handbag. While she was busy, Daya and Arya finished their preparations as well. Butler Joy prepared the carriage, and Zhou Ying ordered him to lock Elena in the basement and not let anyone open the door for her. Once everything was arranged, she drove the carriage with Daya and Arya towards the palace. This time, because they were riding in a carriage, the guards did not stop Zhou Ying and let her pass, so she did not enter the castle with Nino but arrived inside the castle first. Once inside the castle, Zhou Ying, who had been hungry all day, headed straight for the long table filled with delicious food and began to feast heartily. "Mom, we also want to eat." Daya and Arya looked longingly at the delicious food being devoured by Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying wiped her mouth after finishing a roasted goose, then reached for a piece of roasted lamb chop, while also reminding Daya and Arya, "Be good, listen to me, you can't eat. If you eat, your bellies will swell and your skirts will burst, and then the prince won't invite you to be his dance partners." Daya couldn't help but swallow her saliva. "Then why are you still eating, Mom? Aren't you afraid your skirt will burst?" Zhou Ying casually replied, "Mom has a tough battle to fight later. If I don't eat enough, how can I have the strength to fight?" "What battle?" Arya asked, confused. Zhou Ying paused her eating of the lamb chop and smiled while explaining, today's ball is the battlefield, but Mom is different from you. Mom just lost her husband and isn't planning to find another partner. Don't you want to marry the prince? Then hurry and move up front. When the prince comes, get close to him and try to get him to choose you as a dance partner. Go for it, I believe in you. Bad mom. Daya and Arya pouted unhappily. Zhou Ying ignored them, continuing to eat while observing the surroundings. The number of men and women at the ball seemed about equal. Those wearing red roses were all young men, while those with blue roses were all young women. Zhou Ying guessed that the people wearing these two colors of roses were all suitable for marriage and were the main force in matchmaking at this ball. To avoid awkward situations when dancing closely, like eating too greasy and accidentally smearing oil on a partner's clothes, or having garlic breath when the partner wants a kiss and leans in, creating an even more awkward moment with the stinky garlic smell. That would be embarrassing. It was probably for this reason that those wearing red and blue roses weren't allowed to eat. There were both men and women wearing black roses, most of whom were around Zhou Ying's age or older than her, old men and women. Even among the crowd, there were those wearing white roses, both young and old. This mixed crowd made Zhou Ying even more confused. What kind of people were those wearing white roses? Chapter 62, 3 times inviting dance partners. As Zhou Ying was pondering, a flash of yellow caught her eye. Nino, who wore a yellow rose, came over. She then realized that in the huge castle, only Nino wore a yellow rose, as if the yellow rose was made just for her. There's something going on, there's something going on. Maria, what are you looking at? Nino's curious voice interrupted Zhou Ying's thoughts. Zhou Ying shook her head and pointed to an old man named Bran not far away who was looking towards her, asking, who is that person? Seeing Zhou Ying staring at Bran, Nino giggled and said, he is Duke Blanchard. Maria, why are you asking this? You can't possibly be interested in old Bran, right? Zhou Ying struggled to maintain her composure. I'm just curious. What's his deal? Do you know? Nino covered her mouth and nose with her fan, her eyes crinkled with laughter. Of course I know. Old Bran is a celebrity in our Owen Empire. He has outlived 9 wives. If you two really got together, that would be interesting. Oh no, wait, you've only outlived 2 husbands so far, I estimate you might not outlive him. Zhou Ying looked confused, he seems quite elegant. How could his wives disappear so quickly? Everyone says old Bran has some peculiar tastes. Nino gossiped, winking at Zhou Ying, as if to say she understood. Zhou Ying. She fell silent. Now she finally understood why the black rose on Bran's chest was darker than hers. It turns out the color of the flower was ranked by the number of partners he had outlived. She guessed that at most, she was just a black iron level 5. Old Bran is indeed a solid black iron segment. Don't mess with him, don't mess with him. After Nino said this, Zhou Ying understood as well. The black rose should represent the widowed group, belonging to high-risk individuals. At this ball, they are the most unwelcome presents, as normally, people would not consider them with black roses pinned to their chests. They might not be able to find a dance partner in the end, so there's no need for them to fast like those wearing red or blue roses. Turns out, this is a matchmaking event. Zhou Ying's lips twitched slightly. After figuring out the meanings of red, blue, and black roses, she became even more curious about the white and yellow roses. Nino, do you know what kind of people wear white roses? Zhou Ying asked Nino with little hope. To her surprise, the gossip-savvy Nino shook her head. I don't know, why should I care? I'm not inviting anyone, I'm waiting for someone to invite me. Zhou Ying had to change her question, then what does the yellow rose on your head represent? Nino immediately raised her hand to gently touch the yellow rose on her head, shyly saying, it definitely means I'm prettier than the flower. Zhou Ying, interrupting. She gave up finding answers from Nino and planned to approach someone wearing a white rose to ask them. However, before Zhou Ying could move, a loud noise suddenly came from the back door. Following that, the old king wearing a crown and the queen arrived simultaneously, with Prince Owen in white court attire behind them. The old king and queen were not wearing any flowers, obviously not needing to follow the strange rules of the ball. These rules might have been made from the perspective of the old king and queen as hosts, for the guests attending the ball to follow. When the old king's family arrived, the previously noisy hall instantly fell silent. The old king smiled and announced, now everyone can invite your desired dance partners, and the ball will begin soon after. Soon, everyone present began searching for their dance partners according to the old king's words, with the gentlemen initiating invites to the ladies they admired. When rejected, they would just go invite the next lady they liked. Naturally, Zhou Ying was also invited by someone. Perhaps because the Empire's recognized ugly girl, Nino, had been next to Zhou Ying earlier, old Bran did not come to invite Zhou Ying first. The first person to invite Zhou Ying was a young man with a red rose pinned to his chest. He politely said, this beautiful lady, may I have the honor of being your dance partner? Zhou Ying replied, call me auntie. The young man's face froze. Especially when he heard the blatant laughter of his companions, he felt his face flush with anger. Unable to contain his fury, he grabbed a wineglass from the table and splashed it towards Zhou Ying. How dare you refuse me? Zhou Ying remembered the fourth rule of the ball, to keep her attire clean before the ball starts. If her clothes got dirty, something bad might happen. Realizing this, Zhou Ying quickly dodged the red wine being splashed at her. Fortunately, after several boosts, her speed had already reached an astonishing level 8. She not only easily avoided the red wine but even grabbed a cup of red wine from the table and splashed it onto the young man first. Almost at the moment the wine was splashed, soldiers immediately rushed over, ignoring the young man's struggles and resistance, forcibly taking him away. Zhou Ying exhaled a breath of relief. Who knew a ball could be so dangerous? At that moment, a second person came to invite Zhou Ying. She was a girl with a blue rose pinned to her chest and red cheeks. Can I ask you to be my dance partner? Zhou Ying tilted her head and thought, the rules of the dance party seem to say you can't invite someone of the same gender as a dance partner, right? Oh, but I insist on you being my dance partner. What can you do about it, my lord? The girl suddenly stepped forward, grabbing Zhou Ying's arm, her eyes shining with a strange light. Then I can only. Zhou Ying sighed, quickly grabbing a handful of cream from the cake on the table and smeared it all over the girl's skirt, before the guards quickly took the now dirty girl away. For the third time, Old Bland finally arrived. This time he walked towards Zhou Ying with an elegant and calm step, a confident smile on his face. Can I ask you to be my dance partner? Old Bland lowered his voice, inquiring with his most charming bubbly tone. Oh, of course. Zhou Ying knew that declining Old Bland was not a good idea. This old man could do anything, so with a quick turn of her eyes, she smiled and agreed. Upon hearing this, Old Bland's joy was immediate. Great, let's go to the dance floor. Wait. Zhou Ying suddenly interrupted Old Bland, smiling as she raised her wineglass. To celebrate that we selected each other as dance partners, how about we drink a toast first? Oh, of course we need to celebrate. Old Bland was taken aback but quickly realized, raising his own wineglass to drink. Zhou Ying suddenly called out, hold on, let's switch. What? Old Bland was somewhat confused. Zhou Ying smiled and explained, this way it's more interesting, isn't it? Yes, I like your playful spirit. Upon hearing this, Old Bland was even happier. The two exchanged wineglasses, clinked them together, and Old Bland began to drink. The moment the wine hit his mouth, Old Bland noticed that this wine seemed a bit different from what he usually drank. However, he shrugged it off and downed the glass of red wine. After finishing, he looked at Zhou Ying, who was not drinking at all but instead was smiling at him. Old Bland immediately sensed something was wrong, bewildered, and asked, why aren't you drinking? Zhou Ying held her wineglass and replied, because I'm waiting. Old Bland asked, waiting for what? Zhou Ying did not answer. Old Bland waited for Zhou Ying's response. The scene suddenly fell into a stalemate. Until a strange gurgle sounded. Looking for the source, it seemed to come from Old Bland's stomach. Crack! Old Bland's wineglass fell to the floor. The movement attracted the attention of several people around. They looked at Old Bland in confusion, not understanding how the usually composed duke was behaving so rudely at the ball. Under their gaze, Old Bland's relaxed demeanor vanished, his face turned pale, and his legs, which were previously shoulder-width apart, began to bow inward, bending slightly at the waist, clutching his stomach with both hands. Just at that moment, Zhou Ying, oblivious to the situation, added fuel to the fire. Oh dear, Duke, are you alright? Your stomach seems to be making quite a loud noise? Old Bland's face turned ashen, he lowered his voice, gritting his teeth. What exactly did you put in my drink? Zhou Ying chuckled, oh, nothing much. I just mixed in a little croton oil into your wine. This amount won't kill you, it will only make a horse collapse. You! Old Bland raised his hand, wanting to strike Zhou Ying, but the sharp pain in his abdomen and the loud burbling from within forced him to retract his hand to clutch his stomach tighter, while other areas of discomfort became even more constricted. Zhou Ying looked on with glee at this scene. She was revived and returned to the manor, and after heading to the stable, she happened to see the red, green, and white pigeons feeding the horse with castor beans. After driving them away, she picked up the castor beans that had fallen on the ground. At the moment she saw the castor beans, she immediately thought of a way to deal with Old Bran. Since she couldn't refuse Old Bran, she might as well agree to be his partner. It would be best if Old Bran didn't come to invite her as a dance partner. If he really did come, then she wouldn't hold back her ruthless side. Fortunately, castor beans were not considered weapons, so when the attendants checked her, her castor beans were not confiscated for rule violations, which gave Zhou Ying a new thought. Maybe it was too noisy to kill directly. Choosing poisoning seemed like a good option. Regaining her thoughts, Zhou Ying looked at Old Bran, who had already fallen for her trap, and couldn't help but chuckle to herself. As soon as she saw Old Bran walking toward her, she took a small handful of castor beans from her handbag, crushed them with all her strength, and mixed them into his drink, then shook it well. Fortunately, Old Bran was fully immersed in the fact that she had agreed to be his dance partner, and didn't notice that something inappropriate was in the drink. Of course, Old Bran might have noticed but still gritted his teeth and drank it. No matter what, Zhou Ying's plan succeeded, and Old Bran fell for it. Guliolu. As old Bran held it in more desperately, the noise in his stomach grew louder, and his unusual condition started to attract the attention of everyone in the hall. Old Bran's face turned pale, he could hardly endure his own condition. Noticing old Bran's unusual behavior, the Knight Commander approached to ask, "Father, what's wrong?" Old Bran, as if awakened from a dream, rushed to the hall entrance, exclaiming, "I need to go to the restroom." But the Knight Commander, not understanding the situation, held onto old Bran's arm and urged, "Father, the ball is about to start, it's too rude to leave like this. Let go. I can't hold on any longer." "No, father, just hang on for a bit longer." "Get away, you wretched son." "Father." The Knight Commander was too strong, old Bran, being a frail old man, was no match for him, so he was stopped. The longer they delayed, the more old Bran's expression changed, gradually shifting from anxiety and urgency to relaxation and comfort, because... Puff! With a loud sound, the entire ballroom was instantly filled with a terrible stench. After a brief moment of comfort, old Bran felt utterly humiliated. All he could think was, "It's over, he has lost his lifelong reputation." Upon seeing this, the live stream erupted in laughter. Unbelievable. What is there that Sister Zhou can't do? This scene reminds me of a meme about an old man who can't hold it in at a nursing home and gets slapped by the nurse. Don't go crazy, old Bran is just an old lecher, not an old ghost. Ugh. The entire hall was filled with the foul smell released by old Bran, and retching noises continued to erupt. The old king was nearly fainted by the smell, quickly instructing his attendants to open the windows for ventilation. It took a while before the hall became less unbearable. "Old Bran, how could you do something so rude at the ball?" The old king was furious, holding his nose as he roared, "Someone, take old Bran away, he is never allowed to attend the ball again." "As you command, your majesty." The guards hurried forward, intending to drag the devastated old Bran away. Old Bran suddenly seemed to awaken from his daze and quickly raised his hand to point at Zhou Ying. "Ha? Where is she?" The spot where Zhou Ying originally stood was now empty. Old Bran searched around the hall and found that Zhou Ying had somehow run to the window position. He pointed at her, speaking earnestly, "Your Majesty, it's her. She gave me the laxative." Zhou Ying waved her hand in front of her. With a face full of disdain, he said, "Duke Blanchard, don't talk nonsense. How could I give you laxatives from so far away?" Just now, she saw old Blanchard getting entangled with the Knight Commander endlessly, guessing that old Blanchard must be about to burst, so she quickly changed positions and occupied this life-saving spot near the window where she could breathe fresh air. In fact, just as she imagined, everyone within 10 meters of old Blanchard was driven to vomit by the stench. The scene was truly horrific. If she had been any later, she would likely have become one of them. Chapter 64. Elena appears. You. Old Blanchard was so furious at Zhou Ying's shamelessness that he was nearly having a fit, so he could only place his last hope on the Knight Commander beside him, saying, "Son, say something for your father." Turning his head, old Blanchard was surprised to find that his son, who had been right next to him, was now nowhere to be seen. Looking closely, he saw his beloved son standing dozens of meters away, disdainfully looking at him with the crowd. It turned out that as soon as the foul smell spread, the Knight Commander, with his excellent physical condition, swiftly dashed far away, fearing he would be suffocated if he were slow. Old Blanchard, trembling, pointed at the Knight Commander, "You abandoned me. You are my own son." The Knight Commander felt utterly embarrassed and added, "From today onward, I'm not. I don't want a father who embarrasses himself in public." Boom! Old Blanchard was hit hard by this, and he fainted on the spot. Two guards, holding back their nausea, dragged him away. Not far away, the Knight Commander finally let out a breath, but as he inhaled again, the foul stench entered his lungs, and his face instantly turned ugly, glaring unfriendly at Zhou Ying. Wait, his father's body was fine before at the ball, how could he not hold it today? It must be because of this strange woman. Zhou Ying by the window also breathed a sigh of relief, finally successfully passing through this crisis. She could not dance, so to avoid stepping on her partner's feet and breaking the rules, it was better to not look for a partner at all. After all, the rules never said she had to find one. And the 3 invitations she had to dance had been used up, so no one bothered her anymore. Zhou Ying decided not to join the dance floor. She stayed by the window, observing the situation in the hall, keeping track of the first movements. Although the two sisters might have unappealing looks, there were still some unseeing people who invited them, but their goal was Prince Owen, so they naturally refused others. Unfortunately, Prince Owen did not want to invite either of them and stayed with the old king and queen. The sisters stood uneasily in the distance, unsure how to attract Prince Owen's attention. Zhou Ying walked over and whispered, "Go a bit closer." I'm scared," the second sister said timidly. The first sister, however, had more courage. "Okay, mother." The first sister walked towards the direction of Prince Owen, and Zhou Ying casually followed behind. At this moment, the old king also urged Prince Owen, "Owen, why are you still here? Go quickly and invite your favorite dance partner." Prince Owen's eyes scanned the faces of the noble ladies present, but he did not find one that caught his fancy. He smiled bitterly. Father, can I choose no one? The old king firmly refused. No, you must choose one. Fine, then I choose. Prince Owen cleared his throat, his gaze sweeping over the noble ladies present. Just as he was about to randomly pick one, suddenly a red shadow flashed before his eyes. He instinctively reached out and caught the first sister, who nearly fell to the ground, wrapping his arms around her waist. Seeing her plan succeed, Zhou Ying immediately turned to leave, as if she hadn't been the one who knocked down the first sister just now. Prince Owen and Daya locked eyes. Daya felt shy and could barely look directly at Prince Owen. Prince Owen held Daya up with grace, but seeing her towering stature up close made his face twist for a moment. Then, he seemed to accept his fate. After all, she wasn't the one he liked, so it didn't matter if his dance partner was pretty or not. Thinking this way, Prince Owen took the initiative to ask, Miss, what is your name? My name is Daya. Good, then you are my dance. Just as Prince Owen was about to announce Daya as his dance partner, suddenly, the closed door was pushed open from the outside. A golden carriage stopped outside the castle, two magnificent horses neighed loudly, sporting beautiful appearances with unique red and green eyes, looking highly striking. Then, the carriage opened, and a girl in a blue dress stepped down. Her gown was magnificent, paired with her exquisite beauty, outshining all the other beauties at the ball. The appearance of the girl plunged the entire hall into silence. Everyone stared at her in a daze, shocked by her beauty. Even the waiters at the door forgot to check her invitation and let her through without a second thought. Inside the hall, the only one still acting normal was Zhou Ying, who felt a little overwhelmed. What is happening? Didn't she specifically instruct Butler Joy to lock Elena in the basement before leaving? According to reason, the servants of the estate were so scared of her that nobody would dare to defy orders and let Elena out. Could it be? Zhou Ying's gaze fell on the carriage at the door, and the two horses also noticed her, either shaking their heads at her or snorting, looking quite provocative. Zhou Ying immediately understood that it must be the two white doves who had caused this trouble. It seemed she needed to find a way to deal with the white doves possessed by Lilia and Tia. Oh my! She is so beautiful. Which country's princess is she? She's wearing glass slippers. They must be very expensive. As Elena entered the hall, gasps of shock echoed throughout. Elena's expression was initially calm, but upon stepping into the hall, she twitched her nose, sensing something was off. Why does the air here smell worse than the estate stables? Oh. She realized this must be a very special perfume, as many perfumes have foul-smelling bases. Indeed, she was maybe a bit too sensitive. Elena straightened her face and confidently walked up to Prince Owen, a confident smile on her face. Prince, do you have a dance partner? No. Prince Owen answered decisively, and his actions were even more resolute as he directly let go of Daya, causing her to fall hard to the ground. Then, without even looking at Daya, Prince Owen took Elena's hand, and they entered the dance floor hand in hand. Poor Daya, left behind, shed sorrowful tears. Woo woo woo, what is it about me that isn't as good as her? How can the prince not choose me? Maybe it's because the prince is blind. At this moment, Zhou Ying and Arya also walked over to comfort the defeated Daya. Arya curiously asked, Mom, how could such a noble princess appear at the ball? Yeah, where did she come from? Daya bit her handkerchief, watching the two dance, her whole face scrunched up like a lemon. Zhou Ying twitched her lips. Don't you recognize her as Elena? Chapter 65, she, her true form revealed. Zhou Ying was genuinely at a loss. She had noticed a problem when she watched television before. The main character in the TV drama just changed clothes, but the other characters acted as if they had face blindness, not recognizing her. Now, Daya and Arya find themselves in this situation. Although Elena's entire appearance has changed a lot, her face still looks like Elena's. By all rights, she shouldn't go unrecognized, but this strange thing happened. It seems the horror tale system not only limits the NPC's behavior but also restricts their brains. What? She is Cinderella. This noble princess is actually the filthy Cinderella? Daya and Arya were all shocked, and the clever Daya thought of something, grinning with pride. Mom, let's expose her true identity. Yes, if the prince knew that Cinderella deceived him, he would definitely not choose her as his dance partner. Arya echoed. Zhou Ying thought for a moment. Their guess was not without reason. Even if Prince Owen wouldn't be angry at Elena's concealment, the old king might not be as forgiving. After all, they all mistook Elena for a princess from some other country. If they found out that Elena was actually a fallen noble lady, they probably wouldn't allow Prince Owen to marry her. So, should they expose Elena publicly? Zhou Ying shook her head, dismissing the thought. She casually replied, no hurry, let's see how the situation unfolds. On the dance floor, Elena and Prince Owen were gracefully dancing. Every step they took was incredibly elegant, like a pair of perfect matches. After the dance was over, the lights above shone down on this perfectly matched couple. Beautiful lady, please stay, marry me. Prince Owen knelt on one knee, holding Elena's hand and proposing. Elena was almost knocked out by this huge surprise. She stared blankly. Before she could say anything more, the midnight bell suddenly chimed. Ding dong. 12 o'clock had arrived. The magic of the fairy faded, and Elena's previously splendid outfit transformed back into a shabby one in an instant. She became the unremarkable Cinderella in the estate again. Seeing this, the entire venue was shocked. You actually impersonated a princess from another country and deceived the prince. The old king was furious, and he immediately ordered, someone take her down and execute her. Wait, your majesty, someone recognized Elena and pointed out, she is the daughter of Duke Paz, her stepmother is also here. This must be a conspiracy against the prince by their family. In an instant, everyone's gaze shifted to Zhou Ying and the others. Zhou Ying's mouth twitched. No, why did this fire inexplicably burn onto her? Before the live broadcast, viewers laughed at Zhou Ying's dumbfounded expression on the screen. Sister Zhou is so unlucky, she was completely dragged into this. Light a candle for Sister Zhou. This magical development. I've never seen a Cinderella not run away and reveal her true form at the ball before. It gave me second-hand embarrassment. I scratched out a 3-room apartment in my 10-square-meter rental. Unlike the lively chat in the livestream, the atmosphere at the scene was extremely tense. Kill them all. The old king, indeed an old king, was decisive in his killings. Furious, he intended to capture Zhou Ying and the others all at once. The guards obeyed, immediately taking their bows and arrows from their backs, aiming at Zhou Ying and her 3 companions. I'll see who dares to hurt the one I love. After a brief moment of shock, Prince Owen resolutely shielded Elena behind him, not allowing the archers to harm her. As a result, the archers had no choice but to aim their arrows at a different target. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of whistling sounds filled the air as Dayet and Arya were shot dead on the spot. Zhou Ying, however, leaped onto the long table just in time to dodge the arrows aimed at her. The guards continued to follow the old king's orders, aiming their arrows at Zhou Ying and shooting incessantly. Zhou Ying, moving amidst the chaos, struggled to aim accurately. At the dance, no one could match Zhou Ying's speed. Often, by the time Zhou Ying had dashed away, the arrows would land at the spot she had just vacated, resulting in many being hit, lying on the ground either dead or injured. The scene was filled with screams. Nino had already sensed that something was wrong. She was so scared that she shrank beneath a table, at least temporarily safe from danger. Zhou Ying, meanwhile, was running swiftly along the long table, glancing around to take in the situation in the hall. The old king's family, even Elena, was sheltered at the far end of the hall under Prince Owen's protection. It was heavily guarded there, making it difficult to take action, but that didn't mean action couldn't be taken. Last time, she failed because she hadn't expected cannons to be in the castle. She couldn't deal with the cannons, but she could definitely eliminate the Knight Commander before he could call for them. As long as she ensured no one could inform the cannons, she could simply close the door, trapping and killing the old king's family. Zhou Ying was feeling determined. While dodging arrows, she headed towards the Knight Commander, who stood firm at the door. The Knight Commander sensed Zhou Ying's intentions. He grasped the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it against her attack, but Zhou Ying was a step ahead, leaping high into the air. Bang! Zhou Ying tackled the Knight Commander to the ground, sneering, "You've lost." Not so fast. The Knight Commander was not flustered. He continued to pull his sword from the scabbard, nearly drawing it fully to strike Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying did not give him that chance. She swiftly grabbed an arrow from the ground and thrust it with all her might into the shoulder of the hand holding the sword. Ah! The Knight Commander let out a terrible scream, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The arrow had pierced through his shoulder bone, embedding itself deep into the ground, anchoring his body to the floor, blood spreading everywhere. Clang! The Knight Commander could no longer muster the strength to draw his sword, and the half-drawn sword slipped from his grip, signaling his defeat. Zhou Ying couldn't afford to feel proud. As she looked around, she suddenly realized that she was the only one left in the hall, with the Knight Commander. Where did everyone go? When did they leave? Before Zhou Ying could think it through, in the next moment, booming sounds echoed. A series of wheels moving could be heard. At the door, a dark crowd reappeared. Most of them were dressed as guards, and at the front of the line stood a great black cannon. Zhou Ying looked up in disbelief. The cannon was back. But this time, the one commanding the cannon was not the Knight Commander Brant, but old Brant. Duke Blancard. Chapter 66, The Art of Cannon. Zhou Ying's pupils constricted. No way? Was she really that unlucky? After dealing with young Brant, now there was old Brant waiting for her? Was her predicament truly tied to this father-son duo? Even though she felt utterly speechless, Zhou Ying tried to maintain her calm. She drew the Knight Commander's sword and pressed the tip against his throat, coldly commanding, "Get the cannon out of here now. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your son's life." "Humph, I hate being threatened more than anything." Old Brant's mild facade fell away, revealing a face full of malice. Instead of stopping her, he urged, "If you're going to kill him, then do it quickly." Zhou Ying blinked in disbelief. Was this old man acting or really acting? "Fine, you said it, I will really make a move." Having been forced into this situation, Zhou Ying couldn't afford to back down. She shifted the sword tip slightly to aim at the knight commander's other intact shoulder. Suddenly, I thrust in, turning several times within. Ah! Father, save me! The knight captain cried out in pain repeatedly, but old Bran remained unmoved. Well, the old man can really keep his composure. Zhou Ying, unconvinced, pulled out her long sword again, aimed at the knight captain's leg, and forcefully stabbed in. This time the force was greater, nearly severing the knight captain's leg completely. Watching her son tortured by Zhou Ying, old Bran not only remained indifferent, but yawned impatiently. Is this it? Why don't you just kill him? Now, Zhou Ying was a bit lost. Could it be? Just because she made a small move, this father and son turned against each other? She really should die. I should thank you for torturing this ungrateful son for me. Since you can't do it anymore, it's my turn. Old Bran glanced around the hall, confirming that the old king and his family had retreated with Elena. He commanded the guards to move the cannons, aiming them at Zhou Ying and the knight captain on the ground. A joyful vengeance filled old Bran's face, as he slowly raised his hand to give the order, prepare to fire. The knight captain, enduring the pain in his body, hurriedly intervened, don't fire. Father, I am your own son. Old Bran did not expect his chance for revenge to come so quickly and be able to take two at once. He chuckled, didn't you just say, from now on, I'm not your father? I'm no longer your father, I care not for your life or death. After saying that, old Bran suddenly raised his hand, commanding with a resonant tone, fire. No. The knight captain, unable to accept this outcome more than Zhou Ying, his resentful voice echoed endlessly in the castle sky. Boom! As the fuse was ignited, flames completely engulfed Zhou Ying and the knight captain. Zhou Ying had already tried to run out when she confirmed old Bran really intended to fire, but no matter how fast she was, she couldn't escape the cannon's attack range. In the firelight, Zhou Ying's expression transformed from urgent anxiety to calm indifference, accepting her impending death once more. And after Zhou Ying and the knight captain were blown to bits by the cannon, the old king and others actually returned, and no one knew what Prince Owen had said, but the old king accepted Elena. After having the servants simply clean up the scene, Prince Owen and Elena got married right there on the spot. Zhou Ying, swept into a corner as debris. So, it turns out she was part of your play, right? The knight captain, also swept into a corner as debris. He was innocent, just caught in the crossfire. Why did he have to die so tragically? Looking at the two piles of mixed blood, flesh, ashes, and gunpowder in the corner, the live chat exploded with activity. Sister Zhou is so miserable. It's okay, there's still someone accompanying Sister Zhou beside her? Just treat it as a companion in burial, at least it won't be lonely. 6. Everyone else shared fortunes, but Sister Zhou is different, she shared her ashes. Consuming 1 point of spiritual value, randomly increasing 1 point of attribute value. Speed value +1, current speed value is 9, remaining 5 points of spiritual value available for resurrection, 2 hours until the next point of spiritual value recovers. As the voice of the strange tale system rang out, Zhou Ying found herself back in the manor, time also rewound to just before stepping out. The chattering voices of Deya and Arya buzzed in her ears. Zhou Ying paid no attention, she bit her fingernail bone, deep in thought. Clearly, at this ball, she had not violated any rules, yet she was still beaten. No, to be precise, she did violate the rules. However, it wasn't her but Elena who broke them. Ball noticed the 6th rule, the king holds this ball to select a wife for the prince, so do not do things that will anger the king. Because Elena angered the king, she as Elena's family got caught in the fallout. As for why Elena, the instigator, did not die while she ended up being the unfortunate one? Zhou Ying guessed it was because Prince Owen loved Elena too much, so he protected her, and the old king not only did not hold Elena accountable for her lies but also allowed the two lovers to be together. And because her recent attitude towards Elena had been too poor, locking her in the basement and not allowing her to go to the ball, it seemed Elena didn't help her speak up for her because of these reasons. Unfortunate. Zhou Ying frowned, it seemed she couldn't lock Elena up again this time. It would be better to take Elena to the ball together and see if there was a chance to build good relations with the old king's family. As an elder, she could naturally delay Elena's wedding date, and then find a way to completely obstruct Cinderella and the prince's marriage. Zhou Ying chuckled and already had an idea in her heart. Elena? Come here. With Zhou Ying's call, a disheveled Elena walked in, lowering her head respectfully saying, Ma'am, what do you need? Why so formal? We are family. Zhou Ying rubbed her chin, don't you want to go to the ball? Go upstairs, wash up, and change your clothes, Mom will take you to the ball. Really? Elena's eyes lit up instantly, and even her fatigue from cleaning the room vanished. The older and younger sisters were unhappy. Mom. What are you saying? How can you take Cinderella to the ball? Zhou Ying replied directly, if you two don't want to go, you don't have to. Elena must go. Immediately, the older and younger sisters fell silent but still looked unhappy. Elena was touched, thank you, Mom. I'll go change clothes right now. Thud, thud, thud. Watching Elena's figure go upstairs, Zhou Ying smirked on the sofa. You see, she even has to thank us. Chapter 67. I do not agree to this marriage. Soon, Elena came downstairs from upstairs. She was wearing a somewhat old blue dress, and the waistline was broken by some kind-hearted person, revealing a hole, making the already unattractive dress even worse. Elena could only cover the hole in her dress, her eyes slightly watery, fearing that Zhou Ying would not take her to the ball due to her inappropriate clothing. Zhou Ying naturally saw Elena's embarrassment, understanding and saying, "Go find a needle and thread, remember to get blue thread." Although Elena did not know what Zhou Ying wanted to do, she obediently went to find it. In no time, Elena brought the needle and thread to Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying took it and without saying a word began to sew up Elena's dress. She was an orphan, and when she was young, life was tough. They didn't always have new clothes, and when clothes had holes, they would sew them up themselves. Although it was not as good as a professional seamstress, it could still manage to work. Done. Zhou Ying bit off the thread, letting Elena check for herself. Look, is there anywhere else that needs sewing? And no more. Looking at the dress that was mended so well that you could hardly see the hole unless you looked closely, Elena was extremely moved. She felt a long-lost maternal love from Zhou Ying, which even tinted her previous grievances against her. Mom made her work a few days ago. It must have been to strengthen her heart, making her more composed so she wouldn't embarrass herself at the ball. She would never let her mom down. Zhou Ying thought, saving the money for buying clothes, she is really a little clever girl. Barn. Because Zhou Ying was taking Elena to the ball this time, the white dove did not come to give the horse a bean this time, instead perching on a nearby treetop, watching Zhou Ying and others approach. Zhou Ying felt quite regretful that the white dove did not cause trouble this time. So she simply pointed at the white dove in the tree and urged Elena, "Can't you talk to them? Hurry up and ask them to get me some castor beans." What? Mom, what do you need castor beans for? Elena asked, confused. Zhou Ying replied impatiently, "Hurry up, I have my uses." Oh, okay, Mom. Seeing that Zhou Ying was a bit angry, Elena didn't dare to ask more questions. She stepped in front of the tree and prayed with her hands toward the white dove, "Could you please go find some castor beans? My mom wants them." Coo! Coo! The white dove with red and green eyes cursed as it flew off, and soon returned with a bunch of castor beans in its beak for Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying, not one to refuse anything, collected all the castor beans into her handbag before taking her 3 daughters and hurrying toward the palace by carriage. After getting out of the carriage, the 4 were stopped by the servants when they entered the hall. Zhou Ying received a black rose, while Elena and the other 2 girls each got a matching blue rose, which made Zhou Ying more certain that her earlier guess was right. The blue rose represented young women of appropriate age. Soon after entering the hall, the old king's family arrived, announcing that the ball was about to begin. The wave of seeking dance partners began again. For her safety, Zhou Ying had no choice but to follow the previous method, rejecting 3 suitors in a row and using the castor beans to embarrass old Bran a bit. And on the old king's urging, Prince Owen also started selecting a dance partner. However, this time, without the fancy clothes and accessories, Elena did not immediately attract Prince Owen's attention, and he even began to plan on just choosing someone randomly as his dance partner. No way, the plan must not have any mistakes. Zhou Ying's eyes darted, and she quickly pulled Elena, who was being chatted up, toward Prince Owen. Just as they were about to reach the prince, clever Zhou Ying employed her bumping technique. With a little force, she bumped Elena, causing her to stumble straight toward Prince Owen, who instinctively caught her to show his gentlemanly demeanor as a figure flashed before him. Elena looked up, and their eyes met, successfully bringing them together. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Zhou Ying thought to herself, it worked. As expected, Prince Owen selected Elena to be his dance partner, and as they stepped onto the dance floor, their love elevated in that very moment. "Miss Elena, marry me." After one dance, Prince Owen knelt on the spot to propose. Beside them, Zhou Ying's mouth twitched. How could the prince just kneel down without any preparation? Oh no, not for her, no, for Elena. Indeed, Elena was so overwhelmed by the surprise that she was dazed for several seconds and only managed to cover her mouth and say, I do. The old king eagerly announced, "Since the prince likes this young lady, they shall marry here today." Wait. The sudden shout broke the friendly atmosphere. Everyone turned to look, and what they saw was a woman completely dressed in black, her appearance exuding evil and malice. Big sister and second sister were also taken aback that Zhou Ying dared to interrupt the old king directly. Each pulled on Zhou Ying's sleeve, urging, "Mom, even though we don't want Elena to marry the prince, the king has already announced it, right? There's nothing we can do. If we keep causing a scene, we might get executed by the king." "Yeah, Mom, they're a perfect match. How can we 3 villains oppose?" "So what if we're villains?" Zhou Ying softly countered, "Don't villains have the right to stop others from finding happiness?" Dia and Arya. Why did it feel like their mother was even worse than them? In front of everyone, Zhou Ying raised her head calmly to meet the old king's gaze. She cleared her throat and shouted with an even louder voice than before, I do not agree to their marriage. Who are you? Who gives you the right to disagree? The old king was indeed furious, his face pale with rage, looking as if he would send someone to crush Zhou Ying immediately. Seeing this, the queen quietly reminded him, Your Majesty, she is the new wife of Duke Pass and the stepmother of Miss Angelina. I see since you are Angelina's mother, why do you insist on opposing the union of the two children? The old king's anger lessened a bit, but he still looked quite unhappy. Zhou Ying coughed lightly, neither servile nor overbearing, I am an elder of Angelina, I believe I have a say in her marriage, don't I? The old king thought for a moment and nodded, his anger having mostly dissipated, that makes sense, so what do you want, madam? Zhou Ying smiled, is there anyone who gets married immediately? They should spend a few days together first, so that the prince doesn't lose interest in our Angelina. Upon hearing this, Prince Owen immediately became unhappy, and he hastily asserted, No. My love for Angelina is as vast as the heavens, The old king interrupted Prince Owen's declaration, and nodded at Zhou Ying, yes, the Duchess is quite thoughtful. Then we will not hold the wedding today, instead, we will schedule it for 3 days later. Your family can stay in the palace for now. Thus, Zhou Ying temporarily settled her family in the palace. After the ball, the attendants led them to their respective rooms. Duchess, please enter, I will guard the door. Call me anytime if you need anything. Okay. Zhou Ying nodded and stepped inside. As expected of a palace, even the ordinary guest rooms were wonderfully luxurious, far surpassing their living conditions at the Duke's manor. Zhou Ying sat down by the bedside, her gaze drawn to a bottle of lilies on the bedside table. The lilies were fresh and beautiful, but what caught her attention was not the flowers, but... She moved the bottle aside and saw a stiff card hidden beneath it, covered in dense writing. Palace Rules. 1. Living in the palace requires caution, do not say what should not be said, and do not go where you should not go. 2. Do not go out at night unless you have a close relationship with the night captain on patrol. 3. There are no mysteries in the palace. 4. There are heavy guards outside the old king's family rooms, you must pass a message to see them. 5. There is a secret hidden beneath the throne. Do not be curious and try to see it, as sometimes curiosity can lead to your demise. After reading these rules, Zhou Ying blinked. These rules were not too alarming until they were mentioned, and they successfully sparked her rebellious spirit. What secret lies beneath the throne? Where exactly does the old king's family reside in the castle? He. Zhou Ying felt she had suddenly found her target. To uncover where the old king's family lived and the location of the throne, she planned to take advantage of the night to familiarize herself with the palace's defenses, so no matter what happened later, she could handle it freely. After all, there were only 3 days left until the wedding. She absolutely could not allow Angelina and Prince Owen to smoothly complete their wedding, or else her mission would be ruined. Zhou Ying made her decision. Within these 3 days, she would explore the palace, and let's see how Angelina and the prince would manage to get married then. Although these rules stated there were no mysteries in the palace, Zhou Ying felt that perhaps there were more hidden secrets lying deeper. Just kill them all, even if I can't complete the A-level task, I won't complain about finishing a B-level task. With determination, Zhou Ying decided to sneak out at night to investigate the situation. Since the servants said they would guard the door, Zhou Ying was afraid of alarming the enemy, so she didn't use the front door. Instead, she came to the window, pulled open the sliding window, and stepped onto the outdoor balcony. Her guest room was located on the 5th floor of the castle. If she jumped down directly, her 8-point defense value might not hold up. So Zhou Ying could only climb to a corner of the balcony, grab the wall, swing herself, and then successfully jump to the sloped outdoor balcony below. Zhou Ying jumped down layer by layer, and soon she reached the ground. Thud. After landing, Zhou Ying brushed off the dust from climbing with her hands when she suddenly heard a strange water sound behind her. Instinctively, she turned around and bumped into the night captain who was urinating in the corner. The night captain had just finished and was about to pull up his pants when he saw a shadow drop down from above. His mind went into alert mode, he had no time for anything else but to hold his pants up with one hand and reach for the long sword hanging at his waist with the other. Stop, yelled the night captain, resolute and unyielding. Zhou Ying's mouth twitched, feeling speechless as she replied, I wasn't planning on running away, you know? Why aren't you running? The night captain seemed to think his question was inappropriate, so he quickly changed his tone. Where are you going at this late hour? Zhou Ying rolled her eyes and chuckled awkwardly, I'm out here for the same reason as you, to use the restroom. The night captain completely didn't believe her, there's a restroom in the guest room. Why would you go through all this trouble to come out here? Do you have some hidden agenda? Zhou Ying's smile instantly vanished. She walked towards the night captain and said irritably, I told you I'm just using the restroom, but you don't believe me. Do you want me to say the truth? That I want to investigate the palace's defenses for you to be satisfied? You. What do you want the palace's defenses for? The night captain realized something was wrong and frantically moved one of his hands to try to fasten his pants. In his fluster, he couldn't manage it correctly. To avoid his pants falling, he had no choice but to keep holding them up. Guess. Zhou Ying had no intention of giving the Knight Captain an answer. She smirked, took a quick step forward, grabbed the Knight Captain's wrist holding the sword, preventing him from swinging it. Then, she wrapped her other arm around the Knight Captain's neck, forcibly pulling him into a corner where the bushes concealed their figures. Knight Captain, you missed a great opportunity to run just now. Now that you want to run, it's too late. Help, help. The Knight Captain panicked. Although he didn't remember where he had seen this woman before, he inexplicably felt a terrifying sense of danger from her. His heart raced with fear at that moment, and he immediately wanted to call his men who were patrolling nearby. Shut up! Realizing the Knight Captain was about to shout for help, Zhou Ying grew anxious. Fearing he might actually call someone, she snatched the Knight Captain's long sword and threw it aside, then covered his mouth with her free hand to prevent him from saying a word. The Knight Captain struggled wildly, trying to free himself from Zhou Ying's grasp, but unfortunately, with her strength increased to 10 points, the pressure she applied was immense. His struggles not only failed to loosen her grip but made Zhou Ying hold on tighter out of instinctive panic. Just then, a patrol team approached, chatting among themselves. Strange. It seems there's noise coming from this direction, but where are the people? Isn't the Knight Captain out using the restroom? Why hasn't he finished? Ha ha. Could it be the Knight Captain has some issues? That's why he hasn't finished in such a long time? It's possible. The knights chatted casually as they walked towards the thicket hiding Zhou Ying and the Knight Commander. Chapter 69, The Death of the Knight Commander. Hearing the footsteps getting closer, the Knight Commander struggled even harder, trying to attract the knight's attention. Zhou Ying's eyes hardened as she pressed her hand tighter over the Knight Commander's mouth, ensuring he couldn't utter a word. Just as the knights were about to approach the thicket and discover the situation behind them, a shout from a companion echoed nearby. Where have you guys been? Come on, it's time to switch shifts. What? Let's go, let's go. Upon hearing they could change shifts and take a break, the knights had no interest in staying and meddling, quickly calling to each other and leaving in high spirits. Even though Zhou Ying could hear the knight's footsteps fading away, she didn't immediately loosen her grip, still watching the movements outside. What she didn't notice was that under her hand, the Knight Commander's expression gradually grew vacant. The viewers still sticking around in the livestream at midnight witnessed this scene, and they couldn't help but start typing, provoking the quiet chat to spring back to life. Sister Zhou. Let go. You're going to suffocate the Knight Commander. Poor Knight Commander, light a candle for the Knight Commander. Last time the Knight Commander died because of Zhou Ying's meddling, getting blasted by the old man. This time, he's directly smothered to death by Zhou Ying's hand. How tragic. Hope the Knight Commander dies in a new way next time. Have some decency upstairs. Inside the dungeon, after confirming that the knights had really walked far away, Zhou Ying let out a sigh of relief and turned her attention to the Knight Commander in her arms. However, the knight was completely lifeless now. It was too late to loosen her grip. Zhou Ying's hand trembled in shock. No way? She didn't mean to kill him. How did he just die? This is definitely staged. Those who often kill know that the most important thing after a murder is to destroy the evidence. So, with her rich experience, Zhou Ying quickly stripped the Knight Commander of his clothes and shoved his bare body into the thicket. She then put on the Knight Commander's clothes and, under the cover of night, started to investigate the layout of the palace and his identity. After remembering all the entrances and exits of the palace, Zhou Ying unknowingly arrived at the place where the knights had gathered, right at the entrance of the castle. The knights, seeing Zhou Ying wearing the Knight Commander's clothes and noting that their heights were not much different, did not think much of it and continued chatting among themselves. Recently, the Kingdom of Suarez has been acting really strange, frequently harassing our borders. Who knows, one day we might really go to war. Hiss, I heard it's because the Princess of Suarez is missing, that the king is going mad. If we can find the missing princess, maybe we can calm the conflict between the two kingdoms. But that princess has been missing for several years. Where can we look? Zhou Ying didn't quite understand what they were discussing, but she quietly noted down the information in her heart. Then she cleared her throat and lowered her voice, saying, You all go over there for a while, I'll go inside the castle and see if there's anything going on. Alright, the others responded, just about to leave when they suddenly felt something was off. Commander, didn't you just go out to relieve yourself? Why does your voice sound different? Zhou Ying improvised, You know it's necessary to take off your pants when you relieve yourself, it's a bit chilly with the wind. Oh, okay. Commander, you really are unlucky, be careful not to get sick. Got it. Once the knights left the entrance of the castle, Zhou Ying glanced around and, taking advantage of the lack of guards, hurriedly rushed into the castle. Inside the castle, there were also many servants on duty during the night. When the servants saw her dressed like this, they didn't dare to say much and let Zhou Ying patrol the situation inside the castle. After a round of inspection, Zhou Ying found the throne on a high platform on the first floor. The throne was entirely cast from black iron, and the backrest was made up of more than 10 swords inserted into it, looking very special, ancient yet exuding a hint of dominance, making one feel as if sitting on it would control the entire world. Palace rules, the fifth rule: there is a secret hidden beneath the throne. Do not curiously check, because sometimes curiosity can lead you to a grave without a place to bury. Since the secret of the throne was so dangerous, Zhou Ying decided to set it aside for now. She would find the king's family first, solve their problems, and then uncover the secret of the throne later. Zhou Ying left the throne and made her way up the stairs. Second floor. Third floor. By the time she reached the rooftop, she still hadn't found the old king's family. A hint of confusion flashed in Zhou Ying's eyes. How strange, the old king's family clearly lived in this castle, but where had they gone? Zhou Ying, not willing to take fate lightly, clung to her last hope and asked the attendant standing nearby, "Where does the king live? I have urgent matters to discuss." "Sir Knight Commander, how could you forget such an important matter? The king lives in..." The attendant abruptly realized something was wrong and his voice cut off suddenly. Illuminated by the flickering firelight, although Zhou Ying's face hidden in the shadows could not be fully seen, her chin was smooth and bare, completely different from the scruffy knight commander she usually resembled. This person in front of him was not the knight commander at all. No wonder he did not know where the king lived in the castle, such a basic piece of information. Realizing this, the attendant was about to shout in surprise when Zhou Ying noticed the flicker in his eyes. Without hesitation, she drew her sword and struck, ending him. Blood sprayed across the entire wall, staining the white surface with red blossoms, and then the headless corpse of the attendant suddenly crashed to the ground. Boom! This movement attracted another attendant 10 meters away, who immediately exclaimed in shock. The sound was heard by another nearby attendant, and soon one after another, the panic spread, filling the castle with the cries of attendants. Zhou Ying sensed the sudden danger. No matter how skilled she was in killing, she couldn't deal with so many attendants in such a short time. She quickly ran downstairs, hoping to escape the castle, reach the place where the knight commander's body was stored, and climb up to the balcony, back to her room along the way she came. Now wearing the knight commander's clothes, no one could see her face and recognize her true identity, which meant she still had a chance. Zhou Ying descended quickly, just as she reached the stairs on the first floor and was about to rush out of the castle, a blinding light suddenly filled her sight. With more than 10 guards holding torches, the entire first floor was as bright as day. Then, the guards parted, and the old king's family of 3, whom Zhou Ying had been desperately searching for, appeared right before her. The old king glanced at the blood-stained sword in Zhou Ying's hand and asked seriously, "Duchess, why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? Where are you going?" Chapter 70, The Location of the Throne. This. Zhou Ying also hadn't expected to be caught, hiding the blood-stained sword behind her. She shamelessly smiled and said, "I couldn't sleep, so I came out for some exercise." "You're wearing the knight commander's clothes to exercise?" The old king completely didn't believe Zhou Ying's lie. He was too lazy to listen to her nonsense and directly raised his hand to order. "This person has snuck into the palace with malicious intent, deal with her on the spot." "Yes, my king." The guards surged forward, swords raised, attacking Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying instinctively wanted to retreat up the stairs, but didn't expect that the guards upstairs had also received news and were rushing down, trapping her on the staircase in a pincer situation. Fight to the death. Seeing no way to escape, Zhou Ying clenched her teeth. She resolutely waved her long sword and clashed directly with the guards. To her surprise, the guards were actually much stronger than the knights, and with Zhou Ying trapped in the narrow stairwell, her usual proud agility couldn't be displayed at all, leaving her nearly beaten down by the guards, and before long, she was covered in injuries. In her last moment of life, Zhou Ying unwillingly threw her long sword, successfully stabbing a guard to death. The guard staggered and fell, temporarily blocking the footsteps of the guards below who wanted to come upstairs. Zhou Ying seized the opportunity to pull out her shotgun from her personal space and aimed it at the old king at the end of the crowd, pulling the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The old king, hit by the bullet in the chest, was surprisingly unharmed. He looked puzzled, not understanding where this assassin had pulled the shotgun from, and why she had fired a blank shot at him, just to hear the sound before dying? Truly a twisted assassin, her thought process was beyond ordinary comprehension. Seeing this, Zhou Ying widened her eyes in disbelief. What? The old king was not weird at all? The prop shotgun really couldn't deal damage to non-weird beings. Before Zhou Ying could recover from her shock, a long sword suddenly stabbed from behind her, plunging into her body and piercing through her entire back. Zhou Ying uncontrollably fell to the ground with a thud, wanting to struggle a little more when several swords stabbed into her back, pinning her firmly in place, unable to move. Swish swish swish. More swords came rushing, and Zhou Ying was almost stabbed into a bleeding hedgehog, dying from the thousands of swords piercing her heart. Consumed 1 point of spirit value, randomly increasing 1 point of attribute value. Speed value +1, currently has 10 points of speed value, remaining 5 points of spirit value available for revival, 2 hours until the next point of spirit value recovery. The prompt of the strange talk system sounded, and Zhou Ying suddenly opened her eyes, feeling her body. Her injuries had completely healed, and there wasn't a single blood hole from the swords on her body. Zhou Ying secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then looked around. She found that her time had frustratingly turned back to 9:30 p.m., right before she was about to attend the ball. Had she returned to the manor again? Zhou Ying shook her head, suddenly understanding that choosing to take Elena to the ball and then stay in the palace was not the correct option. The right option should be a completely different answer. However, Zhou Ying did not plan to make a change. Because she had guessed where the old king's family actually lived in the castle. She planned to continue with her previous choice, taking Elena to the ball and staying in the palace, first to kill the old king's family and then talk about obtaining the secrets of the throne. Having made up her mind, Zhou Ying impatiently took Elena to the ball, then tried to bring her together with Prince Owen, delaying the wedding and staying in the palace. "This is your room." The servant led Zhou Ying to the guest room assigned to her. Zhou Ying nodded, and after the servant left, she locked the door, then quickly followed the same process to enter the outdoor balcony, flipping down to the ground. Thud. As soon as Zhou Ying landed, she unexpectedly encountered the captain of the knights. This time, she hadn't studied the rules, but had jumped directly out the window, making her movements much quicker than last time, causing the captain to still be in the middle of his business. When a person suddenly appeared before him, the captain got so scared that he jumped, almost urinating in his own shoes. To prevent the patrolling knights from arriving, Zhou Ying didn't say a word and went up to choke the captain's neck. With a strong twist of her arm, there was a crack, and the captain's neck bone broke, dying on the spot. Zhou Ying's simple and efficient move left the live stream audience in silence. It took a while to find her voice. Poor Knight Commander. Why did the Knight Commander die faster than last time? I bet a dime that the Knight Commander will die even faster next time. Sister Zhou, what's wrong with the Knight Commander? How can you treat him so heartlessly? Zhou Ying naturally could not hear the audience's complaints in the livestream. At this moment, her mind was filled with her own plans. She dragged the Knight Commander to the back of the bushes and set him up. This time, she did not change into the Knight Commander's clothes but directly took up his sword, then swiftly infiltrated the castle with a speed that was unbelievably fast after 10 o'clock. As a gust of wind blew by, Zhou Ying hid in the wind and smoothly slipped past the knights' watchful eyes. They couldn't even notice, thinking they must have been seeing things. Once inside the castle, Zhou Ying did not act immediately. She hid in the shadows, observing the movements of the nearby attendants. When the attendants were yawning from fatigue, she finally emerged from the shadows. Avoiding everyone's sight, she arrived at the high platform on the first floor, hiding behind the throne, continuing her stealthy watch. While waiting for the attendants to change shifts, Zhou Ying took the opportunity to check the situation of the throne. Isn't it said that something secret is hidden beneath the throne? What kind of secret could it be? Zhou Ying tried to lift the throne to see under it, only to discover that the throne was welded to the ground, completely immovable. It was as if it had been cast right here from molten iron. Realizing this, Zhou Ying fell silent. This could be tricky. Even if she could open it, the noise would be too loud, attracting the attendants in the castle, which would then draw the old king's family's attention. Then they would come with guards to kill her, making it not worth the trouble. After some consideration, Zhou Ying decided to temporarily stop searching for the throne's secret and instead find the old king's family, to see if killing them could hinder the prince from marrying Cinderella. But, where exactly does the old king's family live? Zhou Ying remembered that just before her death, she saw the old king's family appear so promptly, and since there were no rooms for them on the first floor, that meant there was likely a secret passage on the first floor leading to their residence. As for how to find that secret passage? Zhou Ying gritted her teeth and, after thinking for a moment, still had no clue. Just at that moment, the night watch attendants began to change shifts. Taking advantage of their transition, Zhou Ying, with a try-it-and-see attitude, sat on the throne and felt a strange sense of control over everything. Crack! With a soft sound, the wall beside her sunk in, revealing a long corridor before her eyes. Just as expected. Looking at the corridor that appeared, Zhou Ying's heart leaped with joy. She quickly got up and ran towards the dark passage before her. As she stood, the mechanism connecting the throne to the dark passage was triggered, and the wall began to slowly close off the passage. Zhou Ying decisively jumped in at the last moment. Thud! The wall completely rose back to its original position, and the attendants had just finished changing shifts, with no one noticing that Zhou Ying had entered the underground castle. In the empty corridor, rows of torches stood along the walls, illuminating the entire underground space. The floor was covered with soft carpets, and overhead, exquisite murals made the space even more subtly luxurious than the world above the castle. Zhou Ying surveyed the situation ahead. There were two doors in this space, one with fewer guards and the other with many guards. Without a doubt, the room outside the door with fewer guards belonged to Prince Owen, while the room with more guards was for the old king and queen. It was probably late at night, and even the strongest guards could not escape from being human. It is inevitable that some couldn't hold on any longer, one by one stifling yawns, and some even dozing off. With the experience from last time, Zhou Ying clearly understood that she shouldn't confront these guards head-on, but rather rely on her agility for assassination. So, she had a clever idea and pried a decorative jewel from the wall, throwing it toward the corridor across. Bang! The faint sound immediately drew the guards' attention, and they quickly became alert. Who? Several guards at Prince Owen's door were immediately attracted by this noise, gripping the hilt of their swords and moving toward the source of the sound, ready to investigate. At that moment, a dark shadow flashed by quickly without arousing anyone's notice. Zhou Ying, using her fastest speed, reached Prince Owen's door, and as she pushed the door and slipped inside, she didn't forget to close and lock the door properly, controlling her strength just right to make no sound. Thus, Zhou Ying successfully infiltrated Prince Owen's room. The bedroom was exceedingly luxurious, with candles burning on the walls, the warm candlelight adding a touch of coziness to the room, where Prince Owen lay in bed, asleep in his pajamas. Who? Zhou Ying blew out the candles, and the room was suddenly plunged into darkness. She walked to the side of Prince Owen's bed, looking down at his sleeping face from above. Perhaps it was the lurking danger that awakened Prince Owen. He suddenly jolted awake, staring at the dark shadow in front of him, and immediately exclaimed, "You!" Before he could finish, Zhou Ying seized the pillow from beneath his head and covered his mouth and nose with it, preventing him from speaking. Zhou Ying lowered her voice and coldly said, "Shut up, I can still give you a more painless way to die." In the dim space, Prince Owen could vaguely see Zhou Ying's facial outline, and combined with recognizing her voice, he bafflingly wondered why his mother-in-law would come to kill him. Before Prince Owen could make sense of the situation, voices from the guards outside began to murmur. There was no one in the corridor just now. It's really strange. Do you think someone deliberately lured us away to sneak into the prince's room? Let's go. Check on the prince. The guard's tone became urgent, and they hurriedly approached, their voices growing nearer to the door, then the sound of the doorknob turning quickly followed. Prince Owen's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled desperately to escape the current predicament. Prince Owen's intense resistance gave Zhou Ying a headache. She initially wanted to try and get some information from him, but now it seemed impossible. Zhou Ying raised her hand, took out the long sword she'd picked from the Knight Commander, and swiftly sliced through Prince Owen's neck artery and trachea. Ha, ha. Prince Owen wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only weakly lower his hand. Hearing the increasingly urgent sounds of the door being forced open, Zhou Ying dared not delay, immediately covering Prince Owen with a blanket, ensuring even his head was completely tucked away to hide his true situation. Creak. At the same time, the guards finally pushed the door open violently and walked in, feeling their way through the dark. Why is it so dark in here? Doesn't the prince always sleep with the lights on? The guards couldn't help but murmur. Soon, someone pulled out a match and lit the candle by the wall, illuminating everything in the bedroom. There was no one else in the bedroom. Prince Owen's feet were exposed from under the blanket, clearly still lying in bed, covered up. Alright, now we can rest easy, can't we? Guess I was overthinking it. The guards confirmed Prince Owen was still in the room and that there was no one else around. Only then did she feel relieved and hurriedly exited the room, dutifully guarding the door. But just after they left the room, a shadow flashed by, jumping down from the roof. Dressed in black, with a cold expression, it was Zhou Ying. In the critical moment earlier, she had positioned herself behind the door, leaning against the corner with her back, using her hands and feet to prop against the wall, climbing up to a corner near the door, hidden from the guard's line of sight. The reason she could do this was not because she had spider-like abilities, but because when she used to be overwhelmed by her heavy internship, wanting to go mad, she loved watching some not-so-normal stuff, and she had seen someone say that doing this could help climb walls. She had memorized the method, thinking she would try it someday, not expecting that it would really work today. Having learned a new skill at her age made Zhou Ying a bit excited, but she quickly calmed down from her excitement. There were still so many guards at the door, and if she charged out through the main entrance, she would undoubtedly fall into a situation of being besieged, and it would end up as tragically as last time. Prince Owen's room was also in an underground space, and the ventilation opening was very small. She, being so big, couldn't crawl out. So, how could she leave? After thinking for a while without coming up with a good plan, Zhou Ying decided to stay in the room, spending an unforgettable night with the already deceased Prince Owen. She would wait until tomorrow morning to see if anyone discovered that Prince Owen had died, and then take the opportunity to slip out in the confusion, waiting in the palace for the following outcome, to see if she could successfully stop the wedding between Cinderella and Prince Owen after killing him. Though Zhou Ying had a bit of a wild side, she wasn't wild enough to kick Prince Owen's body off the bed to occupy his bed. She simply remained curled up in this corner behind the door, dozing off. However, things went a bit beyond Zhou Ying's predictions. Not long after, a steady sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the door, followed by the somewhat puzzled voices of the guards. "Your Majesty, why are you here?" Hearing the guards outside, Zhou Ying, who had just groggily fallen into sleep, suddenly woke up. The Queen is coming at this late hour? Could it be that she discovered Prince Owen has passed away? Zhou Ying immediately perked up, rubbing her somewhat numb face, trying to wake herself up more, then controlling her limbs to crawl in an extremely strange posture towards the upper corner of the wall. Outside the door, facing the questions from the guards, a gentle female voice replied, "I came to see if the prince kicked off the blanket at night, so he doesn't catch a cold and miss his wedding in a few days." "Yes, your majesty." The guards immediately stepped aside, allowing the queen to enter the room. Once inside, the queen looked at Prince Owen on the bed, her expression gentle, her smile warm, as if Owen was still the little boy he used to be. The queen settled by the bed, gazing at Prince Owen, and couldn't help but sigh. "Back then, you were just a little child, and I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, you have grown up. Soon you will be marrying the girl you love." As she spoke, she suddenly felt that something was amiss. Why was Prince Owen completely covered by the blanket, with his head under it but his feet sticking out? The strangest thing was, she hadn't seen any movement in the blanket since she entered. The queen felt something strange and couldn't help but mutter, "How can you cover yourself like this?" Saying that, she lifted the blanket, intending to tuck Prince Owen back in properly, but to her surprise, beneath the blanket, Prince Owen stared at her with murky eyes. His throat was slit by a sharp instrument, and the blood that poured out had soaked the sheets beneath him. His breath was completely gone. "Owen!" The queen softly called out as she pushed Prince Owen's arm, only to realize that his body had already stiffened and turned cold. After confirming the fact that Prince Owen was dead, she lost her balance and staggered to the ground. Sitting on the ground, the queen faced the door. As she lifted her eyes, she happened to make eye contact with Zhou Ying, who was clinging to the wall like a spider in the corner. Zhou Ying did not expect to be spotted after hiding so well. Feeling embarrassed, she grinned and gave the queen an apologetic smile. "Ah!" Zhou Ying thought her friendly smile would be received well, but to the queen, it looked as sinister as a killer's grin, causing her to scream in horror. Hearing the noise, the guards outside immediately rushed in through the door. "Queen! What happened? What's going on?" There. The queen pointed towards the corner near the door, right behind the guards, her finger trembling uncontrollably. "Where?" The guards were still confused, and just as they were about to turn around, a shadow flashed past. Zhou Ying had already jumped down from the wall and stood behind them. Taking advantage of the open back door and the guards' vulnerability, Zhou Ying immediately grabbed a long sword and killed two of them with a single stroke. The other two quickly reacted, holding their swords to block the next strike from Zhou Ying. Crack! The three swords clashed together. Zhou Ying faced two opponents alone, and her wrist ached. With her current strength of 10 points, facing multiple opponents was still somewhat exhausting. Thinking of this, Zhou Ying chose not to continue the direct confrontation. She tossed away her long sword and, with a quick and agile move, dodged the two guards' combined attack. Without hesitation, she ran towards the back of the room, where the queen was. Clang! Without Zhou Ying's control, the knight captain's long sword fell to the ground. The two guards, suddenly without an opponent, struggled to maintain their balance. After a while, they steadied themselves and stared in shock at their opponent, who had dropped her weapon and disappeared. No, that's not right. They had been taught that a knight never abandons their sword, that if the sword is lost, the knight is lost too. They glanced at Zhou Ying, who was running away in the distance. Suddenly, it dawned on them, oh, this person wasn't a knight. Wait. Realizing that Zhou Ying was clearly heading toward the queen, they immediately understood her intent. She meant to hold the queen hostage. "Queen, be careful!" As the guards shouted their warning, they ran toward the queen. But it was already too late. The queen was first shocked by Prince Owen's sudden death, then terrified by Zhou Ying, who seemed like a ghost. She was so frightened that she almost lost her senses, collapsing to the ground, unable to muster the strength to resist. By the time Zhou Ying reached the queen's side, she didn't need to exert much force. With ease, she lifted the queen from the ground, one hand grabbing her delicate wrists and the other clutching her throat, walking toward the door. "Let go of the queen!" The guards shouted angrily. Zhou Ying didn't even bother to respond. "You want me to let go just because you say so? How shameless of you, move aside." The guards gritted their teeth, desperate to rush at Zhou Ying and fight to the death. But they hesitated, mindful of the queen, and dared not make a move. In this way, Zhou Ying successfully dragged the queen out of the room. Meanwhile, in another room, the old king, disturbed by the noise, woke up and quickly brought people to block Zhou Ying's path. "Queen! King!" The two lovers met, and tears welled up immediately. The queen, finally regaining her composure after the shock, spoke quickly to accuse, "It was her who killed our son. Don't mind me, kill her to avenge Owen." The old king gritted his teeth, his eyes glaring fiercely at Zhou Ying. It seemed to be pondering the queen's words. Zhou Ying would naturally not allow such a thing to happen. She quickly spoke up, "Your son is already dead, do you want another family member to die?" The old king steadied his mind, "What do you want to release him?" Zhou Ying replied, "I want the secret hidden under the throne." "What secret?" The old king had a puzzled look. It appeared he was also unaware of this matter. Zhou Ying frowned. It seemed the old king didn't know what secret was hidden beneath the throne. This secret still had to be dug out by her own means. "So what now?" Aside from the secret of the throne, Zhou Ying seemed to have nothing else she wanted to know. Just as she was thinking about how to conclude, she suddenly remembered a plot she had seen in a film earlier. Every time it was a critical moment, the villain would threaten the hero with their loved ones. To be honest, she was quite tired of the story told from the hero's perspective, and now with such a great opportunity, it would be a waste not to experience the feeling of being a villain. Ahem. Thinking of this, Zhou Ying coughed twice, her expression suddenly darkened. Old king, tell your men to lay down their weapons, or I will kill her. As she spoke, the fingers pressed against the queen's neck tightened, causing the queen's face to twist in pain. The old king was still deep in thought, while the queen, enduring the discomfort in her body, spoke first. And no. Don't listen to her. Cough, don't mind me, hurry and kill her. No. My dear, I have already lost one son, I can't lose you too. The king's eyes were filled with tears, and he quickly rejected her. No, listen to me. No. The two kept pushing each other, as if there was no end to it. Watching this scene, Zhou Ying slowly curled her lips, so this was what it felt like to be a villain. Chapter 73, Possessed by the Devil. Seeing Zhou Ying's outrageous behavior, the viewers in the livestream were dumbfounded. Born. Zhou Jie is really born. If Zhou Jie can come out of the horror world, let's get her mental state evaluated, I'm not joking. Clearly, Zhou Ying was quite normal when she just entered the horror world, now she really doesn't seem like a normal person. No, she doesn't seem like a person at all. Zhou Jie has more experience in being outrageous. However, Zhou Ying's outrageous behavior continued. Watching the king and queen endlessly push each other, Zhou Ying deeply felt how difficult it was for those villainous peers. How much patience and tolerance must one have to endure such a scene where they couldn't let go? Be honest. Zhou Ying was too lazy to keep watching. She tightened her grip on the queen's neck, successfully turning the queen's face bright red, unable to say another word. Don't harm my queen. The king raised his hand in alarm. Zhou Ying's expression grew colder. Quickly throw down your weapons, or don't blame me for sending them to reunite mother and child immediately. The old king gritted his teeth and commanded the guards to throw down their weapons. Seeing this scene, Zhou Ying secretly rejoiced. Wasn't this letting her have her way? She thought for a moment and decided to continue learning from her villainous predecessors, coldly commanding, King, I give you 10 counts to kill yourself in front of me, trading your life for hers. 10, 9. Zhou Ying began to count down to herself. The king's face turned dark with anger. He couldn't help but shout, don't get carried away. Zhou Ying insisted on pushing her luck. This is your beloved, if you don't care about her life, who will? Fight her. The old king was incensed, unable to argue against Zhou Ying. He simply fell silent and commanded the guards to attack Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying realized things had gone too far and quickly pushed the queen forward. The queen uncontrollably stumbled forward, just about to collide with the guards' long swords. The guards hastily withdrew their weapons, and the king rushed forward to embrace the queen. Finally, he pulled the queen back. Before they could catch their breath, they saw Zhou Ying take down the torch hanging on the wall and throw it towards them. The torch landed on the soft wool carpet, and the flame, which was only the size of a fist, instantly soared. The flames quickly ignited the wool carpet, sealing off the passageway and separating Zhou Ying from the king and the others. Zhou Ying dared not stay and ran away, seizing the chance the firewall provided to delay the guards. She swiftly reached the hidden door she had come from and found a protruding metal handle on the wall, gripping it tightly with both hands and pulling down hard. Boom! The hidden door slowly opened, allowing light to shine in. After the hidden door opened, Zhou Ying did not stop. She quickly grabbed the mechanism handle and pulled it up again. When it reached the top, she exerted all her strength and pulled the metal handle down completely. At the same time, the mechanism quickly closed after opening, and the hidden door began to descend. Holding the mechanism handle, Zhou Ying decisively dodged out of the underground castle. Bang! The hidden door slammed shut behind her. Inside the underground castle, the king and the others finally took the risk to break through the firewall and reach the door, but what awaited them was a tightly closed gate. Open the door. Let us out. Cough, cough. Trapped in the underground castle, enduring the scorching flames, the king and the others could only let out powerless cries. However, the heavy wall muffled their pleas, making them almost inaudible. After the intermittent coughing, the inside gradually fell silent. Zhou Ying confirmed they should be unable to come out, so she hummed a tune and exited the castle through the balcony, climbing back into her room. The next morning, the servants in the castle were discussing how strange, the whole castle felt so warm last night, as if there was a furnace underground. Yeah, too bad it's not winter, it would have been so comfortable. Wait, where's the king? Why hasn't anyone seen him come out yet? This is bad. The servants' eyes gathered on that hidden door. They quickly realized something was wrong and began trying to open the hidden door. After a busy effort, when they opened the hidden door, they saw the old king and his party had already been burned to a crisp. Due to the sudden death of the old king and his family, the wedding ceremony originally scheduled for 3 days later was cancelled and replaced with a grand funeral. In the crowd, Zhou Ying, who had come to attend the funeral, looked full of sadness, but in her heart, she was already overjoyed. She wanted to see how Elena could still marry the prince now that his entire family was dead. And soon Zhou Ying saw it. Elena, who appeared at the funeral, was not wearing black clothes for mourning. Instead, she wore a pure white wedding dress, holding a bouquet of flowers, and walked step by step towards them. Looking at the coffin at the end of her gaze, containing the charred bodies, Elena was clearly shedding tears, but her face wore a happy smile. "Prince, I've come to be with you." After saying that, she headed to knock her head against the coffin. "Wait." The priest, who was presiding over the funeral, raised his hand to stop Elena's reckless behavior. He radiated a warm, fatherly glow and gently advised, "Child, you've knocked on the wrong coffin, this is Prince Owen's coffin." Saying this, the priest turned Elena's head in the other direction towards another coffin, which contained Prince Owen, who had not been burned but looked extremely miserable in death. "Thank you, priest." After thanking him, Elena resolutely moved towards the coffin again. "Your Highness, I've come to be with you." Bang! Elena's head hit the coffin, causing a dent, blood oozed out, and she instantly perished. In the crowd, Zhou Ying. Crazy. Elena was perfectly fine, why did she want to die? Zhou Ying wanted to shake Elena awake. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Ying's face, which had barely managed to feign sadness, was replaced with rage. However, this is not over. The priest unexpectedly began to host a wedding during the funeral, clearly wanting to earn double pay by doing 2 jobs at once. He said seriously, "Prince Owen and Miss Elena's love is earth-shattering. I declare them to be married." Married my foot. Zhou Ying could no longer bear her inner anger. She didn't want to watch her task nearly completed be ruined by the priest. She directly snatched the knight's sword beside her, jumped up to the high platform, and aimed to kill the priest. Facing the imposing Zhou Ying, the priest not only did not panic but instead accused her first. "You must be possessed by a devil, which is why you are so furious. Do not be afraid, for I am a priest best at exorcising demons, and I will save you." The priest picked up an exquisite golden cup from the table, filled with the holy water he had specially brought, and lifted it to splash Zhou Ying's face. "Wake up quickly." Sizzle. When the holy water touched Zhou Ying's skin, it corroded her flesh as swiftly as sulfuric acid, even affecting her bones. In an instant, Zhou Ying was no longer human. At the last moment, as her body was about to turn into a puddle of mud, Zhou Ying could only curse, "You dog priest, are you sure the cup contains holy water, not sulfuric acid?" Bang! Zhou Ying's body was burned with not a good piece of skin left, and then she collapsed to the ground. Consume 1 point of mental value, random increase of 1 attribute value. Stamina +1, currently having 9 stamina points, remaining 5 mental points for revival, 2 hours until the next mental point recovery. The prompt sound of the ghost story system brought Zhou Ying back to her senses. Realizing what had just happened made her almost half dead with anger. Failed again. Why did it fail again? Is this side story trying to go against heaven? Now she truly understood the struggles of those chosen ones before her. After entering this ghost story side, there truly was no way out. If she hadn't been both unlucky and lucky enough to develop a talent for revival, she probably would have been completely dead long ago. Letting out a breath of turbid air, Zhou Ying rubbed her still groggy head. "Mama." A weak voice sounded beside her. "Mama, is your head hurting? Do you want me to get you some medicine?" "What did you call me?" Zhou Ying turned her gaze, looking at Elena with a face unreadable in emotion. Elena was so scared that her breath caught in her throat, tears shimmering in her eyes. She trembled. "Mama. Is there a problem? Should I not call you Mama? Then should I call you Aunt Maria?" Ah! Zhou Ying could no longer endure it. She suddenly stood up, grabbed Elena's shoulders, and shook her hard. "Wake up. Wake up a little. Why do you have to marry the prince? Marrying me would be better than him. Wake up." Elena was stunned. Mama, what's wrong with you?" The eldest and second sisters rushed forward to pull Zhou Ying away, murmuring, "Although Elena is very annoying, you don't have to shake her to death, right?" Zhou Ying finally stopped. She focused her gaze and found that Elena was already dizzy from the shaking, looking as if she would faint at any moment. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Zhou Ying thought to herself, forget it, she was already a mature adult, and it was useless to argue with an NPC. She should think about how to clear the level properly. From the last experiment, she proved one thing: killing Prince Owen and his whole family wouldn't solve the problem because the dead Prince Owen would still always be a prince. Wait a minute. Zhou Ying suddenly thought of something, her eyes lighting up. The information she collected after entering the palace surged into her mind. Without bothering to pay attention to Elena and the others, she quickly turned to run towards the basement where Teacher Betty was kept. Bang! As the wooden door sealing the basement opened, Teacher Betty appeared in view. After being locked up by Zhou Ying for several days, Teacher Betty had already lost her previous vitality. She sat in the corner, a blood-stained white ribbon wrapped around her eyes, her face showing signs of weariness, and her silver hair had lost some of its brilliance. Looking at Betty, the teacher, who was different in appearance and temperament, Zhou Ying secretly thought how foolish she was. The key to breaking the deadlock was clearly with Betty. Betty also heard the sound of the door opening, and through the footsteps, she recognized Zhou Ying's identity, slowly raising her head to look in the direction of Zhou Ying with her sightless eyes. "Madame Maria, what brings you here?" He. Zhou Ying chuckled softly. "Should I call you Teacher Betty? Or Your Highness?" Betty paused in her breath, continuing to speak with an unreadable expression. "I don't understand what you are saying. The princess of the kingdom of Suarez has been missing for several years, and the king, heartbroken for his daughter, has gone mad, frequently disturbing the borders of the Owen Empire." Zhou Ying recounted the news she had heard from the knights the night before, prepared to probe Betty. She wasn't sure if Betty was really the missing princess, but her presence certainly felt too coincidental. Though uncertain inside, Zhou Ying's tone carried confidence and certainty. "If I'm not mistaken, you are that missing princess, aren't you? After all, who would expect the princess, the future heir of the kingdom of Suarez, to run off to an enemy country to become a killer?" Hearing this, Betty gently pressed her lips together, remaining silent. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "Madame Maria, what exactly do you want? If you plan to hand me over to the old king of the Owen Empire, then go ahead, it's just one death." Betty hadn't directly admitted to being the missing princess, but her words were no different from an admission. Seeing that her gamble was correct, Zhou Ying couldn't help but smile. She candidly said, "I actually want to take you to the palace, and whether or not I really hand you over to the old king depends on your performance afterwards." "All right. I agree to go with you to the palace and cooperate with your actions." Betty lowered her head, her fists clenched tightly at her sides. She truly wasn't willing to be trapped here forever, so agreeing to Zhou Ying's request was also an opportunity for her. "Very good." Zhou Ying nodded in satisfaction, directly taking Betty out and changing her into a fairly suitable dress. At this moment, Betty wore a silver dress, which complemented her silver hair. Aside from the layer of white ribbon covering her face, which looked a bit odd, she appeared enchanting and mysterious, giving off a uniquely special feeling. Zhou Ying knew that even without bringing Elena, she could enter the palace. Conversely, not bringing her also meant having more beautiful clothes and shoes, plus she needed to talk business with Betty, so bringing Elena would indeed complicate things. So, Zhou Ying decided not to bring Elena this time, but instead brought Betty. As for Elena? To ensure the plan ahead, Zhou Ying did not issue orders to imprison Elena, thus avoiding offending her completely. Taking a carriage, they left the manor and smoothly entered the palace. When they arrived at the door, the attendant checked the invitation and handed Zhou Ying a black rose, while the two other girls received blue roses, but then something went wrong for Betty. "Miss, this rose represents your identity, please take it." The attendant handed over a white rose. Having experienced receiving flowers from attendants several times, Zhou Ying had become somewhat accustomed to it, but upon seeing the color of the rose given to Betty, her once relaxed nerves suddenly tensed up. Betty received a white rose. Damn it, what does a white rose truly represent? Clearly Betty hadn't said anything. The servant handed her a completely different rose. Could it be the bizarre story system that automatically matched it? Chapter 75 Best Friend. "Thank you." Teacher Betty did not notice Zhou Ying's unnaturalness. After responding, she took the white rose the servant handed her and tucked it into the corner of her silk scarf, adding a touch of mystery to her already unique aura, completely outshining the nearby area, who was also dressed in white. The group walked into the palace together. "Maria!" A familiar voice sounded from behind. Nino came running excitedly from afar, but when she saw Teacher Betty next to Zhou Ying, she paused and questioned, "Who is she?" Just as Zhou Ying was about to answer, Teacher Betty suddenly interjected, "I am Maria's friend, her best friend." The last part was emphasized. Nino's face twisted in anger as she glared at Zhou Ying. "I gave you the invitation, you actually brought someone else." Zhou Ying felt this scene was a bit strange. She opened her mouth, trying to explain. Nino, let me explain." "I won't listen. I won't listen." Nino angrily walked away. "Zhou Ying. Put." A light laugh sounded in her ear. Zhou Ying immediately looked at Teacher Betty beside her. Although Teacher Betty's expression was calm and it was unclear if there was any humor in her eyes, Zhou Ying's intuition told her Teacher Betty was mocking her. "You're just being naughty." Zhou Ying gritted her teeth and said. Teacher Betty shrugged. "If you want to think of me that way, there's nothing I can do." Furious, Zhou Ying pulled Teacher Betty's hand to the long table and fed her a piece of cupcake, hoping to poison Teacher Betty. "Thank you." Teacher Betty naturally accepted the cake and elegantly began to eat it. After finishing, she even licked the crumbs off her fingers, not wasting a single bit. It seemed she had developed the excellent virtue of saving food during her time in the basement. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. Watching Teacher Betty, who showed no signs of dying after finishing the cake, made Zhou Ying even more curious. Can those who wear white roses also eat? Could their status be similar to that of those wearing black roses? Before Zhou Ying could think further, old Bran came looking for trouble again. This time, Zhou Ying did not use the potent poison, she simply dirted old Bran's clothes and sent him away. Soon, the ball began. The old king brought his family to the ball. He stood on the high platform, scanning the crowd, and suddenly said coldly, "No. The personnel arrangement is wrong." Hearing the old king say something completely different from before, Zhou Ying sharply raised her head, following the old king's gaze around the venue, and then she suddenly realized a problem. In the previous instances, the number of men and women at the ball was nearly equal, but this time, after she had sent old Bran away and brought along teacher Betty, the number of women was greater than that of men. This violated the second rule of the ball code: the number of men at the ball must be equal to or greater than the number of women. However, now there were more women than men at the ball. The old king said coldly, "Who is the extra one?" Everyone turned to Zhou Ying, and someone who knew her identity voluntarily said, "Duke Pass is dead. Strictly speaking, Maria is not a noble lady and cannot attend this ball." Nino protested, "Maria's invitation is from me, I invited her, so what's wrong with that?" The old king understood, "Then please leave with her." And so, under the Knight Commander's lead, Zhou Ying, along with Nino and teacher Betty, were all expelled. Beside them were the scornful and mocking gazes from the servants. They stood outside the castle, looking at each other. "Mom, what should we do?" Daya and Arya were anxiously pacing back and forth. Teacher Betty teased, "If you can't even get in, how can I cooperate with your plan?" Zhou Ying remained silent, deep in thought. It seemed that to bring teacher Betty into the ball, she had to solve the problem of the number of men and women. If she didn't refuse old Bran's invitation, the numbers would be equal. But refusing him was not an option. So how should she handle this situation? Right. Zhou Ying's eyes lit up, she could just wear men's clothes. At the beginning of the ball, they wouldn't strictly check her identity, she could just get through it for now. "Maria, what should we do?" At that moment, Zhou Ying felt a tugging on her left and right, one from Nino and the other from teacher Betty. Teacher Betty said, "Maria, let's go back to the manor." Nino stubbornly retorted, "Maria, come to my house." The two glared at each other, then turned to Zhou Ying in unison, speaking in an unmistakable tone, "Maria, who are you going to listen to?" Seeing this scene, it was clear that teacher Betty and Nino were both unwilling to back down, and they were determined to have Zhou Ying choose one of them as the best friend. "Ahem, I choose." Zhou Ying cleared her throat, decisively took out a toy shotgun from her personal space, pointed the gun at her own head, and smiled slightly, saying, "I choose to die." After saying that, Zhou Ying's finger pulled the trigger. Bang! With a gunshot, Zhou Ying fell to the ground, lifeless. Seeing that Zhou Ying would rather end it all than choose between them, both teacher Betty and Nino were momentarily stunned, and then couldn't help but cry as they held Zhou Ying's body. "Can't we talk it out? Why are you so stupid?" Clearly, teacher Betty and Nino were crying heart-wrenchingly, but the viewers in the livestream found the scene amusing. "They say Sister Zhou isn't human. She deceived the hearts of two pure girls, female tyrants. What did Sister Zhou do wrong? She just wanted to complete her mission. Consuming 1 point of mental value, randomly increasing 1 point of attribute value. Stamina +1, currently having 10 stamina points, and 4 mental value points remaining for revival. 1 hour until next mental value recovery. Back at the manor again." Zhou Ying shook her head, and upon coming back to her senses, she realized the solution and quickly released teacher Betty from the basement again. Before leaving the manor, she did not wear the dress from the last time she attended the ball, but went upstairs to change into a suit that belonged to Duke Pass during his lifetime, and then headed to the palace with teacher Betty. Because of her new outfit, Nino did not immediately recognize Zhou Ying, and Zhou Ying did not take the initiative to reveal her identity. This time, old Bran did not approach awkwardly, leaving Zhou Ying in peace. Everything went smoothly. For this ball, the number of men was greater than that of women, and the old king did not nitpick about it this time. He announced, "Gentlemen may invite their desired dance partners. Once you have chosen your partners, the ball will officially begin." Chapter 76 White Rose. As soon as the old king finished speaking, the gentlemen present all sprang into action. Due to her change in identity, Zhou Ying could no longer wait passively for someone to invite her as in previous times, she had to follow the rules of the ball. Ball rule, Article 6, males must invite exactly 3 people, no more, no less, and must dance with the hostess. This meant that she had 3 invitation slots that she must use up completely when inviting dance partners. The final dance with the hostess would occur during the last partner exchange in the dance hall, so she also needed to have a partner. Zhou Ying bit her finger and thought carefully. She must invite 3 people, the first 2 had to refuse her, and the last one must not refuse her, successfully becoming her partner. Zhou Ying quickly clarified her thoughts, she decided to invite the 2 people who would definitely refuse her first. Then she left teacher Betty in the 3rd position, allowing her to have a dance partner who could match her poor dancing skills. After greeting teacher Betty, Zhou Ying looked around, searching for her target. The first two dance partners had to be rejected, and her outfit this time coincidentally, although she wore the Duke of Paz clothing, Zhou Ying didn't possess the Duke's elegant demeanor. In men's clothes, she looked just like Edward Scissorhands, so as long as the women present weren't blind, they wouldn't choose her. However, to complete her task with 100% success, Zhou Ying boldly picked two of the most challenging targets. The first target was Zhou Ying's gaze fell on the youngest and most beautiful girl in a green dress at the scene, surrounded by a naturally fresh aura. Her smile, though gentle, didn't quite reach her eyes, and at the moment, she was sipping her drink like a naive forest deer. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Ying walked over, employing a set of winning strategies she had learned before entering the world of strange tales, strategies that girls would definitely reject her. First, she approached slowly and, when reaching the girl in green, casually turned to glance back. The girl in green looked at Zhou Ying in confusion, and the two locked eyes. Zhou Ying immediately continued, pretending to be shy as she placed her fist by her mouth, giggling, raising her eyebrow, flicking her hair all in one go. But the girl in green remained indifferent. Unfazed, Zhou Ying began to increase the difficulty. She started singing and doing some nonsensical actions, all while thinking, let's see if I can charm you. After finishing her entire performance, Zhou Ying naturally bowed and said, I wonder if this beautiful lady would be interested in being my dance partner? After Zhou Ying had her fit of madness, the girl in green still wore a proper smile. She pointed to the white rose on her chest and asked with a grin, did you notice the rose on me? What's the problem? Zhou Ying tilted her head. The girl in green continued, it's white, not red, not blue, and definitely not black. So what? So you should die. Without uttering another word, the girl in green swiftly smashed the wine glass in her hand, and the sharp glass shards came flying towards Zhou Ying's neck. Her strength was startlingly powerful, instantly turning Zhou Ying's neck into a bloody mess. Zhou Ying never expected that this seemingly harmless girl would erupt into violence the next moment. She was caught off guard and took the hit. The rapid loss of blood made her vision go dark. As her world plunged into darkness, Zhou Ying only saw the girl in green's hand, the one holding the goblet, glimmering with a shiny ring on her pinky. Seeing Zhou Ying die again within an hour, the viewers in the livestream couldn't help but ridicule. Is Sister Zhou just dying in vain? I have to say, Zhou Ying was really slippery just now, and her death was quite satisfying. Nonsense, my Ying Ying is so cute, how could she be slippery? Zhou Ying flicking tongue. GIF. Thanks to Sister Zhou for saving my life, I drank too much tonight, and it feels much better to throw it all up now. Lin Xiaoyu. Consumption of 1 point of mental energy, randomly increasing 1 point of attribute value strength plus 1, current strength value is 11 points, remaining 4 points of mental energy can be used for revival, 2 hours until the next point of mental energy recovery. In the palace, Zhou Ying, standing in front of the long table eating, suddenly opened her eyes wide, and the food in her hand dropped to the ground. Fortunately, it didn't drop on her clothes, thus not violating the ball rules. The different resurrection points surprised Zhou Ying slightly, but she quickly calmed down. It seemed that her previous choice was only half correct. Dressing up and bringing Teacher Betty to the dance was the right choice, but when it came to choosing a dance partner, things went wrong again. In a short time, she had already failed twice, and Zhou Ying forced herself to calm down. She boldly guessed that the group wearing white roses might be the celibates? Before her death, Zhou Ying had seen that green skirt girl wearing a ring on her pinky finger. If she remembered correctly, that represented celibacy, which is why she invited that green skirt girl and was directly killed by her. With a triad-antsy attitude, Zhou Ying looked at Teacher Betty beside her and directly asked, are you a celibate? Teacher Betty paused her action of eating cake, thought for a moment, and then hesitated, I guess so. That's it. With this answer, the fog surrounding Zhou Ying's eyes suddenly cleared away. Only this answer would mean that the people wearing white roses didn't have to avoid things like those young people with red and blue roses. They were purely here to fill the numbers and didn't participate directly in the dance. Moreover, these people were extremely dangerous, possibly even more so than the widows wearing black roses, so she should avoid taking those wearing white roses as dance partners. In that case, she couldn't choose Teacher Betty as a partner. Even if Teacher Betty didn't want to kill her, Zhou Ying couldn't guarantee that under the control of the horror system, Teacher Betty wouldn't end up killing her. Then who should she choose as a partner? After a moment of thought, Zhou Ying decided to simply go against the grain. Rule number 7 of the dance, partners of the same gender cannot invite each other. Since she couldn't be invited, it meant that if she invited, she would surely be rejected. Zhou Ying laughed wickedly, her eyes flashing with a strange light. She quickly took the opportunity to give back what those people had made her feel. Her gaze scanned the crowd, and Zhou Ying accurately picked out the young man who had invited her last time. She went through the same greasy motions as before and then extended her hand to invite. Would this beautiful gentleman be my dance partner? Chapter 77, The Midnight Bell Toll. Watching Zhou Ying run up in front of him, the young man's face turned green. Dude, what are you joking about? I'm not into that, find someone else. But I really like. Before Zhou Ying could finish her confession, the young man could no longer hold back, cursing, get lost. If you don't go, I will. After saying that, he hurriedly rolled away, as if he wished he had 2 more legs. Zhou Ying. Is it that serious? Having used one invitation opportunity, she still had two left, so Zhou Ying immediately went to old Bran. Would this beautiful old man be my dance partner? Ha! 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 Old Bran's expression stiffened, completely losing his previous ease. He got so scared that he had a heart attack and fainted, being carried out by the night captain. After all, under Zhou Ying's meticulous design, she had successfully been rejected twice. But if she wanted to stay at the dance, she had to find someone to agree to be her partner next time. The problem is, Teacher Betty can't be chosen, so who should it be? Zhou Ying hesitated, and from the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught sight of Nino feeling lost due to no one inviting her. Right, how could she forget about Nino? Zhou Ying's eyes lit up. Because Nino looked a bit special, some narrow-minded people didn't want to invite her, so no one came for her, which just gave Zhou Ying a perfect opportunity. Because anyone who came to invite Nino would not be rejected. Thinking of this, Zhou Ying decisively walked over. On the other side. Because no one had come to invite her for a long time, Nino felt quite depressed. As she wondered whether her visit to this ball was yet another waste of time, a shadow appeared in front of her. She looked up and saw someone whose face was painted all over the place, and hair was a total mess. The only thing neat about them seemed to be their clothes. But she was wearing men's clothing. Realizing that someone had finally come to invite her to dance, Nino cleared her throat, and her spirit lifted visibly. Zhou Ying smiled slightly and asked, "Would you like to?" Unexpectedly, as soon as she started, Nino quickly nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. I would love to be your dance partner." Zhou Ying. Ha? So proactive? Who is inviting whom, after all? Seemingly afraid that Zhou Ying would change her mind, Nino hurriedly took Zhou Ying's arm and stepped into the dance floor with her. Just as they entered the dance floor, the tightly closed door behind them suddenly swung open, and the dazzlingly dressed Elena walked in. Upon seeing such a special Elena, Prince Owen seemed to have his soul taken away and immediately decided to ask Elena to be his dance partner. The ball officially began. As mentioned earlier, Zhou Ying couldn't dance at all. Her dancing skills were truly terrible, and she stepped on Nino's feet several times at the beginning. However, Nino stubbornly persevered in dancing, showing no sign of resentment towards Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying couldn't believe how accommodating Nino was, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Nino truly deserves to be her best friend. So, she felt all the more justified in stepping on Nino's feet. While dancing, she thought about her plan, striving for perfection in every detail. Elena's stunning outfit relied on magic, and once the clock struck 12, the magic would fade, and Elena would return to her original form. Elena wouldn't die, but would drag Zhou Ying down with her. Zhou Ying absolutely wouldn't allow any flaws in her plan. She glanced at the clock on the wall. The minute hand was already pointing to 10, with only 10 minutes left until 12. Just then, the music swelled dramatically, and the men and women on the dance floor began to change partners. Suddenly inspired, Zhou Ying decisively stepped on Nino to move closer to Elena and Prince Owen. During the partner exchange, she pulled Elena over and pushed Nino toward Prince Owen. Nino was initially reluctant, but upon seeing that she was dancing with the handsomest prince at the ball, she promptly abandoned Zhou Ying, who looked all out of sorts. Zhou Ying then wrapped her arm around Elena's waist, gradually distancing herself from the crowd, while also whispering in Elena's ear, "Elena, you wouldn't want the prince to discover your little secret, would you? You are Mom?" Elena clearly recognized Zhou Ying by her voice, her eyes filled with awkwardness and anxiety. Zhou Ying smiled mischievously at Elena. She patted Elena on the shoulder and said, half threatening, half advising, "Think carefully, will you leave on your own, or should I directly reveal your identity and let the prince know you're deceiving him? I'm giving you just 10 minutes to leave the ball, after that, it's too late." Elena wanted to say more, but Zhou Ying refused to listen. She exchanged partners with Prince Owen again and reluctantly left with Nino. Prince Owen had observed Zhou Ying talking to Elena, so he asked, puzzled, "What did she say to you just now?" Elena, seemingly lost in thought, chuckled awkwardly and shook her head, "Nothing, nothing." Amid the beautiful music, Zhou Ying again followed the crowd to change partners, this time landing with the queen, the hostess. Fortunately, she managed hard to control herself and didn't step on the queen, thus escaping this disaster. As the dance ended, Prince Owen crouched down and was about to propose to Elena, "Beautiful lady, will you marry?"